The story kicks off in the desolate landscape of the primordial continent, a place known for its deadly challenges with thousands of crumbling rock formations hanging precariously. It's a treacherous terrain filled with unpredictable death, savage remains, and a blurred line between life and death, where countless beasts gather, unaware of the dangers lurking for humanity. A girl is struggling to navigate this place, sweating profusely, taking one step, and then gasping for breath. Phew. She stops to catch her breath for a moment, laboriously surveying her surroundings and exclaims, "I just entered this realm, and have been chased by a Black Thunder Neo man for 3 days. What a nightmare." She is none other than Luo Qingcheng, the 990th leader of the Wangxian sect, and right now, she's feeling a bit lost, wondering if he really is hiding out here. She recalls a not-so-distant memory, when her master fell gravely ill, enduring pain just to impart a few words of wisdom. Qingcheng, my time is up, and now I pass the position of sect leader to you. His voice grew weaker, each word carefully chosen as he struggled to speak clearly. You must remember my words, my dear. Luo Qingcheng anxiously clutched her master's frail arm. Sobbing, "Yes, master." Her master's eyes were half closed from exhaustion, his gaunt face barely moving as he spoke. "Qingcheng, don't think of our Wangxian sect as just a small third-rate sect on the verge of being wiped out by the Divine Sword sect. In reality, we were once." The sect leader of Wangxian sect coughed loudly, beginning to recount the history of the sect. 100,000 years ago, in the primordial chaos, our Wangxian sect was a high-ranking major sect. One that the Divine Sword sect today wouldn't even be worthy to lick the dust off our shoes. He suppressed a cough and continued, "Back then, we had a legendary ancestor. A true hero. He was incredibly handsome, exceptionally talented, and never stepped on grass. His combat skills were unmatched, dominating the entire primordial continent. An absolute champion of his time, truly a sight to behold." Her master raised a trembling arm, struggling to make delicate gestures as he spoke, but the old ancestor, born without reason, also retreated without reason. 100,000 years ago, the ancestor chose to hide away in the 9 deaths, 1 life realm of the primordial continent. To be honest, that 9 deaths 1 life realm is something else. Like a wild jungle filled with ferocious beasts, only true heroes dare to enter. Bai Ren had the luck to pass through once, but as soon as he entered, he was so scared that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Luckily, he was wearing enough clothes at the time. Running away under the sunset was the lost youth of my life. It was truly terrifying. Luo Qingcheng watched him illustrate with all his might, thinking he was completely healthy, not a bit weak or half dead. Her master even leaned forward to sit up, pulling out a command token, and using all his strength to show it off. Although the ancestor had gone into seclusion. Thankfully, before doing so, he left behind a mysterious command token for the sect. The sect leader of Wangxian sect stared wide-eyed like his female disciple, and after talking so much, the corners of his mouth were filled with blood. With a truly weak breath, he uttered his final words, coughing, "Qingcheng, have you remembered? The only way to save the sect now is to find the ancestor, before the protective formation is broken. You must rebuild Wangxian sect." Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed onto the cushion, and passed away. Luo Qingcheng panicked, shouting, "Master, I..." She stammered a few words, sobbing. She didn't remember. It turned out she was overflowing with tears and snot because she forgot her master's instructions, not because she couldn't bear to witness the separation of master and disciple. Remembering such an unforgettable series of events, Luo Qingcheng still felt a lingering emotion. She softly called out for her master. Perhaps this female disciple was missing her teacher again. She took out the command token her master had given her, staring at it while thinking, "Master, the ancestor has been in seclusion in the 9 deaths, 1 life realm for 100,000 years. Is he really still in this world?" Suddenly, in the distance, a monstrous ancient beast appeared, flying around to scout the situation, its voice piercing and unpleasant, eek. It swooped down right towards Luo Qingcheng. Its massive size and the pressure from its landing made her gasp and shout, "Ah!" She stared in shock at the legendary beast before her. Oh my, this is the legendary beast, the purple-black Minotaur, known for its appetite for humans and overwhelming combat power. Even the Divine Sword sect would just end up getting wiped out against it. The beast drew closer, and Luo Qingcheng lost her bearings, crying out in despair, "I haven't even found my ancestor yet, and I'm about to lose my life here. Master, I'm so sorry." Suddenly, the beast's wings slammed down onto the ground. Luo Qingcheng was tossed onto the beast's back, and she instinctively gasped at its action, letting out a surprised The purple-black Minotaur carried her straight into a chaotic vortex, with dark, ominous clouds swirling all around. The chaotic scene left her in awe. Luo Qingcheng couldn't believe it. The purple-black Minotaur wasn't eating her, but instead was letting her ride it. Am I dreaming? Why would such a powerful beast let a human ride it? Is it trying to take me somewhere? The beast flew straight into the deepest part of the perilous realm, a place that was half desolate and half a serene cycle of life. The beast landed in a grand hall, leaning down so Luo Qingcheng could easily dismount. Then it spoke, "Master, mission accomplished." She was taken aback by its words. She looked at it with confusion, thinking, it can talk. A man's voice echoed down from above the hall, "All right, you can leave now." The purple-black Minotaur gently replied, "Yes." Luo Qingcheng was stunned to hear their conversation. There were people here. An awkward moment ensued as she awkwardly bowed and greeted the figure above. "I am Luo Qingcheng, may I ask who you are?" Inside, she was extremely anxious, wondering about this person's background. Especially since even the purple-black Minotaur bowed to him. Suddenly, a token flew out from Luo Qingcheng's possession, and she stared in shock as it slipped away from her. A second later, she snapped back to reality and shouted in fear, "Why did you take my token?" The man caught the token and laughed dismissively, "Take. This belongs to my ancestor, where do you get off calling it stealing?" Luo Qingcheng caught the key point and realized, wait. Are you the first-generation sect master of Wangxian sect, the ancestor Chen Zhuan? Indeed. Chen Zhuan emerged majestically into the light, his silver-white hair exuding an air of experience, dressed in stunning attire that radiated the aura of a high-ranking sect leader. Truly magnificent and regal. Luo Qingcheng quickly knelt down respectfully, saying, "I am Luo Qingcheng, the 990th sect leader of Wangxian sect, and I humbly request the first ancestor to come out of seclusion and manage Wangxian sect once again." Chen Zhuan thought to himself with amusement, "Wangxian sect, huh? Even after 100,000 years of hiding away, there are still people who remember me." He stroked his chin and commanded, "Let's hear what you have to say." After a lengthy explanation, he calmly absorbed the situation, realizing that a bunch of trash from the Divine Sword sect almost took over his territory. His gaze tightened with pressure as he cleared his throat and said, "Has my power really diminished so much in just over 100,000 years? When did I, a time traveler, ever put up with such nonsense?" Luo Qingcheng suddenly had an epiphany, mumbling aimlessly, "Oh, so the ancestor is calling the semi-divine beings trash? And what the heck is a time traveler?" The atmosphere felt a bit tense, so Chen Zhuan took a sip of tea, exhaled lightly, and introduced himself to ease the awkwardness. "Yes, my name is Chen Zhuan, and I'm a time traveler from this world. I came to this mystical world with a system, and the first place I encountered was the Wangxian sect. The system told me that if I established my own power, I could receive rewards in cultivation, and the cradle that could recognize such cultivation was the imperial dynasty. With the system's support, I built a powerful force in the primordial continent, the birthplace of the Wangxian sect that has lasted through the ages. Thanks to the system's rewards, my cultivation kept skyrocketing, and in no time, I became the unrivaled existence in the primordial continent, which includes 7 realms. Spirit gathering realm, chi circulation realm, essence refinement realm, spirit transformation realm, Divine Transformation Realm, Tao Treading Realm, and Tao Sovereign Realm. All under my control. He proudly flaunted his system interface, saying, "Love me alone in the dark alley, love my unbeatable form." Chen Zhuan continued with a touch of nostalgia. "I originally thought that after reaching the peak in the primordial continent, I would move on to another continent to establish my sect. I remember the bittersweet farewells from my disciples. They were reluctant to part, saying, 'Ancestor, how can we live without you?'" At that moment, Chen Zhuan sat in the system interface. Feeling sentimental, "I have to move on to the next stop, take care of yourselves." Out of nowhere, things took a wild turn, but just then, the system suddenly glitched. It chimed in, "Ding ding, you've experienced all the content of this version." The system will, Chen Zhuan was still whining, "Haha, will what?" The system replied in a blunt 3 words, "Will shut down." As soon as it finished, the system interface went dark, leaving Chen Zhuan hanging in the air, stunned. A moment later, gravity kicked in, and he plummeted into the abyss in front of thousands of onlooking disciples from various sects. His scream echoed through the barren Rocky Mountains. Oh my God, the witnesses gasped, "The Ancestor." Chen Zhuan felt that experience deeply. He was freezing. The cup of tea in his hand had gone cold from neglect. He blankly said, "So I can't break through anymore." Not being able to break through means there are stronger people than me in this world, and if there are stronger people than me, it means my champion status isn't secure. Luo Qingcheng, sensing his emotions, softly called out, "Ancestor." Chen Zhuan was drowning in his own despair, leaning on his hands with his head down, thinking, "If I'm not secure, how can I chill like a salted fish? I'll get chopped up." Ah, right, this guy mistakenly thought he could only relax as a salted fish after becoming the champion. Luo Qingcheng was taken aback by his reaction, wondering what was up with the Ancestor. Chen Zhuan seemed lost in his own world, thinking, "I'm scared that a powerhouse from another continent will come and chop me, so I've been hiding in the life and death realm of the primordial continent for 100,000 years. He sat curled up in that realm, mumbling, hoo, I'm so miserable, I'm so weak, I definitely still need to get stronger. Without the system, I can't go out and play, I'll definitely get killed." The real issue is that the system has told this guy many times that he's really strong, but he just doesn't believe it. He even scared himself with bizarre dreams, dreaming that a powerhouse from another continent would come and chop him after 100,000 years. The way he imagined it was so terrifying that even the readers had to sigh, "Highs, this guy's suffering from a severe case of paranoia." But then again, Chen Zhuan thought, how can a divine sword sect from the primordial continent dare to step on my head? Do they really not take me seriously? He was lost in thought, fiddling with a small flame to pass the time, thinking, whatever, I could easily blow that divine sword sect to bits with a casual palm strike. Suddenly, the system popped up with a notification, "Ding ding, sect upgrade complete." Chen Zhuan stared at the screen, dazed for a moment, as it took its sweet time loading the response. The startup system is just a year dispersion system, assigning new tasks, task names, and 6 trial rounds before reaching the next continent. Later, it dawned on him, and he was horrified, wondering about reaching the next continent. The screen continued to display the first trial, helping the junior Luo Qingcheng deal with the crisis of the sect, with the requirement that the host must not intervene directly, allowing the junior to solve it themselves. The reward for completing the trial, or if the junior breaks through in cultivation, the host will receive a reward. Chen Zhuan read it and was stunned, like, wow, it's finally upgraded. The system asked if the host accepted the mission. He felt like bursting with happiness seeing the system back by his side, overwhelmed with emotion, thinking, doesn't this mean there's a chance to go to another continent? He shouted confidently at the system's question, is that even a question? Luo Qingcheng watched Chen Zhuan's emotional rollercoaster. He was talking to the system interface, his expression all dreamy, making her want to shake him awake. Elder, elder. Seeing him staring at her intently, Luo Qingcheng started to wonder, why is the elder suddenly looking at me like that? Does he have feelings for me? But there's such a big age gap. Can he really accept me? Suddenly, he turned to her and announced, I accept. His abrupt words hit her like a bolt from the blue, and she instinctively exclaimed, oh. He took her hand, feeling super happy, thinking, the Yi dispersion system rewards nurturing the next generation, but I can't intervene, looks like I have to let Xiao Luo handle it herself. Meanwhile, Luo Qingcheng completely misunderstood his actions. Is the elder confessing to me? And is this leading to a forbidden romance between master and disciple? Why, how can I accept such a scandalous plot? I'll name our kid Chen Cheng. The way she was daydreaming about names with Chen Zhuan shows she's totally in love mode. Chen Zhuan didn't notice her expression. He innocently asked her, by the way, Xiao Luo, I'm pretty tough, but are you tough? His awkward question left Luo Qingcheng confused. Asking quietly, what do you mean, tough? He pulled his hand back, proudly continuing, yes, I mean, to forge iron, you need to be tough yourself, you get that, right? I won't step in to help with sect matters. You have to rely on yourself to solve it, the elder won't help you at all. At that moment, Luo Qingcheng finally understood, oh, so that's what you meant by tough. She completely fell apart, her voice was all deflated and frustrated, but the old ancestor, the leader of the divine sword sect, had the innate sword combat body. And she definitely wouldn't last 3 moves against him. Relying on herself would surely lead to her demise. Chen Zhuan also caught on to this, oh, right, that makes sense, the opponent has the innate sword combat body, while she has nothing at all, Luo Qingcheng sighed, guessing to herself. While she was still talking, so the old ancestor could only, she was over here pondering, the old ancestor is worried about my lack of strength, wanting to pass on some divine technique or treasure to help me turn the situation around. She totally misunderstood, the old ancestor really is a soft-hearted deity. But in reality, Chen Zhuan arrogantly declared, so the old ancestor can only gift me a set of clothes, and when I wear them, I'll definitely look better than those trashy combat bodies. This completely crushed Luo Qingcheng. She reluctantly let him drag her along, let's go, the old ancestor is taking me to pick out clothes. And Luo Qingcheng could only cry and wonder, I'm about to die. And it's all about whether the clothes are pretty or not. Then she suddenly realized, wait, I get it now, it's about the ceremonial attire, so the old ancestor wants me to die looking good. Chen Zhuan snapped his fingers, and the scene instantly changed. He brought Luo Qingcheng to a strange space, making her gasp and look around in amazement. She asked eagerly, old ancestor, what is this? And he gently replied, this is my wardrobe. Chen Zhuan cupped his hands and called out to the figures in front, hey, my descendant needs a set of clothes. Who among you is willing to follow her? Luo Qingcheng looked at the 4 figures, each wearing different colored outfits. She was stunned for a moment before realizing, wait, these are not just clothes. These are clearly the 4 elemental combat bodies of fire, water, wind, and earth. And each one is above the innate combat body. After a careful look, Luo Qingcheng felt that the wind figure was the most captivating. It was as if when she wore it, the world would know that Luo Qingcheng was born to stand out. And if she had a body like that, it would be. Just imagining it made her feel like a total goddess. But then she pointed at the fire figure and said to Chen Zhuan, so, old ancestor, I want this one. Before she could finish, Chen Zhuan bluntly kicked all the figures away, not forgetting to shout, get out of my sight in front of Luo Qingcheng. He frowned in annoyance and said, how can my descendant wear something so ugly to meet people? Hurry up and change into something that's runway ready for Paris. Luo Qingcheng was left speechless by his series of prejudices, mumbling to herself, ugly, I just saw it. The old ancestor kicked the whole battle statue to pieces. Behind her, a whirlwind of changes appeared, and she quickly turned to observe. A dark purple battle statue emerged into view, and Luo Qingcheng muttered to herself, the innate poison body. She recalled the legend from tens of thousands of years ago, when Du Tula charged into the mountains to save his mother, single-handedly challenging 100 heavenly warriors without a scratch. Achieving a complete victory that shocked the world. At that time, the battle statue faced 100 enemies, with corpses piled up at Dutula's feet. It was terrifying to behold. Looking at this battle statue, she envisioned that the poisoned body was already unbeatable. Why rely on the bones of others? That feeling of nobility made Luo Qingcheng sigh to herself. If I could have that, then it would be. She teared up and pointed at the battle statue, telling Chen Zhuan, I want that, old ancestor. Unfortunately for the petite Luo Qingcheng, she couldn't oppose the old ancestor, who simply waved his hand and smashed the battle statue, scolding, Girl, it would be better if you didn't dress so. Rebelliously. She felt like collapsing, sinking down in regretful contemplation, that rare poisoned body, gone with a single strike from the old ancestor. Other battle statues appeared and then shattered, and the back and forth between Luo Qingcheng and Chen Zhuan seemed endless. I want the one that coexists with the thunder spirit. The mutated thunder sword body, too flashy. Next, I want the spirit water body, once the battle body of the female emperor, not modern enough, pass. I want the ethereal golden fairy body, a legendary battle body that can stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, sounds so tacky. I want this one. This time, Chen Zhuan didn't say a word and just destroyed it without a second thought. Luo Qingcheng was buzzing with frustration. Old ancestor, are you destroying the battle body? I feel like you're crushing my fragile spirit. Chen Zhuan was hardly concerned about his daughter's weakness, still pretending to browse through items. She could only cry and cling to the old ancestor's legs, begging, don't destroy it anymore, please, whatever it is, I want it. Finally, the elder relented, handing her an outfit and saying, all right, this one looks pretty good, the colors and patterns suit you. Luo Qingcheng felt like she was freed and nodded vigorously. MHM, her thoughts overflowing, ancestor, we won't be picky, anything is fine, I'm easy to please. He looked at the outfit in his hands, silently assessing it, but your taste isn't quite there yet. If you wear this, you'll probably be overwhelmed by the trends. After hearing this, Luo Qingcheng was confused. The old ancestor meant that if she forced the fire battle body, she could end up burning herself to death. The feeling of regret hadn't faded, and despair washed over her. She mumbled to herself, but I'm the last hope of the sect. If I don't seize this opportunity, the people of the sect will die. She thought to herself, so even if it means death, I have to go for it. Lak Qingcheng put on a cheerful face and resolutely told Chen Zhuan, ancestor, I want to do it. He quickly agreed to her wish, using his hands to channel his power and transform her outfit. All right, try this on first, he said, assessing her as he worked. This descendant seems pretty promising. Luo Qingcheng's whole body transformed, and she quickly donned the fire battle outfit. The temperature of the outfit kept rising, and she called out loudly, ancestor, my body is too hot. Chen Zhuan held her hand, regulating the energy in her outfit while reassuring her, don't resist. It'll hurt the first time. He understood that this was the great sun divine body, surpassing the limits of a battle body. He continued, so what's the deal with the heavenly gifted battle body? It's nothing compared to this. Luo Qingcheng barely registered his words, her body was burning up. The fire battle body tightening around her, and generating significant friction heat. She could only endure and absorb it, letting out a soft Chen Zhuan observed her condition and thought. If she mastered the great sun divine body, the fire would become immortal and indestructible. Plus, Xiao Luo had a fire attribute, so choosing this technique was quite fateful. After enduring the heat for a while, Luo Qingcheng gradually managed to transform into the heavenly fire. The process of absorbing the fire battle body was a huge success. She felt like a completely different person, her entire body glowing with fiery spiritual energy. And a fiery mark was engraved on her forehead. Luo Qingcheng touched her body, enjoying the strange scent of burning fire. She exclaimed, "I've successfully merged." She looked at the battle body retreating and thought, "This is the great sun divine body." She sincerely bowed in gratitude to Chen Zhuan, saying, "Thank you, Ancestor, for granting me this body." He replied casually, "Get up. It's just an outfit. If you really want to thank me, then rebuild the Wang Xian sect." He mumbled to the system, "This outfit willingly followed the descendant, so it doesn't count as me doing anything, right?" The system confirmed, "Doesn't count." After finishing up, Luo Qingcheng said her goodbyes, "Ancestor, I'll head back to the sect first. The situation there is urgent. I'll come back to thank you another time." Just as she was about to leave, Chen Zhuan had the urge to stop her, saying, "Wait a sec, don't rush off, I still have something big I need you to do." Suddenly, she was all fired up, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she asked him, "What is it, Elder? If you need me, I'll do whatever it takes." She was sure that whatever this big deal was, it had to be something monumental. But Chen Zhuan didn't seem as excited about it as Luo Qingcheng was. He just smiled and said, "Well, it's good that you are so motivated. But this is going to be tough." He put on a serious face, trying to look like a wise scholar, and asked her, "Do you know how to cook?" Luo Qingcheng was caught off guard, letting him score a goal right through her defenses. She was totally confused about what this big deal really was, and she let out a puzzled her. After a while, Luo Qingcheng had prepared a feast, with all kinds of delicious dishes that looked mouth-watering. There was braised chicken, 3-layered pork, and stir-fried peppers with meat. She put on a simple chef's outfit, feeling a bit grumpy as she muttered to herself, "The clan is in a life-or-death crisis, and the elder wants me to stay here and cook. Plus wear this weird outfit. This feels so strange." She softly called out to her superior, "Elder, the food is ready, but I really need to get back to the clan now." Chen Zhuan wasn't about to let a talented cook like her slip away easily. He politely insisted, "Oh, don't rush off. It's been ages since anyone has shared a meal with me. Come on, have a bite of this pork." Luo Qingcheng was still hesitant, saying, "Elder, even if I were to die outside right now, I wouldn't have the appetite to eat." But who could stand up to Chen Zhuan? He immediately shoved a huge piece of pork into her mouth, nearly making her choke. Elder." Once she swallowed the meat, the rich flavors exploded in her mouth. Luo Qingcheng was blown away. This wasn't just any pork, it was the meat of a sacred unicorn. This was nothing like the ordinary stuff she had eaten before. She was in awe, exclaiming how delicious it was, savoring a bite as pure elemental energy spread throughout her body. She recalled the origin of this exquisite flavor. Legend had it that 100,000 years ago, Du Tula's mother fell gravely ill, and at that time, Du Tula Dingfeng tried to hunt a unicorn to save her. But unexpectedly, not only did he fail to catch one, but he was also held captive by the unicorn for 3 years before being released. At that time, Tula used all his strength to illustrate the words, like the sound of bamboo being struck, along with lively body language and eloquent speech to please the unicorns. They watched and praised him, saying it was great, and later called him Great Oa, which showed the growing power of the unicorns and how rare and precious unicorn meat was. Luo Qingcheng was totally enjoying this delicious feeling, her mouth constantly chewing and savoring the flavors while she smiled and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, this is so good." Chen Zhuan looked at her, puzzled, thinking, what's up with this kid? Is she choking? He thoughtfully got her a cup of water, sincerely urging her, "Take your time, have a sip of water." Luo Qingcheng waved her hand politely, "Oh, it's fine, Elder, I'm not thirsty." Using excessive care again, he insisted on feeding her the water, gently encouraging her, "Oh, Elder feels you might be thirsty." Luo Qingcheng was forced to accept it. And since it was awkward to drink all the water in the cup, a small trickle dribbled from the corner of her mouth. Catching those extraordinary drops of water, she opened her eyes wide in amazement. A feeling of blooming and bursting within her body, the cool water immersed Luo Qingcheng in an endless, dreamy realm. She thought, water? This isn't just any water. This is clearly divine spring essence, and not just a drop, but a whole cup of it. She looked at the cup of water Chen Zhuan handed her, then at his affectionate expression, and Luo Qingcheng felt like she was about to ascend to the heavens. A drop of divine spring essence was worth countless spirit stones, and the Wangxian sect couldn't even dream of having a drop. The elder gave her a full cup. She concluded that the elder truly cared for her. Suddenly, Luo Qingcheng collapsed to the ground with a thud. The impact was not small. She sincerely thanked him, Elder, such precious divine spring essence. I feel ashamed to accept it. Chen Zhuan chuckled and explained, oh come on, no need to be so polite, the elder has a whole lake of it. He solemnly gestured for her to see the beautiful scenery behind him, casually boasting a few words, the lake in the lake, which truly shocked the young lady. Luo Qingcheng, her head spinning with 3 layers of astonishment, thought, is this really the ancestral treasure of the first elder? Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang in her ears, and she jumped in shock, exclaiming, wow. With a dazed expression, she looked around and asked Chen Zhuan, Elder, is that thunder? It sounds so rough, and it seems like I just leveled up to the core realm. He softly replied, that's the thunder from your breakthrough. She was still talking when suddenly, the system screen lit up, ding, Descendant Luo Qingcheng leveled up, rewarding the host with 10,000 years of power. Thunder rumbled again, and Chen Zhuan was satisfied with the system's reward, and there was more. The thunder grew louder and spread across the sky, illuminating the area. The system announced that Chen Zhuan had broken through to the 2nd rank of the Dao Emperor realm, leaving Luo Qingcheng wide-eyed and unable to process it. Chen Zhuan chuckled contentedly, taking his time to say, haha, 100,000 years. I was stuck at the 1st rank of Dao Emperor for 100,000 years, and now I can finally break through to the 2nd rank. I'm really a 2nd rank Dao Emperor now, and my power is clearly visible through the overwhelming aura. I tell myself, from now on, I'll quietly help my disciples while leveling up. Luo Qingcheng asked excitedly, Elder, is this heavenly phenomenon caused by you? He smiled and replied, haha, nothing to be afraid of, just a small breakthrough. She seriously bowed her head again, pondering, if this is a small breakthrough, then I haven't broken through at all. She respectfully said to Chen Zhuan, then, Elder, the younger generation needs to hurry back. He quickly stopped her, hey, what's the rush? Chen Zhuan gestured to the warm, glowing sunset sky and smiled invitingly, look how beautiful the sunset is, let's go enjoy a steam bath together. After a while, Luo Qingcheng followed his invitation to the steam room, clutching the towel around her, feeling confused, a steam bath. What kind of weird activity is this? An elder and a young sect leader sat together in the steam room, where men and women kept their distance, yet Luo Qingcheng felt a strange sensation. Plus, why did she have to dress like this? Was the elder some kind of rogue? Contrary to her shy thoughts, Chen Zhuan was enjoying the warm atmosphere, leaning back and sighing in comfort. Chen Zhuan playfully asked her, so, can't handle the heat anymore? Highs, that's how steam baths are. Should I tell you a nursery rhyme to shift your focus? Luo Qingcheng nodded eagerly in agreement. Her face quickly turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she simply replied, while her mind wandered, wow, the elder is really warm. Turns out he just acts like a rogue. But inside he's really gentle. Chen Zhuan began to tell a story, this nursery rhyme of mine is full of energy, called Shy Together. It's about a pair of boy and girl living together. Once upon a time. Luo Qingcheng was surprised as she recognized the rhythm of the story. The girl was flailing around, trying to defend herself, thinking, wait a minute, this isn't about energy or anything, this is clearly some golden book, Shao. The old man is definitely a trickster, this time she's like a lamb thrown into the tiger's mouth. Suddenly, she noticed the increasing aura around her, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but ponder, wait, why is all this steam gathering towards me? Then she realized, wait a second, this isn't steam at all, it's dense spiritual energy that's become tangible, and the intensity of it is probably 1,000 times stronger than the traditional immortal realms. Luo Qingcheng could still hear the calm voice of the guy telling stories. Just then she realized something about the host, Mrs. Manhua, burning people, and she was shocked to understand what was happening. He continued, the young man A Bing wished every day to learn the secret technique from her. Xiao Luo secretly guessed, and what the old man mentioned wasn't just some golden book, but a legendary emperor-level cultivation method. The girl gathered the weak points in Chen Zhuan's story, the host Mrs. Wan, the burning desire, the young man A Bing, who wished every day to learn the secret technique with her. Luo Qingcheng suddenly got it, the 10,000 fire parting technique. She knew all about it. The levels of cultivation are divided into Huang, Zhuan, Di, Qian, and Di, and even the most powerful divine sword sect is just at the Di level, but now. Luo Qingcheng daydreamed about the scene where the old man affectionately told her, my dear, I want to create a world where only I can bully you, using the emperor-level technique to win over beautiful women. Just thinking about it made her feel all fluttery. Hoo, the old man really loves me to death. No way, I can't let down the old man's good intentions. I need to hurry up and cultivate. Only we readers can realize that, no, I'm overthinking it. Chen Zhuan glanced over, finally spotting a glimmer of hope for himself. He happily thought, ha, Xiao Luo has finally noticed. He told the system, hey, system, pay attention, I'm just leading the descendants to eat, steam, and tell stories. The system was so mad it wanted to blow a gasket, but couldn't do anything about it. The next day, he officially sent Luo Qingcheng back, saying a few farewell words. Xiao Luo, there's nothing left to entertain you at the old man's place. If you want to go back, you can. She quickly responded, yes, Junior LC Kuan Than thanks the old man for his great kindness. After just a little time in the steam room yesterday, my cultivation has broken through to the spirit nourishing realm. I realize now that the old man kept me here to ensure I have enough strength to stand up against the divine sword sect. Chen Zhuan, the hospitable guy, pulled out a cute little calf to offer. Right, the road to Wangxian sect is long, so I'm gifting you a cow for the journey. If you get hungry, you can roast it up. Luo Qingcheng looked at the calf with stars in her eyes, drooling and praising, wow, it's so adorable, thank you, elder. She felt a strange familiarity with it and thought, but why does this calf look so familiar? But whatever, she packed up and took the adorable calf back to her sect, not forgetting to say a final goodbye to Chen Zhuan. Well then, elder, see you later. He stayed behind, feeling a bit emotional, reminding her to come back often, even if it's just to help him wash dishes. Once she was out of sight, Chen Zhuan let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha, now Xiao Luo has so many goodies, as long as she doesn't run into anything weird. He was casually dressed in a short cloak and loose shorts, standing proudly under the bright sun, saying, I should be able to handle that divine convenience sect. Right? The system, hearing him ramble, was left puzzled. Chen Zhuan, feeling playful, tossed off his cloak and ran around shirtless, laughing. Ha ha, Xiao Luo is gone, now I can just wear shorts. Yeah, time to have some fun. The system immediately sent a message mocking him. You're the weird one, the big birds are just the phoenixes. Meanwhile, at another sect, a majestic fortress showcased the pride of that faction. The sect leader sat on his throne, sternly asking, have we obtained what I wanted? The male and female subordinates below looked flustered, replying, boss, we are ashamed, we failed once, but we did get the treasure you wanted. However, it seems the Hao Yu kingdom has sent people to hunt us down. The female subordinate pushed the demonic orb up to her superior. The one above was Jian Wuming, the leader of the divine sword sect. He took the treasure in his hands, his eyes flashing with bold demonic energy, saying, is that so? Forget it, now that this treasure is in my hands, even if they chase us here, they are just looking for trouble. The next second, he touched the demonic orb. His body convulsed from the strange reaction, and Jian Wuming's pupils lost their demonic glow, shrinking down to a tiny dot. He froze and exclaimed, He felt something was off, his voice becoming increasingly strained. What's happening to my body? The people below watched their leader writhing in agony. He staggered, muttering incomprehensibly, "You're not from my divine sword sect. I command you as Jian Wuming, the leader of the divine sword sect, return my body to me." If it weren't for me, Jian Wuming suddenly paused, slapped his own right cheek hard, and the shock jolted through him, shifting his state, his voice shaky, His gaze suddenly regained a dazzling demonic aura, radiating a more intense and chaotic bloodlust than usual, his voice deep and eerily calm, "TSK, why are you so rude every day? It's time to deal with this disrespectful one." Jian Wuming's true self desperately wanted to break free, but was thrashing, absorbed into the dark orb, his voice rising in fear. "What do you want from me? I don't want this anymore, my body doesn't want this anymore. I beg you to spare me, I beg you." His desperate cries gradually faded as Jian Wuming was completely swallowed by the dark orb, his true soul lost, leaving behind a new dark interface. He laughed in horror, "Ha ha ha, power, the power is surging, but I need even more." Jian Wuming soared into the air, gripping the dark orb, commanding his minions, sending orders down, "Tomorrow tell the sect to take Wangxian sect, so that all of them become my nutrients." The group responded promptly, "Yes." The next day, at Wangxian sect, a bolt of lightning sliced through the sky, piercing the protective barrier that had stood for so many years. The so-called unbreakable formation was cracking into countless pieces. The people inside panicked, realizing the protective formation was breached. Everything spiraled out of control. Within this sect, countless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the area red. They whispered among themselves. All this horror happened for one reason: divine sword sect led people to slaughter. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the city was in shock, unable to believe their ears. What? The protective wall was shattered, the last remnants of spiritual energy gradually dissipating into nothingness. Yi Shen swaggered, dominating the sky, with a dazzling light effect making him the star of the night. He laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha ha, aren't you all running yet, junior brothers and sisters?" This Yi Shen is a first-grade spirit-nurturing realm cultivator, so he had some skills, which is why he dared to act so high and mighty, plus he brought along 500 buddies, giving him sky-high confidence. He sneered, "They say the wise adapt, your sect leader has fled, why don't you join us in the great divine sword sect instead?" The crowd below was really laying into him. I mean, sure, the outside looked like a wreck, but who knew the inside was just as disgusting? They were cursing him left and right. Like, seriously, Yi Chen. You're the big brother, and you just led your disciples to join the enemy. What a disgrace to our sect. I hope you die in peace. Seems like they weren't harsh enough, 'cause this guy didn't even flinch. He totally brushed off their insults and even put on a defiant look, like, "Ha. I should be the one saying you guys are the ones who are done for." Then he ordered his troops to charge in and take them out. Lu Lengzhuan, all battered and bruised, was still out there fighting like a champ, ready to protect the sect. Today, he was all in against this traitor. "You think Wangxian sect has no one left?" Yi Shen watched this scene unfold and couldn't help but let out a fascinated wow. Lu Lengzhuan was the head elder of Wangxian sect, a third-tier spirit cultivator, but he was seriously injured, and his cultivation was taking a hit. Just breathing was a struggle for him right now. Everyone around was worried, like, "Master, Elder Lu, your wounds aren't even healed yet." Even with everyone trying to talk him out of it, Lu Lengzhuan was determined to unleash his power, saying, "You dare to attack my Wangxian sect." With every graceful movement of his arm, flames erupted, engulfing the area in heat. Yi Shen was a bit taken aback. After all, his cultivation was 2 levels lower than Lu Lengzhuan's. If they went head-to-head, he knew he'd be in deep trouble. Lu Lengzhuan was ablaze, his fist ignited with fire, charging straight at the enemy like a storm, determined to take him down with him. Yi Shen was freaked out by this old man's reckless bravery. He was seriously losing it, burning through his lifespan. Even after pouring everything he had into that attack, he was still blocked by Jian Shi's sword skills. His two swords gleamed like they were silver-plated, successfully stopping Lu Lengzhuan's deadly strike. Jian Shi, the top disciple of Divine Sword Sect, an 8th-tier spirit cultivator, looked at Lu Lengzhuan like he was just some entertainment. He sneered, "Ha ha, nice swordplay, pretty quick." This guy was not just strong, but also had a nasty attitude, and his reputation had spread far and wide, reaching even Wangxian's sect. The people there were in shock. Like, oh no, it's Jian Shi, the strongest prodigy of Divine Sword Sect, rumored to be able to take on an elder. Lu Lengzhuan was really reaching his limit, the flames surrounding him were fading, no longer burning as fiercely as before. The Divine Sword Sect had sent out their best fighters. Was it really true that Wangxian's sect was going to face doom today? Jian Shi unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike was lethal, just one hit would be enough to send someone to the afterlife, reuniting with their ancestors. His eyes were wide, filled with a murderous intent. That old fool was burning through his lifespan, pushing on. Lu Lengzhuan was heavily injured, his chest riddled with fatal wounds. He didn't even have a chance to dodge, let alone counterattack. His body trembled, pain coursing through him. His sword is too strong. Jian Shi toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, draining every last bit of life from that aging body before delivering the final blow. He laughed triumphantly. Ka, there's an opening. Lu Lengzhuan's body felt like it was being torn apart, he could only scream, cough, before collapsing. The onlookers below were heartbroken, tears and snot running down their faces as they shouted, "Elder Lu." But no matter how many times they called, it was useless. After being beaten like that, just breathing was a miracle. The fierce battle ended in just a few short hours, with the Divine Sword Sect claiming total victory, and the villains behind them cheered endlessly. Yi Shen was puffed up with pride. "Ha ha, my senior brother is amazing." Jian Shi sheathed his sword, chuckling, his lifespan was nearly burnt out, so let your junior clean up your master's body. Yi Shen stood by, putting on a sycophantic act, sweetly agreeing. The crowd below was furious, protesting, "Don't you dare touch Elder Lu." Yi Shen was filled with disdain. Those who dared to stand in his way always met the same fate. He coldly said, "Get lost." The next moment, he unleashed a powerful palm strike downwards, causing a massive explosion with devastating force, sending dust and debris flying everywhere, injuring thousands who groaned in pain, cough. Yi Shen swung his sword towards Lu Lengzhuan, ready to finish him off, while sweet-talking him like a con artist. "Become my trophy at Divine Sword Sect, Master." Lu Lengzhuan coughed up blood, gripping his sword tightly but helpless to evade, his face showing utter despair. The sect leader has come to the brink of death. The chances of survival are slim. I am the last fighting force of Wangxian's sect. If I die, oh heavens. In that moment when Yi Shen's sword was just 10 centimeters away from him, all his efforts crumbled, and he almost completely gave up, left only with a lingering, painful question: was there really no hope left for our ancestral sect? The heavens truly do reward the worthy. A beam of light sent Yi Shen flying hundreds of meters away, crashing him hard against a nearby pillar. The strike was so quick and powerful that Yi Shen didn't even have time to dodge, taking the full brunt of that terrifying force. Everyone, including Jian Shi and Lu Lengzhuan, found themselves looking in the same direction without even realizing it. Seeing Yi Shen die with his eyes wide open right there, his body mangled and crushed under debris, it was a pretty ugly sight even in death. But no one cared about his grotesque appearance in death. What shocked everyone was that he was dead, a powerful henchman of the Divine Sword Sect, who had wiped out thousands of disciples from various sects, was taken down in one blow. Lu Lengzhuan was so stunned he exclaimed, "What? Yi Shen is dead." Luo Qingcheng appeared, her long legs gracefully touching the ground, moving as lightly as a feather. She said, 100,000 years ago, the Divine Sword sect was just a small sect clinging to our Wang Xian sect, but now." Her expression grew more serious, as she dared to confront its master. Beside her, a fierce-looking bull also made an entrance, matching her intensity. As soon as Luo Qingcheng showed up, everyone in the sect rejoiced, "It's the sect master. The sect master has returned from the brink of death." Even Lu Lengzhuan, who had just been gasping for breath, was now as fit as a fiddle, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Sect master, you're alive. Did you bring the ancestor with you?" Luo Qingcheng, beautiful with her hair flowing in the wind, smiled gently like a savior, and indeed, she was, and would continue to save this sect. She replied, "Yeah, I found the ancestor." She scratched her head sheepishly. Even though I found the ancestor, they are not willing to come out of seclusion, saying we must live, or die according to fate." Those words hit everyone like thunder, and after hearing them, they felt like they could just explode on the spot. Jianxi was silent for a long time before finally speaking up. "Ka, you're the new sect master, who just returned from the realm of the dead of Wang Xian sect." He laughed, a devilish grin that was ugly and grotesque, and spoke in a tone that was hard to tell if he was telling a story or bragging. "I once arrogantly walked through there and almost died. But thankfully, that near-death experience led me to discover a powerful sword technique. However, it's so strong that I haven't found anyone capable of mastering it yet." Then he looked at Luo Qingcheng with disbelief. "You're also someone who survived a life-and-death situation, so?" Hearing this, both Luo Qingcheng and everyone else started to feel uneasy. It was exactly as they thought. This guy wasn't just bragging about his advanced sword skills, he actually wanted to challenge the leader of the Wang Xian sect to a duel. He swung his sword, exuding an aura like a roaring dragon. Jianxi gathered his spiritual energy, his voice dripping with challenge. "You can definitely take on my strongest strike. Right?" Even though he was cruel, wicked, and despicable, his swordsmanship was legendary, spreading far and wide. Everyone was worried about Luo Qingcheng, trying hard to stop her. "Leader, run away. Jianxi is the strongest of the new generation in the Divine Sword sect, a top-tier spirit cultivator, you can't match him." Even Lu Lengzhuan struggled to get up and advised. "Leader, even at my peak, I couldn't withstand his full-force strike." However, Luo Qingcheng had no intention of running away. She was different now, confident in her abilities. She conjured a flame in her hand, reassuring everyone. "Hey, it's all good, even if the elder isn't here, just leave it to a leader like me who's not at full capacity." The crowd below could only shout after her, "Leader." At this moment, Jianxi truly looked more like a beast than a human, his muscles bulging as if they would tear through his clothes, his eyes glimmering a ghostly green. And his head was sharp like a rat's. He looked down on Luo Qingcheng's fearless demeanor, laughing, "Ha, a tiny flame thinks it can challenge my overwhelming sword intent." He swung his sword and shouted loudly, the deathly dragon sword. His roar matched the fury of a divine dragon, shaking the very heavens and earth, making anyone who heard it feel weak in the knees. Luo Qingcheng merely smirked, gently activating her technique. The flame in her hand blazed even brighter. She softly said, the 10,000 fire-parting heaven technique." The small flame transformed into a gigantic fire phoenix, charging straight at Jianxi, tearing through the green dragon aura he had just conjured. Jianxi was engulfed by the flames, burning his meridians, writhing like a fish in hot oil, his outer clothes turned to ash, the heat seeping into every inch of his skin. If he didn't get completely roasted, he'd be well done. Jianxi collapsed to the ground, all his clothes reduced to ashes. The flames seemed to have a mind of their own, raging fiercely without any sign of stopping. And strangely enough, they didn't spread elsewhere, only enveloping the enemy. Luo Qingcheng appeared with the demeanor of a victor, mocking him, your strongest strike." She shrugged challengingly, seemingly not too hard to handle. No matter what she said, it was useless. She was in no shape to respond anymore. He looked so pathetic it was almost offensive to look at him, bulging eyes, mouth agape, and honestly, his dead look wasn't much better than Yishen's. Everyone was in shock, like, what? He's dead? This shocking news was met with joy by the crowd. Lu Lengzhuan, witnessing such a spectacle, still couldn't believe it and had to double-check. The sect leader. Could it be that you've broken through to the spirit-nurturing realm? Luo Qingcheng felt a bit shy, saying, yeah, thanks to the inheritance from the ancestor. Otherwise, how could I have such power? Now she was truly the pride of Wangxian sect. Everyone looked at her with admiration. This is amazing, sect leader. Luo Qingcheng didn't forget her mission to wipe out the evil forces that dared to slaughter her sect. She looked up at her subordinates hovering in the sky with a furious expression. You traitors, your senior brother is dead, and you still won't come down to face your fate. Tang Zhong appeared among the subordinates, reeking of defeat. He growled, Who is it? Then, as his anger peaked, he roared like a wild boar, who killed my disciple? This chubby, bald, big-bottomed guy was the head elder of the Divine Sword sect, with a cultivation level reaching semi-divine transformation. No wonder his subordinates looked at him like he was a lifeline, thrilled to see the Grand Elder had arrived. In just one day, Lu Lengzhuan had faced a bunch of terrifying figures, and the one behind was even scarier than the last, making him turn pale. Xiao and the sect leader. This is the head elder of Divine Sword sect, Tang Zhong. The old sect leader died by his sword. You need to get out of here. Riding high on her winning streak, Luo Qingcheng felt bolder, standing before such a big shot in the industry without a hint of fear. She stepped forward to confront Tang Zhong. Oh, so you're the old dog who killed my master. Everyone was stunned by her audacity. Sect leader, all they could do was pray for her safety. Tang Zhong looked at Luo Qingcheng with half an eye, scoffing. The new sect leader of a small Wangxian sect managed to break through to the spirit-nurturing realm. You dare to kill my beloved disciple? Let's see what you've got. But she had no intention of listening to his ramblings. She cut him off. Old dog, stop barking, Thousand Fire Heaven technique. As Luo Qingcheng spoke, a small flame appeared, flying towards Taoist Tong, making him a bit curious. What is this? In the blink of an eye, that dying ember flared back to life, burning away his outer clothes, creating a scene that was even more horrifying than the battle with Jian Shi. The flames erupted with such ferocity that it was terrifying, the world spinning in chaos. The heat radiating from this power was no joke. Tang Zhong screamed in agony amidst the flames. He was shocked. What? A tiny spirit-nurturing realm could unleash the power of the transformation realm. Luo Qingcheng controlled the massive firestorm effortlessly, saying, Old dog Zhuang, come to the underworld to meet my master. Just when she thought she had secured victory, controlling the notoriously fierce Tang Zhong, he smirked with disdain. Ha ha, really? With just a single strike of his sword, he pierced through the flames, breaking Luo Qingcheng's control and flipping the tables, seizing the initiative and launching an attack straight at her. This turn of events completely caught Luo Qingcheng off guard. She could only stand there, wide-eyed, unable to dodge or counterattack. Just like that, she took the full brunt of Tang Zhong's attack, crying out in pain, cough. Luo Qingcheng felt all her strength drain away, collapsing onto the icy ground. While her sect members rushed over in worry, Lu Lengzhuan's voice ringing out in panic, Sect Master. Luo Qingcheng fell to the ground after taking the hit, letting out a painful cry. Tang Zhong's face twisted into a vicious grin, his laughter dripping with mockery. Ha ha ha, did you think fighting was just about throwing fire from a distance? Your combat experience is way too weak. You think I only know how to use a long sword? Actually, I also know how to use a long spear. And it's a diamond-tipped spear with unbeatable hardness. He kept bragging from the sidelines, you should know that the protective armor of your former sect master was based on its hardness to break through. After being countered, Luo Qingqing's power was gradually waning, and it was tough for her to get back up. Looking at the guy in front of her, she felt a bit wary. Tang Zhong used both weapons in his hands to pierce through the sacred flames, swaggering forward, saying, "Now I just need to use my sword energy to blow away your fire and attack with my spear. You won't be able to do anything to me." Without hesitation, he aimed a massive strike directly at Luo Qingqing. She was heavily injured, and with her current abilities, even dodging would be tough, let alone counterattacking. Luo Qingqing was worried. "Xiao, I can't take it. Relying solely on my boosted cultivation still can't make up for the gap in combat experience." "Master, I'm sorry." Xiao Hei, who had been standing still, suddenly leaped forward with all its might. He charged straight into the heart of the battle, one hand blocking Tang Zhong's strike completely, leaving him unable to advance, or even pull back his spear, his arm trembling uncontrollably. Under that immense force, even the toughest weapon in Tang Zhong's hands shattered into countless pieces, and Xiao Hei's face was filled with murderous intent. "Get lost, let me handle this." Tang Zhong, seeing his spear reduced to splinters, froze in place, stuttering, "What?" Fear was clearly written all over his face, eyes wide, mouth agape. Not just him, but everyone present was completely shocked, unable to believe what they had just witnessed, all of them echoing, "What the hell?" Debris flew everywhere, and even Tang Zhong, standing at a distance, had to hurry closer to see what kind of beast had the audacity to destroy his prized diamond spear. He marched forward, fuming, "Where are you, you damn bull? How dare you ruin my treasure?" Xiao Hei, on the other hand, looked even scarier than him, eyes glowing like a raging bull, cracking his knuckles, gritting his teeth in irritation. "I wasn't planning to get involved. But if you let the old man find out I didn't protect her well, then I'm gonna be in deep trouble." With every word, Xiao Hei radiated a dense aura of power, his body gradually growing larger, leaving Luo Qingqing speechless. Stunned that Xiao Hei could talk, and why he seemed to be getting bigger. Tang Zhong stared at the suddenly enlarging figure, mouth agape, cold sweat soaking his shirt. This is. Right before him stood the Black Thunder Bull man, a true powerhouse, grinning at him. It appeared in a majestic, imposing stance, muscles rippling with an 8-pack. Tang Zhong could only exclaim in horror, "Black Thunder Bull man." Luo Qingqing couldn't help but widen her eyes, shivering as she thought, "No wonder Xiao Hei looks so familiar. Isn't this the Black Thunder Bull man that chased me for 3 days in that life or death situation?" Lu Lengzhuan had the most exaggerated expression, covered in wounds, but trembling uncontrollably, eyes glued to the scene, feeling both relieved and anxious. "Why is the Black Thunder Bull man here? Is he here to help us? How will Tang Zhong handle this?" Tang Zhong realized he had no way out, so without any hesitation, he dropped to his knees. If he dared to say a single word, he was definitely signing his own death warrant. He was crying and begging, pointing at his disciples and throwing them under the bus. Great master. Great demon father, please don't eat me. I have disciples here, you can eat them instead." His actions were totally unexpected. The situation flipped 180 degrees, faster than an ex's mood swing. Lu Lengzhuan was wide-eyed in shock. Like, wow, he's actually begging for mercy. Black Thunder Nyo Man looked pretty pleased, poking around at the corpses on the ground, grinning like a kid in a candy store. "Oh, you know I like this, you're quite considerate." Tang Zhong was all about the flattery. "Ha, great demon, if you want to eat, go ahead. If that's not enough, I can bring my disciples over for a buffet." Even though Xiao Hei had transformed into Black Thunder Nyo Man, he still had that insatiable appetite, all excited at the sight of food. "All right, let me have a taste." Tang Zhong secretly hid a sword behind his back, igniting his lifespan to channel spiritual energy into it. He had a sly grin on his face, thinking, if that's not enough, then I'll. Suddenly, he launched a sneak attack, looking smug. then I'll just kill you too, a move from the Tao King realm. Luo Qingcheng saw the dire situation and quickly shouted a warning, "Nyo man, watch out." Lu Lengzhuan was also filled with worry, "Be careful." Even with their warnings, Black Thunder Nyo man was too busy enjoying the food to hear them. Tang Zhong was brimming with confidence, convinced he had this in the bag. "Ha ha, it's too late. A trick is still a trick. I've burned my lifespan to upgrade to the Tao King realm. Plus, that thin sword won't stand a chance against its massive frame." The sword was getting closer to Black Thunder Nyo man, and Tang Zhong's arrogance soared even higher, thinking that even a Tao King realm Black Thunder Nyo man wouldn't be able to handle it. This was the result of years of battle experience he had accumulated, a guaranteed win. His plan was about to succeed. The sword, thick with spiritual energy, was charging straight for Xiao's weak spot, unstoppable. Just then, whether it was the overwhelming stench of the corpses or Tang Zhong's filthy thoughts wafting through the air, Black Thunder Nyo man felt a tickle in his nose and let out a few sounds to gather air. He sneezed with a thunderous boom, lightning crackling from his nostrils, not only turning the sword to dust but also zapping Tang Zhong dead, leaving him to scream in a high-pitched wail, "Ah." He got zapped so hard he turned into a smoking pile of meat, his whole body billowing smoke, his clothes completely burned off, looking utterly ridiculous. Black Thunder Nyo man remained unfazed, seemingly unaware. His nose was super itchy, and he didn't even realize that the sneeze that shook the heavens just saved his life and also took out one of the most notorious big shots in the world. Both Luo Qingcheng and Lu Lengzhuan were completely stunned, mouths agape. This shock was way too much for ordinary folks like them. What the heck? Everyone in both sects reacted dramatically too. One sneeze, and someone's dead, and they are still intact. Black Thunder Nyo man furrowed his brows in anger, saying, "Dude, your disciple stinks. Just sniffing it makes me sneeze. Can I eat you instead?" Noticing no one replied, he turned around to see the three of them fuming, a bit panicked, shouting, "Hey, you're burning too. Who did this? I just got some snacks. I'm gonna kill him." Lu Lengzhuan and Luo Qingcheng stood there, eyes wide in disbelief. He suddenly said, "Took a massive hit from a Tao King level, and he didn't even notice." Luo Qingcheng gasped, "That defense." Chen Zhuan watched everything through the spatial mirror, laughing heartily, "Ha ha. Even though Xiao Hei is just a little Tao King, he's top tier in his level." He lay on the back of the purple mist phoenix, continuing, "Xiao Hei's defense is practically unbeatable. To break through it, you either need to overpower him, or have a counter against his race." He casually added, "But in that tiny Wangxian sect, who could possibly take on Xiao Hei?" He thought to himself, "Reading this novel is so entertaining." Luo Qingcheng knelt down, crying, "I thought it was a gift from the Ancestor to show his support, but it turns out it's a battle pet." Lu Lengzhuan pointed at her, exclaiming, "Sect Master, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Everyone around gathered closer to her, thinking, "Hope it's not a love injury." At that moment, chaos erupted in the sky, with someone shouting, "Xiao! Elder Tang Zhong is dead. Help, run." The people below saw the crowd fleeing and joyfully exclaimed, "Fellow disciples, we've won the battle that determines the survival of our Wangxian sect." Hoo. Suddenly, Lu Lengzhuan slowly slumped down, softly saying, "Cough cough. Thank goodness the sect master saved the sect in time. I can finally rest easy." She turned around, worried, shouting, "Elder Lu." She supported him, asking, "Elder Lu, what's wrong?" Black Thunder Nyo man replied, "This guy burned through all his lifespan, he's probably about to kick the bucket." Hearing this, she asked, "What should we do?" "So, you're saying she has the divine jade essence?" He was taken aback, and she quickly replied, "Yes." He continued, "Then let him drink it." Hearing about the divine jade essence, the old man was so shocked that he coughed up blood. With a sorrowful expression, he asked, "Jade, the divine jade essence. The sect leader was lucky enough to get just one drop from the old ancestor. But it's not necessary. Lu Lengzhuan looked up at the clear sky, content as he continued, to think the sect leader would be willing to give me such a precious thing as the divine jade essence. I am already satisfied. Now that I'm stepping into the underworld, that drop of divine jade essence should go to the youth of Wang Xian sect. Seeing that he seemed to misunderstand that she had a drop of divine jade essence, she quickly presented him with a full pouch of liquid, saying, "No, Elder Lu. You've misunderstood. I have plenty of divine jade essence, so drink up." The unexpected turn of events made him nod in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. "What? A whole pouch of divine jade essence?" He stammered in shock. "AAA. Oh my God. How can there be so much divine jade essence? AAA, it spilled. It spilled." As the liquid splashed onto the ground, he bent down and asked, "AAA, sect leader, what a waste. Can I lick it off the ground?" Seeing him about to lick it, Lu Qingcheng quickly stopped him. "No need, Elder Lu," she explained, "the old ancestor has a whole lake of divine jade essence. Just drink it. If it's not enough, I have more. There's definitely enough for the whole sect." As she explained, she thought about Chen Zhuan's massive lake. Black Thunder Nyo Man, standing nearby, smirked and said, "Yeah, look at this guy, so naive and inexperienced." Hearing her words, a vision of a massive lake appeared in his mind, leaving him in disbelief. A lake of divine jade essence. No way. Absolutely impossible. I can't believe it. He shouted back at her, "Sect leader, are you pulling my leg? I wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Or am I already dead?" Seeing he didn't believe her, she decided to use magic to convince him. Lu Qingcheng gently said, "Elder Lu, I'm not lying to you. Look, this is the divine sun god body that the old ancestor casually gifted me. And this senior Nyo man isn't just some small beast among countless ferocious beasts." Black Thunder Nyo Man, standing beside her, angrily retorted, "Hey. I'm not small." Witnessing this, Lu Lengzhuan was even more astonished. His worldview officially shattered after her words. A casual gift of the divine sun god body. The great beast Black Thunder Nyo Man is just a small creature. What the heck? Without wasting any more time, he downed the entire cup of divine elixir. He asked if there was more. Lu Qingcheng happily replied, "Plenty, no rush." The people around started drinking too, and someone asked her, "Leader, what should we do next about the Divine Sword sect?" She replied seriously, "Well, if the Divine Sword sect wants to wipe us out, let the traitors join in the fun. Then we fight." Hearing this, everyone's fighting spirit ignited, and they were all ready to battle. She shouted, "Now that we have the legacy of our ancestors, we must destroy the Divine Sword sect." Everyone echoed back, "Yes." An uneven battle officially broke out at the Divine Sword sect, and that day, the Divine Sword sect finally remembered. The fear from 10 years ago, when the Wang Xian sect dominated, came rushing back. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect started fleeing, unable to hold their ground. That was it. And the humiliation from that year when the Wang Xian sect slaughtered them. Black Thunder Nyo Man watched the fleeing crowd with a wicked grin. Meanwhile, Lu Qingcheng was unleashing her solar divine form, wreaking havoc on the Divine Sword sect. The panicking crowd shouted, "Aaa, it's Black Thunder Nyo Man and the solar divine form. The Wang Xian sect is back. Everyone run." Among the fleeing crowd, one person was not panicking at all. Instead, he was furious, saying, "What's all this noise and panic?" It was none other than Jian Wuming. The fleeing crowd saw him and joyfully exclaimed, "Ha! Leader! It's the leader who has returned. Please save our sect." But some still whispered in fear, "What are you thinking? Do you want the leader to go to his death? The leader was seriously ill a month ago, and his strength has dropped significantly. Now the Wangxian sect has divine weapons backing them up, the leader can't stop them. Hearing this made sense, and the fleeing crowd knelt down, crying, "Leader, please, just run away with us. Let's build a new sect first, and then we can come back to deal with the Wangxian sect later." "Yes. We can leave the Green Mountains, and not worry about firewood." Jian Wuming smirked confidently and said, "Ha ha, do I need to?" The crowd shouted in response, "Leader." The disciples saw that behind their leader were terrifying beings surrounding the sky with immense power, and they asked in surprise, "Leader?" Jian Wuming floated in the air, holding a massive sphere of Limo energy, ready to unleash it. "Even a small Wangxian sect can't withstand this. You will pay for your actions. Become my nourishment," he declared, tossing the sphere into the air, activating the soul-devouring pearl. The sphere grew larger, surrounded by dense sparks of electricity, as if it was absorbing the very essence of the world, draining all life around it. He opened the barrier, and a solid wall was established, surrounding the area completely, no one in or out, even Black Thunder Nyo Man was blocked outside. This colossal power was so defiant that it sent the heavens and earth into chaos, with dust swirling and thunder cracking through the sky. At the same time, outside the Divine Sword sect, Xiao Xiaozu stood at a distance, witnessing the terrifying might of Jian Wuming's move. She was astonished. "Look, that's the soul-devouring pearl casting a spell." She felt a bit anxious. "Xiao, could it be that those guys are using the soul-devouring pearl to absorb power?" Xiao Longshu, hearing this, was shocked. "Oh no, we are too late." He was a bit frantic. "Right now, we've only managed to retrieve one national treasure. If they refine the soul-devouring pearl, the national master will punish us. Let's hurry." Xiao Xiaozu could only shrug in frustration. What bad luck." With that, the two of them vanished, blending into the void. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Sword sect, panic was rampant. They cried helplessly, banging against the newly erected barrier in a frenzy, wondering what was happening. "Why can't we get down the mountain? It seems like something is blocking us." But what tormented them more than being trapped was that their souls were slowly separating from their bodies. They cried out in pain, "It hurts, our bodies." Each part of their souls was being pulled away, flying in the same direction, while their bodies lay scattered on the ground, piled up like a heap. The souls were about to escape, and it was unbearable. All the souls were being absorbed by that massive orb, which seemed to grow even larger and more powerful. The sounds of agonized moans filled the air, turning the Divine Sword sect into a nightmarish hellscape. Lightning struck directly at Jian Wuming, but the thunderous explosions above couldn't drown out his maniacal laughter. He kept breaking through, advancing from the spirit transformation stage to the first rank Tao Sovereign, then to the second rank Tao Sovereign. He was ecstatic, laughing, "Ha ha ha, I feel like I'm about to break through a 100,000-year limit." Luo Qingcheng, perched on Black Thunder Nyo Man's shoulder, sensed something was off and curiously asked, "Senior, what's going on over there?" But even she could only shake her head in confusion. "I'm not sure. It seems someone is enveloping the Divine Sword sect and sucking out their souls." Hearing this, she was utterly shocked. "What?" Just then, a voice rang out behind them, making both of them alert. No wonder the tiny Wangxian sect dared to fight back. Mimo and Li Mo kept speaking in a mocking tone. "So it turns out there's a mutated Black Thunder Nyo Man and the legendary Sun God body. Looks like we've got some toys to play with." The aura radiating from them instantly made Black Thunder Nyo Man break out in a cold sweat, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. This dark energy belonged to the demon race. Luo Qingcheng was confused, wondering what the demon race was. Black Thunder Nyo Man struggled to recall the terrifying memories from that day. Yes, the demon race was skilled in using dark energy, making them incredibly hard to kill. Plus, they naturally fed on humans and magical beasts to boost their cultivation. But didn't the demon race get wiped out by humans 100,000 years ago? The sheer terror of it all made even Black Thunder Nyo Man cautious, proving they were extremely difficult to deal with. Luo Qingcheng began to realize the current predicament. Senior, they are tough to handle, right? I'll hold one off while you take care of the other. Black Thunder Neo Man nodded in agreement. The two of them charged in for a direct attack. This was their last resort, and they had no other choice. Mimo, seeing their serious expressions, was thoroughly entertained. Oh, are we getting ready to fight? Mimo pointed at Luo Qingcheng. I choose this beautiful little sister. Limo was also ready to fight, saying, all right, I'll take on this bull. She charged straight at Luo Qingcheng, her voice dripping with desire. Little sister, I want your body. Luo Qingcheng carefully observed her opponent, knowing that if the senior said it was serious, it really was. She raised her hand, preparing her technique, thinking, I need to go all out for this one. Flames erupted from her hand, fierce and blazing, life like fire, death like a blade. With a powerful strike, the heavenly flame blade was unleashed, forming a 1,000-foot-long fiery sword that sliced straight toward Mimo without hesitation. Mimo was taken aback. What the heck? Meanwhile, Limo landed a punch on Black Thunder Neo Man, smashing one side of his face. Despite Limo's small frame, the punch packed a serious punch, so fast that Black Thunder Neo Man didn't even have a chance to dodge. Taking the full brunt of the painful hit, Black Thunder Neo Man fell to the ground, making Limo burst into laughter. Ha ha, weak? This bull is way too weak. I'll bring him back for the boss, he'll definitely praise me. Just as he was reveling in his victory, he got slapped hard across the face. Black Thunder Neo Man had transformed his arm into a long tentacle, wrapping tightly around him. Wrong move, little bro. He grinned wickedly. I took that hit just to distract you. Then he pointed at the swirling storm of thunder and lightning, threatening, aren't you paying attention to that? Limo got struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him writhing in agony, his whole body in so much pain that all he could do was scream in distress. Over here, Mimo was also engulfed in flames, flailing like a fish in a hot pan, her body burning. Both of them screamed in despair, A. At this moment, the tentacles of Neo Man were still tightly wrapped around Limo. Mimo was also getting her clothes shredded by Qingcheng. She and Black Thunder Neo Man exchanged smug glances and shouted in unison, we did it. Just as they were celebrating, Mimo sprang up, leaned in close to Luo Qingcheng's ear, and laughed, ha, right. This made her jump. Before Luo Qingcheng could react, Mimo struck her from behind, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, cough a. In an instant, Mimo transformed into her true demon form, exclaiming, the nourishing spirit realm can unleash the power of a semi-divine transformation, impressive. Her large wings and characteristic long horns of the demon race emerged, revealing her true self, her eyes glowing red, as she continued, too bad you're not at the Tao sovereign level. Otherwise, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Demon Mimo, Tao sovereign level. Qingcheng, struck from behind, fell to the ground, and upon hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, what? Even in my full divine body and Emperor realm state, I'm not harmed at all. Black Thunder Neo Man was also knocked down, coughing a. His protective monster had been defeated, and Qingcheng couldn't help but worryingly call out, Senior. Ha ha, you're electrifying, it feels great. Can you do it again? A demon soared up, holding a tentacle, or rather, the severed arm of Neo Man, laughing loudly. That's the demon, Limo, Tao sovereign level. Black Thunder Neo Man, injured and lying there, could only lament to Qingcheng as she rushed over, damn it, they are all Tao sovereign level demons, I can't hurt them. Cough. Hearing this, and seeing the wounds on Neo Man, Qingcheng thought in shock, what? The senior's defense is so high, yet he's injured so badly. Seeing that the opponent could no longer resist, Mimo urged, Limo, hurry up, everyone handle it themselves, or the boss will get angry. He replied, got it. Watching the two demons charging at her with massive purple energy, Luo Qingcheng spread her arms to block them and shouted, you'll have to get through me to hurt my senior. Black Thunder Nyo Man shouted in panic, "Kid, you! Get out of the way!" But Ching Cheng stood her ground, terrified, closing her eyes and thinking, "Oh no, demons this strong, am I going to die here today?" Mimo and Limo had no idea that two figures were rushing towards them from behind. From behind, a surge of red energy slammed straight into Limo's stomach. Mimo was hit by a surge of power that pierced through him. The two demon clan members were knocked to the ground, and both Luo Qingcheng and Nyo Man were taken aback. Mimo turned around and exclaimed, "Ouch, that hurts, it really hurts." Luo Qingcheng asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Nyo Man, equally shocked, replied, "Someone can actually inflict damage on the demon clan." The two standing in front of Limo sneered, "Ha, this fight is quite the spectacle. Is a sect actually launching an attack on the demon clan? And look at Limo. So badly injured he can't even get up, just staring at us." The two who defeated the demon clan member were Xiaolong Shu and Xiao Xiaozhu, both at the Dao sovereign level. Seeing the demon unable to rise, Xiaozhu scoffed. "In this barren mountain area, someone dares to challenge the demon clan. They really don't know their limits." Xiaolong Shu chimed in, "Exactly." Luo Qingcheng spoke up, "So, are you two seniors the ones who saved us?" Nyo Man quickly added, "It seems so, so we should thank them." Hearing this, Qingcheng hurriedly took out a jade pouch to express her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your help. This kindness, the Wangxian sect will never forget. I have a piece of jade to offer." Xiao Xiaozhu dismissed her without a glance. "Ha, you don't need to offer such trivial things." Qingcheng was taken aback. This jade was incredibly precious, something everyone would want. Yet this girl outright refused it. Xiaozhu crossed her arms and turned to say, "We didn't come to save you, we just want to reclaim what's ours. Remember, the affairs of the demon clan are not something little sects like yours can meddle in. Next time you face the demon clan, run as far away as you can, got it?" Qingcheng replied, slightly stunned, "Ah. Got it, got it. You two seniors don't even want the divine spring jade. You're really good people." She thought to herself, "No, they just don't know how to appreciate good stuff." A voice echoed from the void, "Sigh. I asked you guys to do a little task, and you can't even manage that." Qingcheng quickly turned her head and called out, "Who's there?" Suddenly, a strange, dark vortex appeared, and the mysterious voice continued, "Luckily, I've refined the soul-devouring pearl. You all will become a part of my power." With that, tendrils of energy from the vortex shot down towards the two defeated demon clan members, and Limo pleaded desperately, "Boss, no, please don't." No matter what he said, it was too late. The life force of the two was drained away until they perished. The souls of Mimo and Limo were sucked into the vortex, leaving the onlookers in shock. From within the vortex, a voice emerged, "Ah, 100,000 years. 100,000 years have passed. The true demon clan." With that, a massive sphere formed from the vortex. A demon with red horns and white hair appeared, and the voice from earlier belonged to him. He has finally re-emerged in the mortal realm. He is the origin demon, a semi-Dao sovereign. With a bizarre face, his pupils were just a red stain. Nyo Man recognized him, and was filled with dread. A semi-Dao sovereign of the demon clan, so he was absorbing souls earlier. Qingcheng was also shocked, "Isn't that Jian Wuming? How did he turn into a demon?" Xiaozhu sneered, "Ha, so what if he's a semi-Dao sovereign?" With that, she and Xiaolong Shu prepared to confront the semi-Dao sovereign. In a flash, the two of them charged behind the demon, planning to ambush him from the back, just like they did with the two demons before. Xiaozhu concentrated her power to the point where her eyes glowed red. She swung her sword as a warning, daring him to steal the national treasure of our demon hunters. Long Shu added, "Then you must die." Hearing this, Nyo Man seemed to recall something. He wondered, "Demon hunters, I remember now." Looking at Xiaozhu and Long Shu battling the semi-Dao sovereign, Nyo Man explained to Qingcheng that they are demon hunters who can wield the power of demons. The demon hunters have demon bloodlines. They are born capable of fighting demons at a higher level. Their ancestors put in a lot of effort to resist the demons 100,000 years ago. Seeing these two seem to have the upper hand, Neo Man continued, with them, we can definitely win. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaozu and Long Shu were sent flying by the Semidao sovereign, who didn't forget to mock them, trash. Qing Cheng was so shocked she gasped, and Neo Man's expression was no less than hers. No one could have expected the power of the Semidao sovereign could easily knock Xiaozu and Long Shu away. Watching the two figures crash down hard from the massive sphere, Qing Cheng exclaimed, "What, two seniors?" Xiaozu struggled to get up, but her body trembled. She wondered, what kind of barrier was that? Long Shu added, why couldn't our attacks break through against the demon? The Semidao sovereign shrank the sphere in his hand, looking down at the group with no strength to fight back and sneered, "Ha ha, I knew stealing the soul-devouring pearl would lead to your pursuit. Demon hunters. But did you think I wouldn't be prepared?" He looked at the ball with a smug grin, knowing that after the soul-devouring pearl was refined, it became a protective treasure with the laws of heaven and earth. The barrier could not only bind but also defend. With it, he wasn't afraid of anyone's attack anymore. Xiaozu stood up, urging Xiao to hurry. The laws of heaven and earth were no joke. He wasn't someone we could deal with anymore. Long Shu, let's go. Xiao Long Shu wasn't one to back down either. Before making a run for it, he turned back to scold, what a disaster, what a disaster. But there was no way the Tao King wouldn't let those two leave easily. He sneered, ha ha, you think you can just walk away? Two demon kings, one divine body, one mutated black thunder bull man. Plus a few hundred disciples from the Wang Xian sect. You all brought such big gifts. Why not stay for a cup of tea? He said, raising the power ball in his hand while talking about the Tao King. The ball gradually grew massive. The tendrils of power from the ball struck at Xiaozu like daggers. Xiao Long Shu spat out blood, crying out, oh no. The people there fell to their knees, losing their lives. Some cried out in agony, my body, it hurts so much. Another person added, it's so painful. Luo Qing Cheng and the bull man weren't spared either. Although their energy was being drained painfully, Qing Cheng still worried for the people. Xiao, the disciples are all trapped. I took the disciples of the sect to fight back on my own. Am I really going to die here today? She said, tears streaming down her face, partly from pain, but mostly from regret for dragging so many into this mess. In the life and death situation at that moment, a bunch of monsters trembled and knelt down. An old man's voice rang out, ha ha, isn't it said that the beasts in the life and death realm are fierce? Why do I see the great ones all lying flat on the ground? He walked with a cane, continuing, I, Eugen Master, have walked the human realm for 1,000 years, my reputation known far and wide. I never expected to find such fame in the life and death realm. That was old by you, the Eugen Master, a Tao King. He mused to himself, I guess even in a place that terrifies people, I'll soon be the strongest around. He even hummed a tune. How lonely it is to be invincible. Just as he was feeling smug, a bright blue vortex suddenly appeared in the sky of this realm. Old Baiyu was taken aback by this sight. A gigantic hand reached down from it, and below was Chen Zhuan, causing old Baiyu to gasp and shout, what the? Shocked by what was unfolding before him, an old man with white hair and a pair of golden horns seemed unable to stand, collapsing to his knees on the ground. His body trembled, brows furrowed, and he could no longer find the words to speak. Deep down, he thought, what on earth is that? 1,000 questions swirled in his mind, as he found himself surrounded by countless magical beasts. Why did I suddenly kneel down? Meanwhile, in another place, a strange aura of spiritual energy appeared in the sky. Inside that aura, Chen Zhuan was floating in a boat high above the vast sky, asking, System, I'm picking up a sect. I want to greet the descendants of the sect. That doesn't count as making a move, right? The system replied hesitantly, no, it doesn't count. After getting the system's approval, he opened his eyes, which shone brightly like the halo of a saint, and replied in a deep, melodic voice, all right then. Below, the sounds of various energies clashing echoed continuously. Inside the barrier, both sides were exhausted, with only a handful of people left to fight back. Xiao Xiaozu, now covered in wounds, exclaimed, I can't believe I, a demon slayer, am about to die at the hands of the demon race. Xiao Longshu, looking frustrated, shouted, what bad luck, what bad luck, what bad luck. Luo Qingcheng could barely stand, dark lightning clinging to her. She struggled to rise, filled with regret, Elder, I'm sorry. Frowning, her eyes filled with sorrow, she called out to Chen Zhuan from the depths of her heart, Elder. Suddenly, a strange vortex appeared in the sky, splitting the heavens, with lightning striking down continuously. A voice echoed from within the whirlwind, Hi, my juniors, greetings to you all. Instantly, Luo Qingcheng recognized that voice. She looked up at the vast sky, unable to hide her surprise, and the Xiao siblings quickly followed suit. The origin demon was also taken aback, turning to look at the sky where the spatial vortex was occurring. A multicolored hand emerged from the vortex, surrounded by glowing auras of spiritual energy, revealing the silhouette of a tall man. It was none other than Chen Zhuan, waving at everyone, long time no see. I am your beloved elder, Chen Zhuan. How have you all been? Black Thunder Nyo Man could hardly believe his ears, stammering, what is this? Luo Qingcheng immediately sat up, calling out to him, Elder, Elder. The origin demon stayed silent, slowly observing and assessing Chen Zhuan. This guy, without any external help, was able to unleash the power of the laws of heaven and earth. He was a true powerhouse of the Tao sovereign level. He was furious, his heart burning with rage, feeling threatened by Chen. How could this be? Wasn't this supposed to be a desolate land where Tao sovereigns could reign supreme? Why was there a Tao sovereign here? Plus, he was calling himself the ancestor of the Wangxian sect. Standing before him was a young dude with a dazzlingly handsome appearance. Suddenly remembering his purpose for being here, Chen Zhuan raised his finger to signal the younger generation, speaking in a gentle tone. Right, the ancestor just came to say hi. Definitely not to save you guys, the origin demon wondered, not here to save them. Hearing those words from a superior, he breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense. For a powerhouse of this caliber, even if they saw their juniors getting killed, they wouldn't intervene. Life and death were just part of the laws of heaven and earth, and these powerful beings had long seen through the cycle of life and death, not caring to get involved. Suddenly, Chen raised his hand with a bright smile on his face, announcing to his juniors, oh, right, the ancestor's way of greeting is a handshake, so the ancestor will shake hands with you all. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive hand came crashing down like a storm. Chen Zhuan didn't even realize the danger in his greeting, and was still reminding his juniors in an adorable tone to remember to shout the handshake slogan with him. At that moment, the origin demon was truly at a loss. He was utterly terrified, a whirlwind of questions swirling in his mind. Wait, why is it coming towards me? The origin demon gritted his teeth, anger boiling within him. Why? I've endured for 1,000 years to seize the body of the divine sword sex leader, endured for 100,000 years to refine the soul-devouring pearl. I've always acted humbly. How did I end up facing this kind of powerhouse? Is heaven determined to wipe out my demon race? No, I can't die here. He shouted loudly, I must fight. Immediately, he summoned his strongest technique, unleashing the full power of his demon bloodline. The origin demon exhaled a massive flame, dark red like blood. Those flames gradually turned purple, enveloping his body. This was the full activation of the soul-devouring pearl, because even a Tao sovereign is still human. And every Tao sovereign has weaknesses. It's not impossible to defeat them. In his hands, power began to gather, forming a type of weapon, fully activating the innate sword combat form. He reassured himself, besides, after all, I am. The true demon clan is just one step away from reaching the pinnacle of power. The origin demon has evolved into its ultimate form, with flowing white hair and a pair of devilish horns. In his hand, he wields a long sword filled with dark energy, surrounded by an enormous amount of demonic aura, showcasing the full power of the origin demon. Chen Zhuan smirks, reading the chant, "Ha, everybody, give me 5. As soon as he finishes the chant, he points and commands the origin demon, his hand shooting forward like a rocket at maximum speed. The origin demon seems oblivious to the terrifying opponent he's facing, confidently boasting, "Ha, come at me. I'm in peak condition, the existence of Ding Feng on this continent. Even if the heavens come, they can't kill me. I am invincible." Without making the origin demon wait, he delivers a slap like that of the goddess of mercy, distorting the demon's face into an extremely ugly sight. The impact leaves one side of the origin demon's face all messed up, his head squished like a deflated balloon, mouth agape, teeth and lips all jumbled, his tongue almost falling out. He takes the full force of Chen Yuan's strike and gets sent flying. With just one move, he sends the demon soaring thousands of miles away, causing explosions to erupt throughout the mountains and forests, rocks flying everywhere. A chaotic scene. The destructive power of the pinnacle of power is truly terrifying. Zhuanqian has been in seclusion for 100,000 years, and after taking such a hit, he's left stunned, trembling and stuttering. It seems everyone has forgotten a few things. The origin demon's body begins to blend with the dust, and he stutters his final words, "I won't accept this." If you were to flip through the history books from 100,000 years ago in the primordial continent, just seconds later, the origin demon would no longer exist in this world. His body turned to ash. You would see on every page of history, it's written in bold letters, "Zhuanqian the strongest." A cloud of dust from the catastrophic clash spreads to where the onlookers stand, forcing them to cover their eyes. But if you don't believe in the history of Chen Zhuan, then delve into the tales from that time, and you'll see the orb created by the matrix swelling up. Thud, thud, the orb cracks into countless fragments. You'll discover in the cracks of this historical narrative, that in the history of Zhuanqian the Invincible, it only writes two matching words, and Chen Zhuan smiles. The smile of a savior, after using one move to eliminate the last of the demon clan. Known as the Short Cave, a long and massive rock wall was formed after that shock, the dust still lingering, the echoes of the battle still too heavy, not just etched in the natural world but also in the minds of those who witnessed it firsthand. Everything turned out just as he hoped. He turned around, faced his juniors, and said goodbye. "Yo, I wanted to say hi and now I'm done." Chen Zhuan stepped onto the cloud and soared into the sky, calling down, "From now on you all need to study hard, make progress every day, the old ancestor is leaving, bye-bye." The two siblings from the Xiao family couldn't hide their shock. Xiao Xiaozu clutched her injured arm and stammered, who was that powerful figure?" Xiao Longshu immediately chimed in. "Even our Haoyu kingdom would be like ants in front of such a powerhouse." Suddenly, a voice from behind them answered all their swirling questions. "You guys, that was the first ancestor from 100,000 years ago of our Wangxian sect." Luo Qingcheng ordered the juniors to chant the slogan, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and respond to the ancestor's greeting." They all shouted in unison. "Give me 5, give me 5, give me 5, oh yeah." The two Xiao siblings were left speechless by what was happening in front of them. Xiao Longshu's face turned pale. He said, "That powerful figure is the ancestor of this San Liu sect." "No, the super mega sect, we need to make nice with them." Xiao Xiaozu stammered in response, right, but our attitude before was so bad." They huddled together, whispering. He suggested, "How about we offer a little gift to make up for it?" She agreed, "I can see that." As soon as he finished speaking, the two siblings put their plan into action. She called out to Luo Qingcheng from behind, "Senior." With a respectful attitude towards their superior, The Xiao siblings bowed their heads and presented a gift box to her. He said, although the soul-devouring pearl is lost, we still have a national treasure, called the star map. Xiao Xiaozu added, we hope you accept this as a token of gratitude for saving our lives. She was very surprised by their change in behavior. She quickly declined, the star map, that's a treasure map marking the locations of lost powerhouses. Such a big gift I can't accept. Rejected, their faces darkened, they exchanged glances, telepathically understanding, she must think little of us. They immediately bowed down, pleading for her to accept this gift. Senior, if you don't take it, we'll stay here with you forever. Yes, we'll keep bowing endlessly. Shocked by their sincerity, Luo Qingcheng had no choice but to accept. All right, I'll take it, you two get up now. Having achieved their goal, they bid farewell to Luo Qingcheng, their faces lighting up with excitement. Great, so senior, we're off now. She smiled back, saying. Sure. But Xiaolong Shu still felt it wasn't enough. Before we go, how about we bow one more time? She was startled by his earnestness. Oh, really, it's not necessary. After they left, she let out a sigh of relief. Turning to the juniors, she smirked and said, HMPH, the elder said to let me handle it, but I still couldn't help but step in. On the steep cliff, the divine sword sect had vanished, leaving behind only a desolate rock face. Just looking at what was left, even a fool could imagine the ferocity of the battle that just took place. With Chen Zhuan's help, she felt a bit self-satisfied. The elder truly loves me to the moon and back. Even the author wants to knock some sense into Luo Qingcheng. No, you're just overthinking it. Luo Qingcheng was overjoyed, bouncing around as she said, all right, disciples. Today, we've won the battle against the divine sword sect. We can't let the elder down. We must train hard. The disciples all raised their fists, showing their determination, cheering loudly. Meanwhile, in another place, a strange vortex appeared in the sky, surrounded by thunder. Suddenly, a purple energy shot down from the center of the vortex. The fierce lightning struck down, shattering the surrounding rocks, and the force from the vortex shot straight into the lake, creating a terrifying scene. The system popped up, successfully helping Luo Qingcheng's juniors deal with the sex crisis, rewarding the host with 10,000 years of power. Chen Zhuan, at the third level of the Dao King realm, had water swirling around him. He responded to the system, if the first trial is complete, where's the next mission? The system replied, the next mission is related to the person who just entered the life and death situation. Please find the clues yourself to unlock the next trial. In front of the system screen was an old man with white hair and golden horns. He asked, oh, so this time you want me to find the clues? Chen Zhuan looked at the system panel, smiling faintly. He was really looking forward to how the juniors would perform this time, hoping they would be as bold and charismatic as my elder. In the midst of the rolling mountains, a river winds its way through, birds are flying, and the air is wrapped in a mystical shade of purple, all happening in a place deep within the primordial continent. Out of nowhere, 3 glaring gold nuggets fell haphazardly onto the table, looking like a chaotic mess. Chen Daonian's eyes widened in disbelief, like, seriously? In a dining hall this big, they only serve 3 measly pieces of pear cake. He angrily pointed at the 3 oddly shaped, hideous pieces of cake that were an insult to the eyes, asking if anyone would treat the current head of the Chen family like this. This stuff was something even my dog wouldn't touch 100,000 years ago. The group of young folks at the next table didn't even bother to pay him any mind, saying, Yo, Chen Daonian, you're at the bottom of the academy, what do you even have to say? Another one chimed in, our academy's talent ranking starts from the top, and you having any spiritual food is already a blessing. Plus, this is a special encouragement treat for students like you. At the bottom. If you don't want it, you might as well feed it to the pigs. His face darkened, arms crossed in disdain, huffing, who do you think you're looking down on? This pathetic excuse for spiritual food. Seriously? He picked up the 3 nuggets disguised as pear cakes and turned to leave, tossing back a comment that made the group behind him choke on their food. He stuck out his tongue and said, "If you don't take advantage of a good deal, you're just being foolish." Nanana. They were genuinely shocked by his audacity, coughing and exclaiming, "Oh my God, he actually took that embarrassing stuff. What a shameless guy." A delicate foot stepped forward, softly saying, "No, you can't eat that." Standing before him was Chen Tai Ni, radiating fiery energy, but when Chen Daonian faced this stunning beauty from Qingcheng, he cluelessly asked, "Who are you? You said it was for me, and now you won't let me eat." She directly offered him a fragrant honey-glazed chicken leg that smelled heavenly. Chen Tai Ni looked at him with a warm expression, saying, "Eat mine, big brother, this is for you." She flashed a heart-melting smile, full of affection, saying, "Tai Ni isn't hungry." The young men behind them burst into laughter, mocking, "Ha ha ha, isn't Chen Tai Ni the top student in our academy? And now her brother has to rely on her for food. Ha ha ha, what a disgrace." Chen Daonian's face darkened, his lips pressed tightly together in anger. Yi Yumo waved his fan in front of his chest, smirking with a sly grin. The top-tier powerhouse was now giving away precious resources to someone who was counting down from the bottom. Isn't that like the master enjoying pickled veggies while the family pig feasts on the good stuff? He acted all high and mighty, like he was above everyone else. Where's the royal treatment in that? Yi Yumo was the second strongest in the Bailu Academy, a first-rate talent, so it's no wonder he felt so cocky. He sneered, telling the useless guy to hurry up and return the resources to Tai Ni. The crowd joined in on the mockery, laughing, right. Clearly, Chen Daonian and Chen Tai Ni both got pointers from the great master. Those guys kept going, saying, "Look, the sisters at the top of the academy, and the brothers at the bottom. This useless guy should just stop eating, ha ha ha. What a waste of resources." Their taunts got harsher, and Chen Daonian couldn't be bothered to explain. He just turned and walked away, leaving Chen Tai Ni in an awkward spot. "Bro, just eat by yourself." "I'm not hungry," he said coldly without looking back. Yumo blocked his path with his fan, clearly fed up with these clowns. This guy wouldn't quit, going on and on, "Hey, useless, you're the head of the Chen family, and you're not even considering making your family submit to the academy." He spread his arms wide, grinning to show off his abundant resources. "Look at how my Yi family submits to the academy, and gets the good stuff, while your top-ranked sister can only nibble on a tiny piece. Don't you feel guilty treating her like that?" The wind was picking up, and she couldn't hold back anymore. She drew her sword, telling Yi Yumo to shut it. He was just doing this for. Chen Daonian quickly interrupted, "Sis, don't fight. We are a big family, we should handle this like gentlemen." His words made Yi Yu burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, everyone, look at him acting all high and mighty like a big family. He thinks the Chen family is still relevant from 10,000 years ago." The crowd joined in, mocking, "Ha ha, delusions of grandeur, huh? Someone get him some meds." Their outrageous behavior really crossed the line. Chen Daonian could take their insults, but once they touched his family, he wouldn't hold back anymore. HMPH. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the poor family. You insult my clan, and don't blame me for serving you a taste of your own medicine. His bold words only amused Yi Yu more. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, Chen young master, so what are you planning to serve me in this gentlemanly manner?" Quick as a flash, he kicked up the wind, zooming straight ahead like he was flying. He shoved a bunch of golden nuggets right into Yumo's face with a gleeful grin, saying, "Here, have a taste of this crap." His teeth and lips were all mixed up, and the taste was seriously terrifying. He let out a strained groan. The bullies were taken aback, totally confused about what just went down. This pear-shaped pastry had a bit of spirit energy, but it stank like dung, hence the name pear cake. No wonder everyone around him was disgusted, pinching their noses at the overwhelming stench. Just a moment ago, he was all about that gentlemanly approach, while Than Nhi was worried sick about her brother. He flashed a wicked smile, his face dark as he said, "HMPH, who plays the gentleman with you uncouth folks? You think I don't know how to play dirty? Mo, I'll take your spirit food." After finishing up, he casually pushed his resources away and bolted, leaving Yu fuming and feeling like he was about to hurl. He was gagging and furious. Coughing out, Chen Dao. The onlookers could only sigh, thinking, wow, he's a real trickster, stealing spirit food like that. Chen Dao Nian was sitting in front of the stone statue, busy gathering his stuff. He was happily packing up, laughing, ha ha. I scored so much spirit food. I'll save some for my sister, her cultivation will definitely improve. But then Chen Dao Nian looked off into the distance and sighed, who would have thought that I, a member of the prestigious Chen family, would end up resorting to tricks to get by. I remember when Elder Ong ruled the world, gathering spirit energy for miles to establish the Bailu Academy. Looking up at the imposing statue of Elder Ong, he continued, the main goal was to allow everyone to cultivate and bring blessings to all beings. Then he glanced at the statue of the new principal, which was even bigger, stealing the spotlight. Chen Dao Nian couldn't help but lament that after the principal left 10 years ago, the academy was completely taken over by the new head. Now, if any family wanted cultivation resources, they had to sign agreements and become part of the academy. Thinking about this, he frowned in frustration, sigh, the new generation of families becoming part of the academy. What a joke. Doesn't that just mean the family name is all for show? A stream of water splashed straight onto the base of the statue. Chen Dao Nian stood before the sign carved into the base of the statue, which read Cultivation Civilization, no unauthorized bathroom breaks. He thought to himself, this is exactly why I refuse to submit. That's why my sister and I are targeted by the academy, only getting the worst resources. What a shame for my sister's talent. Chen Dao Nian reminisced about his childhood, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him. Back then, he was brave enough to show off his talent, like when he unleashed a bolt of electricity. But it barely lasted a second, leading to some kid in the crowd mocking him, laughing out loud. He could only manage a 1-second zap. Useless. Remembering this made Dao Nian feel regretful. But with his narrow innate meridians, he couldn't absorb energy properly, making him a target for their insults. He sighed heavily, shouldering his bag, thinking, if only Elder Ong could help the Chen family like he did 10 years ago. But knowing Elder Ong's personality, he was probably off creating another legendary tale somewhere. Shaking off the gloom, Dao Nian pulled out a business card and said, if our ancestor were still around, he could be as formidable as Elder Ong, dominating the world. He looked at the card left by Chen Zhuan. It featured a worn-out man with messy hair, along with specific details, name, Chen Zhuan. Male, Guozhou ethnicity. Born on April 1, 2000, address, 250 Ta Bao Wang Kiao, 2nd Street, Hoa City. Dao Nian continued, it would be so great if that were the case. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuan sat majestically on his throne, looking down and questioning, how dare you invade my 9 lives and 1 death realm? What do you think should be done with you? Ong Baiyu, brought here, still had the audacity to resist, huffing, what are you going to do about it? You're that floating name in the sky, right? A mystical green light surrounded Mr. Ong, his eyes turned emotionless, exuding an overwhelming aura, neither humble nor arrogant. He spoke, I, Ong Baiyu, dominate the world. A man of integrity. You say I trespassed into your territory. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Hearing someone claim they barged into his territory, Chen Zhuan should have been furious, but instead, he was utterly surprised. Because Mr. Ong was acting like a drama queen, being all tough one moment and then suddenly kneeling and begging for mercy, his face ready to burst into tears. Saying, great power, It's all a misunderstanding. I just didn't know this was your forbidden area. I merely wanted to find a burial site for when my time comes. I didn't mean to seek death on purpose. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuan couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Oh, so you stumbled in here by accident. Well, my ancestor has a question for you." Hearing this, Mr. Ong immediately knelt down and bowed his head, then quickly looked up and replied, "Feel free to ask. Just go ahead and ask." Chen Zhuan rested his chin on his hand and calmly asked, "Have you come across any young talents lately? Like, maybe a declining sect or something, or the Chen family?" Ong Baiyu looked surprised and asked, "The Chen family?" He quickly added, "Oh yes, yes. 10 years ago, I saw 2 promising seeds from the primordial continent's eastern region Chen family. I gave them some pointers. One of the kids had exceptional talent and made rapid progress with just a little guidance." Hearing this, Chen Zhuan frowned. "Oh, rapid progress. Let me check the system. My descendants have always been exceptionally talented. This must be the junior I need to help, right?" Remembering the silly kid he met earlier, Ong Baiyu continued, "But there's also a fool named Chen Daonian, who has a heavenly lightning body." Ong Baiyu went on, "He was born with narrow meridians, and even with all my efforts to guide him, he's just a waste. Oh dear, such a waste, it's really a pity for that lightning body." At that moment, the system displayed a message that left Chen Zhuan speechless. It couldn't be that guy. Not knowing that the powerful figure in front of him was Chen Zhuan, Mr. Ong added, "Also, in my 1,000 years of wandering the world, I've noticed that the women from the Chen family seem pretty decent. But the men from the Chen family, TSK, they really aren't that great, like, really not great at all." Those words hit Chen Zhuan like a thunderbolt, as if he was being told about his own family's shortcomings. And a whirlwind of power began to form behind him. Chen Zhuan stood up in anger and questioned, "Are you saying what you just said is true?" From that swirling power, a massive fist shot out. Seeing the fist getting closer, Ong Baiyu quickly exclaimed, "Oh no, Great One, spare me. What I said is all true. If I dare to lie to you, my uncle will be chopped for selling vegetables. If I drink, I'll have a stroke." Suddenly, the fist opened up, revealing a big pile of crap. That hand grabbed the pile of crap, ready to smash it down on Mr. Ong. Chen Zhuan chimed in, "Hey, old man, what are you doing? I'm Chen, and you're guiding my descendants. I just wanted to invite you to eat some pears, no need to get so worked up." Ong Baiyu was so shocked he was left speechless, thinking, "Oh. You just wanted to invite me to eat pears? Oh man, I thought you were trying to take me out." Chen Zhuan leaned in and said, "Hey old man, what are you doing? I'm Chen, just here to treat you to some pears. No need to get all worked up like that." Old Baiyu knelt on the ground, confused, thinking, "Oh, this guy just wants to treat me to pears. But wait, I feel like he wants to take me out for good." He thought further, who even invites someone to eat pears? This has to be some kind of insult. As he thought this, he took the pear and bit into it, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "But I guess I have to eat it. After all, this guy is way stronger than me." But his expression changed right after that. Just moments ago, he was teary-eyed, and now his eyes were wide open, sparkling like stars, with little hearts in them. A brilliant golden light radiated from him. Wait a minute, this golden light, this feeling, this isn't just a pear. Old Baiyu felt incredibly relaxed, realizing this was the holy medicine he had been searching for 1,000 years. The fruit he just ate was the golden snake fruit, which legend says can extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years. He stared silently at the glowing fruit on the table, thinking, "My lifespan is almost up, and I've searched for 1,000 years without finding even one. And this powerful guy just..." As he devoured the golden snake fruit, he pretended to cry, "Wah wah wah, Great One, I just casually pointed out your descendant. You don't need to go all out to thank me. I really feel bad for eating this. Chen Zhuan looked at him helplessly. Dude, you've already eaten the pit, and you still feel bad. He continued, no worries, I have plenty of these. If I don't eat them, they'll go bad. He pointed to the stacks of golden snake fruit behind him. If you're willing to be my ancestor's subordinate, you can eat as much as you want from now on. Old Baiyu was shocked, his mouth agape. You call this stuff? And there's so much of it. After saying that, he quickly ran over to the guy. Wah wah wah, thank you, great one. I'm willing to be your subordinate. No, I'm willing to be your son. I'm willing to dedicate my life to support you. Chen Zhuan was taken aback by this sudden change, saying, hey, being a subordinate is fine, but being my son. Get outta here. He sighed, looking resigned. Sigh, if it weren't for the system rules preventing me from taking action directly, I definitely wouldn't take this old ugly guy as my little bro. But I need someone to run errands for me. Scene shifts to the Chen family estate, which was in ruins. Chen Daonian shouted, hey, little sister, I'm back. I left the best spirit food for you. He was twirling the red wig in his hand with a smug look, bragging about his latest stunt. And get this, today I totally pulled a fast one on that bald dean while he was napping. I swiped his wig. When he woke up, he didn't even notice and went strutting around. I was dying laughing. Suddenly, he went silent when he spotted the principal standing there in the yard, staring at him with a not-so-friendly expression. In the courtyard, a red-haired man with a completely bald forehead is the principal of the Bailu Academy, Baiyan, and he's trying to hold back his anger. After pulling out a mirror to check out his empty forehead, he just couldn't hold back the laughter. An old servant noticed things were getting out of hand and rushed over to Chen Daonian, snatching off the wig. Oh no, master, what are you saying? Hurry up and give the wig back to the director. He whispered in a panic, then quickly dashed back to place the wig on the director's head. At this point, he finally reacted, pointing right at the guy's face. No way, you bald old man, the dean. Why are you back here again? I've said it 1,000 times already. The Chen family will never bow down to the academy, so why are you still here? Baiyan adjusted her wig and said, you really thought I came to claim your pathetic family legacy? I'm here to talk, and just like that, he paused. Then it continued, specifically about Chen Tai Ni, and that statement hit like a bolt from the blue, leaving Chen Daonian stunned and speechless. Chen Tai Ni whispered behind Baiyan, I'm sorry, then he pulled out a piece of paper. HMPH. Earlier Chen Tai Ni had voluntarily signed the agreement, stating that if he wins against the other challenging forces in the academy competition happening in 10 days, he would. Her eyes were red, but she stayed silent, letting him keep talking. Looks like she's gonna be part of the academy after all. Chen Daonian darkened his face and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her. Don't be too quick to blame her. I promised Chen Tai Ni that only she is needed. After this, your Chen family won't need to become a force of the academy, and can still obtain abundant resources. Baiyan chuckled to himself, thinking about how Chen Tai Ni was once mentored by the legendary Baiyu. Being seen as his successor, it's no surprise that everyone respects the old-timers. He figured if he played the card of being Baiyu's heir to expand his territory, he could score big. Then he flashed a wicked smile at him. Daonian, you see, sacrificing one woman for the happiness of the whole clan is quite the profitable deal, right? Just wait for Chen Tai Ni to pass the academy challenge in 10 days, and your family will score a massive haul of resources. He dashed past Baiyan, ignoring the guy who was still rambling on. Chen Daonian, your sister is sacrificing everything for a useless guy like you, don't be so clueless. Chen Daonian's face darkened with rage, his teeth clenched, and his whole body shook. Noticing her brother's unstable mood, Chen Tai Ni spoke up. What the dean said was just out of anger, don't take it to heart. It's my fault for letting you down. He shouted back, no, he's right. Overwhelmed by anger, Chen Daonian furrowed his brows. My sister sacrifices herself for the good of the family, and here I am, clinging to that ridiculous family pride, refusing to bow down and pushing her to this point. He declared, I'm the one who owes you, then turned and ran off, but not before reminding her, save some spirit food for me, you eat first. Chen Tai and I watched his retreating figure, unsure of what to do, only able to call out, brother. Suddenly, a small hole appeared in the sky, and from it, numerous lightning bolts struck the stone statue of old Baiyu. On the altar, a whole roasted pig emitted a mouth-watering aroma, surrounded by various dishes and fruits, along with a mysterious card placed right in the center. Chen Daonian bowed respectfully, Old Ancestor, you once said that if the family is in danger, we can seek help. He clasped his hands in front of his chest sincerely. Now, as an ungrateful descendant, the family business is on the brink of collapse, and my sister is about to be lost too. I hope you can help us like you did before. Amidst the green lightning, the system chimed in, ding, trial 2 to the next continent has begun. An image of Chen Daonian standing before the statue of old Baiyu appeared, and the system displayed, objective, help the descendant Chen Daonian revive the family. Condition, the host cannot intervene directly, let the descendant complete it on their own. Chen Zhuan chuckled to himself, ha ha, old man, your first job is here. Chen Daonian pleaded, Old Ancestor, please help me. He kept his hands clasped and eyes shut, making a promise, if you help me, I'll offer you tributes every day. Just let me know what you want to eat in your dreams, and I'll make sure to treat you. The card on the altar suddenly glowed brightly, displaying the name Chen Zhuan, male, Guozhou ethnicity, born on April 1, 2000, landowner number 250, seeking the second immortal path to blossom. The light from the card was so dazzling that Chen Daonian had to shield his eyes to see. Once he could see clearly, he noticed the card was radiating countless sparkling lights, and his eyes lit up with joy as he wondered, could it be that the old ancestor is showing signs? A massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky with incredible force. The lightning struck Chen Daonian directly, making him scream in pain. A voice echoed, no, it's just lightning, don't stay outside in the rain. Chen Daonian felt like his head was a bowl of dark, steaming noodles, furious, seriously, didn't they say to find someone useful in a crisis? I'm just getting struck by lightning here. He cursed angrily, damn it, isn't the old ancestor responsible for messing with me? He was still munching on a whole roasted leg while unbuckling his belt with one hand. He yelled, I'm gonna sneakily eat your offerings, and right after that, a stream of waste shot out from Chen Daonian. While he was letting it all out, a golden light appeared, along with Mr. Baiyu, who was kneeling and banging his head on the ground, saying, yes, I will definitely bring the descendant here. And he was lucky enough to catch that stream of essence. Feeling the liquid fall on his head, he wondered, whoa, where am I being teleported to, why is it raining? Chen Daonian looked down and saw Mr. Baiyu with a super confused expression. Mr. Baiyu looked up and realized the rain he thought was waste from Chen Daonian, which made him furious. Once his brain started working again, Chen Daonian was shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. Oh my, you're Mr. Baiyu, the senior, and the guy in front was fuming, saying, hey, it's you, kid. He tried to hold back his anger, wiping his forehead that just got splashed with essence, gritting his teeth, well, you must be the descendant of the old ancestor Chen Zhuan, right? Chen Daonian hugged his leg, crying tears of joy, wow, senior, you came back to manage the academy, he thought to himself, the old ancestor really is showing his power. Mr. Baiyu squeezed his shoulder tightly and replied, no, I'm not dealing with academy stuff anymore, which left Chen Daonian wide-eyed in shock. Then he used his power to toss the dazed Chen Daonian like a ball and continued, I'm here to take you to meet the old ancestor. Mr. Baiyu shot off, the two of them flying faster than a rocket in the sky, Chen Daonian's face getting all distorted by the wind. He was scared, tears and snot flying everywhere. Is this how we are going? Chen Daonian complained, Mr. Baiyu is so petty, and the guy being called petty was furious. The next day, they stopped in front of the 9 Suns One Life realm, and he said, "We've arrived, your ancestor is up ahead," and Chen Daonian weakly replied while still feeling queasy. Okay. After regaining his composure, Chen Daonian looked up to observe. Unable to contain his astonishment at the scene inside, he quickly asked, "Wow, is the ancestor really living in here?" He thought to himself, "Is this the palace of the esteemed Baiyu? It's huge." Baiyu pointed ahead and said, "Yep, your ancestor is over there." Chen Daonian, standing behind, was super excited. "Right." He exclaimed, "I can't believe the ancestor is still alive and can even serve the esteemed elder. The ancestor is really something." In the room, Chen Zhuan looked disheveled, with messy hair and beard, lying against a massive pile of trash. He was sprawled out, drooling in his sleep, snoring loudly. Chen Daonian's heart sank completely at this sight, wondering, "Oh man, is that really our Chen family ancestor? Sleeping in a pile of trash? Is he guarding the esteemed elder? This feels so lowly." He looked up at the gigantic trash heap behind Chen Zhuan, swarming with flies. A bird slowly poked its head out of the trash to see what was happening outside. Its eyes turned red with anger as it stared at Chen Daonian, who was also shocked to see the bird, thinking, "Oh no, is that the legendary Tsuyuming bird?" Sweat was pouring down his face as he thought, "Oh no, how could the ancestor dare to sleep on it? Thank goodness the esteemed elder is here." His train of thought was interrupted as he shouted, "Oh no, my ancestor is about to be killed. Esteemed elder, please take care of that bird." Baiyu suddenly knelt down, leaving Chen Daonian questioning life, thinking, "Why is the esteemed elder kneeling? Could it be that he's scared too?" Chen Daonian rushed to help Baiyu up, but he hesitated and said, "The master has summoned you." The Tsuyuming bird looked at him kindly and said, "Little guy, I brought the junior here." Chen Zhuan, who was usually respected, was still lazily asleep, propped up on his hand. Baiyu chimed in, "Yes, the little one is fortunate not to disgrace the order." At this point, Chen Daonian's mind was filled with question marks, thinking, "What is the esteemed elder doing? Why is he kneeling before my ancestor?" His mind was still racing with many unanswered questions. The Tsuyuming bird can talk. And they all call my ancestor master. Could it be? Just then, Chen Zhuan woke up, blinked, and said with a smile, "All right, you all can step back for now." Both the Tsuyuming Tsu and Ong Baiyu bowed their heads in unison, saying, "Yes, master." Chen Daonian was shocked by this scene, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, the ancestor really is their master." Suddenly, something zipped past him like a lightning bolt, and while he was still in shock, he stammered, "No, no way, the ancestor is the master of the senior and Tsuyuming Tsu. Am I dreaming?" It turned out to be Luo Qingcheng, soaring through the air with a cow in her arms, cheerfully shouting, "Ancestor, Xiao Luo is here to visit you." Luo Qingcheng completely ignored Chen Daonian, who was standing there dumbfounded, and zoomed over to Chen Zhuan, bumping into him with a thud that left him dazed and spitting blood. She practically flew onto Chen Zhuan, pressing her big spirit into his face, happily saying, "Thanks to you, my friend, the Divine Body Emperor and Black Senior. When our sect was in danger, now my sect is being rebuilt because of you." Caught off guard by her sudden closeness, he calmly replied, This face wash has a bit of a smell." He then sighed in relief and told her, "Phew, Xiaoluo, I still have things to do, go cook first." She obediently agreed, and Chen Daonian was left stunned, thinking, "Oh my gosh, I can't be seeing this wrong. This woman has such a pure spirit, and that Black Thunder Cow Man mutation. She even said it was granted by the ancestor." He started fantasizing about how he might also get a big boost, realizing how generous the ancestor must be. If this woman, not even from the Chen family, received so many gifts from the ancestor, what about someone like him, who shares blood? He was still daydreaming about all the goodies he was about to receive. Suddenly, Chen Daonian raised his hand to the sky. Then he lowered his hands in a graceful, noble salute to Chen Zhuan, though his face still showed a hint of greed, saying, "O great ancestor, please accept a bow from your descendant." Chen Hao Qian. Chen Zhuan glanced at him and said, "Oh, so you're the junior seeking my help." Chen Daonian kept his hand on his chest and replied, "Yes, because my family is in decline and facing danger, I came to find you." But inside, he was thinking, if you could just casually give me a level-up beast, all my problems would be solved. He thought he was about to hit the jackpot, feeling incredibly happy. I'm gonna be rich, gonna be rich. Little did he know, Chen Zhuan had already seen through his thoughts. He conjured a power orb and said, "TSK, your family business is in such bad shape, and you still want gifts." And just flicked a finger straight at Chen Daonian while saying, "Time for a little punishment." A flash of light zipped toward Chen Daonian, leaving him totally stunned. The move quickly pierced through him, and a bunch of lights hit Chen Daonian, making him completely confused, like, what the heck is going on? Chen Daonian coughed up blood and dropped to one knee, asking, "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Chen Zhuan, clearly annoyed, snapped back, "And you have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing? For a failure like you in the family business." Sitting on some shiny armor, he continued, "I'm just stripping you of your cultivation and transformation." You say such hurtful things so calmly. Hearing this, Chen Daonian panicked, "Grandpa, why would you do this? If I had a battle form and cultivation, I could still be called a loser, but what am I now?" Chen Zhuan looked at him coldly and lectured, "Hold on, your punishment isn't over yet." After saying that, a massive alchemy furnace appeared next to Chen Daonian, making him freak out. Chen Zhuan, while engrossed in a book, said, "I've been reading some books lately, and I'm really into alchemy right now. So, you're stuck here as my alchemy assistant for about 10 days to half a month. No chance of leaving." Chen Daonian protested, No, Grandpa, if you make me stay here for 10 days, I won't make it to my sister's martial arts competition. I have to go." Inside, he was screaming, "What the heck is going on? Is he really my grandpa?" Chen Zhuan's gaze was like fire shooting out. His expression looked like he was ready to devour Daonian, and his voice was filled with menace, "You don't get to refuse. From now on, my pressure will follow you like a shadow. Either you do a good job with alchemy and I let you go, or something worse awaits you." Hearing this, Chen Daonian froze in fear. Chen Zhuan emphasized, "Only death awaits you. Even though I look a bit scruffy, the pressure I give off is no joke," making Chen Daonian collapse to the ground. Chen Daonian thought angrily, "Is this really my grandpa? How can he be so ruthless to his own family? There's no benefit in this, and I feel like I'm about to lose a friend too." 3 days later, the competition for Chen Tai Ni began, and the announcer shouted, "First match, Chen Tai Ni advances." She replied sternly to her defeated opponent, saying that she would let him off this time. The guy was clearly struggling, drool pooling on the ground, his mouth barely managing to form a few words. "Ooh." The disciples below were cheering, "Wow, amazing. Chen Tai Ni, with no resources, can still take down those pampered ones. This cultivation genius is really strong." As she listened to their chants of Chen Tai Ni, she couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated about something else. She sighed, thinking, ever since I decided to join the academy, he's gone missing. Is he still mad at me?" Bai Nian watched her outstanding performance from above, nodding in approval. He thought, once the competition is over, he'd package Chen Tai Ni as his direct disciple. And then he could use her reputation to expand his influence. It was a sure win. Meanwhile, Chen Daonian was busy gathering firewood, the smoke making him cough uncontrollably, cough. He sat down low to catch his breath, thinking, this fire could burn all night, huh? The production team's fire isn't this exhausting. Time to sleep. Just as he was about to doze off, someone behind him shouted, "Get up." The harsh voice startled Chen Daonian awake. Chen Zhuan scolded him loudly, "Oh, I forgot to mention, not only have you lost your combat form and cultivation, but you can't even rest or eat now. His gaze turned intimidating, a fierce warning in his eyes as he told Chen Daonian to keep gathering firewood. The kid was scared of the towering figure, but still mustered the courage to ask. What? No food or rest? His fists clenched uselessly, trying to act tough despite thinking, is this guy even human? 7 days later, on the final day of Chen Tai Ni's competition, the announcer excitedly informed the audience, wow, Chen Tai Ni has defeated the affiliated forces of the Zhu Family Academy. If she beats one more opponent, she'll become the strongest cultivator of this generation, no doubt a disciple once guided by a legendary master. The matches rolled on, and the final battle was upon them. The announcer called out, let's welcome the last contestant to the stage. Yiyumo pointed at his opponent, wanting to make a grand introduction, Chen Tai Ni. I didn't expect you to willingly join the academy. You're smarter than that useless brother of yours. Chen Tai Ni, provoked by the insult towards her family, felt a surge of determination, and replied fiercely, HMPH, just wait until I defeat you, and get the best resources for him. Then he'll definitely prove he's a genius. Yiyumo laughed mockingly, oh, does he still need to prove himself? A useless person who consumes so many resources is still just a useless person, right? You'd be better off raising pigs with those resources than him. Chen Tai Ni refused to back down, she teamed up to attack, cursing, you bastard, shut up. With that, she wielded her sword, unleashing the white deer sword technique, summoning the spirit of the legendary deer to support her. The crowd below gasped in amazement, wow, a spirit beast, the spirit of the white deer. That legendary senior once dominated the world with this very sword technique he created. Who knew Chen Tai Ni knew this too? Yiyumo is really in trouble now. Bai Nian chuckled at the spectacle, ha, Yiyumo, why did you provoke her? You've never faced her straight on in all these years. Down in the arena, Chen Tai Ni lunged forward, sword aimed at him, demanding an apology. Yiyumo wasn't fazed at all, he even flashed a dangerous smile and countered, ha, do you really think you're worthy? Suddenly, another version of him charged in and punched Chen Tai Ni right in the gut, catching her completely off guard. She stumbled back, a wave of discomfort hitting her, making it hard to breathe. Chen Tai Ni coughed a few times, struggling. Everyone watching was stunned, unable to believe she was taken down so easily. Bai Nian jumped up from his seat, shocked by what he was witnessing. Wait, what was that? His eyes widened as he tried to make sense of it. Wasn't that the rare battle form that the legendary senior left at the academy? He glanced over at Yitsumak, noticing another person who matched his appearance, expression, and aura. Could this be the Twin World War? The audience was still in disbelief, shouting, what? Chen Tai Ni lost. And there are two Yitsumaks. Am I seeing things? The real Yitsumak stood there, pointing and laughing at her. Ha ha, Chen Tai Ni. I'm using your own guy to answer you now. It's true what they say, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the poor youth. Bai Nian stepped in, trying to make sense of it. Yitsumak, where did you get the Twin World War? It not only boosts the host's abilities, but also gives them 2 lives. That's something the legendary senior reserved for the fated ones. Where did you get it? Both Yitsumaks burst into laughter, speaking in unison, ha ha, we got the Twin World War because of Chen Daonian. That statement left everyone in the stands completely baffled. The spectators were all wide-eyed and slack-jawed, completely stunned. Yiyumo quickly folded his paper fan and brought it up to his mouth. He absent-mindedly gazed into the distance and said, if it weren't for that day when he fed me that weird fruit, I wouldn't have ended up so exhausted from running to the bathroom that I collapsed in the academy's restroom. He recounted the story, remembering vividly that if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have stumbled upon the Twin World War that the senior left behind in the restroom. The listeners felt nothing but disgust, like, seriously, the battle relic left in the restroom by that senior. That's just plain gross, Bai Nian also felt nauseous, covering his mouth to suppress the urge to gag, thinking to himself, no wonder I couldn't find it anywhere in the academy, Yi Yumo's other self quickly flew over and grabbed Chen Tai Ni by the throat, sneering, HMPF, Chen Tai Ni, we are not done with that food incident yet. The grip tightened, lifting her to a precarious height. Yi Zimo saw her struggling and gasping for air, and with a mocking tone, he said, I was planning to settle the score with him. But he seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. How about you kneel and apologize for him instead? Chen Tai Ni's left cheek was swollen and red, her whole body in pain and struggling to breathe, but her spirit remained strong. Gritting her teeth, she said, you wish, my brother will make sure you pay for that battle relic, you still want an apology, HMPF. Immediately, she received another slap to her right cheek, both of Yi Yumo's selves teaming up to torment her, and Chen Tai Ni let out a pained whimper. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her face contorted in sorrow, and she heard him boast, you still think you're the top of the academy, huh? You think you can act tough in front of me? Yi Yumo gleefully said, now that I have the Twin World War, if you won't kneel, then I'll make you. His hand swung violently again, the force and speed were nothing short of brutal. The Twin World War struck simultaneously, landing powerful blows on Chen Tai Ni's face, and she took the full force of both attacks. The audience in the stands gasped in shock, wow, this Yi Yumo is really something, if Chen Tai Ni can't fight back, he should just stop. Someone called out, Dean, this isn't a fair match, it's clearly personal revenge. Another added, Chen Tai Ni has lost the ability to fight, the match should be stopped. Bai Nian observed the situation for a moment before calling out, Yumo. He unexpectedly became wildly enthusiastic, his voice rising in a strange, eerie cheer for those below, keep going, even if you kill Chen Tai Ni. I'll take the blame for the consequences. The folks who just wanted to spare Chen Tai Ni are now totally speechless in shock. Bai Nian wore an extremely dangerous expression, thinking to himself, now Yi Yumo has the Twin World War left by his predecessor, way stronger than Chen Tai Ni, who got some pointers. If he takes him on as his representative, his territory could definitely expand several times. He burst out laughing, Chen Tai Ni, look, the dean said it's fine to kill you, and the crowd outside the arena is screaming, how annoying, is the dean covering for Yi Yumo? Usually, they don't allow lethal duels, they are really bullying the Chen family. Yi Yumo ignored the outside noise, still scrutinizing the lifeless Chen Tai Ni, joking that killing her would be too easy. He had thought of a more interesting punishment than just killing her. His eyes narrowed with malice as he wondered, isn't her head filled with that useless brother of hers? He decided, well, I'll help her out. He looked down at Chen Tai Ni's slender legs, half hidden in her flowing dress. A second later, Yi Yumo kicked her right in the thigh, the bone cracking audibly, the reaction so real it haunted everyone watching. Chen Tai Ni screamed in pain, Back at Chen Dao Nian's furnace, he was still diligently feeding wood to keep the fire going. Once he finished, he let out a sigh of relief, phew, enduring the pressure, he had been burning for days without a break, when would he finally be let go? The jade seal on his necklace suddenly glowed unusually bright. It buzzed with an alert, warning that Chen Tai Ni had been crippled by Yi Yumo, and was now gasping for breath, urging the family head to return quickly. Chen Dao Nian panicked upon hearing this. Sis, my little sister is in danger. He quickly reported to Chen Zhuan, who was far away, Elder, my sister's life is in danger, I need to go back, please let me go. His brother casually replied, no. Wait a little longer, the elixir is almost done. Chen Dao Nian grew frustrated and retorted, almost done. I've told you so many times, but you always say it's almost done. The man next to Chen Zhuan gently explained, normally, the elder has lived for 200,000 years, so a year or two is nothing to him, it's always almost done. Luo Qingcheng chimed in from the other side, exactly. Chen Dao Nian glared at them, annoyed as they relaxed and soaked up the sun, gritting his teeth, thinking, my sister is about to die, and you guys are just here making it harder for me. I bet he's just looking for an excuse to kill her. You walked up behind them, cleared your throat, and said, come on then, Chen Zhuan, you dog. If you want to chop me up or kill me, just go for it. The two guys, Chen Zhuan and his buddy, didn't react at all. Chen Daonian's attitude got super serious. He knew he was a loser, and he knew his family business was in deep trouble, but he had tried his best. His energy surged as he yelled at Chen Zhuan, my family is about to get wiped out, and you still want to keep me locked up here. I'm risking everything to protect my clan. And behind me, the old ancestor is playing favorites with you. Bai Yu and Luo Qingcheng chimed in, hey, kid, what do you think you're doing? Chen Daonian was about to explode with anger. His eyes sparked with lightning as he shouted, HMPH. Instead of being stuck here watching my sister die, I might as well try to take you down. Even if I know I can't win. But at least I can go out like a man. He charged straight at Chen Zhuan, who was lounging around without a care in the world. Chen Daonian didn't even realize his body was unconsciously unleashing lightning energy. Suddenly, a crackling sound made him stop in his tracks. He vaguely sensed something was off about himself. He looked at the lightning energy swirling around him in shock. Wait, my innate lightning body, how did it come back? Luo Qingcheng came over and scolded him, Daonian, how dare you disrespect the old ancestor, and say he wants to harm you? You should check out what's happening with your body. Chen Daonian closed his eyes to feel it. Wait, my meridians used to be so narrow, but now they are wide open. And didn't my cultivation get wrecked? His whole body reacted with a transformation. The innate lightning energy surrounded him, suppressing him into a stream of ethereal energy. A crown-like aura faintly appeared above his head. And his lower body was wrapped in a layer of refined lightning energy. He was shocked to realize, wait, I've broken through to the spirit transformation stage. Bai Yu said to him, HMPH, the old ancestor is doing this for your own good, and you still dare to insult him. Luo Qingcheng added, do you really think the old ancestor wanted to kill you these past few days? After that, Bai Yu recounted the past, explaining that the old ancestor was just sealing your battle power. He went on to say that your cultivation was actually sealed. And the reason he kept releasing pressure was to control your speed. And he didn't let you rest because he was sealing your stamina. Bai Yu pointed at him, emphasizing that all of this was to grant you a new battle form. The alchemy furnace suddenly had a change, the lid popped open, and a fragrant battle spirit emerged. As the battle spirit revealed itself, it shot out of the furnace, eager to find its master. In an instant, it locked onto its target and zoomed straight over. The battle spirit wrapped around Chen Daonian, releasing celestial energy that left him stunned, like, whoa, what is this? He relaxed, letting it absorb into him, thinking this is one of the legendary ancient battle spirits, the Four Winds battle spirit. The battle spirit's dragon robe settled onto him, and Chen Daonian felt a rush of joy, realizing his power seemed to be boosted by this spirit. He reflected on his past, wondering if the elder really had his best interests at heart, but why did he have to treat him like that before? Bai Yu chimed in, huffing, that's because the Four Winds battle spirit is a superior divine body with complex requirements. It needs to seal 4 types of power from the host and trigger their rage to guide it, which is why the elder kept provoking you. Your anger reached its peak, allowing the spirit to be formed. He added, actually, before you arrived, the elder specifically chose a battle spirit for you, deliberating all night. To unlock the Four Winds battle spirit, one must sacrifice their life essence, and the elder sacrificed 1,000 years of his vitality for you, which is why he looks so worn out now. The battle spirits that Chen Zhuan had been obsessing over ended up being worthless junk. Luo Qingcheng added a few words, saying the elder didn't even care about me as much, I'm jealous. Do you still think the elder is too harsh on you? Chen Daonian finally realized, So that pile of junk was actually the battle spirits chosen for me. Why didn't the elder just tell me straight up? Why act like he wanted to kill me? Luo Qingcheng leaned in and whispered, "Sigh, the elder has this weird habit. Whenever he wants to give us something good, he always beats around the bush." By you mimicked Xiao Luo. Saying, right? He wouldn't just say it outright. The master is really proud, tsk. Chen Daonian was left speechless, like, oh, really? The group was buzzing with excitement, chatting away. Chen Zhuan, listening from a distance, found it annoying and thought, seriously, what do you mean I'm proud? It's just that the system doesn't let me be direct, so I have to beat around the bush, okay? The system popped up, scolding him, so for the past few days, you've been pretending to want to punish Chen Daonian, but really, you've just been giving him benefits. He quickly denied it and turned away, secretly chuckling, ha ha ha, either way, I didn't directly intervene. The system, witnessing this, was left speechless, managing to utter just one word, you. Suddenly, someone knelt down on the tiled floor. Chen Daonian knelt straight behind Chen Zhuan, boldly declaring, "Thank you for the grace bestowed by the Ancestor. I, the unfilial junior, have offended the Ancestor earlier. Please punish me." Chen Zhuan waved his hand dismissively, sighing, don't say that. I didn't give you anything, and this kneeling is totally unnecessary. Chen Daonian laughed, insisting, no, this kneeling is not wrong. He felt that Chen Zhuan's way of dealing with people was very similar to his pure-hearted father-in-law. When he was a kid, that man once said, if you want to practice, you can't be too full. It's worth fainting from hunger. Just eat. So, he said, thank you, you're just like my dad, and by the time he finished, tears were welling up in his eyes, overflowing. Chen Zhuan looked at him, saying nothing. He sighed, half-jokingly comforting the young man, why are you crying? A man shouldn't shed tears so easily. It's not like you're some weakling. There's plenty more from the Ancestor. Suddenly, he switched to a dramatic tone, crying and lamenting, oh, the Ancestor gifted you a divine artifact. If you face life and death danger, you can use it to save your life. He presented the item, solemnly wiping away tears while saying, oh, poor child without a father. The more he cried, the more intense it got. Chen Zhuan hugged Chen Daonian, exclaiming, wah, the Ancestor knows someone is bullying your sister, but for some reason he can't intervene. You must go back and take them down for me. He sobbed loudly, and Chen Daonian awkwardly returned the embrace, saying, wah, don't worry. Ancestor. I'll take care of them. Luo Qingcheng watched them and commented, aren't men supposed to be tough and not cry easily? After a while, the wind blew gently, and someone was granted permission to go out and do the right thing. Chen Daonian left, not forgetting to say goodbye to his second dad. Well, Ancestor, I'm off now. Chen Zhuan stood there, crying like a lovesick fool, waving a handkerchief to send him off. Wah, goodbye. Mr. Baiyu, standing behind, sighed, ha ha, this kid has a warrior spirit, his future is limitless. Luo Qingcheng chimed in, true, but too bad he's not as handsome as the Ancestor. Suddenly, Chen Zhuan had an epiphany. He tried to check the system screen, thinking to himself, wait a minute, I accidentally gave the divine artifact to Daonian earlier. But why didn't the system stop me? Is it bugged or something? Scene shifts back to the Chen family. Chen Tai was seriously injured on his right thigh, sprawled out on the floor inside the house, while Yu Mo was acting all tough and bullying him. He shouted, hey, Chen family, listen up. I've crippled Chen Tai-Ni's cultivation, and now that he's out of the picture, the Chen family has no value to the academy anymore. Yu Mo held the agreement as a threat to the Chen family, saying, I suggest you all surrender to the academy quickly, or else, as the representative of the elder, I will expel your family. A representative from the Chen family stepped forward and said, sorry, our family head abandoned the clan a while back. The guy replied, HMPH, fine. The man grabbed the agreement, and his eyes turned dangerous as he thought, ha ha, I was actually planning to surrender to the academy all along. If I act positively now, the benefits I'll get after surrendering will definitely be the greatest. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar, ha, elder, I've only been away for a few days. The guy who was caught off guard turned to see where the voice came from. Lightning energy surged as Chen Daonian charged in, shouting, you dared to make decisions for me. The honest young man landed a punch on the guy's cheek, causing him to spit out blood. Right after that, he rushed right in front of them. The lightning aura surrounding Chen Daonian gave him a majestic presence, making him look like a truly outstanding young man. The servants in the family cheered with joy, hey, the family head is back. Yiyumo arrogantly waved the agreement and said, oh, the useless one is back. Elder, what you're doing is just following the trend. I suggest you sign it quickly. Or else I'll have to act as the representative of the elder. Chen Daonian didn't say a word, and unleashed a powerful lightning strike from his arm straight at Yiyumo. Yiyumo quickly reacted and managed to break the lightning strike with a forceful move. Chen Daonian said seriously, shut up. You want me to surrender to the forces that harmed my sister? Dream on. He boldly challenged, Yiyumo, do you dare to a life-and-death duel with me? If I win, I'll kill you. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with my entire family. The elder, feeling implicated, protested, what? You want us all to die together? The family head absolutely cannot. Chen Daonian cleared his throat and shouted, shut up. Then he pressed the guy's head down into the ground with his foot, driving it in a few inches, completely silencing the person beneath him, who could only let out a brief scream before going quiet. For good. Yiyumo was amused by this display from the guy, laughing and saying, ha ha, this is really entertaining. He lightly waved the fan in his hand, the smile still on his face, saying he could openly wipe out your whole family, and he wouldn't even mind. Chen Daonian, filled with determination, huffed, well then, see you in the arena tomorrow. The Grand Elder, realizing the situation was hopeless, could only lament in despair, unable to stop it. The next day, the announcer's voice rang out, Yiyumo, the top student of the academy, faces off against Chen Daonian, the academy's biggest loser. The announcer signaled, and the life-and-death duel between the two began, with Chen Daonian standing boldly opposite Yiyumo in the arena. In the stands, someone exclaimed, wow, Chen Daonian is back, challenging Yiyumo to a life-and-death duel. Another person asked, his sister is that strong? And he still can't win. Is he here for a buy one get one free deal? The person next to them replied, no, I heard he's betting his whole family this time, he wants to gift them a parting present. Bai Nian sneered, ha ha, Yumo, don't hold back, go all out for me. He thought to himself, teaching these guys from the academy a lesson is essential, otherwise, how would he establish his power later? Yiyumo, on the arena, performed a mock bow with a condescending smile, saying, ha, loser, don't think I'm going easy on you. Anyway, I have Twin World War now. I can let you ponder where your family should be buried first. Chen Daonian, hands on his hips, looked completely unfazed, saying, oh, you're just riding on my coattails, picking up some old relic from the toilet. Besides, I've been away for so long, and you dare to come back and challenge me. His expression shifted, turning fierce as he arrogantly asked, you think I haven't found any inheritance? This attitude of yours is starting to scare me a bit. Yiyumo, feeling the overwhelming aura, gritted his teeth, wondering, what's going on? Chen Daonian looked so confident, could he really have obtained some inheritance? At that moment, he swung his fist and charged at him, saying, sorry, Yiyumo. Chen Daonian lunged forward, radiating a brilliant surge of spiritual energy and shouting, die. Which startled him. Yiyumo braced himself with both hands to counter the powerful attack, his face showing no calmness at all, thinking, oh no, this guy seems. When Chen Daonian was just a bit away from him, He managed to create a shield around himself to absorb the incoming blow. A loud cough echoed, cough. He fell hard to the ground, and the spot where he landed shattered into pieces. Yuyumo went from fear to confusion. What's going on here? Nian watched this scene, laughing his head off, tears streaming down his face, slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Look at his shocked face. Thought he was so cool, but he ended up just like his little sister, taken down in one move. Ha ha ha. The crowd in the stands buzzed with chatter. Wait, Yuyumo was just defending earlier. Someone nearby said. Chen Daonian just ran into his protective barrier, and got knocked back. Another person gasped in admiration. Indeed, Yang Lingjing is just trash. Yuyumo slowly walked up to Chen Daonian, who still couldn't get up. Ha, Chen Daonian, I actually thought you had some skills. He was full of arrogance, not expecting that a casual defense would take you down, pointing right at him. You really are one of a kind. Chen Daonian scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Sorry, it was my first time using this new battle form. I forgot to lift the seal, because my battle form gets stronger the more I seal it before fighting, and then it's even more powerful when released. Yuyumo mocked him. Ha, lifting the seal. Sounds more like wishful thinking to me. He said, gathering strength and attacking him right after, but he still managed to dodge quickly. The moment the words release were spoken, Chen Daonian slammed Yuyumo down to the ground, shattering the earth and rocks. Nian, casually sipping tea, was so shocked he spat it out. The whole arena felt like it was hit by thunder. Wow, when did Chen Daonian get this kind of power? The main character in the arena grinned smugly. Ha, why the surprise? Just casually taking down a guy like Yuyumo, easy peasy. Yuyumo's voice rang out. Ha, I can't believe a useless guy like you forced me to use Twin World War. At that moment, Chen Daonian realized that the person under him had vanished. His two figures radiated a dark aura, taking turns speaking. Luckily, the biggest advantage of Twin World War is that it can dodge a fatal blow once, otherwise, I would have really been done for. Both of his figures shouted, 4 great forbidden techniques. Their dark energy exploded powerfully. He commanded, go, and at the same time, 4 spirit beasts, peacock, deer, polar bear, and tiger, roared mightily. The spectators gaped in shock. What? This is the spirit totem forbidden technique left by the old master. Chen Tai Ni could only learn one at most, but Yuyumo learned them all. Nian slowly wiped his mouth, thinking to himself, ha ha, great talent, with Yuyumo here, our academy's future is definitely bright. A powerful aura surrounded the arena, with Yuyumo leading the charge, followed by 4 spirit beasts. He scoffed, saying, I don't know where you got your strength, but I won't underestimate you anymore. Time to die. Chen Daonian remained calm, his expression unreadable. Is that so? He said, but then suddenly paused. Then he shouted, not just strength, but he unleashed his speed. He shot towards Yuyumo like a rocket, landing punches that knocked everyone down, both human and beast. In an instant, all of Mo Yuyu's magical power was completely obliterated. Nian was so shocked his wig flew off, and he spat tea like a broken fire hydrant. The audience was wide-eyed, some were so stunned they looked like they might pop their eyes out. Wow, not just a spirit symbol, Chen Daonian even blew up the Twin World War. Chen Daonian was feeling himself, saying, Phut, what's Twin World War to me? And that old man? My nose is growing a few meters long from bragging. You guys won't believe it. But that old man is actually my little bro, and I even once peed on his face. Mo Yuyu, injured but still defiant, shouted back, how dare you insult the old man? You must be using some shady tricks, otherwise, how could you possibly fight against the heir of the old man like me? Chen Daonian sighed and pointed at his face, saying, looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet. Fine, I'll show you. With that, he unleashed his speed and power, delivering a kick that sent Mo Yuyu tumbling, all while saying, so whether it's strength or speed. Chen Daonian radiated a dazzling aura, landing a punch straight to Yumo's gut and declaring, "No matter the cultivation level or battle situation, I'm releasing the transformation realm and the Thunder Light Body." The final move he unleashed was the Thunderbolt 10,000 strikes. He shouted confidently, "I completely dominate you." At that moment, Chen Daonian had knocked Yumo down to the arena floor, causing debris to fly everywhere. He added, "And you're the Twin World War, right?" He picked up the spirit weapon in his hand and said, "Sorry about that." Chen Daonian boldly raised 2 fingers, saying, "Damn it, I have 2 battle forms." The 2 forms he had were the Four Winds battle form and the true Twin World War. Bai Nian spat for the 3rd time, but this time it was a mouthful of blood from sheer shock. The audience was just as stunned as he was. What? When did he become a first-grade transformation realm cultivator? Another person exclaimed, "And he has the innate Thunder Light Body and the Four Winds battle form." The Four Winds battle form is one of the 10 great ancient battle forms. Baek Dong-nian stammered, "Isn't that the legendary battle form that only exists in myths?" He gritted his teeth, thinking, if Yumo managed to get the Twin World War and is called a genius, then what does that make Chen Daonian, a peerless genius? Yumo couldn't get up after the attack, but was still loud, "Ha ha, no, no way, cough cough, cough cough." He was in bad shape, his face twisted, shouting, "How could a useless loser like you possibly defeat me? I must be under some delusion you've cast on me. I must be dreaming, ha 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 ha." Chen Daonian was cold. "Highs, you used to say I was daydreaming all day, but now you're the one really lost in delusion." He spoke while channeling energy into his hands, making Yumo tremble in fear. He shouted, "It's you," and then unleashed his spiritual power to attack him. Golden spiritual energy flowed from Chen Daonian's hand into Yumo's forehead, causing him to roll his eyes in pain, mouth agape. From above, the arena showed Chen Daonian standing there unharmed, while Yumo lay on the ground, covered in injuries. The audience in the stands was silent, watching intently, all in a state of acceptance. Once they accepted the reality, everyone was in shock. "Oh my God, Chen Daonian just killed Yumo." He spread his arms and chuckled lightly, "Ha ha, why are you all so surprised? Wasn't it me who took action to kill Yumo? He broke the rules against my sister, this is what he deserved." Bai Nian jumped onto the arena, shouting loudly, "You bastard." He charged forward, yelling, "He was just a crippled cultivator of Chen Tai Ni. How could you have killed him already?" Seeing Bai Nian personally enter the fray, everyone gasped in surprise. He hovered in the air, looking down at Chen Daonian. "Today, either you replace Yumo and submit to the academy, or..." His gaze was filled with murderous intent as he spat each word, "You die for me," while he activated Bai Nian, a 7th-grade Dao King realm. The crowd buzzed with chatter. "What? The principal is personally stepping in." Someone sighed, "Shao, fighting a Dao King realm with a transformation realm is like an ant." Another chimed in, "Even if Chen Daonian wins, he can't escape death." Chen Daonian defiantly pointed at him, "Hey, I had a life-and-death duel with Yumo, killing him is just normal. You, the esteemed principal of the academy, want to attack a student like me? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for your shamelessness?" Bai Nian wasn't having it either. "Ha, what's shamelessness? In this vast world, strength reigns supreme, kid. I'm giving you one last chance, which will you choose?" He was silent, his gaze unreadable as he replied, "Ha, living in this world, of course, living is the best." He snorted coldly, as if to say you know your place. Chen Daonian flashed a cold smile, raised his middle finger, "But I still have to use the phrase I've said 1,000 times to answer you, if you want me to submit to the academy." "I'd rather die, old man." "You won't die but grow hair on your eggs." The onlookers were taken aback, moving from shock to shock. Some swallowed hard, really didn't know how to write the word death. Others gasped, "Oh my, this kid actually dared to insult the principal. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven, or the depths of the earth." Bai Nian laughed coldly, "Ha ha, Good, 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 good for a real man, if that's the case then. The veins on his forehead bulged, his eyes filled with killing intent, ready to go meet his end. He unleashed the white whale strike. 2 gigantic fish appeared, staring hungrily at the unmoving prey, Chen Daonian. The aura of this technique was so immense that no one in the audience could withstand it. Oh my, isn't that the signature move of the legendary Bai Qinlak? One person recounted, back in the day, Elder Bai Yu used this move to single-handedly defeat the sect leader of the 3 great sects. With this move, Chen Daonian is definitely a goner. Chen Daonian confidently gathered his energy and soared into the air. HMPF, you think I'm scared of you? He shouted, come at me, while simultaneously unleashing the 4 winds battle form, breaking all seals. As the words "break for me" echoed, the powerful forces of the 2 clashed with the first punch. A terrifying explosion erupted, smoke and flames filled the arena. The force blew away the audience, with cries of, "Oh no, help," ringing out amidst the dust. The explosion shook even the forest far away from the arena. The audience was rolling around in the stands. One guy wiped his mouth and said, finally, it's over. On the arena, the thick smoke was slowly dissipating. In the midst of the smoke, a figure emerged, coughing a few times, cough cough, cough cough. It was Bai Nian. He stood there, disheveled and panting, puff ha, puff ha. The crowd was once again in shock. Oh my, the principal got seriously injured trying to kill Chen Daonian. One person questioned, does Chen Daonian really have this kind of power? If he dies, he could leave a mark in history. Another guy wide-eyed, biting his hand and stuttering, plus the principal is a bald guy. Bai Nian laughed triumphantly, ha ha, who would have thought that killing a useless brat would injure me this badly? He stroked his chin and continued, with this achievement, he really could leave a mark in history. A voice laughed from behind him, ha ha, it didn't surprise him at all. From the haze, the silhouette of Chen Daonian emerged, and he spoke up, saying the dean could withstand the ancient 10 great combatants without dying. He continued casually, saying newcomers should leave their names in history, and the old man's eyes widened in shock at his words. Everyone present was stunned, mouths agape. What? Chen Daonian isn't dead, and he doesn't seem to be injured either. Seeing him standing there unscathed, Bai Nian couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Not hurt at all. He squinted suspiciously, thinking to himself, this kid must have some powerful artifact backing him up. If he's not dealt with, there will definitely be trouble later. Chen Daonian maintained a calm expression, but was laughing inside. Ha ha ha, actually, I'm not unscathed. I'm just pretending. Right now, I'm in a lot of pain. Blood was streaming from his hand behind his back. I went against a Dao King level opponent, a difference of over 10 levels, and forced myself to take that hit. Honestly, I'm about to collapse. Bai Nian's eyes turned red, and he said, HMPF, Chen Daonian, innocent bystanders suffer, and you shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. He then gathered his spiritual energy, and the 2 giant fish from earlier reappeared. The move he used was the white whale strike, and now the entire arena was surrounded by a shimmering purple aura. In the stands, someone gasped, what? Earlier, when the elder was besieged, he had to use the white whale strike to escape, but this move consumes a huge amount of lifespan. Which is why the elder had to retreat from the world. Chen Daonian smirked, ha, so you want to pin this on me, but I've got a divine artifact from my ancestor, which I was planning to save for later. He pulled out a rather peculiar dry twig and said, anyway, this thing was taken from my ancestor's place 100,000 years ago, and it was tough to get, but since you want to push it this far, I guess I'll just have to use this divine artifact to take you down. The audience around them was so bewildered they couldn't help but exclaim, what? A divine artifact? Bai Nian's face changed slightly. He thought to himself, damn it, this guy has an ancient 4-element combat body, so it's very possible he has a divine artifact too. Chen Daonian noticed the change in everyone around him, especially Bai Nian's grim expression, and felt a surge of excitement. He slowly revealed what was in his hand and spoke challengingly. Come on, you bald donkey, Someone like you has probably never seen a divine artifact, so let me show you one before you die, so you can die with your eyes closed. After fully opening up, Chen Daonian was holding what looked like a regular piece of firewood, but he proudly said, "Take a good look." Everyone around, including Bai Dongnian, was completely stunned and taken aback when they saw what Chen Daonian was holding. They all exclaimed in unison, "It's just a stick." Chen Daonian noticed their unusual reactions and looked at the thing in his hand, feeling a bit confused about what was going on. "Ah, it's just wood." It seemed like Chen Daonian had a flashback, and suddenly it hit him. He exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, this is the wood I used to start the fire back then." Bai Dongnian saw his rival's embarrassment and realized it was a rare opportunity to capitalize on it. He immediately laughed at Chen Daonian, sneering, "Ha ha ha. This guy's lost it. He's come to fight with a twig. What a joke." Meanwhile, a disciple watching from the sidelines thought Chen Daonian had gone crazy for bringing a dry branch into the fight. He felt sorry for him, thinking, "Sigh, so Chen Daonian isn't hurt, but he's definitely lost his mind after that hit from Bai Jinlak." However, Chen Daonian wasn't fazed by the mocking laughter around him. He gripped the piece of wood tightly and confidently declared, "Go ahead and laugh." He boldly proclaimed to everyone around, "What my ancestor gave me is definitely a divine weapon." The image and voice of Chen Daonian were clearly captured by a lens, showing his determined face as he held the dry branch. He firmly stated, "It's definitely a divine weapon." But Chen Zhuan, seeing this image of Chen Daonian through the lens, felt a bit speechless. He silently regretted, thinking, "They are not wrong, it really is just a regular stick." The ancestor messed up giving him a divine weapon. At that moment, Chen Zhuan pulled out a silver sword to take a look. He was a bit surprised by the sword and felt a pang of regret, as he recalled why he had mistakenly given Chen Daonian the wrong divine weapon. "Oh man, I meant to gift Daonian that ancient divine weapon, but I got so emotional that I mixed it up." Chen Zhuan was furious and started shaking the system, causing it to issue warnings to stop. But it seemed like he had no intention of stopping, shaking it even more while complaining. "Oh, I remember now. I said I'd directly gift a divine artifact, why didn't you remind me? Turns out you saw what I gave was just firewood, and didn't say anything on purpose." Huh? However, the system quickly deflected the blame back at him, saying, "Ha ha, but you didn't say anything either. You're always giving stuff to your juniors, and I only forgot to remind you once. That's not too much to ask, right?" Chen Zhuan was taken aback by the system's response, his anger boiling as he pointed at it. "Oh, so you've learned how to mess with me now. Daonian is definitely in trouble, I need to go save him." But Chen Zhuan found himself unable to go save him, feeling a bit lost in the current situation because the system had him locked down. The system blocked Chen Zhuan, reminding him about the mission rules, stating that he couldn't directly help his juniors, nor could he send anyone like Bai Yu to assist. Hearing those bizarre mission rules, Chen Zhuan was furious, grabbing the system and shouting, "What the hell? Isn't that my junior Shao? Damn these rules." But the system was powerless to change anything. Simply telling Chen Zhuan, "These are the general rules, you can't directly intervene." Suddenly, Chen Zhuan fell silent, a thought flashing in his mind. It seemed like Chen Zhuan was plotting something, grinning slyly as he said to the system, "He, so you're saying I can't directly help Chen Daonian, right?" He. The system sensed something was off in his tone and started to get worried, asking, "What are you planning?" The scene quickly shifted back to the battle between Bai Nian and Chen Daonian. Bai Nian, seeing that Chen Daonian's divine artifact was just a stick, became overly confident, declaring, "HMPH, fighting a crazy little brat like you is an insult to me. Prepare to die." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of pink energy shot towards Chen Daonian, who was just standing there with his stick. However, Chen Daonian had complete faith in the stick he held. He raised it confidently, saying to his opponent, "You think I'm scared? Bring it on. I'll take you down with this unbeatable stick." But as soon as he touched that immense power of Bai Nian, Chen Daonian's dry twig snapped in half instantly, leaving him utterly shocked. Chen Daonian was so taken aback that he desperately held the twig, which was supposed to be a divine artifact, but it cracked in two with just a light touch from the opponent. He stared wide-eyed, stammering, "What the heck, the old artifact is totally broken." Bai Nian noticed the unusual expression on Chen Daonian's face and quickly figured out what was going on. He was feeling pretty smug and took the chance to mock him. Laughing, "Ha ha, this is just a regular twig, you useless loser, you're done for." The spectators in the stands were left speechless by the scene. One person, holding his face in disappointment, sighed, "Seriously, bringing a twig to a fight? This guy is just plain stupid." Another chimed in with disdain, "I can't even watch him die anymore." Seeing that Chen Daonian had lost all strength and will to fight back, Bai Nian ramped up his power to attack. His fierce energy felt like two wild beasts closing in on Chen Daonian. Chen Daonian felt utterly helpless, not knowing what to do next. It seemed like he had given up, crying to himself, "Wah wah wah, old ancestor, you really are going to get me killed." But just then, Chen Zhuan appeared like a god, slowly speaking up, "Ha, Daonian, how could the ancestor let you die? Just use the twig." A surge of power connected directly to the dry twig in Chen Daonian's hand. With just a word from Chen Zhuan, "Recover," the dry twig in Chen Daonian's hand quickly returned to its original form. Right after that, the twig, now surrounded by a new wave of power, shot forward at lightning speed. That seemingly useless twig launched a swift attack on Bai Nian's two monstrous beasts. Bai Nian was still reeling from everything happening right in front of him. But before he could react, the twig struck his arm, causing him to scream in pain. With just a light touch, his arm was twisted and broken beyond recognition. He stared blankly at his deformed arm. At this point, that arm had changed shape and was nearly immobile. The audience in the stands was equally bewildered by the unfolding events, all standing up in shock, exclaiming, "What is this twig? It's terrifying." Bai Nian was still in shock from the limitless power of this tiny branch. He couldn't quite believe the reality of it, so he hesitantly asked, "Just one strike? And my arm is completely shattered. How can a branch have such power? Could it be that this is..." The only possibility that crossed his mind about this divine artifact was the whip intent. Everyone around him gasped in surprise, "What do you mean by whip intent?" The dry branch quickly returned. It swiftly flew towards Chen Daonian, who was standing there. He raised his hand to grab the powerful dry branch, and Chen Daonian no longer looked scared. Instead, he was filled with confidence in the divine artifact in his hand. "Ha ha, I told you this is a divine artifact. The old master really didn't lie to me." However, on Bai Nian's side, something was changing. His hair was growing wildly longer. Bai Nian was no longer fearful or confused. Instead, he wore a wicked smile. Huffing, "Ha ha ha, whip intent. So what if it's whip intent? For the past few years, I've been working hard every day to grow my hair back." His hair continued to grow abnormally long, and he continued, "I accidentally grasped the whip intent to make my hair grow. Now is the perfect time to use it." Chen Daonian was astonished to see the strange hair, resembling long ropes. At this point, his hair was infused with immense power. Bai Nian, feeling triumphant, declared, "You must know that the whip counters the branch, throughout history. Those with whip intent have never lost to those with branch intent. No matter how you resist, you are just flailing before death." The spectators in the stands were so shocked by the transformation of Bai Nian's hair that their faces contorted in disbelief. "What? The bald guy has whip intent? A bald head can even comprehend whip intent." Now, Bai Nian, with his whip intent hair, confidently approached Chen Daonian, saying, "Come on, kid, to challenge me to this extent is an honor for you." However, it seemed like Chen Daonian would be overwhelmed by his aura, but instead, He showed no fear and replied, "Is that so? Whip indeed counters branch." His face grew more resolute, his gaze sharp. Chen Daonian slowly said, "But I believe in the old master." Chen Daonian wasn't afraid or worried. He charged forward to meet Bai Nian's attack. Bai Nian's long red hair shot out quickly, ready for battle. "Come at me." His whip-intent hair immediately wrapped around the dry branch in Chen Daonian's hand, clinging tightly to it. He saw the branch all tangled up and totally unable to attack, which left him feeling a bit confused. Bai Nian noticed you were getting anxious, and he knew he had hit the mark. He chuckled, "Ha ha, can't move anymore, can you? How could you possibly fight back against this whip? Just accept your fate." He quickly summoned the white dragon to attack Chen Daonian, who was struggling with his own hair whips. Hu Bai Jing LC was on the verge of swallowing Chen Daonian, who was struggling hard against Bai Nian's relentless attack. Suddenly, Chen Zhuan sent a message to Tran Daonian to calm him down, telling him not to be scared and to try using the Death Wind battle form to unleash his potential. Chen Daonian followed Chen Zhuan's advice, and the dry branch in his hand instantly grew larger. Bai Nian saw the dry branch growing bigger, and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The tiny dry twig in Chen Daonian's hand had transformed into a massive piece of wood, rivaling that of an ancient tree. He felt a bit bewildered but still shouted confidently, "Ha ha, even though I have no clue what's going on, your whip is nothing special." He was feeling super confident in his own power, so he quickly launched an attack. "Damn it, let's go." Bai Nian's false white whale was struck by Chen Daonian's attack, causing immense pain. Bai Nian, seeing through it, was horrified and exclaimed, unable to stop. A massive dry branch loomed overhead, surrounded by a powerful aura. It quickly rose above Bai Nian, who immediately looked up in confusion. "What's going on here? How can it get even bigger?" Bai Nian hadn't even settled in when a dry branch came crashing down on his cheek. He glanced up and exclaimed, "Whoa, what the heck?" Without delay, the branch came crashing down. Just as expected, Bai Nian was crushed beneath it, and the ground where Bai Nian stood was also shattered by the force of the dry branch. Not stopping there, the branch unleashed its massive power and charged straight at the two statues ahead. The branch started to grow even bigger, and the two statues watched in wide-eyed confusion and fear. Then a dry branch came crashing in, smashing one of the two statues. Then it charged towards the crowd, and chaos erupted. Some people were clutching their heads in fear, others were desperately trying to escape for their lives. While a few didn't react in time, and got whacked with a wooden stick. The air was filled with frantic screams, "Help! Save me!" In stark contrast to the chaotic world around him, Chen Zhuan remained unfazed, watching this scene unfold in a sphere created by the system. Even so, the system seemed really pissed off, saying, What do you think this rod is? How can it grow so powerful?" Chen Zhuan sat there, stroking his chin with a smirk and said, "Hey, just so you know, I didn't directly help the younger generation. I just passed on the rod intent to that rod. If you want to know what this rod intent is, then I guess I'll reluctantly tell you." After that, Chen Zhuan reached into his chest to pull out an item. It was the book Havoc in Heaven with a picture of Sun Wukong on the cover. Chen Zhuan held the book close to his face and said, "I learned this from the great sage equal to heaven, who caused havoc in heaven and defeated 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. And that's how I grasped this rod intent." Back in the arena, the massive figure of Sun Wukong appeared behind Chen Daonian, hovering in mid-air. Below the arena, the dry branch still retained its form as it slammed down onto the ground. Bai Nian got hit and fainted, his eyes rolled back, and his long hair was completely chopped off, looking utterly miserable. The audience in the stand seemed a bit better off, but was still injured, murmuring, "The principal got killed by this useless guy with a stick." The dry branch suddenly shrank and started spinning in the air. It began to move, surrounded by a golden aura of power. The dry branch flew into Chen Daonian's hands, and he caught it with a smile, saying, "Ha ha, the divine weapon from the Ancestor is indeed terrifying. Ancestor, I love you. Chen Daonian continued to look down at the crowd, saying, hey, you guys, now that the principal is dead, I'm the new principal. No objections, right? The people below all knelt down, saying, no, no objections. We submit to you. The guy in purple thought to himself, sigh, the principal got killed by you, who would dare to object now? Isn't being principal the same for everyone? Just one useless guy dies. And another one takes his place. Chen Daonian laughed and said, hey, get up. I just said I want to be the principal. I don't need you guys kneeling. At this, everyone below looked up in shock. The two original statues, one had been destroyed by Chen Daonian's rod and tent, and now only one statue remained. Chen Daonian's voice rang out, the founder of this academy established it so everyone could cultivate. I won't be like the previous principal, cutting off cultivation resources for personal gain. Chen Daonian raised his hand, with a sincere expression, he spoke of a bright future, saying, no destruction, no establishment. Starting today, I want to create a world where everyone can cultivate. And no one needs to submit to anyone. Later on, Chen Daonian became the headmaster of the Bailu Academy, turning it into a training ground for the masses. The academy enjoyed peace mainly because no one dared to have any other intentions. Picture Chen Daonian teaching, holding a staff behind his back, while the students below the podium wore serious yet slightly timid expressions. Near the announcement board, Chen Tai Ni was dragging a sleepy Chen Daonian to take a look. Then, Chen Daonian used a rotten fruit, and Chen Zhuan didn't need to fix Chen Tai Ni's injuries and cultivation level, but Chen Daonian also gained fame for the battle at the academy, boosting the Chen family's reputation. The Chen family's name echoed throughout the eastern region, and the power map of the eastern region finally showed the Chen family. Chen Tai Ni exclaimed, our Chen family is back on the map. Chen Daonian replied, ha ha, our Chen family should shine like this. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuan had shifted scenes to an open field where someone was using their power to shatter rocks into the air. Someone laughed, ha ha ha, I've broken through. Finally, I've reached the Earth Sovereign level, so I don't have to worry about anyone coming to chop me down anymore. Over there, Xiao Luo and Daonian were lying by the beach. Chen Zhuan, the top-tier Earth Sovereign, joyfully stepped out and said, Xiao Luo, Daonian, come here. The elder wants to throw a feast. Today, the elder wants to eat something called Coca-Cola chicken. Chen Zhuan glanced at the two beasts in front of him, noticing the atmosphere was still quiet. He said, why is no one talking? What are you sneaking around for? Chen Zhuan started urging the two beasts, hey, get up and cook. Don't forget my soybeans. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes wide in shock, and his expression darkened significantly. The reason was that Chen Zhuan had seen the image of his predecessor, Chen Daonian, and Luo Qingcheng being stabbed to death by a sword. Chen Zhuan was momentarily furious, his eyes filled with rage as he growled, who did this? From beneath the water, a sea monster emerged, its entire body dyed green. It spoke to Chen Zhuan on the shore, ha ha, Chen Zhuan, long time no see. Here's a little gift for our reunion. The sea monster grinned and continued pointing forward, saying, do you like it? Chen Zhuan smirked coldly, ha. His gaze suddenly filled with killing intent as he shot a glare at it, I want you dead. Chen Zhuan was surrounded by flames, and at the same time, a gigantic hand appeared from the sky, reaching toward the sea monster named Rage of Heaven. The sea monster panicked and shouted, what? Earth Sovereign, you've gotten stronger, but... It bared its fangs and provocatively said, but why is it only a little stronger than back then? A giant hand rushed towards him. Another hand suddenly appeared, grabbing Chen Zhuan's hand that he had just summoned. Chen Zhuan felt a bit awkward, this person could actually block an attack from a powerful being. The water monster laughed mockingly at him, ha ha ha, you're confused, right Chen Zhuan? I've been stuck in this hellish realm for so long, I can't keep up with the times anymore. Dark clouds gathered along with his eerie laughter. You owe so much blood from back then. Do you really think you can just walk away now? Keep running like the coward you are. From behind him, countless eerie hands were summoned. I'll show you what it means to have nowhere to run, because I'm going to kill you. Thousands of hands rushed towards Chen Zhuan with a deafening scream. It was a fate he couldn't escape. Chen Zhuan took a direct hit, causing the rock behind him to crack into long fissures. This guy's power is... After thinking for a moment, a thought popped into his head, half-step. In his subconscious, Chen Zhuan vaguely wondered, heavenly being. He could hear someone calling out to him, Ancestor, Ancestor, Ancestor. Flipping his chair, he saw Luo Hengchen looking at him, saying, Ancestor, you finally woke up. The snack you wanted is ready. Chen Daonian stood next to her, happily munching away. Oh, this snack feels so good. Chen Zhuan, a 5th-grade Dao sovereign, raised his hand to his forehead and muttered, so it was just a dream. Sitting hazily in his chair, he scratched his head and thought, sigh, why do I keep having nightmares lately? I level up and then get killed by someone. I thought I was really dead. Luo Qingcheng, standing nearby, scolded, you snuck some again. Chen Daonian puffed up his cheeks and protested, I didn't. Remembering that water monster, he felt a bit anxious inside, but the enemy in the dream felt too real, like there was actually a powerful foe waiting for him in the real world. Luo Qingcheng, pouting, said to Chen Zhuan, Ancestor, if you don't eat, Daonian will finish it all. Chen Zhuan looked at the two bickering and asked, Daonian, Xiao Luo, do you think nightmares can be real? They both turned to him, surprised. Nightmares can be real. Luo Qingcheng quickly stepped up to answer, Ancestor, Xiao Luo knows all about nightmares. He looked at her in surprise and exclaimed, oh. Luo Qingcheng shared a personal story, saying that she often dreams about being hungry while trying to maintain her figure. In her dreams, she sees two unusually large pomelos and panics. Thinking, how can they grow so big when I haven't eaten? In real life, she continues, she noticed that the hungrier she gets, the bigger they seem to grow. This is the great hunger law she discovered. On the big blackboard, it was written that Luo Qingcheng often feels insecure about things that are large. Chen Daonian chimed in, munching away, hey, Sister Qingcheng. I don't think the old ancestor was talking about this hunger dream. Chen Zhuan sighed, feeling helpless about her imagination. Chen Daonian casually draped an arm over his shoulder and said knowingly, but I know about the nightmare the ancestor mentioned. He looked surprised when Chen Daonian continued. Back when the Chen family was down on their luck, I woke up from nightmares every day. But nightmares aren't just about fear, they can also be about what you desire. He cradled his head and made a weird face, saying, oh ahaha, everyone knows this world is filled with grudges. If someone has a strong grudge against you, you'll feel it and dream about nightmares. So, did the ancestor leave behind any enemies who resent you? Chen Zhuan put a hand on his chin, deep in thought, enemies, let me think. Chen Zhuan started counting on his fingers, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Chen Daonian, watching him, casually remarked, wow, you can count your enemies on 2 hands. That's not too many for the ancestor. He turned pale and replied, but I'm counting in tens of thousands. This made Chen Zhuan spit out the water he was drinking immediately. Chen Zhuan held his face and yelled, oh no. I've been causing trouble for 200,000 years. I really regret accumulating so many enemies back then. What am I going to do now? Chen Daonian was so scared he was gasping for air on the ground. So many enemies. Old senior, what's wrong? Luo Qingcheng, standing nearby, replied, probably ate too much chicken leg. The old senior stroked his beard and approached, saying, don't worry, I know how to handle emergencies. He jumped up with force and aimed his elbow down. Chen Zhuan, thinking to himself, no, I need to get stronger. I have a mission to complete. There was a loud crack followed by the sound of bones breaking. Luo Qingcheng, standing nearby, was so scared her eyes went wide, saying, "He's awake. Thank goodness the old senior has great medical skills." Meanwhile, Chen Zhuan ignored everything and muttered to himself, "System, where is my next successor? I need to start trial 3. The system responded to his request, displaying the image of a mysterious child along with a notification, "Don't worry, host, you won't have to wait for trial 3 this time." Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Oh." The notification system continues, because for some unexpected reason, this mission actually opened up 100,000 years ago. The setting is taken back to a time when humanity was still on the run. The story is told now, bringing our perspective back to 100,000 years ago, when the demon race was a threat to mankind, and the war with the demons was unending. Images of demon warriors riding monstrous beasts and hunting down humans are introduced. The situation is dire, the war relentless, pushing the people of the western region to the brink, with humanity nearly facing extinction. Suddenly, a turning point occurs, as a powerful figure emerges, someone with unmatched strength floating in front of the astonished demons. The next development sees this mighty being sacrificing their life, splitting the earth, and exterminating the demons in the abyss, saving countless lives, followed by the image of this person gathering power in their palm and obliterating the entire demon race. Witnessed by humanity, the story continues that afterward, the human race worshipped this powerful being as a war god. However, a twist occurs when the corpses of the demons release vengeful spirits, forming a new winged monstrosity. The situation is explained, as even though the demon race is dead, their remains harbor strong resentment, and soon, a new type of monster called the demon spirit is born in the abyss. The next event is when the demon spirits appear in greater numbers and break through the human barrier. While not as powerful as the demon race, after 100,000 years of development, the demon spirits break the seals of the abyss, posing a new threat to humanity. The scene shifts to the demon spirits slaughtering humans, the story unfolds, and once again, the people of the western region face potential annihilation. The situation returns to the present, where the western region, in order to combat the demon spirits, initiates a nationwide cultivation effort to protect the nation, marking the era of universal cultivation. 4 individuals are seen in combat stances. An old lady introduces herself, "I am at the chi cultivation stage, ready for battle." A pregnant girl introduces herself, "I am at the chi condensation stage, ready for battle." A boy with a ponytail introduces himself, "I am at the drunken bone stage, ready for battle." And even a dog barks to introduce itself. "Woof, I am the drunken bone stage Ding Feng, ready for battle." In this era, there is one exception. A scruffy young man with a downcast expression says, "I am at the waste man stage, ready to be forgotten." He is introduced as Zhu Wu Yang, with no cultivation level. An old man saw Wu Yang and frowned, saying, "HMPH. Every time I teach about the history of the western regions, just seeing him makes me angry." He was the one who recounted the historical context. And a young guy angrily added, "Our human race fights tooth and nail to train and battle, and he just thinks of ways to slack off." An old woman looked at Wu Yang and asked, "Hey, Zhu Wu Yang, the demon spirits are threatening our people. Even pregnant women are asking about you, and even dogs are training. How can you just run away?" A kid with tied-up hair scowled and said, "You better get on the battlefield today, or else." Even the dog seemed to bark in agreement. Wu Yang weakly shook his head, coughed a bit, and replied, "What good man doesn't want to go to battle and make a name for himself? But do you really think I don't want to fight?" After saying that, he pulled out a piece of paper with the words "Blessing of the Heavenly Flame," congenital defect written on it, and explained, "But military regulations state that those with defects cannot participate in battle." Everyone was taken aback and asked, "Proof of being defective?" The pregnant girl awkwardly apologized, "Oh, so you're the one with a defect? Then we've all misunderstood you." Wu Yang sighed in frustration and replied, I just didn't want you to feel sorry for me. The pregnant girl kept pressing, but you have all your limbs. Where are you defective? Wu Yang said, I can't hide it anymore. Let me show you my greatest weakness. After that, he opened his mouth wide, and the pregnant girl, confused, asked, What are you doing? Wu Yang sighed and replied, Can't you see? He pointed into his throat and started crying while shouting, I was born without a throat gland. The throat gland is the most important organ for a person. Without it, how can I fight? Wu Yang began to cover his face, crying and lamenting, You see. I really want to fight, but I was born with a serious defect. All I can say is sorry. He then peeked through his tears to see everyone's reaction and smiled as if joking. Everyone looked at him with disdain. The four of them turned and started beating Wu Yang, cursing him for running away from war and using his throat gland as an excuse for being defective. Damn it. Just die, you disgrace. Today, we'll beat you to a pulp. Wu Yang cried out in pain, What are you doing? Help! Bullying the defective. Suddenly, a pair of legs approached. A voice rang out, All right, stop fighting. The old woman turned and exclaimed, Captain Mao. A beautiful girl in armor leaned down to Wu Yang, who was lying down holding his head, and asked, Wu Yang, are you okay? This girl is the captain of the human cultivators. Mao Meng. Wu Yang looked up and replied, Captain, I'm fine. Mao Meng pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve. She held it out to Wu Yang and asked him, Wu Yang, the human race is in danger right now, why aren't you training? She gently wiped the dirt off Wu Yang's face and comforted him, You don't need to be scared. I always feel like you're a good seed. If you train, who knows, you might become stronger than us. Maybe you could be the next war god. With a bright smile, Mao Meng asked Wu Yang, So, how about you train with us? Wu Yang, feeling touched, had tears streaming down his face as he replied, Captain. Suddenly, he stood up and turned to leave, surprising Mao Meng, and said, Do you think I'm an idiot? I haven't even gotten married yet, and you want me to throw my life away? Unless you marry me, I'm not going. Everyone got mad and chased after him, shouting, Damn it, this guy dares to be disrespectful to the captain. I'll kill him. Even a dog joined in, barking as if to say, I need to take a dump on his head. Mao Meng just watched Wu Yang's retreating figure and sighed, Highs, Wu Yang. The scene shifted to a house deep in the woods, where a sigh was heard saying, Ancestors. Inside the house, the family name plaque was tattered and covered in cobwebs. A voice spoke up, Why did you all risk your lives to kill the demon spirit back then? It was Wu Yang sitting in front of the ancestral altar, reproaching, Now the family is all gone, and I'm the only one left. If I die one day. He looked dejected and lamented, then our Zhu family will truly be extinct. What was it all for? I have to carry on the family line, even if it means not going to the battlefield. So I asked the ancestors to bless me. On the altar were 3 spirit tablets, from left to right, inscribed with the names of Chen Xuan, Zhu Rendai, and Zhu Thot Dan. Suddenly, one of the spirit tablets displayed a green mission notification. It opened the 3rd trial, tasking the descendant Zhu Wu Yang with resolving the demon spirit crisis. Requirements: the host must not directly assist, allowing the descendant to solve it on their own. Reward: after completing the mission, the host will receive cultivation rewards. Wu Yang read the information, and was taken aback. The soul of a white-clad elder appeared on the spirit tablet, where the information was displayed and said, So it's you, kid. Wu Yang, on guard, asked, Who are you? Chen Xuan replied, I'm the one you just honored with the tablet. After finishing his words, he snapped his fingers and introduced the great ancestor. With that snap, countless weapons appeared all around. Chen Xuan smugly thought to himself, after the reward and the battle, there would definitely be some typical thank yous, right? Let's just go through the motions. The life of someone with ancestors is just plain and boring like that. In his mind, he pictured Wu Yang bowing down, crying, and constantly thanking the great kindness of the Ancestor. But the scene the Ancestor didn't expect was Wu Yang throwing him and the pile of divine weapons out and cursing, "Get the hell out." He pointed and shouted loudly, "Are you trying to fool me? I've been dead for ages. If I weren't broke and couldn't afford the lawsuit, I'd sue you for barging into my house." Chen Zhuan, confused, replied, "I'm the Ancestor here to gift you, yeah, like Santa Claus." Wu Yang turned away, refusing. "Who gives away stuff for free like that? You want my land, don't you?" Chen Zhuan was left speechless, like, "Kid, don't you have a ton of question marks floating over your head?" After saying that, he turned to chase him away. "You want to gift me a battle body so I can go to the battlefield and risk my life? Then you can check out my land. Right? Good thing I'm handsome and smart." Chen Zhuan rushed over to grab him. "No one wants your land, I'm just." Wu Yang immediately cut him off. "Enough. With your smarts, you can't fool me." After that, he slammed the door shut and yelled, "I still have to tend to the garden tomorrow, I'm sleeping now." Chen Zhuan, in full momentum, crashed face first into the door and exclaimed, "Oh man." Chen Zhuan, with a big bump on his forehead, grumbled, "Nice, very unique. All right, you don't want to fight, huh?" After that, he transformed into a battle form. Chen Zhuan broke through the door, controlling the battle armor, charging towards Wu Yang, saying, "I'm definitely making you fight." The battle armor immediately merged with Wu Yang, and he felt it. This is. Chen Zhuan, through the battle armor, pulled Wu Yang closer and said, "HMPH, it's cold at night. The Ancestor is giving you a set of clothes, that's reasonable, right?" In his mind, he thought, "Now I'm giving this little brat the battle god form, even if he doesn't want to fight, the battle god form will secretly push him into battle." The next day, we shift to a scene of a farmer with a rake in his mouth, saying, "Kids, watch closely." He spun in the air and plowed a line in the dirt with the rake in his mouth, and the kids looked at him in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, you're amazing." The old man, missing both arms and a leg, stood proudly on his remaining leg and said, "HMPH, back in the day, I fought against the fierce Marlin. If it weren't for the battles that left me with ailments, I wouldn't be stuck farming." The kids were in awe. "Wow, you're really handsome, old man." In the West, where soldiers were scarce, farming was something only disabled folks did. At that moment, a handsome guy, who was missing his throat, came by asking for a disability pass. That guy was Wu Yang, and he waved, "Hey everyone, good morning." The kids were surprised and asked the disabled old man, "Wow, who is that?" The old man, not even looking at Wu Yang, scoffed, "That's a useless one. With all his limbs intact, he's still farming. Good kids, don't learn from him." Wu Yang didn't catch the conversation and thought, "Wow, they must be complimenting my good looks." Wu Yang happily looked at the little rice plant glaring at him and thought, "I dreamt last night that a crazy guy gave me a battle body. If that were true, I'd be dragged to the battlefield. Fighting? No way. My dream is to farm and raise a family." The disabled old man looked at Wu Yang and said, "Kid, yesterday I put in a whole day's work and only planted one little rice plant. I've been watching over 10 acres of land." The kids pointed at Wu Yang and laughed, "Useless, useless." Wu Yang ignored the taunts, frowning as he thought, "I'm just pretending to be weak. If I had strength like you guys, I'd end up like you, dragged to the battlefield." With that, he mustered all his strength and struck the ground with a hoe. The impact barely made a dent, and seeing him struggle, the old man laughed, "Ha. That's weaker than my grandson." But just as he finished speaking, a massive surge of energy erupted from the hoe, blasting dirt and rocks hundreds of meters away. The three of them were left wide-eyed in shock at this unexpected power. In an instant, a whirlwind swept through, blowing the two healthy kids away, leaving only the old man, who stood firm, yelling in despair about all the hard work he'd put into his fields. "AAA, what just destroyed my crops? Hey, is this really the useless one? Even Zhu Wuyang was taken aback, just wanting to go home, raise some fish, and grow more veggies, but now he couldn't catch a break. What on earth is happening here? Meanwhile, the Mao family was on the hunt for candidates, but instead of shouting out everywhere or making a fancy recruitment poster, Mao Meng just carved the words War God Rock into a big stone. Whoever could leave a handprint on it would be considered. Mao Mo was left speechless, yelling, Mao Meng, what kind of recruitment is this? The strongest can only leave a handprint on the War God Rock, and it's done by a dog no less. How am I supposed to explain these candidates to the marshal? Do you want me to get my butt kicked for this? Feeling genuinely remorseful, Mao Meng softly apologized to her brother, I messed up, I checked everyone else, and the only one left is a farmer with no cultivation. But he's not willing to train. Hearing this, Mao Mo got even angrier, what? You expect a guy with no cultivation to be a war god? With the demon spirit right in front of us, do you really think he can train up in a day and take down the evil spirit with a casual move? Just as he was lecturing his clueless little sister, a whirlwind from Wuyang was barreling toward them. Mao Meng shouted, be careful. Something's coming over there. But Mao Mo just stood there, unfazed, what? I'm a peak transformation expert, I don't need to be careful. Oh, you're trying to distract me so I won't punish you. I need to hit you so you remember, he said, raising his hand to strike. But before he could, a surge of power pushed him straight into the War God Rock. This caused the stone to crack wide open, and he was flung back. He hit the ground, knocked out cold. Mao Meng rushed over, shouting, are you okay? But it didn't stop there, bolts of lightning were still crashing down like a storm. The whole situation was so sudden that she couldn't react in time. In an instant, the stone was completely obliterated. She didn't know who did it, but it seemed like she had found a promising candidate for this season. The War God Rock was shattered, completely wrecked. What kind of power was this? Zhu Wuyang was just as shocked. He couldn't believe that the hundreds of meters of destroyed ground was caused by his own power. He was still in disbelief. Wait. Did I really do this? I don't even have any cultivation. If that's the case, then the guy he met last night was real, and the power he received was real too. Wuyang finally pieced it all together. Could it be that last night wasn't just a dream? Not only did he gain a battle form, but it was also a really powerful one. Without waiting for themselves to recover from the painful hit, the Mao brothers immediately took off to find that mysterious powerhouse, wondering where they could find the one who unleashed the strongest blow. Where is that great one? Mao Mo was even more excited at this moment, because it seemed like his troublesome little brother had somehow brought a warrior into their lives, someone who wasn't afraid to show off their strength for the brothers to admire. This great one must be the new warrior from the prophecy, right? Please, show yourself and let's go save the world together. While the older brother was praying for this master to appear, Mao Meng had already spotted him there. Wuyang is here too. Hearing someone mention his name made Wuyang jump, and he quickly turned around. Mao Mo, seeing this, casually asked about the warrior's whereabouts. Hey, beggar. Do you know if anyone was here just now? Oh man, this is bad. It's like the universe is conspiring against me. The military is on my tail now. Panic filled his heart, sweat dripped down his face, but he had to play it cool. He thought to himself, I must act like I know nothing. After a moment, he stammered out. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all. Mao Mo couldn't help but laugh at how Wuyang was shaking like a leaf, raising his suspicions. Really? Then why are you trembling? You're acting all nervous. Wuyang tried to calm himself down and explained. Oh, I'm a gardener. I have a hereditary shaking condition, I sweat whenever I move. Well, that makes sense. After all, a gardener can't be too tough. At that moment, he silently thanked his profession for saving his skin. Phew, thank goodness for being a gardener, long live the farmers. Just when he thought he had escaped the 8th disaster, the 81st disaster came crashing in. An old man, injured and furious, rushed over, shouting, "No! It was him. That move was his doing, and he even destroyed my crops." Plus, his little nephew added a few more hits. That's right, this older brother is really something. He's the real loser here. This is it, my life is over. Without saying a word, Manhwa stomped his foot in frustration. He angrily marched over to Wu Yang, who was still shaking and desperately trying to defend himself. "Oh, great one, they are just talking nonsense. How could I possibly have that kind of power? I'm just a farmer. We are all farmers here, what are you guys blabbering about?" Without a word, the guy slapped him hard across the face. He clenched his fist tightly and pressured Wu Yang to spill the truth. "Tell me the truth. If you don't reveal the whereabouts of that great one, I swear I'll beat you to a pulp." At that moment, Wu Yang was in full panic mode, realizing he had poked a hornet's nest. Am I going to die?" Manhwa couldn't stand her brother's temper anymore, so she spoke up to stop him. "What are you doing?" He replied firmly, "Mind your own business." Then he pulled out his 5-foot sword, and anyone who got in the way of his rise to power had only one fate, death. Manhwa didn't waste words and pointed the blade right at Wu Yang's face. At that moment, Wu Yang felt despair wash over him, thinking, "Am I about to die?" In a dark void, a thudding sound echoed. Wu Yang closed his eyes, his heart urging him to fight. His mind was blank as he wondered what was stirring inside him. His heart pounded like a drum in his chest. The voice from his heart rang out, "Fight." Wu Yang placed a hand on his chest to feel it and thought, "Fight, but I can't win." His heart beat softly, as if to soothe his soul. The voice returned, "Don't be afraid, look at his feet." Wu Yang opened his eyes, curiosity piqued. What he saw was a weak little plant being crushed underfoot, on the brink of death. The voice from his heart encouraged him, "Fight." Manhwa swung his sword, shouting, "Die." But suddenly, Wu Yang crouched down, dodging the blade. Manhwa saw this and furrowed her brow, yelling, "Don't." Just as she finished speaking, Manhwa took a direct hit from an axe, looking bewildered. A massive burst of bright blue energy radiated from him. The blue light was so intense that the two nearby had to flee quickly, exclaiming, "Wow, not again." Manhwa was also shocked, her mouth agape. "What? Is that the same move from before?" As the energy dissipated, Wu Yang rushed to pick up the plant, angrily saying, "Hey, you can kill me, but you better not trample my crops that I worked so hard to grow." His face was set with determination, gripping the plant tightly, he shouted, "Watch out, I'll kill you." The only thing Wu Yang cared about was his field, but Manhwa ran out, arms spread wide in front of her brother. "Wu Yang, don't kill him. I'll pay you back for the crops." She pointed at him fiercely, "Fine, but you have to compensate me at market price. Also, if you spill my secret power, I'll kill you." She whispered, "Okay." She widened her eyes as she watched him turn around abruptly, thinking, with that last move from Wu Yang, could it be that the one who shattered the war god rock before was actually him? She continued to think, which also means that Wu Yang has always been the war god. 2 hours later, the two brothers Manhwa were soaring on their swords, and Manhwa asked, "Bro, when we get back to the team, are you really not going to tell the marshal?" Before she could finish, her brother interrupted, saying, "If you spill, he'll kill you," and she helplessly replied, "Let's just pretend we didn't notice the war god." Manhwa lay flat on his sword and said, "Besides, the demon spirits aren't the demon clan. Even without the war god, we can definitely fight back." Manhwa's face suddenly went pale, and she pointed in fear, "But him?" He initially asked calmly, "But what?" But then his expression changed to one of sheer terror. They were shocked to see the human corpses on the ground, brutally attacked. On that battlefield, the scene was bloody, with bodies piled on top of each other, the human race had fallen. The leader of the demon spirits, the transformation realm Ding Feng, licked his bright red tongue and laughed disdainfully. Ha 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 ha. After 100,000 years. You humans still can't withstand a blow like this. The sound of clanking armor echoed as someone propped themselves up. It was the Marshal of Martial Arts, a third-tier transformation realm expert, using his spear to support himself as he stood up, coughing, thinking to himself. Are the demon spirits really serious this time? But they only sent one leader, and he's this strong. He turned to the soldiers and asked, when we sent out the war god Rock, did anyone find the war god? A few injured soldiers whispered, sorry, Marshal, we didn't find him. The Marshal sighed, is that so? His gaze became contemplative, predicting that in 100,000 years, the war god would appear in the human world to save lives, but now there was no trace of the war god. Was the prophecy just empty words? As he staggered away, several soldiers called out worriedly, Marshal. The Marshal lowered his head and murmured, Ancestors of the martial god. Then his eyes lit up, and he burst with power, shouting, descend and help me. He leaped onto his horse, pulling the reins with great vigor. The soldiers shouted in unison, Marshal, your body is exhausted. You might die if you call upon the gods now. He laughed heartily, ha 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 ha, at this point. What's there to worry about? The human race wants to survive. The general's eyes lit up, his face darkened, but a few golden rays shining on it made him look even more imposing. He jumped on his horse and shouted loudly, betting his life against theirs. The general charged straight towards the demon leader hovering in the air. The demon licked his lips and laughed, ha ha, even ants want to trade their lives for a fierce beast. Then he raised his long, untrimmed claws and knocked the general off his horse. Seeing him fall, Mao Ming couldn't help but worry and called out, General. She quickly rushed forward, thinking, no, the humans can't hold on any longer, I have to tell the general. But Mao Mo blocked her path, forcing her to stop. He shouted, stop. Do you want Zhu Wuyang to kill me? If you dare to go, watch out, I'll make you regret it. A powerful slap landed on his face, and Mao Ming's expression darkened, filled with rage. She ordered, get lost. A coward only cares about himself, afraid of the strong bullying the weak. Saying that, she charged forward with her sword, not forgetting to assure him, I'll handle it well, leaving Mao Mo standing there, rubbing his sore face, Sis, you've lost it, you dare hit me. The brutal battlefield unfolded, surrounded by corpses and thick smoke. Mao Ming shouted, General. We found the war god, but I need time to summon him. The general asked back. Really? She confidently replied, absolutely 100%. The general said loudly, then you hurry up, I'll give you 1 hour. We'll hold on until you return. She performed a salute and replied, yes. Half an hour later. Woyang gripped the rope tightly and sighed, sigh, I can't hold on any longer, this is my life. Tears and snot welled up in his eyes, wondering why he couldn't hold it in, and now it was really out in the open. Sooner or later, he'd be dragged to the battlefield to sacrifice himself. So instead of being killed by the demons, he might as well die on his own terms. Mao Ming shouted, Wu Yang, what are you doing? Startling him and causing him to accidentally kick the wooden block under his feet. She didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point, the humans are about to fall, and you're still in the mood to play on a swing. Wo Yang struggled against the tightening rope. It's not me, I'm just. Mao Ming turned to him and said, you don't need to say anything else. I've already told the martial lord about your identity. Right now, the human race needs you. So please come fight with me. She didn't care at all that the person behind her was on the verge of death. He was trembling, trying to speak, no, not this. Forget about that for now, hurry, save me. She crossed her arms, not bothering to look back, and continued, aren't you going to answer me? That's right, since your identity is exposed, you'll kill my brother. The martial lord can't hold on much longer. His face turned pale, and he whispered, no, I can't fly, hurry, save me. Mao Meng frowned and said, but as long as you're willing to help the human race, I'm willing to die in place of my brother. You still won't agree. At this point, the martial lord could no longer struggle, and was just about to say goodbye to the world. Seeing that he wouldn't agree to anything, she blushed and proposed a last resort. Well, didn't you say before that if I married you, you'd go to the battlefield? Fine, I can marry you. Behind her, a brilliant aura of spiritual energy radiated out. The martial lord was the master of that spiritual power. He felt rejuvenated and floated in the air. His gaze sharpened as he glanced at Mao Meng and asked, is that true? Because of love. Suddenly, he learned how to fly. An hour later, the martial lord and the soldiers were desperately holding off the demon spirit leader. He encouraged everyone, we must hold on. The war god is our last hope, we have to keep fighting. Everyone was united, yes. In the distance, two people were watching the situation unfold. The one in elegant clothing asked, my lord, why not just order Shao to wipe them out? The one being asked, sitting in a chair, was the demon spirit king, Ling Tong. He replied, no rush. They just said they found the war god. I want to see what this war god looks like. The person beside him was the demon spirit general, Lu. He asked, but it seems the human race can't hold on much longer. At that moment, the martial lord was cut in half by the demon spirit leader's weapon. He shouted in anger, my war spear. His expression was fierce as he swung his hand to attack, I'm bored now, go die. The martial lord realized he was done for. The soldiers below were in a panic, shouting, martial lord. Mao Meng's voice rang out from afar, martial lord, hold on. War god. It's here. After saying that, she pushed the martial lord towards the two people who were fighting. The warlord was totally shocked to see that Vo Viam was actually the war god. The expression on the demon leader's face was pretty much the same as the warlord's. The demon leader exclaimed in disbelief, what? A human can withstand my attack. The warlord and his soldiers were just as stunned, stammering in disbelief, could it really be? They looked at Zhu Wuyang's heroic figure and couldn't help but marvel, this is the war god. Little did they know, Zhu Wuyang was freaking out inside, thinking, is this really a demon? I'm so scared, I regret coming here. He was so scared that the hoe he was holding slipped from his hands right in front of both sides. Both his side and the enemy were left dumbfounded, wondering, is this really the war god? And it seems like he has no cultivation. Lin Tong sneered arrogantly, realizing this was a fake war god, just a distraction. Commander, let General Shao wipe out these humans. The demon leader immediately responded, yes, sir. He waved his hand, issuing orders, all soldiers, follow my command, full attack. As soon as he shouted to charge, the entire demon army surged forward to attack the humans. Zhu Wuyang was so terrified that his hair stood on end, shouting, what? So many demons. The warlord urgently ordered his troops to retreat, Shao, abandon the position now. Taking advantage of the chaos, the demon leader rushed in to take out Zhu Wuyang. He screamed madly, you were lucky to withstand my attack before, but now I'm going to eat you. Zhu Wuyang, terrified, cried out, please, don't come any closer. He instinctively gripped the hoe tightly, closing his eyes and mumbling, I. Zhu Wuyang swung the hoe with all his might, screaming in terror, I'm scared. That holy hoe managed to wipe out the demon leader, and countless demons under his command, leaving them without a single piece of armor after taking Zhu Wuyang's hit. They were caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. One by one, they turned to dust. The entire sky filled with demons met their end because of Zhu Wuyang's sudden outburst. The warlord and his soldiers were left gaping in shock, what? One move took them all out. These guys were all at the spirit-nurturing level, just below the demon leader. Lin Tong, witnessing the scene, stroked his chin and commented, that's the war god for you. Chen Zhuan was casually watching the battle through the magic lens, nodding in approval. I knew right away that this battle god physique was a perfect fit for that little brat. Even though Zhu Wuyang's cultivation level is currently low, the strength of the battle god physique doesn't depend on cultivation level. He smiled and explained that it's all about the intensity of the emotions of the person who possesses it. As long as there are strong emotions, they can unleash tremendous power. On this battlefield, the marshal general was excitedly cheering, clearly convinced that this guy was indeed a battle god. Mao Meng joyfully chimed in, saying we were saved. The marshal general happily responded, saying it was great news. He eagerly turned to ask Mao Meng what this powerful being liked. Even though we are weak, we need to show our sincerity to the battle god. Mao Meng thought for a moment and hesitantly replied that he seemed to like land soup. He confidently told Zhu Wuyang, Great One, if you can save humanity, we will offer you 100,000 acres of land. Hearing about this generous reward, Zhu Wuyang's eyes lit up as he replied, 100,000 acres. That means I can have rice every day. Suddenly, a deep voice spoke up, saying that if he could unleash the battle god's intent, it seemed he could indeed be a battle god. It was the guy who had been standing next to Ling Tong earlier, and he sneered as he continued, but he introduced himself as Liang, a demon spirit from the Dingfeng realm, and arrogantly challenged, you have to get past me to prove you're a real battle god. Zhu Wuyang energetically swung his hoe to attack him, saying, all right then, let's do this. I have 100,000 acres of land on the line. He struck down with fierce momentum, shouting, I'm not scared at all. Liang quickly blocked his attack with one hand. He scoffed, criticizing Zhu Wuyang, saying that aside from being a bit fast, using a hoe as a weapon was ridiculous. Then Liang smirked wickedly and commented, how laughable. Zhu Wuyang unleashed a powerful strike, and at that moment, a blinding light suddenly appeared. That move caught Liang off guard, sending him flying 100 meters away. It was an incredibly strong hit, with enough force to seemingly shatter the sky. The marshal general gave a thumbs up, excitedly exclaiming, that power is insane. That was the strength that wiped out the entire demon army. The battle god will definitely win. Zhu Wuyang wiped the sweat from his brow, sighing in relief, wondering if it was all over. To his surprise, Liang burst into a loud, mocking laugh. His pitch-black hand appeared along with a savage voice, saying, ants. His eyes were filled with madness, and he growled, you think I'm one of those pathetic soldiers? His body twisted grotesquely, and Liang gleefully boasted, I've got 100,000 demon tribes living inside me. You'd have to kill me 100,000 times to take me down. Seeing Zhu Wuyang frozen in shock as he transformed, Liang became even more exhilarated. But you think you can handle 100,000 all by yourself? Now his body was 100 times larger than before, and Liang grinned menacingly, you can't handle this. Zhu Wuyang looked utterly terrified. Liang quickly raised his hand to strike. Zhu Wuyang couldn't dodge in time, and was sent flying 100 feet away. The marshal general beside him gasped, this monster is that strong. Seeing Zhu Wuyang helplessly take his hit, Liang sneered with delight, is this all you've got? And you call yourself a war god? He used his massive form to stomp down on Zhu Wuyang. Zhu Wuyang was crushed under his foot, struggling to breathe, thinking to himself, yeah, there's no way I can handle this many. At that moment, Lin Tong quietly observed and spoke up, Liang is a killing machine specially trained by our human race. Liang went berserk, raining down punches on Zhu Wuyang, screaming, die. Lin Tong commented with satisfaction, he's a product of the resentment of 100,000 dead demon tribes. Every move fueled by their hatred for humanity. Zhu Wuyang stood still, enduring the storm of Liang's furious punches. The souls of countless demon spirits manifested with each of Liang's strikes, each blow a devastating hit to the soul. At this moment, Mao Meng shouted anxiously, Wuyang. But the marshal general quickly intervened, calm down, Mao Meng. This isn't a fight we can join anymore, we just have to trust the war god. Meanwhile, Liang swiftly grabbed Zhu Wuyang and hurled him with all his might. Surrounded by Liang's demon spirits, Zhu Wuyang thought helplessly, yeah, his right. I can't do this alone. With that thought, he let his limbs be bound, still lost in contemplation, realizing he was too weak on his own. Seeing this situation, Lin Tong impatiently ordered, boring, Liang, just kill him already. Hearing that command, Liang obediently replied and opened his jagged, sharp-toothed mouth, ready to devour Zhu Wuyang, who remained silent, whispering, "So." Below, the shocked General Wu Hao shouted, "War God!" as Mao Meng desperately called out for Wu Yang. In the most critical moment, Zhu Wuyang awakened, swinging his weapon with lightning speed, striking Liang's face until he gradually faded away. It turned out the reason he had been silent was that he was busy calculating, so he yelled at General Wu Hao, saying, "I can't possibly farm 100,000 acres by myself, I need more people." Everyone below was left dumbfounded, echoing his words. Seeing Liang gradually disintegrate, they were all terrified and screamed, "He's dead." Even Lin Tong was stunned by the outcome of the battle. Zhu Wuyang emphasized to him, "General Wu Hao, he's right. I can't farm 100,000 acres alone," leaving him bewildered and speechless. After that, Zhu Wuyang landed safely and said, "I also want a cow." General Wu Hao was taken aback and replied, "Great one, is that all? You could ask for more given your status." Yet, he simply reiterated, "Isn't one cow not asking for much? I wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous." General Wu Hao replied with concern, "Even if I give you a cow, you still won't be able to farm it all." At this point, Zhu Wuyang straightforwardly said, "Then I want 2 cows." He confidently affirmed, "I'll give you 1,000 cows." Hearing this, Zhu Wuyang was overjoyed and made the deal, thinking, betrayal is for dogs. Liang, who was fading away, realized that he hadn't fought back earlier not because he couldn't defeat Zhu Wuyang. He died in despair, filled with resentment, but it was because he was contemplating how to farm 100,000 acres. Lin Tong stood up from his seat, resigned, and said, "Forget it." Something wriggled out from his left chest, and he arrogantly acknowledged, "To kill Sai proves you are indeed a war god." Lin Tong, from the Dao Tactics realm Ding Feng, summoned a demon eye and calmly continued, "If that's the case, then you're worth my effort." General Wu Hao, seeing what Lin Tong summoned, gasped, "That's the demon eye from 1,000 years ago, used to break the seal of Zhan Shen Yuan." Mao Meng asked in shock, "What is that demon eye?" He recalled and explained to her, "Legend has it that Zhan Shen Feng sealed the demon clan within the Zhan Shen Yuan barrier. That barrier was so strong that even the Dao Tactics realm Ding Feng couldn't break it, so even if any demons survived, they couldn't escape." Lin Tong unleashed a surge of power from the demon eye, ignoring General Wu Hao's words, "But 1,000 years ago, a demon could break the seal of Zhan Shen Yuan with just one strike using the demon eye, allowing the demon clan to see the sun." He laughed loudly, gleefully declaring that after breaking the seal, he had slept for 1,000 years, and now he had awakened, "O humans." Lin Tong gathered all his strength and unleashed a wild, chaotic blast aimed straight at Zhu Wuyang, shouting in triumph that it was all over. The terrifying chaotic energy rushed straight toward him, and as he saw it barreling down, he stood there stunned, not knowing what to do. Zhu Wuyang took the full brunt of that deadly blow. He collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone in shock. The warlord and commander shouted in despair, while the war god, Mao Meng, called out in disbelief for Wu Yang. The system immediately flashed a notification to Chen Zhuan, warning that the disciple had died, the mission had failed, and due to the end of the trial, he would not be able to reach the next continent. Chen Zhuan was surrounded by dark energy, and the system panicked, quickly offering advice, but he didn't need to be angry, he would choose a second option for him. Surprisingly, Chen Zhuan just sighed in relief and focused on flipping the meat, saying, "No, I just burnt one chicken wing, why would I be mad?" The system was taken aback and asked again, "Your disciple is dead, and you're not angry?" Chen Zhuan blew on the burnt wings to clear some smoke and casually replied, "Don't rush, the emperor isn't in a hurry, so why should the eunuch be? That's the war god's body. You have to know the war god's will is indomitable. Sure enough, just as he said, Zhu Wuyang took the hit, but stood up firmly. He quickly grabbed his hoe and charged back to counterattack. Lin Tong was stunned by this turn of events, and Zhu Wuyang boldly declared, "The war god is immortal." Then, in a flash, he delivered a blow that pierced through Lin Tong's chest. He stared at the hole in his chest, speechless and shocked. Zhu Wuyang calmly closed his eyes, his whole body enveloped in divine energy. The warlord and Mao Meng stared in amazement, saying, "What? The war god doesn't die, he can be reborn." Meanwhile, Chen Zhuan calmly enjoyed his chicken wings while explaining the mechanics to the system, saying that as long as the will was indomitable, Zhu Wuyang's body would regenerate. Making it easy to take down the Taoist realm, everything was under his control. He sighed internally, but these wings were really hard to eat. At this moment, Zhu Wuyang was still trying to regain his composure. Seeing this, Mao Meng excitedly exclaimed, "Great, Wuyang is okay." At the same time, the warlord was equally thrilled, saying, "No wonder he's the war god, his body can regenerate," and with one blow, he took down the demon king. Contrary to that surprise, Zhu Wuyang calmly spun around and flew down, feeling excited as he thought, time to dive in, finish the fight, and head home to tend the garden. Suddenly, Lin Tong came out of nowhere and grabbed him by the throat. At that moment, Zhu Wuyang gritted his teeth and asked, "Why are you still alive?" Hearing that, the guy laughed arrogantly and teased back, "Why not?" Right after that, he donned his battle armor and confidently replied, "Just take a look, and you'll know." Zhu Wuyang was choking and gasping, thinking, could it be that you also have it? Then he lifted Zhu Wuyang up into the air, his fist clenched with power, affirming, "That's right, I also possess the battle god physique," while his other hand created a massive burst of light. In that situation, Zhu Wuyang was shocked to see his precious artifact being forcibly ripped away from him. His battle god physique was being pulled out. After extracting Zhu Wuyang's battle god from his body, Lin Tong triumphantly raised it high and laughed, "Ha ha, 100,000 years ago, I was lucky enough to get a fragment of the battle god physique. And I've survived for 100,000 years thanks to it." He looked at Zhu Wuyang, who was still trapped in his grip, and continued, "The prophecy said that the true battle god would appear today. My goal this time is to find the remaining fragments." Saying that, he began to merge the battle god physique he had just acquired with his own body, unable to hide his joy as he shouted, "Just now, I was merely luring you into revealing your weaknesses to attract your battle god physique." Zhu Wuyang, with wide, shocked eyes, turned to witness that scene and thought in horror, "His merging with my body." By this point, Lin Tong had completed the merging. Surrounded by a powerful aura, he shouted, "Now the battle god physique is fully merged, the prophecy fulfilled." The force he unleashed was so strong it sent Zhu Wuyang flying, and he gasped, "Ah." He reveled in his new form, declaring, "I am the new battle god." His entire being radiated with vigor, as if he had regained his youth. He was now Lin Tong, at the first level of the Tao sovereign realm. The martial generals and their crew were stunned by the spectacle. One of them shouted, "What? Lin Tong has broken through to the Tao sovereign realm." Meanwhile, Mao Meng unexpectedly leaped up from the ground to catch Zhu Wuyang as he flew through the air, calling out, "Wuyang." After that, Lin Tong began to command the elements, spreading his arms wide as the space around him surged, clouds swirling with pebbles and falling leaves. He declared, "All right, you human folks." A massive, bloodshot eye appeared, with veins crisscrossing and the pupil glowing like a threatening flame aimed at everyone below. He shouted loudly, "You should just go die already." Everyone was in a panic, running for their lives, while the general stood firm, saying, "With an eye like that, if it unleashes its power, it could wipe out the entire western region in one blow." From that deep black pupil, a powerful flame shot straight at the crowd, blazing fiercely. A sea of fire engulfed everyone, causing chaos as people trampled over each other in their desperate escape, screaming, "It's Xiao." Suddenly, the raging flames were deflected from above as if a mirror had appeared, reversing their direction completely. The fire slammed straight into its own pupil. Just looking at it made your eyes hurt. Ling Tong was hit by that counterattack, causing him to spit blood, his eyes wide in shock. Mao Meng, the general, and Zhu Wuyang all exclaimed in unison, "What?" He had no idea who dared to stand against him, and in his fury, he shouted, "Who is it? Who took my hit?" Chen Zhuan stepped forward, spinning something in his hand, and replied with a laugh, "I heard you were around 100,000 years ago, so you probably remember my title." He floated in midair, holding a skewer of grilled meat he hadn't eaten yet, and introduced himself casually, "I am Zhuanqian Emperor, Chen Zhuan." Zhu Wuyang, who was currently fainting in Mao Meng's arms, could only think, that trickster from that night. Ling Tong was stunned, repeating, "Chen Zhuan, the undefeated emperor from 100,000 years ago." Deep down, he thought, he could withstand my attack, but wasn't Zhuanqian Emperor supposed to be dead? Chen Zhuan looked at him and said, "Ha, I'm not here to help my juniors, I'm just curious. Why do you, a human, lead the demon race to attack your own kind?" He then tossed the untouched skewer aside and continued, "If you don't answer, I'll just keep attacking. After all, I have no manners." Even a casually thrown skewer became a near-miss attack that surprised Ling Tong, who thought, "So strong. Whether he's really Zhuanqian Emperor or not, it's best to keep him from attacking first and talk, because the human race deserves to die." After dodging a few pieces of meat, he turned back with a smile and said, "Because 100,000 years ago, I was still human." Then he started sharing his past, 100,000 years ago, in a chaotic scene where everyone was running for their lives, including him. People were shouting, "The demon race is invading. Run!" And there he was, as a kid, scared and calling out, "Mom, wait." He continued, "Back then when the demon race attacked, I was fleeing with the humans from their pursuit. But the humans saw me as a useless weakling with no cultivation. During that chaotic escape, someone heartlessly pushed me down and said, 'Get lost.' He went on to say that they decided to use me as a pawn to save themselves. Those people said, 'You, useless piece of trash, your life is a waste of our resources. Stay here and hold off the demons.'" It hurt even more when he recounted that even his own mother turned back to look at him, reaching out, and said, "You can't cultivate, you dare follow me, I'll kill you." He said that at that moment, the demons were closing in, and I was about to be killed. Behind me was a horde of monstrous demons charging forward, and I was helplessly lying on the ground. He continued, "But just then, the war god made his move. Suddenly, the ground split open, causing the demons to fall into the abyss, and I fell down with them." He bitterly said that the war god opened Zan Shenyuan, saving those despicable people, but leaving me behind. At that moment, he felt so pitiful, constantly mumbling to himself, "So much hatred, so much hatred." At that point, he had no strength left, his eyes were vacant and filled with despair. He added that when he thought he was abandoned by the world, lying in hopelessness, suddenly, he saw the war god standing on the water, saying, "Do you want to fight?" He thought the war god was giving him hope. At that moment, something covered in a golden aura fell into the deep water. He reached out to grab it, and then a voice said, "Do you want to fight?" "Why?" The object continued, "If you don't fight, you'll die." Little Lin Tong, scared, repeated, "If I don't fight, I'll die," surrounded by the corpses of those monstrous beasts swirling in the water. Memories of the past flooded Lin Tong's mind, the beasts surrounded and devoured him, and in his subconscious, he kept mumbling, "Don't fight." He thought to himself, "I'll die," and then he unleashed his inner strength, shouting, "AAA. Anyone who dares to hurt me will die." Finally, Lin Tong's memory sequence came to an end. His whole body radiated a powerful aura, as he declared, "Only because of the guidance of the war god have I been able to survive until now. Therefore, I have embraced the will of the war god and will fight to annihilate all of humanity." Chen Zhuan, who had been listening to his sob story, burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, I remember now. It's not like you said. I was there at the scene. Lin Tong, hearing this, asked again, you were there? He replied, yes, listen closely. Then came the tale from Chen Zhuan's past, 100,000 years ago. He recounted, back then, I wanted to make something called hot pot, but I didn't have any hot pot ingredients. At that moment, I was sitting next to a steaming hot pot. He continued, at that time, the spirit clan was thriving with spirit herbs, so I borrowed a few materials. I was stealing some spirit herbs and running away, with countless members of the spirit clan chasing after me, shouting, thief! Return our clan's treasure. I thought to myself, oh no, I've been discovered. But the spirit clan chased me for 3 days without stopping. Chen Zhuan grumbled to himself, why are they still chasing me? It's just a bunch of weeds. He held onto the spirit herbs tightly, turned around to look at the spirit clan members, and said, so I had to create a no-fly zone to stop them. He thought, this is so annoying. Then he used his powers to split the ground in 2 and shouted, crack open. He continued, but my actions were so big that a part of the war god's body fell off. The image of Chen Zhuan jumping caused the war god's helmet to fall off him. He added, so that's how you found it. Lin Tong chuckled lightly at Chen Zhuan's story and replied, that's ridiculous. You say the war god sacrificed himself to open the abyss was just your whim. Then he added, besides, you mentioned missing a part. The war god once told me that if you don't fight, you'll die. Someone like you wouldn't say such a thing. Chen Zhuan, hearing Lin Tong's words, placed his hand on his forehead in exasperation and replied, I did say that, but the truth is you misunderstood. Continuing to rewind to the past, back to when Chen Zhuan opened Zhan Shenyuan. At that moment, he was running for his life with a pile of spirit herbs he had just stolen when he suddenly stopped and shouted, I have the hot pot ingredients now, but what about the dipping sauce? Just because he didn't have the dipping sauce, he got so mad that he tossed the pile of spirit herbs everywhere. Then he grabbed a random stalk and yelled, When I eat hot pot, I must have soy sauce. I have to fight for it. Without soy sauce, I feel like I'm doomed. If I don't fight, I'll die. And that wraps up the backstory of Chen Zhuan that led to Lin Tong's misunderstanding. After finishing his tale, he playfully ruffled his hair and chuckled, so there was never any divine warrior guidance. Ha ha. Now I finally get why this mission kicked off 10 years ago. Turns out it was all my fault. Zhu Wuyang, having listened to the whole story, was left speechless, hesitatingly saying, is that really the case? I'm at a loss for words. Lin Tong couldn't hold back any longer, his anger flared up like a wildfire as he shouted, outrageous. The divine warrior is the living belief of my people for 100,000 years. I won't allow you to insult him. Behind him, the mighty form of the divine warrior appeared, and he declared loudly, I will unleash all my power to wipe you and those despicable humans out. The 3 warriors, Zhu Wuyang and Mao Meng, all looked up in shock and exclaimed, look at the sky, what is that? At that moment, Lin Tong had transformed into an enormous divine warrior form, towering 100 times over Chen Zhuan, and a voice of doubt rang out, is this really a divine warrior? Lin Tong, with eyes blazing with fury, shouted, destroy them. His power sent dust and debris swirling into the air, as he aimed directly at Chen Zhuan, preparing to strike. Then came a punch that tore through the sky, crashing down towards Chen Zhuan, as if the very earth was about to shake under the might of the divine warrior. The ground beneath everyone cracked open, and the general stumbled, both he and Zhu Wuyang. Mao Meng gasped in astonishment, it's so powerful, the strength is overwhelming. Zhu Wuyang cried out in horror, Shao. Deep down, he was extremely worried. I can feel this is the strongest move of the divine warrior form, that trickster might not be able to handle it. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuan stood his ground, unfazed as Lin Tong unleashed a colossal punch towards him, shouting, die for me. Chen Zhuan grimaced, feeling uncomfortable, thinking to himself, what the heck, Why does no one believe me lately? Lin Tong's punch came crashing down, but Chen Zhuan had vanished, quickly dissolving into a cloud of mist. Suddenly, he reappeared right in front of Lin Tong, and delivered a stinging slap that caught him completely off guard. What everyone could see was Chen Zhuan conjuring a gigantic hand that landed a powerful slap on the cheek of the divine warrior, causing him to stagger back. The divine warrior form was outmatched by Chen Zhuan's strength, gradually fading into nothingness, while the three warriors, Zhu Wuyang and Mao Meng, watched this unfold in awe. Exclaiming, "Divine warrior!" The three of them couldn't believe their eyes, totally shocked to the point where their eyes were bulging out, shouting loudly that the war god had just been knocked out cold. At that moment, Chen Zhuan looked at Lin Tong and pointed at him, saying, "What I'm saying is true, don't believe me and I might get mad," while Lin Tong was still trying to wrap his head around it. Rubbing his cheek and feeling at a loss for words. Finally, he realized that the person in front of him was no ordinary guy, and he asked in disbelief, "Are you really Zhuan Qian?" His mind was racing, thinking that if such a powerful war god could be taken down so easily, it could only be Zhuan Qian from back in the day. Just as he was in the heat of battle with Chen Zhuan, Lin Tong suddenly bolted off somewhere fast, leaving Chen Zhuan confused and wondering what was going on. Turns out, Lin Tong was freaking out and running for his life, thinking to himself, "I gotta run, I have to run. Zhuan Qian's power is terrifying, if I don't, I'm definitely dead." Zhu Wuyang was taken aback by the scene before him, shouting, "Even the king of the spirit realm has to run." Deep down, he thought, could it be that this guy is really the ancestor? Suddenly, he dropped to his knees and bowed to Chen Zhuan, saying, "Ancestor," which made Chen Zhuan turn around, puzzled about what was happening. He got up and pleaded, "Ancestor, please take care of Lin Tong. If not, with his hatred for humanity, he will definitely come back." Chen Zhuan smiled at Zhu Wuyang's words, replying, "Oh, you little rascal finally believe I'm the ancestor, huh?" Then he turned to leave, adding, "But the ancestor isn't here to save you. I'm just here to check out the big channel I dug back in the day," which left Zhu Wuyang kneeling behind him confused about what he meant. Seeing him about to leave, Zhu Wuyang panicked and reached out, shouting, "Ancestor, this is urgent. Don't just talk nonsense, this is Zhan Shenyuan, the war god from back then. And it means a lot to our people." He continued, "Please, just deal with Lin Tong first," but his words made Chen Zhuan frown in annoyance. He turned back to Zhu Wuyang with a fierce glare, his eyes burning with anger, and asked, "Ha, you still think the ancestor is fooling you?" Seeing Chen Zhuan so angry, Zhu Wuyang quickly replied, "Ancestor, I believe you, but please stop pretending to be the war god." Chen Zhuan wasn't angry anymore, he turned and took off, saying, "Enough. I've been in seclusion for 100,000 years. Has the world forgotten the name of Zhuan Qian Emperor?" Zhu Wuyang was still kneeling on the ground, looking at him in confusion. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuan, feeling irritated, continued, "Then I'll show the world." Suddenly, two gigantic hands appeared from the sky, clenched into fists, and slammed down hard onto the ground. Chen Zhuan's voice echoed, "Who is truly the one?" He clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash his magic, and declared, "The one who stands at the top of this continent." A long crack appeared in the ground, the result of his heavenly punch, with dust and debris flying everywhere. The three martial generals, Zhu Wuyang and Mao Meng, witnessed the scene, their mouths agape in shock. They all shouted, "Zhan Shenyuan, it's coming together." In that moment, everyone realized who had summoned Zhan Shenyuan. Meanwhile, Lin Tong was running away when he suddenly felt the ground shake. Confused, he wondered why the earth was moving. At that moment, he finally understood he had misinterpreted the prophecy. The rocky walls were closing in, seemingly trying to crush Lin Tong into a thin slice. Terrified, he struggled to pry the rocks apart, shouting, "Zhan Shenyuan is shrinking." Now he finally got it. The prophecy about the war god returning to the world wasn't just about him or Zhu Wuyang. He was squeezed so tightly that he coughed up blood, crying out in pain, or. All the while, he was pointing at something. Zhuantian Emperor, Chen Zhuan thought to himself, I'm pretending to be provoked, this excuse isn't bad. At that moment, a system notification popped up, saying, I knew it. Meanwhile, at Qianhai Sea Horn of the primordial continent, on a small rock, someone was laughing joyfully, saying, ha ha. After 100 years of research, I've finally confirmed it. It turned out to be Mao, looking like a mad scientist, excitedly shouting, I've discovered that the Earth moves every year at a rate of about an inch. This aligns with energy balance, proving that this world wasn't created by a god. He was so happy he could cry, looking up at the sky and shouting, I must name my discovery Harmony Studies, this will definitely change the world. Suddenly, the rock he was standing on shifted hundreds of feet, shocking him with this unexpected change, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He fell to the ground in pain, his face filled with despair, wondering, how is this possible? How can the earth suddenly move hundreds of feet? Finally, he was choked up and cried, no, the art of harmony doesn't exist anymore, this world has gods, snow is falling, and the wind is blowing gently. Because Chen Zhuan was reckless and messed around, he got killed right at the start of his journey into the art of harmony in this world. The rift has now closed up, but it still left a lot of sharp spikes on the ground. Zhu Wuyang shouted from below to get Chen Zhuan's attention, saying, Old man, the ancestor, Zhan Shenyuan has been merged into Zhan Shenfeng, and Lin Tong has been crushed to death in the depths. He landed softly on the ground and replied to him, no, as long as Lin Tong's hatred for humanity isn't extinguished, with his battle god body, he won't die. Hearing this, the kid asked in disappointment, not even the ancestor can kill him. Everyone around started to murmur, one of them said, then he will eventually come back to kill us, and another chimed in, so we are still going to be wiped out. The warlord stepped out from the crowd, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Chen Zhuan, saying, Great power, when Lin Tong returns, will you still come to our aid? Chen Zhuan, hearing this, casually scratched his nose and replied, Why should I save you? Your deaths have nothing to do with me. The crowd was shocked that he didn't want to help. And the warlord sighed, so heartless. Chen Zhuan crossed his arms and looked at Zhu Wuyang, thinking that dealing with Lin Tong wasn't impossible, but it depended on Wuyang. The kid pointed at himself in confusion, while the villagers didn't believe it and pointed at Zhu Wuyang, exclaiming, Look at him, great power, you can't even do that. Reflecting on the scene of separating the two demons, he said, No, to deal with Lin Tong, someone needs to get close to his battle form and soul. Wuyang, who once had the battle god body, is the best choice. Watching Zhu Wuyang clutch his head in pain, he continued, but since the battle god is on him, Wuyang could get dragged into the fight at any moment. The voices of the two demons keep echoing in his head, go die, go die. Plus, Lin Tong's vengeful soul will also affect Wuyang. With such a result, he could die at any time. Wuyang, are you willing to accept that? Zhu Wuyang stared at him, asking, Die, at any time. The woman with her hair tied up frowned and said, HMPH, he wouldn't even dare on the battlefield, he's going to die for us. The boy with the high bun crossed his arms and added, He only cares about himself. He turned to leave and said to the kid, Wuyang, you decide for yourself. The ancestor won't force you. Just know that if you refuse, we are done. You can just live a normal life. Continue your lineage. Zhu Wuyang, after hearing this, looked at him with a cheerful face and said, So I can finally talk about the family without worry, right? Watching him happily run towards his wife, there was a hint of disappointment in his heart. Indeed, this kid Wuyang has a bit of a cold personality, but now he can finally live without worry. He definitely wouldn't want to take risks. The war general looked at him joyfully bouncing around and thought, Sigh, it seems I still have to deal with Lin Tong's return. Mao Meng happily called out, Wuyang. Zhu Wuyang beamed at her and said, Honey, about this decision, I need to apologize to you first. Mao Meng looked at him gently and replied, it's okay. Deep down, she knew Wu Yang had sacrificed to save us once. How could I hold that against him? An apology rang out, as a large hand wrapped around the back of her head, leaving her stunned. Zhu Wuyang hugged Mao Meng tightly and said, I've decided to accept the title of War God. While holding her close and smiling, he added, if you come with me, you might have to be a widow. Let's put our wedding plans on hold for now. Mao Meng felt a mix of joy and sadness upon hearing this, leaving her speechless. Everyone around them was in shock, shouting, what? Wu Yang accepted it, and when did he become a couple with Mao Meng? Zhu Wuyang looked at everyone and said, don't be so surprised. At first, I just wanted to continue the family line. After all, that's how my ancestors ended up in ruins. The expressions on everyone's faces showed clear surprise and disbelief, with the war general staring in shock at what he said. Zhu Wuyang shared his thoughts as he recalled the scenes of war, saying, but after going through this battle, my perspective has changed. Being on the battlefield made me realize the horrors of war. I finally understand that I could die, but I'm not afraid because everyone has something they want to protect with their lives. He held Mao Meng's hand tightly and smiled, declaring, now I have someone important to me. I can't leave danger for others just for my own good. Standing before the heroes, the war general Zhu Wuyang expressed, everyone used to say that those who win battles are the war gods, but now I see that knowing your weaknesses, yet still being brave, is what makes a true war god. He walked over to Chen Zhuan and called out, Elder. Zhu Wuyang knelt down and bowed before him, saying, the junior Wuyang is willing to accept the title of war god. I will not regret this in this lifetime. Everyone was completely astonished by this scene, and Mao Meng shed tears as she called out his name, Wuyang. Chen Zhuan grabbed Zhu Wuyang by the collar and said, good job, kid. Finally, the old ancestor is taking you seriously. So, the ancestor is going to pass on the spirit tongue and the war god body too. You? He then shouted loudly, let's go. With a surge of power, he pulled out the soul of the spirit tongue. Chen Zhuan commanded sternly, spirit tongue, you better behave and enter the body of my junior. The beam of light containing the soul flew towards Zhu Wuyang as per Chen Zhuan's command. In front of everyone, Zhu Wuyang's entire body began to glow. After a moment of fusion, a complete set of golden armor known as the war god body adorned Zhu Wuyang. At the same time, the system announced that Zhu Wuyang had resolved the threat of the demon spirit, completing trial mission 3, and the host received a cultivation reward, elevating his level to the 7th rank of Sword Emperor. Chen Zhuan let out a sigh of relief and looked at the system, saying, great, it's finally resolved. The war general smiled and said, ha ha ha, this long war is ours, the human race. Before he could finish, everyone lifted Zhu Wuyang up and cheered excitedly, we won. Wuyang, you did great. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. At the same time, a group of people joyfully tossed him into the air, and it seemed like everyone was incredibly happy. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. People stumbled and looked up at the sky, shouting, is it an earthquake? Oh my, what's going on? A streak of blue light suddenly shot across the sky, and the war general shouted, wait, what is that? Unexpectedly, a notification from the system rang in his ears, stating that due to the host's power activating the earth, the tomb of the spirit race had emerged, triggering Trial 4 early. The system continued with another notification, mission, allow any junior to seize the inheritance of the spirit race. Rewards, cultivation boost and an additional enhancement draw. Requirement, the host cannot directly assist the junior. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuan was trying to calm everyone down, saying, don't worry. This earthquake seems to be because something in the tomb of the spirit race is opening up. He was puzzled, thinking, Trial 4 is here. Seizing the inheritance from the tomb, but why the spirit race? He raised his hand, pondering for a moment, back in the day, I raided the spirit race. Now, they want the juniors to go into their tomb and steal from them. The spirit race really is having a rough time. After that, Chen Zhuan gathered his energy and flew up, forgetting to remind Zhu Wuyang below. Wuyang, the old ancestor wants you to retrieve the inheritance from that tomb. You must succeed, no failures allowed. Upon hearing this, Wuyang loudly complained, I still want to rest a bit longer. As he flew at high speed, he thought to himself, ha ha, I can't protect these kids forever. This time, let them go out and see the world. Under the scorching sky of the desert, beneath the Sphinx statue, voices of blame echoed, look at the good job you all did. The most beautiful woman in the world, self-proclaimed, Queen Duan Muli of Hao Yu, a Dao king, sat on her majestic throne and pointed angrily below. I told you to chase after the devouring pearl. And you lost it. Instead, you gave the meteorite map to someone else. Xiao Longshu knelt respectfully and replied, but your majesty, I believe giving away the meteorite map is a very meaningful investment. Xiao Xiaozu, kneeling beside him, added, that's right. Building good relations with powerful beings will definitely benefit our country. Duan Muli got off her throne and scolded, you all are the biggest disaster for our nation. Hurry up and take me to get that map back. The two of them turned pale and exclaimed, we need to get it back. Xiao Longshu quickly stood up to stop her, no, your majesty. If we do that, we might anger that powerful being, and he could wipe out our clan. Duan Muli stubbornly walked past them, saying, but if we don't go get it back, how you will be destroyed by a powerful warrior. Do you think we have time to waste? She confidently raised her hand and commanded, let's go. Everything is for the sake of the great warrior. The two behind her could only sigh and agree. From the scorching desert, they transitioned to a freezing wasteland, where the sound of voices echoed among the icy mountains. Oh, dear God, are you awake? Have you come to the wilderness to survive? The mysterious figure with a hood replied, who are you? What happened? Dejia, who had no cultivation but a strong body, pointed and smiled, ha ha, I'm Dejia, a wild survival master pursuing physical strength. I think I saw you faint from hunger earlier. So I saved you. The mysterious person stood frozen for a few seconds after hearing this. Then, the hooded figure struggled to stand up, much to the concern of the wild master. Seeing the mysterious figure looking up at the sky, Dejia worriedly spoke up, hey, buddy, you can't leave here. Hiding under the small iceberg in front of the giant snail, Dejia continued to comfort the mysterious figure, saying that once you get outside, the big sea snail will swallow you whole. Damn it, I swear it really will. He saw the mysterious person shivering from the cold wind and chuckled, saying, as a powerful mortal, I can't even handle it, so someone like you definitely can't. But don't worry, we'll hide for a few days and it will leave. But the mysterious man revealed an eye and asked, a few days? Saying that, the man jumped onto the small iceberg and declared loudly, I am the king of the spirit realm, how can I endure this humiliation? The giant snail turned its head towards him, and he seemed to go crazy, not afraid of it, but instead shouted a challenge, I'm starving, you're my breakfast. With its mouth wide open, Dejia, standing below, screamed in fear, who's eating who here? Dejia, hiding behind, shouted, you stupid rat, turn back, that sea snail is a semi-divine beast, as a powerful mortal, I'm telling you, if you go, you'll end up as its breakfast. To Dejia's astonishment, the man threw a punch that knocked out a few of its teeth, asking, really? Seeing this, Dejia's eyes widened in shock. Oh my God, no way, isn't this guy just an ordinary person without any cultivation? I mean, how could you take down that giant sea snail in an instant? The defeated snail lay motionless on the ground. After the battle ended, the man revealed his face and relaxed his muscles, saying, I've been hungry for 3 days, I need to replenish. Zhu Wuyang held the map, walking through the leafless forest, his face drenched in sweat, his eyes heavy, sighing as he thought, 3 days ago, the elder told me to find the spirit clan's inheritance. But today the sky is dark, and I was so hungry that I almost lost my mind. He walked a bit further and spotted a monster with sharp teeth, a green slime oozing from its mouth. Suddenly, the monster emitted a deadly aura, sucking everything into a whirlwind. Suddenly, the monster vanished, leaves swirling in the blue sky, and Zhu Wuyang looked at the green blob, feeling utterly helpless. He clutched his head, pulling at his hair, mouth agape, his face pale, and shouted, "What the hell is this? Where's my snail meat?" A bald guy steps out, pointing a finger and shouting, "Hey buddy, I heard this sea snail lives for 100,000 years. Maybe this green ball is about to hatch a sea snail girl." Hearing this, Zhu Wuyang turns around, puzzled, and asks, "A sea snail girl?" The egg turns pink, revealing the shape of a girl with curves in all the right places and long, shiny hair, leaving Zhu Wuyang and the bald guy in awe. Wow, something's actually coming out. The egg cracks open, and a black foot appears. Ah, finally, I'm awake. Zhu Wuyang and the bald guy stare at the egg, imagining a girl with blue hair and perfect curves inside. The bald guy is drooling, "Oh, the beautiful sea snail girl." Zhu Wuyang says, "Well, if she eats the sea snail, I guess that's okay." Suddenly, a chubby guy steps out of the egg, and rose petals are flying all around. The chubby guy squints his eyes, blinks, and smiles, "Wow, how long have I been asleep?" Zhu Wuyang's jaw drops, and the bald guy is poking his eyes, blood streaming down. "Damn it, my eyes." Zhu Wuyang grabs a hammer and jumps at the chubby guy, frowning and shouting, "Hey, you fat guy. Not only did you steal my sea snail, but you also messed up my eyes. I'm gonna make you pay." The chubby guy raises his hands, looking like a warrior. The chubby guy hugs Zhu Wuyang tightly, making his eyes pop out, and Zhu Wuyang is bleeding from his mouth, while the chubby guy says gently, "Ha, it's been so long, master. I missed you." The golden light from Zhu Wuyang's hammer doesn't hit the chubby guy, it dodges away. Zhu Wuyang looks at him, frowning and sweating, "What the heck? My warrior hammer can't hurt him." The chubby guy releases Zhu Wuyang, looking surprised, "Wait a minute, even though you have my master's lazy vibe, you're not quite like him." The chubby guy steps back from Zhu Wuyang, then throws him to the ground, shouting, "But you're nothing like my master. You're just a creepy weirdo trying to imitate him." Zhu Wuyang, now on the ground, thinks, "Who the hell is the weirdo here?" The chubby guy rests his chin on his hand, thinking back, "So, I was supposed to have my master cook me hot pot while being chased by the spirit clan for 3 days. Then I was about to enjoy some sea snails when I fell asleep and ended up here." The chubby guy turns to the bald guy and Zhu Wuyang, asking, "Hey, what year is it now? Do you know where the spirit clan is?" The bald guy points towards the mountains and says, "Oh, my dear sir, it's the year of the merchant flower, and the spirit clan you mentioned has been long gone." Hearing the bald guy say that, the chubby dude panicked, thinking, "What the heck is this Nam Thuong Lan? Have I really been sleeping in a seashell for 100,000 years? Plus, the spirit clan is dead. Did I really go down with my master?" The chubby guy was sweating bullets. He took a strong leap into the air and shouted, "No way, even if the spirit clan is gone, I have to avenge my master." Zhu Wuyang, standing on the ground, yelled angrily, "You stole my seashell and now you want to run." Zhu Wuyang chased after the chubby guy, yelling as he went, "Stop right there." The bald guy on the ground shouted, "Hey you two, wait a sec, why are you both so strong?" The bald guy suddenly remembered that Zhu Wuyang and the chubby dude had been starving for 3 days. He realized, wait a minute, could it be? He stripped down, excitedly revealing his six-pack abs. Was it because of hunger and not wearing clothes? Due to a misunderstanding, this is how the legend of going wild and surviving in the nude began. The scene shifts to a mountainous area at night. Under the pitch-black sky, a black smoke rises from the campfire, and a clear female voice calls out, "Daonian, we are really close to the tomb." Luo Qingcheng looked worriedly at Chen Daonian, who was grilling meat, saying, "If we keep grilling, we'll attract attention, it's better to stop eating." Chen Daonian was furious, his face flushed with anger as he replied, "It's fine, LC sister, even if she's already at the transformation stage, what's there to be afraid of? In this wilderness, who would dare come and steal my meat?" Why was Chen Daonian so mad? Because 3 days ago, Chen Zhuan ordered them to get the blood of the spirit clan. But Chen Zhuan invited Luo Hengqing to grill meat, helping her advance to the transformation stage, and he was curious about the benefits of that. Chen Daonian hugged Chen Zhuan's leg, crying, "Master, I've lacked a father's love since I was little, and now you suddenly want me to go on a long journey. I really can't bear it. How about we do like when you invited the senior sister for grilled meat, and you give me a little magic item? Even a single hair from you would be easy to carry and remind me of you." Chen Zhuan plucked a hair from his head, smiling as he said, "I originally wanted to give you a top-tier divine weapon, but since you want just a hair, here you go." Hearing this, Chen Daonian was left speechless, so he ended up with just one hair. Chen Daonian ate while glancing at Luo Hengqing, making her pay attention to him. He thought, how annoying, now my senior sister is stronger than me, when we get to the tomb. She might steal my share. Suddenly, a shout came from somewhere, startling Chen Daonian and Luo Qingcheng. "Oh no, little brother, are you chasing me again? I can smell the food, can I come to make it up to you?" The ground beneath Chen Daonian suddenly bulged, catching him and the girl off guard. Out of nowhere, a hammer shot up from the ground, leaving him utterly astonished. A face twisted in pain, a glowing object, and a technique that struck right at the heart. Chen Daonian clutched his sore backside, wailing, "Ah, my butt." Elsie Kuan Than looked up in surprise at his scream, while Zhu Wuyang casually asked MP, "Did you hit someone?" MP caught a whiff of delicious meat and couldn't help but drool, while Chen Daonian soared up into the air before crashing down hard. Luo Qingcheng rushed over, shouting, "Daonian, be careful. There's an ambush." Chen Daonian, still holding his sore backside, replied, "Too late. My big eye has already been ambushed." Flustered and unsure of what to do, she exclaimed, "What should we do then?" Chen Daonian cursed under his breath, "Damn it, where did that jerk come from?" Rubbing his sore behind, he stood up angrily, "How dare they steal my roasted meat?" The two were munching on meat when they turned pale. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Zhu Wuyang, still chewing, brandished his shovel and said, "No worries, watch me." A beam of light shot towards Chen Daonian. Just in time, he skillfully dodged to the side. The beam grazed him, leaving a mark. Meanwhile, Luo Qingcheng looked at him with concern. "What the heck? Their fighting spirit is intense." After distracting their foes, the two dove into a hole, forgetting to shout back, "Thanks for the hospitality." Chen Daonian fumed, his eyes blazing with anger, "You bastards, don't run away." Luo Qingcheng grabbed his hand, pulling him back, "Daonian, don't chase after them. Those two can burrow underground right in front of us, their strength is no joke. You can't be reckless." Hearing her logic, Chen Daonian stopped. Looking at the wound on his face, he silently fumed, "Right. I can't believe I ran into such strong enemies out here. I can't even compare to my senior sister. And these street thugs are bullying me." Pulling his hand away, Chen Daonian said seriously, "Senior sister, I need to be serious." Luo Qingcheng smiled softly, watching him walk away. "Yeah." Each serious face was showcased, filled with determination. "I must obtain the legacy of the spirit clan to prove that our lineage of the heavenly emperor is the coolest." In the desolate desert, a group of people passed through, and a powerful figure asked, "Is this where Wangxian sect is?" The voice replied, "That's right." The king of Hao Yu sat on his majestic lion, feeling annoyed, thinking, HMPH, coming to this shabby, remote place lowers my status. Today, I must reclaim the star map. His subordinate, trailing behind, softly replied, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid you might regret this." Suddenly, a noble pink cat stood at her feet and let out a meow. Xiaolong Shu and Xiao Xiaozu, seeing it, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, that little cat is so cute. It must want to play with the diamond bear lion." With a swift pinch, the kitten was sent flying, leaving the two in shock. Xiao Xiaozu, feeling dissatisfied, stepped up to reason, Diamond Bear Lion, what are you doing? She watched with delight as the lion smugly replied, that was a great hit. A stray cat thinks it can play with the noble Diamond Bear Lion. We are the elite. Just as she was basking in her smugness, she suddenly put on a panicked face. In front of the king of Hao and his entourage, Yu Mingling approached with a growl. The king of Hao gasped in shock, exclaiming, what? The bloodthirsty beast Yu Mingling has the highest noble bloodline. Xiaolong Shu, witnessing this, yelled. How can there be such a powerful beast? Xiao's face turned pale as she said, is that Kidnit's offspring? The king of Hao, trembling with fear, pointed and commanded, don't be afraid. The Diamond Bear Lion has strong bloodlines too. Let's go. Watching their pet surrender to the enemy, the three fell over, Your Majesty, the Diamond Bear Lion has already admitted defeat. Moments later, the three looked up. Seeing Yu Mingling roaring fiercely, the king of Hao trembled so much he couldn't stand and fell to his knees, exclaiming, could it be that we haven't even gotten the map and are about to die? Here! A voice called out, causing the two Yu Mingling to obediently listen, meow, don't be rude to guests. Riding on the purple mist phoenix, the elder spoke, they are guests of my ancestor. Do you want to be castrated by my ancestor? The three stared in shock, exclaiming in unison, heavens, this is the number one great beast in the world, the purple mist phoenix. The two purple mist wolves are nothing compared to it. And the two wolves tucked their tails and ran away. At this moment, the polite elder extended his hand and said, ha ha, dear guests, are you looking for my master? You've got it wrong, this is just my master's cat bowl. The three, as if struck by lightning, couldn't believe it and exclaimed in unison, what? This desert is just a cat bowl, and this powerful ruler claims to be its master. Then what kind of power does the great energy possess? In front of a magnificent building, a voice announced, guests, you have arrived at my master's residence. Duan Muli stood under the grand entrance, scoffing, HMPH. The spiritual energy in this rundown place is nothing special, not even close to what we have. Xiaolong Shu and Xiao Xiaozu followed behind, nervously glancing around. Suddenly, she froze, and Xiao Xiaozu, noticing her reaction, asked, Your Majesty. Duan Muli suddenly let out a joyful groan. The two gasped, calling out, Your Majesty. Blushing, she exclaimed, what is this? The spiritual energy here is so rich. Just a gust of wind could push me to a breakthrough. The old master, seeing them standing in front of the steam room, stroked his beard and chuckled, ha ha, guests, you've encountered the steam blowing out from the sauna. The three of them were swept up in the breeze, rolling around, this feels amazing. Xiao Xiaozu, standing behind her, said, Your Majesty, look. Just the hot air from the bath has made you break through. I told you, this power is on a whole different level than yours. Xiaolong Shu added worriedly, they definitely don't see us as anything special. We should just head back. Duan Muli struggled to stand, her breath coming in labored gasps. Leaning against the door, she grumbled, HMPH, so what if the spiritual energy is a bit better? I can always trade for supplies. After all, my Hao is the top supplier in the world. Rolling in riches. The old master laughed, ha ha, is that so? Standing in front of the shimmering crystal fruit tree, Duan Muli stared wide-eyed, what? A top-tier spiritual herb, the ice spirit fruit, weighed by the gram. As she gazed at the flowing lava river, her astonishment grew. In legends, only extraordinary natural phenomena can create such molten waters. Staring at the bizarre fruits, she gasped in shock, and there's the 1,000-year-old golden transformation fruit, so abundant it's rotting at the roots. Duan Muli sat down, bursting into tears, no, no. This is an abundance of resources. It can't be real. Xiao Xiaozu, worried, tried to comfort her, Your Majesty. They probably don't even want our supplies. Xiaolong Shu chimed in, let's just go back. She snapped angrily, making the two of them pale with fear, you two, shut up. It's just slightly better supplies than mine. With a flick of her wrist, Duan Muli waved a silk scarf, sending out a few warm puffs. Placing her hand on her chest confidently, she declared, honestly, I can trade myself. After all, I'm the woman every man in the world desires. In terms of charm and beauty, I'm second to none. The two stared at her in disbelief. Xiao Zhu helplessly said, Are you really going to start selling yourself now because you have nothing to trade? Xiao Shu, nose bleeding, stood next to the old master. Giving a thumbs up in admiration, this is just too good. From a distance, a voice called out, Hey there, welcome. Duan Muli and the two others looked up, puzzled, wondering who it was. They spotted a gigantic hand in the sky gripping something tightly, and she exclaimed in surprise, What is that? The muscular figure holding the weight said, You guys saved my junior before, right? Chen Zhuan's perfect physique made many swoon. He lifted the weight in his hand and said, So it seems I owe you a favor. Let's chat, what do you need from me? I'll see if I can repay this debt. The three of them freaked out, covering their heads and faces, shouting, That's Black Thunder Nyo Man from the Dao Tact realm Ding Feng. He's using a legendary beast to train his strength. And this powerhouse totally outshines the king in both presence and looks. Duan Muli, trembling, fell to her knees and said, I'm in awe. I truly respect you now. To make such a powerhouse lack compassion, you guys are the greatest heroes in the history of our Haoyu kingdom. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Shu rushed to comfort her, saying, The king isn't that bad, really. While Chen Zhuan was lifting weights, a system notification popped up, saying that among the three, there were clues for the next mission. It asked the host to investigate. He chuckled softly, Ha ha, another mission already. I haven't even wrapped up the last one. Chen Zhuan ran his fingers through his hair, his sharp gaze focused. Could it be that this time there are two missions happening at once? Chen Daonian was flying on his sword with Luo Qingcheng, saying, We've arrived. Is this really the tomb of the spirit clan? Looking at the massive light pillar before him, he exclaimed, It's huge. Chen Daonian, excited while riding his sword, said, With the guidance of the star map, we must be the first ones here. Let's hurry, LC Kuan Than is waiting. Suddenly, a strange voice from behind made the two turn around, alert, who dares to be rude? Who are you? They turned to face the source of the voice. The spirit tomb isn't even open yet, and you want to enter before us. A mysterious figure appeared behind them. Do you think your sect is above us? Luo Qingcheng was surprised. I didn't expect so many sects to arrive already. Chen Daonian, standing behind her, was equally shocked. So many sects got here before us. What's the deal with this star map? The leader of the group spoke up. Where are the juniors? Don't you know that the order to enter the tomb has already been arranged based on our sect's strength? The number one sect in the world, the leader, Zhu Shibai, sneered and said, Tell me, which sect are you from? I'll rank you, but remember to have your elders kneel and thank me later. Chen Daonian looked up and asked, Aren't you the one? Luo Qingcheng chimed in, It doesn't matter which sect we are from, you don't have the right to know. Zhu Shibai angrily retorted, You don't even know who the number one sect in the world is. The whole world is watching our sect. I have to teach you a lesson. He introduced Manwha, who was 8 years old and the strongest newcomer in their sect, then ordered him to take them out, showcasing the power of their number one sect. Ding Feng Manwha appeared, muscular and solid, gritting his teeth as he replied, You little rats don't dare to be disrespectful. Looks like I have to teach you old trash a lesson. Chen Daonian and Luo Qingcheng faced him, but didn't even register his presence. He scanned the area and called out to his senior sister, Look, it's them. There are two guys down there sleeping like logs. Daonian immediately flew down, saying, The thieves are over there, I'm going to get revenge. Qingcheng quickly chased after him, calling out for Daonian to stop, We don't even know their strength yet. The two completely ignored Manwha, who was standing there dumbfounded. His anger boiled over, teeth clenched, eyes glowing ominously as he shouted, damn it, you're ignoring me. Don't you see I'm the #1 newcomer? Manhwa pulled out a massive glowing sword from his body, declaring, the price for ignoring me is to let me use this dragon-slaying sword on you dogs. Everyone was taken aback by the sight, gasping, what? That's a top-tier dragon-slaying sword. It's said to be the legendary weapon that Sabaka used to achieve great feats. Using this to kill ants is a bit of a waste. Shibai confidently laughed, ha ha, after all, I'm the #1 sect in the world, our top-tier weapons for newcomers are all top-notch. He said one thing, but thought to himself that this was actually the best weapon in their sect, since it was hard to gather all the sects together, of course. He had to find a reason to show off a bit. He stood to the side, ordering Manhwa, quickly take out these ants. Manhwa happily replied, yes. At that moment, Shang Di slowly opened his eyes. He and his teammate, the snail girl, stared up at the sky, exclaiming, wow, the guy from last night is back. So petty, it was just a few chicken legs. Daonian pulled out his stick, cursing, what do you mean just a few chicken legs? Zushibai pointed at the sentence and burst out laughing, ha ha ha, what kind of ragtag sect is this? Their weapon is just a dry twig. How poor can you be? This is hilarious. Manhwa flew after him, furious, brandishing his sword and shouting, what kind of broke dog dares to embarrass me? You're dead meat. Daonian, on the other hand, didn't care at all. He unleashed a massive technique, swinging his staff down hard and saying, what you just took from me is my dignity. That powerful strike sent him tumbling through the air, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Everyone watching was completely stunned, unable to close their mouths. Before Manhwa could do anything, he got punched so hard that he broke a tooth and spat blood, and the sword he was so proud of shattered into 100 pieces. Just one swing of Daonian's staff shook the entire area, and when it hit the ground, it felt like the heavens were collapsing. The large rocks around them trembled, and suddenly the ground started glowing. Shibai and the others were wide-eyed in shock, unable to speak. He couldn't believe it, saying, how did this twig get so big? Compared to this long sword, it's just trash. This power must be on the level of a divine artifact. Daonian, feeling relieved, raised his staff high and cheerfully said, now you know how powerful I am, right? Ching Cheng flew down to remind him, they only stole a leg. You might be overdoing it a bit. In disbelief, the two Shang Di flew up angrily, saying, yeah, we just took a leg. Did you really need to make such a big fuss? Daonian retorted, it's no big deal. Shang Di shouted, how can I not respond? I still have to return the favor. He immediately unleashed a powerful move, a massive force crashing down to the ground. At that moment, Ching Cheng wondered about this move, while Daonian sighed, but it's too big. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, eyes wide open, marveling at that immense power, thinking, what on earth is this giant shovel? Meanwhile, Manhwa, despite having one side of his face all messed up, stood up defiantly and said, so what if it's a good weapon? He declared, I'm a ghostly body with tough bones, this little damage isn't worth mentioning. But as soon as he finished speaking, before he could even launch a counterattack, the force from Shang Di's move distorted his face even more. He could only passively endure, wondering, what is this? And that was the cleansing wave technique. A massive explosion shook the ground like a bomb dropping in Japan back in 1945, but a whirlwind of ascension sent Manhwa soaring straight into the sky. All he could do was scream in fear. What the heck is this? Zushibai panicked and shouted, is this the legendary war god body? Which sect has this kind of stuff? The old man kneeling beside him was equally shocked. Manhwa isn't dead, is he? Up in the sky, Luo Qingcheng floated majestically and declared, you guys stole the chicken leg first and dared to counterattack. I can't let you off the hook. She then frowned and muttered, life like fire, death like ash, the state of the great sun god body. At that moment, a blazing sword of fire appeared, and that ultimate move was the heavenly flame slash. Everyone present gaped in shock at the sight of the strange sword. They all huddled together, panicking and shouting, what is this? Is this even fair? This kid is better equipped than I am. Meanwhile, Zhu Wuyang stood firm in front of the raging flames. He spoke nonchalantly, HMPH, what's the big deal? Can't you just dodge it? But just a few seconds later, a menacing shadow appeared behind Zhu Wuyang, gripping his head tightly and saying, HMPH, trying to escape. This is the great sun divine flame. Your mortal body will definitely perish. He turned pale with fear and exclaimed, wait, my body is being controlled. Suddenly, a chubby figure rushed toward the flames, shouting, little brother, don't panic. I feel like we are destined to meet. It turned out to be Qing Peng, and before Zhu Wuyang could grasp what was happening, the chubby guy yelled, this move, I, the great Qing Peng, will take for you. Zhu Wuyang's eyes widened as he felt his body gradually recovering. He shouted in surprise, what are you doing, fat guy? Luo Qingcheng replied calmly, this is the price for your arrogance, you will be bound and killed. Chen Daonian cheered from a distance, sister, you're amazing. At that moment, a red light flashed across the sky. Zhu Wuyang instantly transformed into a mighty war god, declaring, fat guy, I'll remember this bond, and I will avenge you. Suddenly, right behind him, a familiar voice rang out, Sai, it's all good, it's all good. Turns out it was the fat guy, who casually continued, Qing Peng, the great one, is just taking a nap. Zhu Wuyang asked in surprise, fat guy, you're not dead. He explained, dead. No way. My master always said, no matter how much you suffer, just sleep it off. The flames around him were slowly fading away, as the fat guy tightly shut his eyes and mumbled, suffering will vanish in dreams. Chen Daonian pointed over there and shouted, what? Your senior sister's sun god flame is gone. Luo Qingcheng, standing nearby, quickly replied, no, it's not destroyed. It's just disappeared. He panicked and asked, how did he do that? Zhu Shibai and the others around were so shocked they gasped, no way, could this be one of the ancient divine bodies, the dreaming Arhat body? The fat guy kept sleeping peacefully, ignoring the continuous attacks that were hitting him and boosting his cultivation. Meanwhile, Fan Ma was lying pitifully on the ground, his face battered from the relentless attacks. A voice suddenly rang out, it said that just sleeping can boost your cultivation. Fan Ma is nothing compared to this, just sleep and you can defend against anything. Chen Daonian unleashed his ultimate technique, the Four Thunderbolt body, and said, indeed, you've got some skills, but choosing to fight us. Get ready for the ancestors to come clean up the mess. Zhu Wuyang confidently shouted with his own ultimate technique, the War God body, or, fighting is such a hassle, but I want to see how many hits you can take. Luo Qingcheng unleashed her outstanding technique, the Sun God body, and then arrogantly said, it's really about seeing how many hits you can endure, you guys can't possibly be our match. The fat guy also activated the dreaming Arhat body and cheerfully said, ha, little brother, don't worry, if they gang up on you, I'll help you out. At the same time, 4 monstrous beasts representing the 4 of them appeared, so huge they filled the sky. Zhu Shibai, seeing this, was so scared he fell backward and shouted, oh my, what kind of monsters are these? They are all decked out. Fan Ma was crawling on the ground. Panicking, master, I want to go home. After a while, the sky looked really beautiful. In the 9 lives and deaths realm, Chen Zhuan curiously asked, what do you all want from me? Why aren't you saying anything? The king of Hao Yu stammered, great one, about this. He hurriedly interrupted, saying there's no need to be scared. Sure, my skills are top-notch, but if you guys can beat me at checkers, I'll agree to anything you say. The girl, hearing this, immediately started playing checkers, saying, all right. Chen Zhuan was so shocked he rolled his eyes and shouted, looks like you've won already, with 6 pieces left. He continued with a skeptical tone, didn't you say this is your first time playing? The king of Hao Yu scratched his head awkwardly and replied, this game is way too easy. Plus your skills are pretty terrible. Xiao Xiaozu and Xiao Longshu, sitting nearby, were so surprised they broke out in a sweat and shouted in unison, seriously, Your Majesty, you can't say that. The king of Hao, while holding their heads down to the ground along with his own, quickly said, Your Excellency, those rude little people gave the star map to your junior before. And now I want it back. Please allow me. Chen Zhuan, hearing this, asked in a deep voice, What do you want that for? She hurriedly replied, I need the map to save the Great Marshal. The Great Marshal dynasty once unified the prosperous northern wilderness. Unfortunately, after 100,000 years, the Great Marshal has become a small nation, and now the largest power in the north, Great Zhu, is always looking to unify the Great Marshal. The king of Hao bowed respectfully to the ground, tears in his eyes, saying, Because my kingdom of Hao was supported by the Great Marshal back in the day. I want to reclaim the star map, gain the power of the Spirit Clan, and then support the Great Marshal. Chen Zhuan was surprised and turned to look at the sudden notification from the system, congratulating the host for discovering a clue and unlocking Trial 5. The system continued to announce, Objective, Shao saves the juniors of the Great Marshal. Condition, the host cannot directly intervene to help the juniors. Reward, 1 battlefield. He rubbed his chin and frowned, thinking to himself, So, the Great Marshal is the force of my juniors, and Great Zhu dares to mess with my people. The king of Hao hesitantly spoke up. So, Your Excellency, can the star map be given freely? Chen Zhuan quickly interrupted, I won't give you this map. She panicked and asked, But didn't you say if I win, I get it? Suddenly, he bent down, kneeling on one knee. Chen Zhuan respectfully replied as if addressing a superior, I, Chen Zhuan, pay my respects to the king of Hao. I now acknowledge you as my king, and you can command me as you wish. The three of them were so shocked they rolled their eyes, quickly shouting, Your Excellency, what are you doing? What skills do I have to be your king? Get up quickly. However, he kept kneeling and responding, No, Your Majesty, instead of having someone take the legacy to protect the great martial arts, why not let me become your subject? You can send me to protect the great martial arts, and that should be enough, right? Xiao Longshu and Xiao Xiaozu were so shocked that their mouths dropped open, they couldn't wrap their heads around what was happening. The king of Hao stammered. Da Neng, what do you mean by this? Chen Zhuan stood up and smiled gently, saying, It's nothing, Your Majesty. The great martial arts was founded by me 100,000 years ago. I just want to protect my descendants. Hearing this, they all exclaimed in unison, What? The legend says that 100,000 years ago, there was an ancestor who founded the dynasty. Could it be that you are? He cheerfully continued, That's right, Your Majesty. I am the little deity Zhuan Tian Emperor. Please take me to meet the great martial arts that you have been longing for. The king of Hao hesitantly replied, Yes. This is a world where the strong can trample the weak at will. People with the talent for cultivation can form their own sects or clans. Images of the leaders flashed by along with the narration. Once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you can face ordinary people and take on thousands. Under a sky surrounded by golden light, a question suddenly echoed. How do ordinary people survive in this world? At that moment, an image of a royal court appeared with a narration. It relies on the imperial dynasty. Although the royal family consists of ordinary people, they possess a power that even cultivators fear. Soon after, an image of a massive dragon appeared, radiating immense power, known as the dragon vein power. At this moment, many people in the sky had been defeated by that power. The dragon vein power could only be wielded by the emperor among ordinary people. There were once cultivation forces that slaughtered the common people of the dynasty, but in the end, that force was wiped out by the king of the dynasty alone. Therefore, even the strongest cultivator cannot withstand the dragon vein power of an ordinary emperor. However, the dynasty also has its flaws. There can only be one emperor with dragon vein power, and the cost of using it is the emperor's life. In the great martial arts dynasty, the palace was in ruins, with soldiers lying unconscious on the floor, bleeding. Suddenly, a savage voice rang out, Now the entire nation must submit their dragon vein power to Great Zhu. The king of Yang Ren Kingdom shouted excitedly, "Great martial arts! Are you still stubbornly resisting? This is a dead end if you don't surrender the dragon vein power." Then he tightened his grip around the neck of the last royal of the martial dynasty, the 7-year-old princess Wu Yuanqing, and called out, "My Princess Yuanqing." The king of Hao Yu just launched an attack at the soldiers while smirking, saying, "Releasing the power of the dragon vein is such a good idea." The Tao King raised both hands and confidently shouted, "What we lack the most is longevity. Just hand it over, and Great Zu will grant you cultivation talent. I've cultivated a millennium of lifespan." He then turned to the princess and threatened, "If you keep being stubborn, I will kill your last subject." The remaining soldiers tried to intervene, shouting, "Princess, you can't give up the power of the dragon vein. If you do, Great Zu will seize the martial arts, and you'll die too." At that moment, the Tao King focused his power and said, "Looks like your subjects are willing to die for you." Yuan Qing's eyes suddenly sparkled. She then tightly shut her eyes, and her body emitted waves of green light. Suddenly, she transformed, leaving him in shock. It turned out that Yuan Qing had transformed into a dragon with extraordinary power. The Tao King, seeing this, excitedly shouted, "Ha ha, finally, it's out." The soldiers screamed in despair, "Princess, you can't use the power of the dragon vein." The dragon that Yuan Qing had become immediately breathed out a dazzling gem that lit up the entire sky. The Tao King casually raised his hand to catch it and said with a tone full of disdain, "Oh, not only won't you hand it over, but you also want to kill me. Ridiculous. You think you can do that with a little dragon?" The gem grew larger, and shone directly into his eyes. It then charged straight at the Tao King's face, nearly splitting it in half. After that attack, the dragon became exhausted and collapsed on the ground, falling asleep. The remaining soldiers rushed to the dragon's side, emotionally exclaiming, "Princess, what good does it do to kill him? Your life force is depleted, you can't transform back anymore, you'll die." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Ha ha ha, who said I am dead?" A shadowy figure appeared and continued, "I am the dragon avatar sent by Great Zu. With the Tao having absorbed dozens of dragon veins, do you think I could be killed by just one little dragon?" The soldiers, hearing this, panicked and shouted, "What? There's someone who can take a hit from a dragon vein and not die." He rushed in and shouted with fierce energy, "You all have to pay the price for resisting." He threw a punch with all his might, causing the dragon transformed by Princess Yuan Qing to groan in pain, and the soldiers got caught in the crossfire. After that, the fake dragon of the Tao King realm stomped on the dragon's body while yelling, "Do you know the benefits of having a long lifespan?" He declared loudly, "It means you can self-detonate your lifespan, unleashing the power of your dragon veins." Suddenly, he gaped in shock as a blinding light shone directly in his face. The soldiers panicked and shouted, "No. The princess doesn't have much time left. Another hit will definitely kill her." Yuan Qing's eyes suddenly fluttered shut from exhaustion. He laughed excitedly, "Ha ha, die for me." Just then, Chen Zhuan appeared with a determined look in his eyes. He then delivered a powerful slap to the man's face. At the same time, a flurry of beams shot in and obliterated the building. The soldiers gasped in shock and stammered, this is. Suddenly, another person appeared and said, "HMPH, King of the Yao Minute Kingdom, you think you can subdue the Tao Wu just by relying on yourself?" The soldiers trembled and said, "It's the King of Hao Yu. Why are you here? If you get involved, Great Zu will destroy your kingdom." Then a loud voice rang out, "They can't destroy it." The king of Hao Yu pointed at the current emperor of Hao Yu, the self-proclaimed 9th-rank general Chen Zhuan, and cheerfully said, "I found the ancestor of the Zhuanqian emperor of the great martial arts. Now it's Great Zu's turn to worry about being destroyed." Seeing them, the soldiers exclaimed in panic, "Zhuan, the Zhuanqian emperor. Could it be from 100,000 years ago?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rose, "Ha, what Zhuanqian emperor? Even the Jade Emperor can't kill me." The Tao King shouted arrogantly, "I made a pact with thousands of my warriors. Every time I die, my warriors bear the burden. Just now, it was just one warrior. But now I'll lead 100 to explode and take you all down. Hearing this, the soldier stuttered. No wonder he always uses self-destructive attacks. If he can't die, we beg you to take the princess and run. Chen Zhuan quickly spoke up casually, not panicking at all. It seemed like they really couldn't be killed. The king of Hao Yu stood next to him, opened a map, and replied, the area on the map is the northwest region. He confidently continued, all right, I'll wrap this up in 10 seconds. At that moment, his body suddenly swelled up. The Tao King laughed mockingly, HMPH, dreaming of finishing this in 10 seconds. Ridiculous. Right now, I'm gathering the life force of 100 people. In 10 seconds, I could blow you all to bits. Suddenly, he frowned and thought to himself, wait, my spiritual sense is picking up something. He immediately focused his spiritual sense back to his kingdom. The Tao King, hovering in the air above the Yao Ren kingdom, pondered, it seems something has appeared in the sky of my kingdom. Suddenly, an enormous hand appeared, seemingly many times larger than the Tao King himself. He exclaimed in panic, what is this? The Tao King's eyes widened in fear, sweating profusely. He stammered, the power of the heavenly earth law is so immense, what is happening? The clash escalated quickly, as the giant hand slammed down, shattering the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. That power was truly terrifying. The big guy was no longer arrogant, he was now in a panic, screaming as his spiritual sense returned, oh no, all my people are dead. If I blow up now, it won't be myself. After that, he exploded in midair, the blast lighting up the entire sky. Chen Zhuan and his crew below looked up, as if they were enjoying a fireworks show. However, this fireworks display sent rocks flying everywhere, so Chen Zhuan created a temporary shield to protect everyone from getting hurt. The sound of rocks hitting the shield went boom. Boom, boom. Chen Zhuan announced, it's done. There's no more Ai nation on the map. The two attendants hugged each other, trembling. To casually wipe out an entire nation, it's really Zhuan Qian, isn't it? The king of Hao Yu was wide-eyed in shock, thinking, good thing I didn't offend him earlier. Chen Zhuan gently asked the king, so, your majesty, what's your next order for me? The king stammered, I'll please hurry and heal Wen Ting. He stepped towards the green dragon, saying, understood, your majesty. The system popped up, annoyed, I'm impressed. How did you find that bug? Damn. Chen Zhuan smiled, unfazed, system, I'm not directly saving my descendant. I'm just following the king's orders. Meanwhile, Chen Daonian and his crew were fiercely battling the big guy. The explosion lit up the entire area. With relentless attacks coming at him, Zhu Wuyang skillfully dodged them, thinking to himself that just getting hit once was ridiculous. Who called this loser here anyway? Around Mr. Fat, shields blocked the fiery attacks from Luo Qingcheng, while the chubby Qingpeng inside laughed mockingly, definitely because of that stingy jerk. Chen Daonian weaved through the barrage of strikes, angrily saying, you dare insult my ancestor. Your master is the real cheapskate. Qingcheng leaped up, wielding a fiery weapon to counter the enemy, shouting, yeah, your whole sect is just a bunch of stingy fools. The aerial battle was getting crazier, trees were getting knocked down, and dirt and rocks were flying everywhere. People on the ground were panicking, shouting, stop. Don't fight anymore. If this keeps up, we'll be dead before the tomb even opens. Just as that was said, a green light shone down from the sky, amidst the swirling dust. A scream rang out, Shao. Everyone gaped in shock, as that light appeared in the middle of the battle. A voice echoed, coming from within that strange light, right before the entrance to the spirit clan's tomb. With a commanding tone, it sounded like the speaker was older, don't be rude. The blinding light dazzled Qingcheng and Cheng Bong. An old man with a serious expression stepped forward, introducing himself, I am the guardian of the spirit clan's tomb, responsible for testing each entrance. I declare here that those who can enter deep into the tomb will gain supreme fortune and inheritance. Before you is the first door, the peak of the vines will be the entrance to the tomb. The massive vines stretched high, writhing towards the tomb entrance. With determined eyes, he invited challengers to enter however they wished. Having explained the rules, he announced, the Spirit Clan's tomb is officially open. Chen Daonian, Luo Qingcheng, Zhu Wu Yang, and even the fat guy Qing Peng stood frozen, bewildered, still trying to grasp what was happening. Everyone cheered joyfully, hugging each other, excited, the tomb is finally open. We are alive. I feel safer inside the tomb than out here with those kids. Over by Chen Zhuan, he had his people fill the area around him with water, creating a pond-like setting. His attendant reported, the divine elixir has been poured, we can start the healing now. The queen, hearing about the divine power, quickly said, Great One, even with the divine elixir, it won't be effective. She remembers the brutal past, trying to hold back her emotions, but tears still stream down her face. Our princess, the lone dragon, curses Great Zhu. The lone dragon curse is a divine poison used to punish tyrants from 100,000 years ago. Once poisoned, using the dragon's power will quickly drain one's life force. The more she spoke, the more determined she became. Besides the sacred heart needle that could cure this poison, there was no other way. But that sacred heart needle had long been sent to another continent. The attendant leaned forward with a sigh, wondering if there was really no hope. Before he could finish his thought, she turned and saw something that shocked her. She saw Chen Zhuan sitting there, focused on casting spells, and on his head were 9 needles, leaving the attendant and the queen bewildered. You have the sacred heart needle. And 9 of them at that. He frowned and sighed, explaining, the divine doctor you mentioned was my disciple from 100,000 years ago. The sacred heart needle originally had 10 needles. But it was so weak that it could only control 1, and it ended up harming my family. Next time I see him, I'll have to give him a kick. Chen Zhuan thought about how he would smack his descendant on the head when they met. The two were stunned, exclaiming loudly, What? The only divine doctor back then was a disciple of a great power, and in the eyes of the Ancestor, he was just a poor student. Flames erupted around Chen Zhuan, fueled by the energy of the 9 needles. He flew towards Wan Ting, speaking to himself, Don't be afraid, I'm your ancestor from 100,000 years ago. Just trust me, okay? At this moment, Wan Ting opened her eyes, but looked extremely exhausted. The Ancestor will help you break the lone dragon curse, Chen Zhuan said, warming his hand with the flames and bringing it before Wan Ting to help her recover her strength quickly. Everyone rushed towards the entrance of the spirit tomb, cheering, Hurry, hurry, the tomb is opening. Let's go. Luo Qingcheng saw that things weren't going smoothly and said, Daonian, we can't fight anymore, the tomb will be snatched away. Daonian, standing next to Qingcheng, agreed, you're right. Let's hurry and aim for first place. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, too late. They turned in shock to see who had spoken. It was Manwha, his whole body ablaze, standing on a flying sword, waving his hand. If I can't be the top newcomer, then I want to be the first to enter the tomb. The two stared at him, dumbfounded, as he burned with intensity. Daonian noticed something was off with Manwha and spoke up, Is he crazy? Why is he burning his cultivation? If he gets there first. Before he could finish, he saw vines rushing towards him. He immediately got whipped by the sharp vines, blood streaming down as he screamed in agony. Manwha's eyes rolled back, mouth agape, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. The two onlookers were left with a massive question mark over their heads, like, wait, what? He's dead? The gatekeeper of the spirit tomb hovered in mid-air, looking down in anger. How dare you use spirit energy in front of my clan? Have you forgotten our rules? So foolish, Manwha. Didn't I tell you before coming here? The spirit clan doesn't use spirit energy and hates it when others do. His close associates surrounded his corpse, trembling and weeping. How could you forget? The others, hearing the gatekeeper scold Qing Peng, stood frozen, all chattering, no spirit energy. Then how do we get up? These vines seem alive. Zhu Shibai and his 3 companions hid behind the vines, grinning mischievously, as they watched the crowd struggle to figure out how to climb up. You guys are flailing around here to defeat our spirit cultivators, but there's only one way up. He was pumped and confident about his plan, which was to crawl up using sheer physical strength. Shibai started to laboriously climb up with his buddies, hands shaking as they tried to grip the vines. Even though the vines would dissolve and devour life, older folks had a stronger resistance to the poison, so this time, the leaders were all elderly. A thought flashed in the old guy's mind, realizing that since Manhwa looked old, he could lead the way too. Shibai turned back, sneering, those young punks will be lucky to crawl up without dying. Thinking of Manhwa's death only fueled his desire for revenge. Manhwa, I'll carry your legacy and lead the way against those arrogant youngsters. As he was grinning slyly, Zhu Wuyang soared past them on a divine tree. He calmly looked at the climbers, puzzled, are you guys dumb? Why crawl when you can fly? Shibai's eyes widened in shock at him. His 2 companions also stared at him, bewildered. Then he vanished into the sky. The old man angrily slammed the vine, shouting, what the heck? How did he fly without getting attacked? These vines are so dumb. The reason Zhu Wuyang wasn't targeted was that he wasn't releasing any spirit energy, he was just unleashing his warrior power, so the spirit clan didn't care at all. Just when they thought they'd seen it all, another old man spoke up, no way. The vines aren't dumb, look at that chubby guy. This time, he was so shocked he almost dropped his eyeballs on the ground. That chubby guy is using his energy to float up now. If he just sleeps and forgets to take hits, it basically means he's not taking any hits at all. He's half asleep in his protective shell, ignoring the relentless attacks from the vines while floating up, mumbling, little brother, wait for me. Shibai is so mad he's flailing his arms and legs everywhere. Seriously, who can sleep through a challenge like this? Luo Qingcheng and Chen Daonian are still down below, worried but unable to climb up. Daonian speaks up, saying Xiao got scolded by those 2 for stealing the old man's spotlight first. And Qingcheng replies, but if we can't use our energy, how are we supposed to get up there? Suddenly, a bright golden light flashes, blinding Daonian, who quickly covers his eyes. Wait, is that you, Sister T? The bun from Sister is glowing. The blinding light is coming from Qingcheng's chest, and she's blushing, not knowing what's going on. She pulls out a confusing star map, realizing the light isn't from her but from the star map her friend from How You Kingdom gave her before. Daonian awkwardly looks away to avoid seeing anything embarrassing, thinking, wow, Sister really doesn't see me as an outsider. Out of nowhere, a hammock made of vines drops down, startling the 2 who were chatting. The gatekeeper smiles gently and says, please, honored guest, come in. He's totally different from how he was earlier. Daonian and Qingcheng's eyes light up as they ask, a guest chair? The old man nods with a smile, saying, yes, your star map can help you pass the challenge and become the first one selected. This makes Zhu Shibai and his crew shocked again, almost dropping their jaws in disbelief, as they complain, what? There's special treatment for guests. This is too much. We are totally getting the short end of the stick here. Daonian and Qingcheng happily sit in the chair, feeling proud. The heavens are treating us like guests. Sister, your star map is really useful, right? He sits back, hands behind his head, enjoying himself and humming happily. The old man from the spirit tribe unexpectedly smacks him on the head, causing him to fall to the ground, and Qingcheng can't catch him in time. He gets hit from behind and crashes to the ground, and Qingcheng can't help him fast enough. Daonian, sitting on the ground, angrily says, hey, old man, what are you doing? I'm a guest here. The old man ignores him and sends the guest chair flying up, calling down, there's only one guest allowed, and the star map can only let one person in. Dao Nian, feeling frustrated, thinks, "You should have said that earlier." The group of Zhu Shibai was still climbing the tree when they burst into laughter. "Finally someone is worse off than us. Weren't they just acting all high and mighty? Now they can't even get up, right?" Everyone was desperately clinging to the vines to crawl up to the entrance of the tomb. Seeing everyone struggling to climb, Dao Nian felt really anxious. "They are all starting to crawl up. I have to go too." He reached out to grab the vine, ready to climb, but then he felt something. He quickly pulled his hand back, trembling in pain. It hurt so much. There was something on the vine that made it impossible to climb. The old man guarding the entrance, floating in mid-air, announced, "The teleportation gate will open in 100 breaths." The older folks turned back and mocked Dao Nian. "You were the most panicked one earlier, and now you can only watch us go up first." He was the only one left behind, feeling anxious and scared. Now the ground was just me. If this keeps up, won't I embarrass my ancestors? Suddenly, a purple orb fell right in front of him, catching his attention. Chen Dao Nian curiously picked it up, and the purple orb immediately released a surge of spiritual energy. He panicked and shouted, "What the heck is this?" The spiritual energy is overflowing. The gatekeeper saw him unleashing spiritual energy, and his eyes blazed with furious anger, shouting, "You little brat. I told you the rules, and you dare to release such dense spiritual energy. This is disrespectful to the spirit clan." Immediately, all the vines shot towards him at breakneck speed. Shibai laughed mockingly, spouting nonsense. "Die. This is the spiritual orb I prepared to stop competitors from harming Fan Ma, and now it's your turn to die." Thick, thorny vines swarmed the sky, rushing towards him. Dao Nian clenched his fists, tears and snot running down his face in fear. "What the hell is this? If it hits me, won't I die here?" A strand of white hair slowly fell into Dao Nian's hand, accompanied by someone's voice, "Damn it. This damn weed dares to attack a junior. This is disrespectful to me, Zhuanqian Emperor." Something zipped through the writhing vines, causing them to snap apart. The sharp sound sliced through the vines again. A blinding light radiated, illuminating the entire forest. Zhu Shibai was feeling pretty smug, but it didn't take long before that smug look turned into one of shock again. Chen Dao Nian was wide-eyed and speechless, while the old guy from the spirit clan was just as stunned and confused as the other two at what was happening. The massive vine slowly started to fall, causing everyone climbing it to cling tightly to the vine in a panic. "What's going on? I can't accept this." A loud crash echoed as the huge vine was easily severed by some unseen force. The old man watched the vine collapse, dazed. What kind of immense power is this?" "The source of this power is spirit energy, but it's so strong that even our clan's strongest formation can't counter it." He suddenly thought of Chen Zhuan. Could it be that man? Dao Nian reached out to catch a strand of white hair. He tightly held onto the hair and realized it belonged to his ancestor. "Wow, a strand of my ancestor's hair. I can't believe it's this cool." He stuck the hair on his cheek and huffed, while everyone else was just some average sword or blade cultivators. Dao Nian was no longer panicking like before. Now he felt confident with his ancestor backing him up. "From now on, I'm going to shine." He put his hands on his hips and smiled triumphantly. "That handsome guy really knows how to treat me well with just a strand of hair." He looked really handsome, and then he soared into the air, heading into the entrance of the tomb. The others who had fallen to the ground watched Dao Nian fly away, flailing their arms and legs in disbelief. "What's with this handsome guy? He's just riding on a strand of hair, and he's so annoying." Some were sitting, some were crawling on the ground, while Shibai pointed to the sky and shouted. But the vine was gone, and everyone could fly up now. "Hurry! The teleportation gate is about to close. Hurry and get in." A chorus of yes rang out as everyone rushed up like a swarm of bees. Meanwhile, the old man from the spirit clan was still observing the surroundings, trying to remember if this power belonged to that man. No way, this time. It felt like he was seeing a familiar strength. He pondered deeply, wondering if they could still find someone suitable. The scene shifted to Wu Yuanqing lying on a bed, her face twisted in pain, surrounded by cries. Hoo, she's healed. The cries came from a servant who was still sobbing, saying, "This is the first person who has been cured after being poisoned by Great Zhu's long curse." Next to him was the king of Haoyu, who looked at her with admiration and said, "Such incredible power." At this moment, Chen Zhuan was still observing Yuanqing, speaking seriously that no, she hasn't been cured yet. Hearing this made both of them shift from a state of joy to worry. He continued, saying that he was only dealing with a type of poison called long-on, but within Yuanqing's body, there was more than just that poison. Chen Zhuan touched the girl and said that what was more prevalent was a kind of power he had never encountered before, one that couldn't be eradicated. He emphasized that this power was also threatening Yuanqing's life. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them exclaimed in unison. Seeing Yuanqing in such pain made everyone feel heartbroken. Chen Zhuan looked at them with a cold gaze, a murderous aura surrounding him, as he asked if the one who planted this poison was Great Zhu, demanding to know where he was. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the heart of the Earth Lake region, the kingdom of Great Zhu. At this moment, Chen Zhuan stood in the sky, hands clasped behind his back. Looking down at the vast palace before him, with a blue sky and white clouds above, and a calm blue sea outside. It was a breathtaking scene, but he had no mood to admire it. As he arrived, dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning, and a radiant aura surrounded him. Chen Zhuan angrily declared that he was Zhuanqian Emperor, demanding the descendant of Wu Yuanqing to come out and apologize. Otherwise, suddenly, an enormous, multicolored hand appeared, causing the sea to churn violently. It was as big as the capital city of Great Zhu, surrounded by bolts of lightning, seemingly waiting for a command to descend and destroy everything. Chen Zhuan continued, stating that he would annihilate Great Zhu. Out of nowhere, a voice echoed from the palace of Zhuanqian Emperor, saying that even if you kill me, you won't be able to cure your descendant. Once this poison is unleashed, even I have no way to deal with it. Hearing this made Chen Zhuan furious, his eyes turning red, veins popping on his face as he shouted, "Then you and Great Zhu can be buried together." With that, the enormous hand, under his control, prepared to strike down on the palace, accompanied by thunderous roars and increasingly violent waves. Just as it was about to land on Great Zhu, a surge of purple energy shot up from the sea, directly targeting the center of his palm, catching Chen Zhuan completely off guard. He never expected that someone could shatter his heavenly power. The voice continued, but it didn't come from the palace, it came from beneath the sea. Zhuanqian Emperor, it seems you still don't understand the situation. Right now, you should be worried about being killed, not me. Suddenly, a pair of terrifying eyes appeared, staring directly at Chen Zhuan. The red eyes, filled with blood and rage, seemed to contain a deep-seated hatred, as if they wanted to devour him whole. The voice continued, "It is you, Chen Zhuan." Feeling the danger in that voice, the system immediately warned him, cautioning the host that this creature had lethal power and advised against recklessly engaging. The system continued to announce that this mission was no ordinary task. Success could unlock the next continent's mission, while failure would lead to a devastating blow for both the host and the beings of the primordial continent. The system asked if the host would accept the mission to save the primordial continent. Looking at the mission notification, Chen Zhuan fell into deep thought. It could kill me, and if I fail, will the beings of the continent perish? He stood tall, pointing at the eyes beneath the sea, questioning who they were and why they would harm a child, asking if they wanted to destroy this continent. The figure replied with a tone of surprise, "Oh, you guessed my plan. But who I am is not important." Those eyes vanished, but the voice continued to echo, saying, after waiting for 100,000 years, the era will open, and calamity will come. That will be the gift when I break the seal. At that time, everyone will see my true form and fear my reputation. A surge of power appeared on the sea, surrounded by lightning striking towards Chen Zhuan. Chen Zhuan stood unfazed, ignoring the lightning as he listened to the figure continue, Zhuanqian Emperor, I have a feeling you might be the only one who can stop my plan. Or you will become the sinner that leads to the continent's doom. As the lightning approached him, it suddenly halted. Chen Zhuan stared deep into the ocean, trying to identify who that was. The figure spoke with regret, it's a pity I can't kill you yet. But soon I will indeed launch an attack on this continent. After a pause, they added challengingly, can you stop me? The system announced that this being had existed since the continent's inception, warning the host not to underestimate it. Chen Zhuan was astonished, a being from the beginning of the continent. I've been here for 200,000 years, and there's a creature older than me. Then, Chen Zhuan quickly changed his attitude, a mysterious smile spreading across his face as he said, but you have to wait for the new era, right? He felt strangely excited, smiling confidently as he declared, by that time, I will kill you. The mysterious eyes showed great satisfaction, saying, very good. I look forward to the battle with you, Zhuanqian Emperor. In an instant, he arrived at the Grand Hall, where the king of Hallyu asked, you back, right? You must have dealt with Great Zhu, right? Chen Zhuan walked in with his hands behind his back, wearing a smile that was almost a smirk. No, this time it seemed like he was up against a tough opponent. Hearing this, she gasped in surprise. Even someone like him could face a rival. Chen Zhuan got lost in his own thoughts and asked, System, can we still detoxify Yuan Qing? And what exactly does that monster want? The system replied that detoxification was possible. And the monster's purpose would be revealed after the host's next life regained the lineage inheritance. He said, okay. But why does it involve the lineage inheritance? After hearing the system's answers, Chen Zhuan turned to the king and said, please, do your best to spread the word to everyone out there, so all factions can prepare for a major battle. This might be an unavoidable fight. He had just returned for a moment, but Chen Zhuan was already taking everyone from one shock to another. The king exclaimed, a major battle. He cast a dark look at Yuan Qing and replied calmly, yes. The girl still seemed far from okay, her face still showing the pain from before. Chen Zhuan placed his hand on her forehead, sensing that the primordial continent was nearing its end. The curtain was about to fall on the 100,000-year-old era of the primordial continent. Luo Qingcheng was sitting on a chair when suddenly she was pulled into some alternate space, leaving her a bit startled. Where was this? It seemed she wasn't alone. There were many others like Zhu Shibai, Chen Daonian, the chubby guy, and Zhu Wuyang. They were all dragged into this alternate space. But unlike Luo Qingcheng, they all appeared to be ready for whatever was coming. Waiting for the 100,000-year era to open, a battle concerning the fate of the primordial continent, the fight between them and that monster, was about to begin. Flashing back 3 years, a little boy sat on the ground, hugging his knees, next to a hat used for singing opera. The boy burst into tears. Dad hurts, I don't want to practice anymore. A tall man nearby, presumably the boy's father, stomped his foot on the steps, saying, the steps are broken, the steps are rotten, I'll teach him. Today, let's take a break. The boy remained seated, pouting and softly muttering, okay, then I want some candied hawthorn. He lifted the boy onto his shoulders, comforting him, all right, I'll buy you some later. The father's agreement made the boy happy again. Just then, a girl with green hair standing in the hallway caught their attention. The clothes she wore looked really ragged, and her arms and legs were covered in scratches and bruises, all piled on top of each other. It seemed like this little girl had been through a lot of hardships. She was holding a cage in her hands, inside was a little bird, and she said with a choked voice, Yuan Qing, it hurts, but it seemed like the bird understood her. Tilting its head towards her, listening to her words. The last royal bloodline of the Great Wu dynasty, Wu Yuanqing, just 4 years old, was tapping into the power of the dragon vein. Yuanqing had her green hair tied neatly to one side, and her sparkling blue eyes, but despite being so young, there was no innocence or joy on her face that a child should have. In a weak voice, she whispered, Yuanqing wants to rest. Suddenly, an old man appeared, flanked by 2 guards. He angrily shouted at the little girl, forbidding her from resting, saying that the royal heir must quickly learn the power of the dragon vein, or else the kingdom would be in danger. He was the Grand Chancellor of the Wu dynasty, the one who supported the emperor. He showed up with a terrifying expression, sporting 2 long whiskers on either side of his face, and he didn't forget to stroke his beard beneath his chin. His words made the little girl feel exhausted. She lowered her head, not daring to look up. He ordered her to leave immediately. Right away, the 2 guards stepped forward, each taking one of her arms, dragging her outside. Yuanqing turned her head to look at the bird in the cage, which was flapping around wildly as if trying to protect her, helplessly calling out for little Qing. So, little Qing was the name of the bird. It was a spirit bird, her only friend since childhood. Seeing her being taken away, little Qing cried out even louder, flapping around in distress. After that, Wu Yuanqing kept paying the price for using the power of the dragon vein, her body growing weaker and weaker. Watching her suffer so much pain made little Qing shed tears of heartbreak. Time flew by like a dog running in the fields, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Little Qing had died because it was heartbroken and worried for Wu Yuanqing. At that time, Yuanqing was only 6 years old, but she was exhausted from the power of the dragon vein, and had also been poisoned by the Great Zu, leaving her with very little lifespan left. The little girl, worn out and tired, looked at little Qing, and she tried to reach out for the cage, calling out for the Chancellor, Chancellor, before I die, I want to bury little Qing. Despite her pleas, he angrily ordered her not to, saying that Great Zu had sent people to attack the palace, and the people of the Wu dynasty were waiting for someone to save them. Even if she died, she had to protect the Wu dynasty. He didn't stop for a second, continuing to talk, saying that just because someone is about to die doesn't mean they can stop fighting for the great martial arts. The reason you exist is because of the great martial arts. Ignoring the old man's words, Yuanqing sat there, holding the cage, heartbroken, tears streaming down her face, as she looked at the little girl. He kept rambling about what people had to do, but this time he didn't get to finish his sentence. A loud explosion erupted behind him, sending him and the 2 guys flying in different directions. Boom! The girl turned her head and saw the Chancellor lying on the ground, unable to survive the impact of the explosion. A hand reached out and grabbed Yuanqing by the throat, startling her in fear. The owner of that hand said, "What are you still worried about?" It was the Dao King. He had arrived. He had a sword strapped to his back, wore a fur cloak, and a crown on his head. The Dao King lifted the girl up, grinning as he said, "I told you, you should be concerned about the survival of the country, not sulking like a child." The more he looked, the more his evil nature showed. His eyes were bloodshot and terrifying as he said, "No matter how scared you are or how much you crave freedom, that's not allowed." The Dao King said, "Because you are the ruler of this land, you must bear all of this, including sacrificing your life." With that, he began to cast a spell to kill Wu Yuanqing. But what the Dao King didn't expect was that the one who would die here today wasn't the girl, but him. Just as he cast the spell, a beam of golden light shot towards him, piercing through his body and turning part of him into mush. Yuanqing was released, and the Dao King's arm began to disintegrate. A slow voice echoed, making Yuanqing's eyes widen in shock. "Hasn't Yuanqing done enough for this country?" A slender hand appeared, slowly reaching towards the girl. "Sorry, the elder has arrived late." The one who came was Chen Zhuan, radiating a golden light. His face showed regret and compassion as he reached out his hand closer to the girl, gently saying, "Now that the elder is here, you won't have to fight anymore, Yuan Qing." Chen Zhuan stroked Yuan Qing's hair, still gently asking her, "You must have lived in fear these past few years, right? It's been tough." Yuan Qing didn't respond. Just stood there, wide-eyed, looking at him as if this was just a dream and not reality. At that moment, she finally dared to believe this was real. Yuan Qing bit her lip, trembling. Then the little girl burst into tears, her tears streaming down her cheeks. Yuan Qing cried, seemingly partly because she missed her master and partly as if she wanted to release all the pent-up frustration and sadness she had endured over the years. Yuan Qing threw herself into Chen Zhuan's arms, crying louder and louder. He stood there, holding her gently, soothing her by stroking her head. Back in reality, Yuan Qing was still lying on the bed, next to a cage where the little bird used to flutter and sing, now filled with colorful flowers. It seemed like she was no longer as upset as before. Chen Zhuan anxiously touched her forehead, watching closely, saying that Yuan Qing seemed to be dreaming. In that moment, they looked more like a father and daughter than a teacher and student. He looked out at the sky, which was now covered with dark clouds. The system said that to detoxify Yuan Qing, they needed to see if the juniors could retrieve the ancestral tomb. The more Chen Zhuan thought about it, the more worried he became about how the kids were doing. Meanwhile, in the ancestral tomb, Luo Qingcheng was using her hands to channel energy and emit light. She looked around in panic, finding it pitch black and empty. She instinctively called out, "Where is this? Daonian, are you there?" Just then, the chubby guy appeared, happily announcing, "I'm the second one." Ahead of Qing Peng was Zhu Yang, who was sitting on a weapon, triumphantly declaring, "Ha ha ha, I'm the first." Right after that, as the two of them touched the ground, upon closer inspection, they saw Luo Qingcheng standing there, the three of them exchanging confused glances, not understanding what was happening. The two guys over there pointed at her and shouted in unison, "Why is this woman here before us?" Meanwhile, Luo Qingcheng covered her ample chest with her hands to avoid their gaze, yelling, "Who are you?" While the three of them were arguing, a pair of light feet landed softly. "Sister, I'm here." Seeing him, Luo Qingcheng was overjoyed. "Daonian, how did you get in here?" Chen Daonian pointed upwards, smiling, "Thanks to the love of the ancestor." A voice echoed from above, belonging to Ong Bai Yu, "Congratulations, everyone, you have passed the entrance exam. Next is the second trial." Hearing this left everyone in a state of confusion. Ong Bai Yu stood above, holding a staff, and said the rules of the Shao trial would select the heir. To pass the exam, one must complete a grand task, which is to pass through the gate to the Earth's core. With that, a towering stone wall rose from the ground. Behind that door lay a winding maze, illuminated by flames bright enough to light the path ahead, but deep inside was just a pitch-black void, with no visible end. From above, the participants looked tiny, but just a quick glance revealed a massive crowd gathered from all over. He continued to explain the rules of this trial, requiring teams of two, where participants could fully utilize their spiritual energy to tackle the challenges ahead. But when he revealed the next detail, everyone gasped in shock. Only 2 teams would pass. Today, many had come to become heirs, but once they entered this trial, only 4 would make it through. And as long as one person from a team reached the finish line, the whole team would be considered successful. Just hearing this made everyone sweat. If they couldn't get through this trial, all their efforts to get here would be in vain. Not letting anyone breathe easy, Bai Yu introduced a deadlier rule: once 2 teams passed, the remaining teams would perish in the grave. As soon as he said this, the competition became even more intense, as now it was a matter of life and death. He reminded everyone that during the flying trial, they would severely deplete their spiritual energy. He spoke sternly, "Now, let's begin trial 2, as the door creaked open, releasing clouds of white smoke. Bai Yu urged everyone to hurry. The massive door opened wider, and the mist poured out more and more, with participants flooding in. They held their swords, ready for action, and one guy behind Zushibai shouted, "Ha ha ha, only the first 2 teams to pass will survive." He yelled, "Our great sect will take it all." With that, he and his crew charged ahead, prompting everyone else to follow. Beyond the door lay a thick layer of smoke. What awaited them? To their surprise, they were greeted by a massive monster, chains wrapped around its neck, its terrifying tongue flicking out, eyeing the participants like fresh prey ready to be devoured. But Zushibai wasn't scared at all. He even let out a bored huff. Zushibai charged forward, with 3 others behind him, forming a battle line. He shouted, "Fan Ma, though you're gone, we'll carry your will forward." With that, Zushibai lunged forward, yelling, "Let's go." As he finished speaking, flashes of yellow light surrounded the monster, but it was the slashes from Zushibai's group that caused the pain. The demon let out a painful scream, lifting one leg high, struggling to stay upright. The 4 of them struck a heroic pose as they landed, with a cloud of dust rising from the fallen monster behind them, looking truly majestic. Zushibai stood triumphantly on the monster, its body marked with the cuts from their weapons. He laughed loudly, boasting about how quickly they took down one, declaring this was the power of the #1 sect in the world. He mocked others who were strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. At that moment, the surroundings were engulfed in smoke and flames, leaving the 4 of them frozen in confusion, not knowing what was happening. Chen Daonian and Zhu Wuyang casually watched, commenting, "Is this really just about killing monsters?" Zhu Wuyang, one hand on his weapon and the other digging in his ear, said boredly, "Isn't there a stronger monster around?" Just then, an announcement rang out that Wu Yang and Qing Peng's team had taken down 99+ beasts, matching their teammates. While Chen Daonian and Luo Qingqing's team also had 99+ beasts. Everyone was both surprised and in awe. Of course, they couldn't forget Zushibai's team. What was going on? Were these 2 teams really taking down monsters so easily? Suddenly, a strange noise came from outside the wall near where Zushibai's group was standing. Hearing the noise, they turned to look, their faces showing fear. It was a giant spider monster, much larger than the previous one, with numerous eyes, sharp teeth, and 4 long legs ready to crawl toward them. The 4 of them stood there, screaming in terror, "This monster is really strong." A powerful leg quickly charged toward them to confront the terrifying 8-legged beast. It turned out to be Daonian and Wu Yang, who were genuinely excited to see such a massive and powerful monster. Daonian laughed, saying, "This one isn't bad. It can barely be my opponent." Wu Yang, not to be outdone, replied, "You're thinking too much, this is my prey." The 2 charged forward, getting into position to take the monster down. Seeing them, the monster opened its central eye wide, its mouth continuously shooting out webs to show them what spider silk really felt like. At the start, they looked heroic as they charged in, but they quickly found themselves bombarded by countless webs, with Daonian even spitting out a mouthful of blood. They were hit hard, sent flying away, landing face first or head first, with no one coming out unscathed. On this side, seeing those 2 getting beaten up like that made Luo Qingcheng and Qing Peng panic, and call out to Daonian, "Little brother." The 2 rushed over to Daonian and Wu Yang, worriedly asking if Daonian was okay. The 2 of them were lying on the ground, covered in spider silk that was pinning them down. Daonian quickly spoke up to stop his senior sister from touching him, warning her to be careful because the web was highly toxic. Wu Yang wasn't doing any better, angrily saying he couldn't move anymore. The poisonous spider monster had a big round eye right in the middle of its head, surrounded by dozens of smaller eyes on either side. Its red eyes were fixed on Daonian and Wu Yang. It continued to spit out highly toxic silk, creating a web that flew straight toward Chen Daonian and Zhu Wuyang. Zhu Wuyang's teammate, Qing Peng, quickly rushed in, soaring high into the air and swinging his hand down to unleash a powerful strike toward Wu Yang. The chubby guy unleashed a move that looked just like him, wrapping Wu Yang, who was lying on the ground, in spiritual energy to protect him from the spider's attack. However, on Dao Nian's side, the toxic web was coming straight for him without anyone to stop it. Suddenly, Qing Cheng dashed in front of Dao Nian, telling him to be careful. She used the Great Sun Divine Flame to surround the spider silk and launched an attack to incinerate the toxic web. As Qing Cheng unleashed the Great Sun Divine Flame, she thought to herself, "Great, my flame can handle this." The Great Sun Divine Flame erupted, engulfing all the spider silk in the cave. It burned everything to ashes. Boom! The power of Qing Cheng's flame was so immense that it struck the cave wall, causing a massive tremor. Qing Cheng couldn't control the force she unleashed and panicked, unsure how to rein it in, quickly trying to pull back her power. Boom! The huge explosion had burned away the entire toxic web, but it also attracted the attention of nearby monsters. Qing Cheng hurriedly picked up Chen Dao Nian and ran, thinking, "I can burn the toxic web, but the monsters are closing in fast." The poisonous spider from earlier was still alive and spat out a massive amount of toxic silk. Qing Cheng rushed over, finally paying attention to the path ahead. To her surprise, the poisonous spider had covered the entire cave with its toxic web, blocking the only escape route. It also used its massive body to block the way, meaning anyone wanting to pass had to step over it. The cultivators there were in a panic, saying, "Oh no, the monster has blocked the way. How are we supposed to get through this? This monster is really strong, it better not kill us all." On the other side, the monks were fighting tooth and nail against the deadly spider to clear a path, while over here, those self-proclaimed top sect members were huddled in a corner plotting and scheming, waiting to swoop in and take advantage. "Heh, you guys keep fighting it out over there." Zhu Shibai pulled out a goat skin and examined it with his buddies, thinking to himself, "Actually, I have a piece of the map too. Earlier, I intentionally led the charge against the monster to throw them off, hinting that only by defeating the monster could we get through." Meanwhile, those guys over there were still throwing themselves at the giant poisonous spider blocking the way, trading blows back and forth. Zhu Shibai smirked wickedly, feeling pleased with himself. The map suggests that this monster can't be defeated because, in reality, it's a mirror trap. No matter how strong you are, what you're really hitting is yourself. To get through, you have to sacrifice one of your team members. And over there, the monks were still desperately exchanging blows with the poisonous spider. Two of the disciples alongside the top sect leader Zhu Shibai boldly shouted, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" They all chimed in, "Sacrifice a kidney for the leader, let's go." At the same time, they all punched their own dantian to create an opening for the leader to pass through. They were shouting bravely, but when the hits came, they were yelping in pain. The leader didn't care about them, just shot them a glance before focusing on getting through. He and a teammate took the chance to sneak towards the exit from the spider web. It was said that the spirit tribe was testing the spirit of sacrifice. Zhu Shibai and the old guy easily passed through the spider web, and as they did, the web gently transformed into a human shape to let them through. Zhu Shibai was feeling smug. "Just wait until we get through, then it's all about giving it our all to reach the finish line." These two ran out without any hindrance from the spider web, which vanished to let them escape smoothly. Once they were out, the spider web gradually restored itself. The two of them celebrated outside, laughing, "You useless bunch, our team is ahead now, you can just wait to die here." Chen Daonian and Zhu Wuyang were struggling against the spider monster, shocked to see those two get out so easily. "What? They got through? How is that possible?" The chubby guy suddenly chimed in, "I saw it, they sacrificed a team member. That seems to be the secret to getting past the spider web." Luo Qingcheng and everyone else there were taken aback by this revelation. Qingcheng couldn't believe it, they had to sacrifice a team member. Daonian, struggling against the toxic attacks, said, "That's why they wanted two people on a team, huh?" The gravekeeper of the spirit clan was flying above, watching the process of the cultivators overcoming the challenges. He boldly declared that there was only 100 moments left. And two teams were already close to the finish line. Once the time was up, he sternly looked down and said, "The teams that haven't made it will die." Everyone in the cave was shocked and panicked upon hearing this. Was time really running out? A team of two, a senior brother and sister, were discussing how to get through the challenge. The cunning senior brother said, "Sister, to obtain the inheritance, you might have to die for me." The sister thought for a moment and agreed, "All right, brother, but before I die, I want to say something to you. Goodbye." The sister's killing intent surged as she unleashed a strike that pierced her brother's stomach. The senior brother, caught off guard, could only scream, "Ah, you." Before he died. Other teams were in similar situations. No one wanted to be the sacrificial pawn, so they charged at each other, shouting things like, "Disciple, go die for me." "Father, I'm sorry." "Rebellious child, you die first." In this life-and-death situation, a large hand grabbed Wu Yang. The gloomy Qing Peng hoisted Wu Yang onto his shoulder and moved without saying a word. The chubby guy carried Wu Yang toward the spider web and said to him, "Little brother, instead of both of us dying here, how about?" Before Qing Peng could finish, Zhu Wu Yang panicked and shouted, "Hey, chubby, what are you planning to do?" Qing Peng gently set Wu Yang down in front of the spider web and said, "Every time I wake up alone after sleeping for so long, I feel abandoned. But this time, meeting you feels like finding family." The chubby guy's eyes sparkled as he placed his hand on his chest and said, "How about I let you pass?" Meanwhile, Ching Cheng and Dao Nian's team found themselves in a similar predicament. Ching Cheng held her junior brother's shoulders and said, "That's right, time is running out, Dao Nian." She smiled gently and said, "As the senior sister, I should take responsibility for looking after my junior brother. Once you obtain the inheritance, remember to help me watch over Wang Xian's sect." With that, Qing Cheng and Qing Peng resolutely stood up and headed toward the spider web. Dao Nian and Wu Yang couldn't bear to call out, "Senior sister, stop. Let me, chubby, come back." Without hesitation, Qing Cheng and Qing Peng directed their energy toward the spider web. Dao Nian watched in fear as his senior sister was about to sacrifice herself for him, unable to stop her. It seemed her mind was made up. He pulled out a strand of hair that Chen Zhuan had given him, gripping it tightly. "You grab the life-saving strand of hair tightly, close your eyes, and pray, 'Ancestor, please save us, or my sister will die.'" Dao Nian, in his mind, sees Ancestor Chen Zhuan sitting by the bed saying, "Dao Nian, think it through, there must be a way to solve this. You can't just rely on the Ancestor for everything. The Ancestor won't help you this time, remember, you are my junior from the Chen family." Dao Nian is taken aback by the Ancestor's words and quickly pleads, "Ancestor, what can I do now? That day when you gave my sister the skewers to boost her cultivation. If you had shared a bit with me, maybe I could save her now." Mentioning the skewers suddenly sparks an idea in Dao Nian. Wait, skewers, and a solution. He connects the current situation and the characteristics of the four people's physiques with the skewers. Dao Nian clenches his fists, determination written all over his face. "I've got a plan." He quickly shouts to stop, "Sister, Fatty, hold on, I have a way, no need for sacrifices anymore. As long as Fatty is willing to cooperate, our two teams can definitely get through this." He pleads with both of them, even swearing by Ancestor Chen Zhuan, "I swear by the name of the Ancestor." The fat guy and Qing Cheng look skeptical. "Kid, why should I trust you? You're the one hunting me down." "Dao Nian, do you really have a plan?" Wu Yang, filled with hope for Dao Nian's idea, chimes in, "Give it a shot, Fatty, he swore on his Ancestor. I don't think he's joking about that." Suddenly, he helplessly punches the ground, looking frustrated, "And what's with this act of deciding to die for me? If I die, I'll just reincarnate and be your bro in the next life. Qing Peng, seeing Wu Yang like this, softens up. All right. Fine, spill it. How do we cooperate? Dao Nian happily replies, thanks, everyone just needs to follow my lead. He starts discussing the plan to break through with everyone. First, my plan is for Fatty to cover me with defense while my sister uses the Great Sun Flame to burn Fatty. Then I'll enlarge my staff, using it to charge towards the web with me and Fatty. Once we reach the web, the divine flame on Fatty should temporarily break through it. The group follows Dao Nian's plan without a hitch, and in the end, they succeed. They did it. Once we get through the web, I'll shrink the other end of the staff. Small. Before the gap gets patched up by the monster, you gotta hold on tight to the other end of the wooden stick. Wu Yang followed Dao Nian's advice and gripped the stick firmly, while Qing Cheng kept burning the spider web with flames. Once we get through the spider web, I'll enlarge the stick and fling you to the finish line. But I'm pretty banged up, so I can only toss you a short distance before the finish. So after you drop down, you definitely need to summon your battle god form, hold onto the other end of your stick, and wait for us to shrink down so you can be brought over since you've secured it. According to Dao Nian's plan, Wu Yang would be flung close to the finish line, just a few steps away from those two top-tier fighters. Wu Yang gripped the wooden stick tightly as Dao Nian instructed. However, seeing the two guys in front rushing towards the finish made him super anxious. Sticking to Dao Nian's plan. Since only one person needs to reach the finish for the team, as long as the two of us can get past the top sect, we won't have to sacrifice anyone else. Flashback to 30 seconds ago, when they were discussing the plan. Wu Yang questioned, wait a minute, we are enemies, you're sending me to the finish first, do you really think I'll pull you through? Dao Nian confidently replied, yeah, I trust you. After fighting for a while, I felt this strange trust in you. If we really make it out alive, I might even want to take you on as my junior brother. Back to the present, with just 20 seconds left in the trial. HMPH, dream on, a stingy guy like you wants to be my senior brother. Wu Yang, looking determined yet satisfied, said, I can accept you as my little brother, that's fine. Wu Yang boldly activated his power, entering battle god mode, one hand gripping the spear, the other pulling hard on one end of the wooden stick. Come on. Come on, hurry up. Dao Nian held tight to the other end of the stick, getting pulled over. The countdown for the Tomb Guardian spirit began, with 10 beats left. 10. The sect leader Zhu Shibai was running out of spiritual energy, sprinting desperately towards the finish. Puff. He was out of energy and couldn't fly anymore. Suddenly, a noise behind him caught his attention. He turned around, shocked, and yelled, what's going on? Why are they catching up? The duo, Chen Dao Nian and Zhu Wu Yang, unleashed their full powers. They burst forth with battle god energy, charging towards the finish line at lightning speed. The two of them gritted their teeth and used all their strength to fly forward quickly. In this plan, the stick and us were like a string of food threaded together. The two Dao Nian were soaring in the air, while the two top martial artists below were still running with all their might. Only 7 seconds left. This was a life or death race for both sides. We can only fight united like a skewered meat stick. 5. Only then can we pass the fire test and get through the tough challenge. The two top martial artists were exhausted and drenched in sweat, but they kept pushing themselves to run. Even when their energy was drained, they couldn't let them get ahead, so they just kept running. 3 seconds left, and the two from Qingcheng and the chubby guy behind were also super tense, holding their breath and counting down each second. We just have to trust each other. Dao Nian and Wu Yang gritted their teeth and pushed their energy to fly fast toward the finish line, ignoring the blood they were spitting out. They could make it in the remaining time. The finish line was right in front of them. Zhu Shibai was just a meter away from the finish, running with all his might. He just needed to push a little harder. Suddenly, Dao Nian and Wu Yang surged ahead and crossed the finish line first. They made it. The two celebrated by high-fiving each other, while Zhu Shibai was still struggling to reach the finish. He wasn't willing to accept defeat and shouted, "What the heck is this? How can they do that?" The spirit of the tomb appeared and announced that the second person to pass the test had emerged, and the trial was over. "Now I'll send you to the finish line." With that, the four from Dao Nian and Wu Yang's teams were teleported to the finish. The chubby guy joyfully rushed to hug Wu Yang, saying, "We really did it. You two are so handsome, Dao Nian, you're amazing." Wu Yang felt a bit cringy being hugged like that and shivered. The spirit of the tomb then boldly announced to the remaining participants, "If the second trial is completed, then I invite the rest of you." At the same time, vines began to attack the two top martial artists. "Turn into the nutrients of the tomb, no, how did my plan fail?" The two top martial artists were tightly wrapped by the vines, draining their life force. Master Zhu Shibai struggled helplessly, no. After passing the trial, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Dao Nian had just gone through a tough battle and was exhausted, he felt refreshed and energetic now. Phew, next up is the third trial. No matter what enemies come, bring it on. Qing Cheng, standing beside him, was equally pumped and added, "Let's take them all out at once." Zhu Wu Yang and Qing Peng were filled with fighting spirit and enthusiasm. Wu Yang raised his sword high and shouted, "It's a bit annoying, but for the legacy, I'll smash through all obstacles. I'll help you guys too." The old dog of the spirit clan suddenly burst out laughing and announced some good news, "Ha ha, you guys don't need to fight anymore. As for the inheritance you want, it's all yours." When they heard they didn't have to fight anymore, everyone was left wide-eyed and speechless, clearly ready to dive into another bloody round, but now it was like, what's going on? Not making them wait long, the old spirit dog shouted loudly, and a bunch of other spirit clans flew up, bringing along the power of inheritance. "The Holy Spirit clan will directly give it to you." In the face of this shocking news, Dao Nian and the others were still in disbelief when the energy started rushing towards them, almost like it was magnetically pulling them in. Leaving them dazed and finally able to speak, the Holy Spirit clan. In an instant, all the injuries from the battle vanished miraculously, and everyone was in awe of this powerful ability. "Wow, is this the inheritance of the Spirit clan? My wounds are healed." As for Chen Dao Nian, he felt like he just leveled up, suddenly having the strength of a first-grade Dao King, way too strong. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuan was getting updates about the younger generation, congratulating the host that the younger generation received the Spirit Clan inheritance, completing the fourth trial, and rewarding the host with cultivation. At the same time, he got a chance to draw a lottery. "Host, do you want to draw your prize now?" The whole situation was so unexpected that he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Did the kids really finish their mission that quickly? It feels a bit too fast. Over here, Dao Nian and the gang were bursting with energy from the inheritance, completely unaware that they were being played by the spirit clans. "Awesome. This time we hit the jackpot, we got the inheritance, now let us go." But contrary to their request, the Holy Spirit clan not only didn't let them go, but also intensified the transmission. Luo Qingcheng started to feel that things were getting out of hand. The amount of inheritance was nearing the limit of their bodies, yet it didn't stop, causing everyone to panic. "Wait, you guys, why are you still transmitting?" The power kept rising, strong enough to lift everyone up. "Enough with the inheritance already, our bodies can't take it anymore. My Arhat body can't handle this kind of power." They finally understood the spirit clan's intentions. They wanted to kill them through this energy transmission, right? At this point, Luo Qingcheng couldn't bear the pressure of the inheritance anymore. Her body seemed to have reached its limit, and she collapsed to the ground. I'm about to die." Not just her, but everyone else was in the same boat. Dao Nian, barely dragging his exhausted body, crawled over to her senior sister. Old Dog was feeling pretty smug seeing their disheveled state, as if victory was already in his grasp. He chuckled, "This crew isn't half bad, we are almost there." Out of nowhere, a voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, old dog of the spirit clan. Have you guys seriously forgotten the ironclad survival laws from 100,000 years ago?" Hearing voices but not seeing anyone, the divine beings couldn't help but wonder, who's chatting? Even old dog felt a sense of déjà vu. The first iron law. This was definitely something from 100,000 years ago. What was it called again? The guys behind helped the old man remember. I recall you could mess with Chen Zhuan, but poking fun at Chen Zhuan's descendants. Nope, that's a no-go, for sure. Another name added in, the idea here is if you mess with Chen Zhuan, who knows, he might actually be scared you'll come after him. True, but what if you end up provoking one of his juniors? Then the whole bunch of divine beings burst into laughter and chimed in together, saying that Chen Zhuan would transform into the unbeatable Zhuan Qian Emperor. No matter who you are, he'll make sure you meet your ancestors. Hearing those words felt like taking everyone back to ancient times, and you could see the nostalgia on their faces. Ha ha, it really brought back memories from eons ago. But this ironclad law is aimed at the people of the Zhuan Qian Empire. Could it be that they have too? Then they burst out laughing like it was the best season ever. Ha ha, I clearly showed my true colors out there. At that moment, Chen Zhuan appeared out of nowhere like a shining hero, swooping in to save the Daonian crew. He slowly raised his voice, cutting through the chatter of the spirit clan. Don't you guys realize who they belong to? No surprise here, those guys from the spirit clan were totally blown away by what they saw, leaving them speechless. Right now, we are still joking around about that ancient steel law from 100,000 years ago, and look, real people are showing up. Talk about playing it dumb. Who told you to flex so early? Now you're stuck figuring out what to do. The truth is, you've even poked fun at Chen Zhuan's descendants. Sure, you're getting old, but isn't it a bit early to be checking out the naked chickens? Old dog was so scared he was stuttering. It just hit him that the crazy power Daonian and the others had was something else. Wait a minute, he remembered now, this power came from outside. Turns out, they are the descendants of the Zhuan Qian Emperor. You really poked the hornet's nest this time, and now it's too late to regret it. Seriously, even the heavens aren't coming to save us now. So here we are, just shouting our heads off. Trying to reason, begging, sorry, Zhuan Qian Emperor. We know you protect your own, but you have no idea what we are up to. Please don't stop us. But contrary to their worries, Chen Zhuan didn't come here for the reasons they thought. He said, "Ha ha, I'm not here to save you. I'm here to take revenge for the hot pot incident from 100,000 years ago when you chased me for 3 days and nights." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a counterattack fueled by anger from 10 lifetimes ago, the pressure of a mysterious emperor. Surprisingly, just one strike that barely scratched Chen Zhuan ended up making the Divine Spirit clan, who had been acting all high and mighty, kneel down on the ground under the immense pressure. Waves of powerful shockwaves hit them, and no one had the strength to stand up, let alone fight back. Some were even screaming in agony, it hurts so much, we are gonna die." At that moment, the old dog couldn't hide his frustration. How could this guy hold a grudge for so long? He remembered a grudge from ages ago, and now he's still hung up on that hot pot incident from 100,000 years ago. It seemed like he was just looking for an excuse to protect them. After taking care of the Divine Spirit clan, the inheritance had also stopped, and Daonian's group was saved. Meanwhile, Luo Qingcheng spotted Chen Zhuan from above, her eyes widening in surprise. It didn't take long for everyone to realize, seeing Chen Zhuan as their savior. Daonian, Qingcheng, and Wuyang all shouted in unison, "Ancestor!" While the chubby guy called out in a different direction, "Master, you're not dead." Each of them recognized someone familiar, causing confusion. Chen Daonian turned to the chubby guy and asked, "Wait, you called him master?" The chubby guy wasn't backing down either. And you guys are calling him Ancestor. Unable to resolve their argument, the three decided to argue it out together. One pointed at the other, and then the other pointed back, creating a perfect little triangle of chaos. What's going on? Why are you calling him Ancestor? This is clearly my master. What gives you the right to call him Ancestor? No way, he's obviously my ancestor. What's your connection? Ching Cheng jumped in, saying, clearly, he's my ancestor and Downian's. After handling the situation with those guys, Chen Zhuan slowly descended to his descendants. He tried to calm down these hyperactive kids, but it was tough since no one had introduced themselves beforehand, and now they were all arguing. Haha, Ancestor forgot to introduce you all. Actually, you're all family. Qing Peng is your long-lost senior brother from the first generation. Upon hearing this, everyone froze for 5 seconds before they all shouted in unison, what? We're family. Cheng Bong, the chubby guy, burst out laughing, recognizing a familiar face, as if there had never been an argument before. Ha ha ha, I knew these kids looked friendly. Ching Cheng turned 180 degrees, friendly and polite, greeting Qing Peng, sorry. I'm the latest generation's big sister, Luo Qing Cheng. I was rude to you before. Ha ha ha. The chubby guy replied, no worries. I'm an elder now too. While those two were all smiles, over here it was a different story. Downian was feeling smug, thinking he was better than Wu Yang. The old master said I'm the second brother. So you really are my junior. Zhu Wuyang was pulling his hair in disbelief. Wait, you're really my senior. I can't accept this. Meanwhile, while the younger brothers were hugging it out, the old dog from the spirit clan was grinding his teeth in anger. He wasn't impressed and dragged his battered body to threaten, Zhuanqian Emperor, I'll say it again, I don't know what you're blocking, but I suggest you stop. Chen Zhuan heard his name and thought, what? Oh right, I almost forgot about these guys. Hey, you guys didn't say anything, I almost forgot about you, sorry. The old dog grumbled, HMPH, as long as you know. You've escaped death, so just shut up and run. Why bring it up now? Of course, according to Chen Zhuan, he came here to help them graduate early, so, according to the Iron Law. Suddenly, his hand glowed with 7 colors, unleashing a massive pressure that shattered the ground and rocks around. Chen Zhuan's voice was calm, completely contrasting the power he was unleashing. I should send you off to meet your ancestors. The spirit clan members realized they messed up again. And the best plan was to run, so they all took off, proving that sometimes your mouth gets you in trouble. Even though death was looming, the old dog from the spirit clan still wasn't backing down. With thousands of rocks flying around with terrifying force, he refused to give in. Wu Chen Zhuan, stop. We can't die yet. In his final moments, his last words were filled with regret and a desire to live, we can't. But it seemed like the ancestors were carrying the burden, and just before he passed, the Divine Spirit Clan was miraculously saved by a blinding light that shot towards them. Zhuanqian Emperor, please stop. Everyone was stunned by this scene, not knowing who was speaking. Immediately, the members of the Divine Spirit Clan were protected within a red circle. My lord, your power isn't enough. Why are you stepping in for us? Chen Zhuan felt this power was somewhat familiar. It was similar to the name he encountered in the underworld. If that's the case, it must have come here to harm his juniors. His anger peaked, and he shouted, you again. One of my juniors isn't enough for you. Now you want to harm my other juniors too. With that, Chen Zhuan unleashed a finishing blow towards it, his killing intent soaring. Suddenly, the attack was blocked by its killing aura, and out of nowhere, a pair of giant green eyes appeared before them, starting to explain, no, Zhuanqian Emperor. The one you saw at Great Zoo before wasn't me. Gradually, its form began to materialize. It was the dragon vein, continuing, but it is also me. Then the system notified Chen Zhuan with accurate information, reminding the host that this creature was not the same as Great Zoo, and it did not possess the ability to kill. He was surprised, wondering why they looked alike yet were different. Wasn't it that guy? Sensing his suspicion about its identity, the dragon vein continued to explain, Zhuanqian Emperor, I know you're confused about me right now, please allow me to clarify the situation. Chen Zhuan nodded, all right, go ahead. The system mentioned there's a way to detoxify Yuan Qing here, so let's hear it. Without further ado, the dragon vein got straight to the point. This story goes back hundreds of thousands of years. My name is Dragon Vein, born in this continent hundreds of thousands of years ago. The duty of the dragon vein is to bless the beings in this realm. At that time, my existence filled the primordial continent with vitality. But this beauty changed once the human race discovered the power of the dragon vein. Everything changed. Everything changed. Humans exploited my power, waging wars that lasted for hundreds of thousands of years without end. I was a witness to the continent, thus witnessing too much slaughter. The slaughter I witnessed over hundreds of thousands of years continuously affected my mind. Eventually, 100,000 years ago, dark thoughts arose within me. At the same time, a terrifying idea was born, to kill all beings on the continent, they all must die. At that moment, to prevent myself from destroying the continent, I gathered my strength, which is the spirit race. I transferred most of my power to the spirit race. But my power was too overwhelming, they couldn't withstand it, and the spirit race nearly perished. Fortunately, the 7 holy spirits obtained my power, and became the entities capable of sealing me. In the end, after the 7 holy spirits gained power, they waged a great war against the evil dragon. Successfully sealing away my life source, I also separated my dark thoughts. Because I lost my life source, both I and the dark thoughts turned to stone, falling into the Earth's core and Great Zoo, becoming completely ineffective, thus eliminating the threat to the continent. I originally thought the continent would be forever peaceful. But I was connected to the dark thoughts, and not long ago, I could sense it clearly. The dark thoughts have found a way to break the stone seal. It's just waiting for a new era to unfold, and when that happens, it will lift the seal and bring destruction to the continent. Now that the Holy Spirit clan is on the verge of extinction, I need to find someone new to seal the dark thoughts. But you, Zhuanqian Emperor, have cut off my only chance for inheritance. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and speechless. At that moment, Old Dog was lying on the ground, pointing angrily at Chen Zhuan, shouting, Chen Zhuan, do you realize the colossal mistake you've made? Destroying my only chance for inheritance means you're destroying this continent. Hearing this, he remained calm and began to think. No wonder I couldn't fight the dark thoughts. It turns out that was the power of the dragon vein, a force that cultivators can't resist. The spirit clan is looking for someone to seal it again. After pondering everything, instead of showing remorse, I appeared quite pleased, showing no signs of regret. Looks like I really stirred up a big mess. Is there any way to fix this? I'm willing to make amends. The old ancestor's attitude left my junior brothers completely speechless. But the dragon vein isn't something to be trifled with, so he immediately got to the point. The only way to stop the dark thoughts from destroying the continent is to destroy the sealed life source before the dark thoughts can act. That way, both I and the dark thoughts will perish. Just based on your temperament, Zhuanqian Emperor, it's probably going to be tough to agree. Hearing this, Chen Zhuan replied, you want to destroy your life source. Why wouldn't I agree? Seeing his smug expression, the dragon vein chuckled, ha ha, because I can feel it. The dark thoughts have placed the sealed life source inside Wu Yuan Qing. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zhuan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Unable to believe his ears, the dragon vein continued, so if you want to destroy the life source, Wu Yuan Qing will have to die. He was so shocked he gritted his teeth, and at that moment, Chen Zhuan finally realized everything. Damn it, the poison in Yuan Qing's body was actually the sealed life source. Seeing that he seemed to grasp the seriousness of this gamble, the Dragon Vein added, "That's right, Zhuanqian Emperor, I know you're very protective of your juniors. But this is the only way to save the primordial continent right now. As long as Wu Yuanqing lives, the beings of the continent die. When Wu Yuanqing dies, the beings of the continent live. My power is long gone. If you want to stop us from killing Wu Yuanqing, there's nothing we can do. So, the fate of the continent depends on whether you agree to hand over Wu Yuanqing or not. This balance can't tip entirely to one side, just like this decision can't be made right away. Chen Zhuan is in a tougher spot than ever. On one side is an important descendant of his, and on the other is the survival of all beings on the continent. He can't help but feel stressed out. Damn it, why does it have to be such a tough topic? It feels like I was asked this question in my past life too. Memories flash back to his past life, when he was 7 years old. The system displayed a notification, Chen Zhuan, your life has only 2 minutes left. I am a time-traveling system. And I will ask you a question. Now, you play the role of the train conductor, and your train is facing a problem and can't stop. On the tracks ahead, one side has a person about to die, and the other side has 5 healthy people. If the train crashes, someone will definitely die. Which direction will you steer the train? If you make the right choice, you will be reborn in another world. If you fail, you will die. Please choose carefully. In that hazy memory, his gaze gradually faded, losing its vitality. But a flicker of willpower gave him just enough strength to provide his answer, I choose. The memory ends, and now Chen Zhuan is in a panic. The urgent situation forces him to choose one, but how can such a difficult question be answered immediately? So he asks for an extension, can I have a little time to think? The Dragon Vein doesn't pressure Chen Zhuan for an immediate answer. He agrees to the extension and produces a jade tablet from his mouth. All right, there are 3 days left until the new era. In these 3 days, if you agree to hand over Wu Yuanqing, then crush this jade tablet. At that point, we will immediately begin the ritual to destroy the source of life. Everything will still be in time, and the jade tablet flies into his hand, representing Yuanqing's life. He feels utterly exhausted, and fighting doesn't make him feel as hopeless as this. He turns to his 4 descendants and wearily says, let's go, ancestors will take you home. The whole group, Daonian, feels worried for him, but there's nothing they can do to help, so they can only whisper anxiously, Ancestor. Scene shifts to the imperial dynasty. It was also the moment when the 4 older siblings finally met their youngest member, and everyone's hearts just melted at the cuteness of Yuanqing, unable to hold back their excitement. Saying, is this really our little junior sister? Qingcheng seemed the most thrilled since she finally had a little sister, so adorable. Chen Zhuan, standing next to her, felt happy that the girl was doing better. But ironically, he couldn't feel truly joyful. Yuanqing was awake now, A small, fragile girl with shiny green hair and big blue eyes looked confusedly at the people in front of her, as the king of the Hothan kingdom welcomed everyone. Saying, the little princess has just woken up, they are. Without waiting for Qingcheng to introduce them, Daonian, Qingpeng, and Wu Yang couldn't hold back anymore, and rushed over to cuddle their little junior sister. AAA, I can't believe we have such an adorable little sister. Let me hold her. No, let me hold her. Their eagerness pushed the king aside, leaving him helpless. Hey, you guys. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuan was busy updating information from the system. System, is there any other way to deal with the poison in Yuanqing? The system immediately replied. Your junior has completed trial 4, you still have 1 unused reward draw. If you can draw a strengthening reward, there might be a solution. Suddenly, a reward machine appeared. Oh, a strengthening reward draw. Exactly. If I can draw an attack boost strong enough to defeat the dark energy, then Yuan Qing won't have to die. Without hesitation, he pressed the button to start the draw. The wheel spun steadily. After a while, the wheel stopped on an SSR attack boost. A snap of the fingers could take out the enemy. Seeing this, Chen Zhuan smiled joyfully. Awesome. With this boost, I can definitely. Just as Chen Zhuan was celebrating and getting ready to party, the wheel finally stopped, and it turned out to be just his imagination. It was only a defense boost. In your domain, you cannot be harmed. This was just a consolation prize. After seeing this reward, he was so furious he almost spat blood. He really couldn't understand what this consolation prize was for. A domain that only a supreme being could open, what good was it? For someone at his level. It was just because his cultivation was too low to use it. He raised his hands in defeat, thinking, is this all I can do to deal with the dark energy? But if I don't use it right, everyone will die. Suddenly remembering something, he paused his thoughts and thought, wait a minute. His eyes fixed on the system's information board. Congratulations, host, you've discovered a clue. Unlocking Trial 5. Objective, Shao, save the junior martial artist. Condition, the host cannot directly intervene to help the junior. Reward, one-time access to the combat field. In the distance, his juniors were a mess, some lying down crying, others hugging each other and sobbing. They were crying and saying, wow, our cute junior sister. The spirit clan wants, sob, sob, why is fate so unfair? Why does our little junior sister have to suffer so much? Meanwhile, Luo Qingcheng wiped her eyes and said it's okay. The ancestor is strong, surely he has a way to handle this. Standing among a bunch of wailing kids like their dad just died, Yuan Qing was confused and asked everyone, what's with all the crying? After a while, he stood before the king of Haoyu, one hand behind his back, the other extended forward, saying, Your Majesty, in 3 days, can you help me gather all the leaders of the forces on the continent? She hesitated a bit and replied, well, okay. Behind him, his juniors had stopped crying and stood in a line, some asking what the ancestor was planning. Others confidently asserted, he must have thought of a way to detoxify Yuan Qing. For sure. Our ancestor would never abandon any of his juniors. Up front, he clenched his fist behind him, feeling a surge of power building up. His silhouette looked incredibly imposing at that moment. At the same time, Luo Qingcheng and the chubby guy seemed to see something that terrified them. A massive head resembling a dragon was emerging, with sharp eyes and a fierce voice. In 3 days, if you're willing to hand over Wu Yuan Qing, then crush this jade tablet. As he spoke, a jade tablet was presented before them. After hearing this, Chen Daonian and the others widened their eyes and gaped, looking a bit worried. Yes, they were worried about their adorable little junior sister. Then, he slightly bent down, placing his hands on Yuan Qing's shoulders, saying, Yuan Qing, can I take you out to play with your senior brothers and sisters? The girl beamed, her voice stuttering, Yuan Qing, can rest. He replied, that's right, we'll have fun, but just for 3 days, okay? After thinking for a moment, she answered, thank you, ancestor. Behind them, the 4 of Luo Qingcheng began to panic. They were really worried that if even their ancestor had no solutions, what would happen to their little junior sister? Could it be the ancestor was out of options too? In a corner somewhere, a group of people was hurriedly building. It turned out that if the jade tablet was crushed in 3 days, the Holy Spirit clan would come to the great martial arts, constructing a sacrificial altar for the destruction ritual. At the same time, the leaders of the forces across the continent were also heading to the mainland. Back with Wu Yuan Qing, over the past 3 days, the girl followed Luo Qingcheng and the gang around for some fun. They visited places and tried foods that Yuan Qing had never experienced before. It was her first time tasting sweet candy, way too sweet. Time flew by, and 3 days later, the day of the ceremony arrived. At this moment, Chen Zhuan was walking down the steps with the king of Haoyu. Behind them were stone pillars entwined with dragons, looking like they were at the altar. They chatted as they walked, with the king of Haoyu kicking off the conversation. The big shots, the leaders of the continents, had all gathered. They were also aware that the little girl Yuan Qing was about to sacrifice herself for the continent, and to affirm the king of Haoyu's words, these leaders were sitting together, starting to tear up. Hearing this, Chen Zhuan replied, "I got it." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Old Ancestor." The two turned their eyes toward the voice. The Luo Qingcheng crew lined up together, and Qingcheng said, "Yuan Qing is back." Yuan Qing dashed ahead, holding out a piece of candy towards Chen Zhuan like she was offering a precious treasure. Her face beaming with joy, "Old Ancestor, have some, this candy is really good." Chen Zhuan knelt on one knee, reaching out to take the candy from the girl's hand, gently stroking her hair. He looked down at Yuan Qing and said, "Yuan Qing, the old ancestor will eat the candy later. Can you go over there first?" The girl, confused, asked back, "What's that?" After saying that, Yuan Qing looked towards the altar, where the Spirit Clan's 7 saints were sitting cross-legged at the base of the stone pillars, each by their own pillar. He looked up at the altar and replied, "Those people are the royal doctors. Once you get there, Yuan Qing's illness will be cured, okay?" The girl joyfully ran up to the altar, responding as she ran, "Okay." Behind her, the younger generation wore sad expressions, seemingly aware that they wouldn't see their adorable junior sister again. After this, seeing Yuan Qing had gone up, the guardian of the Spirit Clan sat cross-legged, raised both hands, and began to channel energy. Powerful streams of energy radiated out as he said, "Wu Yuan Qing, take your position, the destruction ceremony can begin now." Behind them, the leaders of the continents began to kneel, crying as they did so, "Hu hu hu," bidding farewell to the princess of great martial arts. A chorus rang out, bidding farewell to the princess of great martial arts. Standing in the center of the vortex, Yuan Qing looked around, confused about what was happening. Hearing this, the 4 people, Chen Daonian and the others, shouted in fear from a distance, "No, Yuan Qing, come back quickly." They were extremely worried and terrified about what was about to happen to Yuan Qing. Luo Qingcheng, filled with rage, gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted, "Yuan Qing, those are not royal doctors, you've been tricked. You're going to die." Then the 4 of them, one wielding a weapon and the other raising their fists, sprinted forward. They shouted as they ran, "We are here to save you." Seeing this, the cultivators soared into the sky, yelling in protest. At the same time, they began to ascend, their hands raised to form a barrier to block the attack from the 4 of Luo Qingcheng. While the juniors below continued to shout, trying to stop Yuan Qing from reaching the altar. Up above, the leaders shouted back, advising, "We know you care for your sister, but she is the chosen sacrifice. If we were chosen, we wouldn't hesitate to give our lives." Hearing their hypocritical words, they still couldn't accept it and shouted back, "Must we really sacrifice Yuan Qing? Can't we unite everyone in the world to fight against the dark forces?" In the distance, Chen Zhuan turned his back to them, glancing back slightly, responding quietly, "Cultivators cannot resist the power of the dark forces. Continue the ritual." Above the altar, Yuan Qing was now floating in mid-air, surrounded by a magical circle, seemingly in pain, as she let out a soft moan. Below, the Luo Qingcheng members watched her with tears in their eyes, shouting desperately, "Yuan Qing." The girl stood in the vortex. Despite her pain, she struggled to comfort her senior brothers and sisters. Senior brother, senior sister. Yuan Qing, it's okay." Her eyes were filled with sorrow. In fact, Yuan Qing had already guessed that she would die today. Below her, her senior brothers and sisters could only watch her cry, unable to say anything. At the same time, Yuan Qing was gradually losing her strength and began to fall back. But Yuan Qing was born for the world. Below her, the old dog of the spirit clan raised its hands to the sky and shouted. The seal separated from the release, preparing to unleash the source of life. The separation of the seal caused her pain, and she tightly shut her eyes, gritting her teeth, even though Yuan Qing suffers every day. As the seal flew away from Yuan Qing, she struggled to speak, but Yuan Qing is not afraid of death. The abundant life force from her body also surged out. This made those below shout, "Great! The source of life is out." Her eyes sparkled with tears of happiness because, over the past few days, she had met her ancestors and her senior brothers and sisters. Yuan Qing finally got a moment of rest. At that moment, scenes of her playing with her senior brothers and sisters flashed in her mind, and they doted on her so much. When she ate the sweet candy, her senior brothers and sisters would pat her head, pay for her, and smile at her. For the first time, she tasted the sweet candy. For the first time, she had someone to play with. Without waiting for Yuan Qing to finish, the guardian of the spirit tomb shouted, unleashing a divine lightning that broke the seal of life. They were ready to obliterate Wu Yuan Qing and the source of life. At the same time, the sky lit up with countless bolts of divine lightning striking down. A massive source of life burst forth from Yuan Qing. Before she died, the girl struggled to speak. Now Yuan Qing, before I die. I've fulfilled so many wishes. Yuan Qing is very happy. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face, but now Yuan Qing had to say goodbye to everyone. Then a gigantic bolt of lightning struck her, and a voice shouted, "The divine lightning descends, destruction begins." Yes, the destruction had begun. Yuan Qing said her final goodbye to everyone. Goodbye now. At this point, her senior brothers and sisters could do nothing. They all shouted together, "Yuan Qing." Watching this, the leaders of the continents showed clear signs of joy, unable to hide their excitement, as they stood up and shouted, "Ha ha ha, Wu Yuan Qing is dead, the crisis is resolved." Then they all looked up at the sky, watching the bolts of lightning swirling around the source of life. Suddenly, a laugh echoed, "Ha ha, look at your faces. Who said the crisis is resolved?" Hearing this, everyone was completely confused. The lightning gradually faded, leaving only shadows, and slowly the owner of that voice appeared, Chen Zhuan. At this moment, he was holding the unconscious Yuan Qing in one arm and the source of life in the other, starting to thank those hypocrites. "Thank you for breaking the seal for Yuan Qing. Now I hold on to the source of life." Upon hearing this, not only did the leaders of the continents not understand, but his juniors were also confused, crying and asking each other, "Did the ancestor save Yuan Qing?" Ancestor. The old dog of the spirit clan stood before the sacred spirit clan, clenching his fists, pointing at him and shouting, "Chen Zhuan, are you crazy? Hurry up and destroy the source of life and Wu Yuan Qing. Are you really willing to abandon the continent for one person?" Hearing this, Chen Zhuan laughed. "The emergence of evil thoughts is the murderous greed of humanity. This is humanity's fault. Why should Yuan Qing bear it alone?" Seeing Chen Zhuan say this, the leaders of the continents were furious, justifying, "Zhuanqian Emperor, sacrificing Wu Yuan Qing is for her to be chosen. If you were chosen, we would willingly die for the world." Hearing this, he moved the source of life away and replied, "If that's the case, I won't let the source of life leave Yuan Qing. If you are willing to die with Yuan Qing, then you have agreed to kill Yuan Qing." After hearing Chen Zhuan's words, a group of hypocrites became very scared, realizing that they might be the ones to die. They panicked and shouted, "Die, die together, no way." Seeing this, he got so mad he started laughing. "Look at these hypocrites, now you guys are being chosen by me, why not willingly sacrifice yourselves for the continent? Instead, you selfishly stand aside and preach, who doesn't know that?" Saying that, he threw the life orb high up and made a slicing motion. "So just because of you guys, who do you think you are?" As he spoke, he shouted about sacrificing Yuan Qing to save you all. Everyone thought Chen Zhuan had severed the life source. The life source soared high into the sky, making a circle before returning. The old spirit of the Lin clan had been paying attention to the life source, and seeing this scene, he shouted loudly. Shao, then the life source split in two, about to return to its original form. Damn it! He pointed a trembling hand at him, Chen Zhuan, you. At that moment, pieces of rock began to fall, and Chen Zhuan's juniors looked around in panic. The ground was shaking. The 7 saints of the spirit clan saw this and quickly flew up, looking down at the trembling ground, rocks flying everywhere, panicking and screaming, Shao. The seal is breaking, the life source is returning. The dark thoughts are about to emerge. At this time, Chen Zhuan also held Yuan Qing and flew up, listening and searching for someone's screams. Chen Zhuan, what have you done, one person against the world? At the same time, the dragon vein broke free from the ground and began questioning, don't you know how to choose? Chen Zhuan looked down at Yuan Qing, still unconscious in his arms, and firmly replied, don't be afraid, I, Chen Zhuan, will take responsibility for my actions. If I dare to unleash the dark thoughts. He raised his face, a fierce look in his eyes, his voice louder, then I'm sure I can eliminate the dark thoughts. In the sky, the dragon vein widened its eyes and looked down at Chen Zhuan, asking again, do you think a cultivator can resist the power of the dragon vein? It's just a drop in the bucket. Saying that, it opened its mouth wide and shouted, Spirit Clan's 7 saints. Below it, the cultivators flying in the sky echoed, there's a god. The dragon vein silently looked down and said, now only we can resist the dark thoughts, but our true strength is limited, we must be prepared to risk our lives against it. The cultivators responded in unison, yes. Suddenly, a voice rang out, ha ha, just arrived and already heard you all want to risk your lives against me. Hearing this, the dragon vein looked around as if searching for the speaker. Moments later, as if spotting something, the dragon vein's eyes widened in shock, oh. The old dogs of the spirit clan looked as if they had been struck, eyes wide, mouths agape, her. It turned out the owner of that voice was the dark thoughts, which at this moment was transforming into a dragon. It just broke free, causing the energy around to clash, sending the monks beneath the dragon vein flying away, unable to hold their ground, only able to scream "Aaaaaa" to show they were still alive. The dragon vein was also injured by this conflicting energy, collapsing to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. It looked at the fallen monks with concern, shouting in despair, you guys, respond. But all it got back was a weak The dark thought laughed maniacally, ha ha, my brothers. Then he began to gather spiritual power for a strike, this blow representing the rage sealed for 100,000 years. Its eyes sharpened, and it asked in a deep voice, can you feel it? It seemed like something was gradually appearing on the ground. Luo Qingcheng and the others looked up from the ground, uncertainly asking, is this the dark thought? It's huge. The dragon vein glanced down at the injured monks on the ground, asking, can the fallen saints still fight? The old dog of the spirit clan clutched his chest and replied, no way. Hearing this, the dragon vein looked at the dark thought's avatar, face to face, and said, how ridiculous, I intended to destroy you before you broke the seal. But in the end, you did nothing, and we ended up causing our own chaos to release you. What a joke. The dark thought comforted the dragon vein in a non-comforting way, ha ha, no need to blame yourselves, actually, I couldn't do anything. I was just waiting for you to break the seal for me. Confused by the dark thought's words, the dragon vein asked, what do you mean? At this point, the dark thought began to tell an ancient tale, back then, when you sealed me, I was already in despair. Because your sealing technique was too strong. I couldn't break it. I had actually managed to break the seal, but because of the observer on the ground. In the 100,000 years I was sealed, I accidentally observed a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. Then it looked directly at Chen Zhuan, who was radiating killing intent, it's Zhuan Qian, Chen Zhuan. And in its mind flashed countless images of him, in 100,000 years, I found Chen Zhuan to be quite interesting. He would do anything for the sake of the next generation. So I tried to seal the source of life, related to the life of Chen Zhuan's next generation. At this point, I looked at Yuan Qing, who was still unconscious in Chen Zhuan's arms, and continued, so Chen Zhuan, in order to save the next generation, will definitely disregard everything to break the seal for me. Hearing this, the dragon vein was so furious it spat blood, saying, so you lied to me before, saying you could break the seal was a lie, and you were just using Chen Zhuan's protective instincts for the next generation to set a trap. The dark entity laughed loudly. That's right, I bet correctly. No one in this world can seal me anymore. At the same time, the small tentacles of the dark entity began to stab down into the ground. I will fulfill my ideal that has been buried for 100,000 years. Watching the scene unfold, the dragon vein couldn't help but sigh. Shao, the dark entity is starting to destroy the continent. He wants to restart the continent, and the beings on it will die a tragic death. With that, it closed its eyes, as if it didn't want to witness this scene. Meanwhile, the cultivators were flying in all directions, shouting as they flew, Shao, we are going to die, run fast. At this moment, Chen Zhuan was still holding Yuan Qing tightly, calmly asking, where can we run to? After saying that, he brought Yuan Qing to her senior brothers and sisters, standing among the panicking crowd, gently saying, Yuan Qing's poison has been cured. Take good care of her. Luo Qingcheng anxiously asked, what about you, elder? After making arrangements for Yuan Qing, he flew up into the air and said, The elder naturally has to go teach a lesson. Before he could finish, Chen Zhuan dashed quickly towards the dark entity. On the other side, the dark entity was still confused as to why Chen Zhuan dared to approach him. Chen Zhuan suddenly accelerated, flying closer to the dark entity's avatar, saying, time to teach this guy a lesson. With that, he struck it hard in the face and shouted, you bastard, daring to take advantage of me. The blow caused the dark entity immense pain, and it could only open its mouth wide to scream. Then he delivered another powerful strike to it. Below, as they were fleeing, Chen Daonian and the others noticed the tentacles slowly coming to a stop. Nearby, the dragon vein looked up at the sky and said, the formation that was supposed to destroy the continent in the air. The other cultivators watched as the tentacles began to shrink and started discussing. It seems like Chen Zhuan's strike broke it apart. At the same time, the dragon vein looked up at Chen Zhuan flying in the air, a slap that prevented the continent from being destroyed. At this moment, Chen Zhuan clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, but in his mind, he thought, is this the power of the Zhuanqian Emperor? The dark entity's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe it was being hit, and only then did it realize, so it was you, Chen Zhuan, who attacked me. It began to laugh maniacally, Chen Zhuan, you owe me a debt, even if you disrespect me, I still don't want to kill you. Then it descended, staring directly at Chen Zhuan, but I am very interested in giving you a little punishment. After that, it started asking him, you really care about protecting your juniors, don't you? Now, I'm gonna launch a simultaneous attack on your junior. With that, the dark energy rushed towards Luo Qingqing's group. At the same time, it left Chen Zhuan with a question and a fading tail, will you choose to run away, or take a hit for your junior? Seeing the dark energy approaching, Luo Qingqing, holding Yuan Qing, shouted, elder, you can't fight against the power of the dragon vein. Chen Haonian raised his fist, saying, we can die, it's fine. Your disciple is also saying, Master, you should go now. Nearby, the last of his juniors yelled, you need to run to another realm. Hearing that, Chen Zhuan's face darkened. This guy is making me choose the hard way again. Remembering back to that year, the system forced Chen Zhuan to choose the train's path. One side was a dying person, the other side was 5 healthy individuals. Chen Zhuan, wearing an oxygen mask, gripped the bed tightly, staring at the words, please choose a path. Choose wrong, die. Choose right, live. His hand trembled as he reached forward. The system reminded him that the current choice had a 0% success rate, urging him to choose carefully. Struggling, he pointed at the 5 people tied to the tracks and said, "Let them die." The system displayed a message, "Oh, because you are the one about to die, you choose to let the 5 healthy ones die." At this moment, he thought, this pointless choice is definitely a failure. He clenched his fist. Suddenly, he swung his fist hard at the train, smashing it to pieces. On the mission screen, wide eyes and an O-shaped mouth appeared. He had shattered the train. Angrily, he clenched both fists. "Chen Zhuan hates the hardest choices. How dare you make me choose?" The system screen still looked surprised as Chen Zhuan carelessly declared, "I just want to solve the root problem. If I choose wrong, then let it be." The system screen started glitching. "No. This choice." Exactly. Yes, he had made the right choice, which brought him significant benefits from the system. Back in the present, he clenched his fists tightly, began to channel his energy, and shouted, Zhuan Qian, the thing I hate most is the jerk who puts me in a position to choose." At this moment, he was extremely furious, his whole being bursting with power. Anyone who dared to make him choose would be met with a beating. The dark energy looked at him with disdain. Chen Zhuan, if you're so arrogant." Then it shouted loudly, "Then let's die together with your junior." With that, it ignored him and charged straight towards the 5 people with Luo Qingcheng. The dark energy was about to crash down on them, but instead of worrying about themselves, they were more concerned about Chen Zhuan. "Elder, hurry up." No one knew what was happening, they just heard a whoosh. Then they saw white smoke, and the dark energy vanished. Luo Qingcheng was panicking, wondering where the dark energy and tentacles had gone. Next to her, Tren Haonian was in shock, and the elder had disappeared too. At the same time, tentacles shot straight down to the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Suddenly, the dark energy appeared in the sky, looking down at the tentacles and scoffed, "You cultivators think you can match the power of the dragon vein? Go die." Just then, Chen Zhuan popped up near the dark energy's eye, laughing loudly, You fool, what are you thinking?" Hearing this, it widened its eyes and asked, He delivered a powerful blow to the dark energy, creating a swirling vortex of air that rushed toward it, shouting, "You think your dad is gonna die?" This kick hurt the dark energy so much that it could only scream, "Aaaa." Chen Zhuan's earth-shattering punch sent the dark energy flying far away, crashing into a mountain, and causing debris to scatter everywhere. Confident that it would destroy the entire world, the dark energy now lay sprawled on the ground, wondering, what just happened? This guy took my attack, and not only didn't die, but also had the ability to fight back. The dark energy started to get up and looked around. After a moment, it noticed something strange, and even stranger, where did all the people on the ground go? Indeed, the only one left around the dark energy was Chen Zhuan, everyone else had vanished. Confused, Chen Zhuan suddenly called out from above, "You're lost, welcome to my domain. Welcome to a place that looks just like the old world, but without any life, the battlefield of Zhuan Qian Emperor." The dark energy began to move more nimbly again. The wounds it had sustained were slowly healing back to normal. Hearing Chen Zhuan, it retorted fiercely, "Domain. Domains are something only the Supreme can have. You're just a Dao Emperor, how could you have one?" The dark energy shouted right in his face, unleashing a gust of wind toward him. In response, Chen Zhuan calmly replied, Based on what? Dao Emperors can't have domains. Are you prejudiced against levels? To understand why Chen Zhuan could own a domain all to himself, we need to rewind to the moment he drew his lot. The system's result wasn't exactly what he hoped for. It was just a consolation prize. The content was defensive enhancement, meaning in your domain, you can't be harmed. Seeing this result, he pondered over it. Realizing that this enhancement would only work in a new domain. But since his cultivation wasn't at the earthly sovereign level, he couldn't have a domain. Could he only use that power to deal with the evil thoughts? But if he didn't use it right, everyone could end up dead. While he was wrestling with how to make the most of this, Chen Zhuan suddenly remembered, wait a minute. The domain. Didn't Yuan Qing's mission have a reward of a domain? So all I need to do is pretend to sacrifice Yuan Qing, use the spirit race to detoxify Yuan Qing, and then snag the life source. That way, I can complete the mission and get a domain. Plus the defensive enhancement. Then I can resist the evil thoughts. Chen Zhuan felt pretty pleased with himself, crushing the jade slip in his hand. He decided to go ahead with this brilliant plan he came up with. And it seemed to be a huge success, as he lured the evil thoughts into the domain for a showdown. Back in the battlefield of the Zhuanqian Emperor, the evil thoughts tried to figure out why Chen Zhuan had a domain. HMPH, Chen Zhuan, you must have some weird ancient treasure, right? Chen Zhuan crossed his arms confidently and replied, that's right. Unless you kill me, you'll be forever trapped in my domain. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sharp tail of the evil thoughts stabbed directly into his chest, blood splattering everywhere. The wound kept getting deeper, until it pierced straight through his chest. After attacking, the evil thoughts arrogantly said, HMPF, killing a Dao sovereign is no big deal. I didn't kill you before. I just needed you to break the seal for me. Just as it was feeling triumphant, a voice suddenly rang out, oh, really? Hearing that voice, the evil thoughts jumped and turned to see another Chen Zhuan, his body still healthy, standing right in front of it. It was utterly shocked. Chen Zhuan said seriously, you dare to mention using me again? Then he swung his arm straight at the evil thought's head. That slap from Chen Zhuan sent the evil thoughts flying backward, its face turning pale. It wondered, what's going on? He clearly got hit by my dragon vein power. But why isn't he dead? Not only that, he's completely unharmed, without a scratch on him. The dark entity immediately retaliated by unleashing a massive, intense fire aimed straight at Chen Zhuan. Then it shouted, die already. The flames shot toward Chen Zhuan at breakneck speed. He just stood there, showing no signs of dodging the attack. Naturally, he took the full brunt of that powerful strike. This time, the dark entity was super confident, closed its eyes, and said, HMPH. This time you're really dead. A familiar voice rang out, not happening. Hearing that, the dark entity panicked, opened its eyes wide, and saw Chen Zhuan standing there completely unharmed. The dark entity, confused, yelled, how are you not dead? Chen Zhuan didn't say anything else, just coldly slapped the dark entity hard across the face. Instantly, the dark entity was sent flying. It was in pain, wondering to itself, how is this possible? Why is he still alive? The dark entity, furious and not ready to give up, shouted, die. And then continued to spit out powerful flames at Chen Zhuan. But this time was different from before. It added a ton of flames, launching this attack over and over again. Hundreds of energy sources gathered together and charged straight ahead, completely devastating a vast area. The destructive power of this force was truly annihilating. The dark entity was exhausted, panting after that massive attack. It was out of breath, but still felt confident, saying, this time, you're dead for sure. But it seemed the outcome wasn't much different. Chen Zhuan was still the same, sighing in disappointment, and appearing right in front of the dark entity, making it incredibly frustrated. The dark entity, feeling helpless and angry, yelled, why is your bravado bigger than your stench? As usual, Chen Zhuan cheerfully slapped the dark entity again. It was sent flying once more. Meanwhile, the dark entity kept cursing, why? Why are you still alive? How can you withstand the power of the dragon vein? Plus, why do you keep hitting the same side of my face? Chen Zhuan just stood there, saying nothing, with a smug smile on his face. Back in the real world, everyone seemed pretty bewildered after the sudden disappearance of the dark entity and Chen Zhuan in such a strange way. They started buzzing with chatter, wondering what was going on. Where did Chen Zhuan and the dark entity go? Are they dead? Nearby, Longxi was lying exhausted on the ground and spoke up to reassure everyone, no, the dark energy is still alive. Besides, I can sense that the dark energy seems to be fighting. Upon hearing this, those standing below wondered, is Chen Zhuan about to be killed by the dark energy? The old dragon focused more intently. It seemed he had seen something and immediately said, no, it seems the dark energy is not only not killing Chen Zhuan, but is also fighting with all its might. Against him, the dark energy is even about to go insane. Upon receiving this information, everyone gasped in astonishment, what? Chen Zhuan, a cultivator, can push the power of the dragon vein to the brink of madness. No way. Chen Zhuan's junior disciples, including Luo Qingcheng, Chen Daonian, Zhu Wuyang, and Fatty, rejoiced together. Could it be that the Ancestor has found a solution? I told you, we have to trust the Ancestor. The scene shifted to the realm world. After Chen Zhuan's latest attack, the dark energy began to regain its composure, no longer attacking aimlessly like before. It then spoke, fine. Chen Zhuan. It's the power of the dragon vein, I admit I can't kill you. But without the earthly sovereign, you absolutely cannot kill me. Then, with a battered face, one side swollen, the dark energy continued, my dragon vein power is infinite, I can wait. As long as Shao exhausts your lifespan, I can break free. Hearing the dark energy's escape plan from the realm world, Chen Zhuan pondered for a long time before replying, that's true, with my Dao sovereign cultivation, I really can't kill you. Upon hearing this, the dark energy laughed loudly, continuing with arrogance, what? The mighty Zhuan Qian Emperor is starting to fear. Ha ha, no worries, just wait. I've been sealed for 100,000 years. I don't mind playing with you for another 100,000 years. Chen Zhuan remained unfazed, coldly saying, what are you so happy about? With my Dao sovereign cultivation, I really can't kill you. As he spoke, his hair and clothes gradually changed from white to black. In no time, Chen Zhuan transformed into a completely different person. His entire body turned a stunning jet black, radiating an overwhelming aura. Chen Zhuan continued, but do you really think? I only have one level of cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of golden energy erupted from him, illuminating a vast area around. Chen Zhuan's system unexpectedly appeared, announcing that, host, your initial power is overwhelmingly strong, are you sure you want to change? Without hesitation, Chen Zhuan decisively replied, I am sure. With a determined glint in his eyes, he immediately shot a massive wave of energy straight at the dark entity. It trembled in fear, dodging out of the way, wondering why Chen Zhuan's spiritual energy had suddenly surged so much. That attack was so powerful it pierced through the earth and shot deep into the vast universe without stopping, crushing everything in its path. Witnessing the terrifying scene unfold, the dark entity broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as it exclaimed, what kind of power is this? It was neither spiritual energy nor dragon veins. And why did it feel like a power that transcends everything? Chen Zhuan's eyes now radiated a blinding light as he laughed confidently, saying, ha ha ha. Finally, I can unleash my original power. But then came the question. Where did this power that transcends everything come from? To fully explain this question, we need to go back 200,000 years, when Chen Zhuan solved the train topic after crossing over to the primordial continent. And the system asked him what kind of golden finger he wanted. Because Chen Zhuan was too weak in the original world, he had only one request. Invincible. A naive statement from a young boy still in his teens. The system didn't seem to care much about this request. So, it granted Chen Zhuan absolute invincible power. After receiving the invincible ability from the system, Chen Zhuan was excited, picked up a small stone from the ground, took a run-up, and prepared to throw the stone into the blue sea. saying, "Before, I was so weak I couldn't even make a ripple, let's see how many I can make now." Suddenly, Chen Zhuan tripped over a stone underfoot, causing him to fall flat on the ground. He yelled, "Ouch!" The stone slipped from his hand and rolled gently into the water. Chen Zhuan sat up, watching the stone drop into the water without causing any reaction, and sighed, "What the heck? Is this what they call invincible?" After a moment of silence, the water around where the stone fell suddenly began to stir unusually. Chen Zhuan looked on, his expression blank, completely clueless about what was happening. It seemed like nothing would happen, but no. The waves began to grow exponentially, rising high enough to reach out into the universe. Chen Zhuan sat below, watching the water now gushing everywhere, along with countless sea creatures flying up into the air. An octopus flew straight into his face, but he didn't seem to care much. Chen Zhuan was stunned by the scene he just witnessed, thinking to himself, throwing a rock, is it really like this? If it weren't for a slip-up, this planet might be doomed already. While he was still in shock, suddenly the system chimed in, "Right, invincible indeed. Haven't you seen the dragon pearl?" Chen Zhuan yelled angrily at the system screen, "What the heck? I just want to be a regular invincible. Randomly destroying a planet is way too scary. Who wants that kind of planet-destroying invincibility? If I ever lose, wouldn't that mean wiping out an entire planet's people?" Receiving Chen Zhuan's complaints, the system quickly offered him a deal. "Fine, I'll give you a trash sect system now, build a force and you can level up. You can start cultivating from scratch." After hearing the proposal, Chen Zhuan thought for a moment and happily agreed to the deal the system offered. Then he jumped up in joy, shouting, "Wow, this is getting interesting. My grand life is about to begin." So from then on, the system helped Chen Zhuan hide his invincible power, switching to a set of trash golden fingers as a facade. Thus, Chen Zhuan began to carry the sect system, pretending in the world for 100,000 years, founding various sect forces. Then one day, the system unexpectedly froze. Chen Zhuan was extremely panicked that day, continuously lamenting and blaming, "System, what's wrong with you? I've made so many enemies. If I get hunted down one day and accidentally use my invincible power, this planet will be toast." Without the system managing my invincible power, Chen Zhuan started to feel scared. So Chen Zhuan, worried about accidentally destroying the world, sighed and decided, "Sigh, I'll hide in this remote desolate place, surely no one will come to chop me up. Right?" So he decided to live in seclusion in a life and death situation, and that's how it's been ever since. Back in the Zhuanqian Emperor's battle realm, Chen Zhuan was now super excited, raising his hand to the sky and joyfully shouting, "But now, in this lifeless realm, I can finally disregard the consequences." Suddenly, the dark thought's gaze turned unusually anxious. It seemed to have spotted something incredibly terrifying. In the space, a gigantic hand, rainbow-colored, suddenly appeared, capable of squeezing the entire body of the dark thought, accompanied by a voice, "Let's have a comfortable fight then." Seeing the bizarre sight before him, the dark thought was drenched in sweat, looking utterly dazed. Chen Zhuan immediately used his gigantic colorful hand to unleash a stream of golden energy straight at the dark thought's face. Continuing to take hits, it could only wail in despair, "A." That blow was so powerful it completely knocked the dark energy out of Earth's range, sending it floating in the galaxy. After a considerable amount of time and effort, the dark energy finally managed to stop before drifting too far away. It gasped, puzzled, how could he, with just a slap, send me to the universe? Without a moment to rest, Chen Zhuan shot up from Earth, eyes blazing with intensity, declaring, "This is just the beginning." That gigantic hand was summoned again, by him to continue the assault on the dark energy. Just like before, a beam of light shot out, striking directly at the dark energy. Taking the hit, it cried out in pain, "A." This time, the dark energy was sent flying into the outer planets of the universe. It crashed into these planets, causing them to shatter into tiny pieces floating aimlessly in space. The dark energy was already in a pitiful state, its face covered in countless wounds. It still couldn't comprehend the absurd power it was facing. What is this? What kind of strength is this that I can't fight back against? Chen Zhuan, along with that terrifying fist, continued to chase the dark energy at breakneck speed. Seeing the cowardly demeanor of the dark energy, he smiled confidently and said, "Don't be scared, I just unleashed a power over 100 billion. I want to play a little longer. Please don't die, you'll ruin my fun." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zhuan raised that gigantic hand high, ready for another powerful slap aimed at the dark energy. Witnessing the horrifying scene about to unfold again, the dark energy, terrified and sniffling, pleaded, "No, this is too scary. This isn't the power of a Tao monarch. If you keep hitting me, I'm definitely going to die." Chen Zhuan, hearing this, paid no mind to the dark energy's useless pleas and focused solely on the upcoming attack. In this dire situation, the dark energy suddenly looked around and noticed something. Wait a minute. The dragon vein is the power of the earth, equivalent to spiritual strength. With so many earth elements around, how can I? Before the attack, the dark energy gathered all its strength to absorb all the earth and stone material in the surrounding area, remnants left by Chen Zhuan's powerful strikes. Chen Zhuan charged into attack with that hand, looking quite puzzled but still pressed on, trying to get close enough to land a blow on the dark energy. Suddenly, the dark entity spoke up in a totally different tone than before. "Ha ha, Chen Zhuan." He looked up closely and realized things were looking pretty grim. His face turned pale. Chen Zhuan immediately stopped. What stood before him was no longer the dark entity he had faced earlier. Thanks to absorbing rocks and debris from the surrounding asteroids, the entity's power and size were growing exponentially. Seeing Chen Zhuan's confidence fade, it confidently replied, "I didn't expect you to drain almost all of my life force." It was forcibly absorbing the mental energy from the surrounding land. "Now I possess cosmic-level power, you can't do anything to me, ha ha." The entity's appearance had completely transformed. No longer the dark black it once was. It now sported a deep crimson color, resembling the demons from hell. Its size had also ballooned to be thousands of times larger than that rainbow hand. The situation had flipped so quickly that Chen Zhuan was left stunned and motionless, unsure of what to do next. How would he deal with this terrifying dark entity? Back in the real world, Long Shi was closely monitoring the battle through his senses. He told everyone, "I can feel it. I can sense it from the dark entity's consciousness. Chen Zhuan has brought it to a certain area. Unless Chen Zhuan dies, the dark entity can't escape." Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly shocked. Chen Zhuan's 4 junior disciples were overjoyed, shouting in unison, "Indeed, the Ancestor has sealed the dark entity. This is great." But before they could celebrate for long, Long Shi tensed up again, delivering bad news. "No. I can still sense the dark entity absorbing mental energy, becoming an unbeatable creature beyond comprehension. Chen Zhuan this time will definitely die." This news immediately sent everyone into a panic, especially Chen Zhuan's 4 juniors. They anxiously exclaimed, "What?" Others began whispering among themselves, "Damn it, did Chen Zhuan provoke the dark entity? Angering the great dark entity will only lead to a more horrific revenge. Maybe if we appease the great dark entity, we might have a chance to survive." The atmosphere was more tense than ever. They continued to have some misguided thoughts. "Right, we need to make Chen Zhuan suffer. Chen Zhuan cares the most about his juniors, so let's quickly attack his juniors. That way, maybe the great dark entity will spare us." Then, everyone immediately charged in to relentlessly attack Chen Zhuan's 4 juniors. Caught off guard, the 4 quickly huddled together. Then, the chubby guy conjured a sturdy shield to protect all the younger ones. He didn't forget to remind everyone to brace themselves. These folks were all powerful leaders, and the other three agreed, continuing to encourage and protect Yuan Qing. Leaving the real world behind, they returned to the realm of the fields. The dark entity had now transformed into a completely different being. Its body was so massive that the colorful hand summoned by Chen Zhuan was only half the size of one of its teeth. Seeing the tiny Chen Zhuan before it, the dark entity grinned wickedly and said, "Ha ha, Chen Zhuan, thanks for giving me cosmic-level power." Immediately after, the dark entity summoned a gigantic fireball from its mouth. With an air of supreme confidence, it declared, "Now, how can you possibly defeat me?" And launched the fireball straight at Chen Zhuan. Chen Zhuan raised his colorful hand and used all his strength to block the terrifying force of the fireball. His face contorted, sweat began to pour down him. But it seemed the power of that fireball was truly overwhelming. In just a moment, the rainbow hand was reduced to ashes, losing his greatest source of strength. Chen Zhuan was immediately engulfed by the attack. The fireball unleashed an incredibly powerful wave of energy, blowing away everything in its path and sending Chen Zhuan hurtling toward a nearby planet. Upon hitting the planet's surface, the fireball created a terrifying energy explosion, with shockwaves radiating continuously. After that horrifying attack, the dark entity looked smugly at the devastated planet from a distance. It laughed loudly and warned Chen Zhuan, "You can't defeat me anymore. Instead of being tormented by me in the field, why not let me come out?" After saying that, the dark entity flew closer to the planet, scanning the surroundings for Chen Zhuan to continue its assault. From beneath the planet, Chen Zhuan slowly stood up, speaking without a hint of fear. "Ha ha, you're just a bit bigger now, do you really think I can't take you on? Seeing you just reminds me of a friend of mine, and he just came to visit me. Having been in this world for 200,000 years, I've never seen his complete form." Chen Zhuan lifted his hand from the ground, standing tall and staring directly at the dark entity. Seeing Chen Zhuan start rambling, the dark thought burst into laughter. It replied, "Ha ha ha, what's up? You can't say there's no one here. You even said he came to visit you. Didn't you say in this spiritual realm, it's just the two of us?" Hearing that, Chen Zhuan brushed off the dust from his hands and calmly replied to the dark thought, "That's right, he doesn't count as a being. Sometimes he's not here. And other times he's everywhere. Besides, he's already in front of you." Chen Zhuan said this with an incredibly determined expression, not even blinking. Hearing Chen Zhuan's strong affirmation and seeing his confident demeanor, the dark thought felt a bit uneasy. It immediately turned to look around, trying to see everything it could. Where is he? Where? Suddenly, a blinding light unexpectedly appeared from above the dark thought. Seeing this, it looked up to observe. The light grew stronger, and with it, an endless space portal opened wider and wider. After that, countless gigantic Buddha hands flew out from within that portal. The dark thought stood there, looking utterly confused. The Buddha hands continued to grow in size, becoming many times larger than the dark thought. Meanwhile, the dark thought remained still, showing no signs of defense. Finally, a colossal living Buddha appeared among the Buddha hands, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the dark universe. Upon seeing the Buddha appear, the confident demeanor of the dark thought vanished in an instant, leaving it bewildered, wondering when this happened. Why did I feel like I wanted to kneel down? Noticing the trembling expression of the dark thought, Chen Zhuan found it incredibly amusing. He smiled and said, "Ha ha, meeting him is an honor for you. After all, he symbolizes invincibility." The fearful expression of the dark thought gradually shifted to sheer terror. The living Buddha raised its hand, which was many times larger than the dark thought. Then, a massive hand came crashing down towards the dark thought. Although its speed wasn't too fast, the size of the attack was more than enough to leave the dark thought helpless. Only able to scream in fear, begging to kneel. Wait a second. Of course, its pleas couldn't do anything. The gigantic hand continued to descend towards the poor dark thought without any sign of stopping. That hand slammed into the body of the dark entity, creating a powerful shockwave that blew everything around away. The dark entity didn't even have a moment to fight back, just screamed, "Aaaaaaaaaaa," and its face instantly twisted. The dark entity was sent flying far away, so far that it was no longer visible. It probably got completely obliterated, vanishing from this world. Until now, when looking down on mortals, the dark entity only saw humans as ants. For the first time, it had to look up at someone. It would never understand why Chen Zhuan had such power. It would die without knowing where it went wrong. Yeah, who could blame a guest for not understanding? Who would have thought a Dao Emperor could be an unbeatable powerhouse in the universe? Maybe the dark entity wanted to blame someone, but it could only blame itself for forgetting the survival rules of this universe. You can provoke Chen Zhuan, but don't mess with his juniors. That's the first rule of the universe. Meanwhile, Zhuan Qian had never feared anyone, the only thing he feared. Maybe it was just himself. After standing on the planet and witnessing everything that just happened, Chen Zhuan's face turned pale, drenched in sweat, and he sighed. Oh man, a single slap destroyed a star system, that's a whole star system. When I get back, I definitely can't use this power again. Boom, boom, boom. A bunch of high-level cultivators from the Great Hong sect attacked the four, who, despite their injuries, still fought back fiercely. One of the attackers from the Great Hong sect was convinced that Chen Zhuan was definitely dead, and killing them would show loyalty to the dark entity. Why are you still resisting? Kill them. They charged in aggressively, attacking relentlessly. The battle grew more intense as Chen Daonian, Luo Qingcheng, MP, and Zhu Wuyang fought hard to protect the little girl, Wu Yuanqing. Chen Daonian, holding a wooden stick, was sweating profusely and said, I can't hold on much longer, these guys are all top-tier leaders, close to the royal realm. I'm about to give out. Zhu Wuyang struggled to say, the spirit inside me wants to kill me. I'm exhausted and can barely keep up against so many people. MP gasped, I can't even sleep. I'm about to collapse. While everyone was fighting, Luo Qingcheng held on, reassuring everyone, we have to hang in there, the Ancestor is definitely fighting hard too. We must hold on until the Ancestor returns. Just when the battle was at its peak, Chen Zhuan appeared effortlessly, saying, no need to worry, the Ancestor isn't struggling at all, as a little bird perched on his finger. Chen Zhuan casually descended from the sky, completely unharmed, as the elder effortlessly subdued the dark energy. Both sides on the battlefield turned to the elder, one side in disbelief and fear, shouting that the dark energy had been defeated. Meanwhile, the other side felt like they had been saved, joyfully shouting in unison, Elder. At that moment, Chen Zhuan looked down with a warm, handsome smile, saying, you all have worked hard to protect Yuanqing. The dark energy followers gritted their teeth, staring at Chen Zhuan in disbelief. How could the dark energy lord be defeated by you? No way. Chen Zhuan, are you trying to trick us before you die? They couldn't believe that Chen Zhuan had actually beaten the dark energy. Chen Zhuan floated there, eyes closed, indifferent to whether they believed him or not. I unilaterally declare this. I feel that the power of the Great Red Sect is too overwhelming now. I'm feeling bold, so I've decided to strip you of your leader position to stop this endless cycle of killing. The Great Red Sect members refused to accept that he wanted to take away the position they had fought for over countless years. Dream on. Everyone, attack. Earlier, we went after his junior, Chen Zhuan will definitely not let us off. The furious leader raised his sword and shouted loudly. Kill. The Great Red Sect members charged at Chen Zhuan, weapons in hand. However, without a hint of worry, Chen Zhuan calmly stroked the little bird in his hand and sighed, Has Tiu Than, take care of them. The little bird turned and nuzzled against his hand. At that moment, a massive force erupted from the ground, causing the charging crowd to halt in their tracks. The entire group was caught in a whirlwind and flung away before they even realized what was happening. Seeing this, Luo Qingcheng was in disbelief, looking around in shock. How can a bird be this powerful? Chen Zhuan affectionately stroked the little bird and said, Tiu Than, restore the earth. Chit, Tiu Than quickly flapped its wings, and the green energy was drawn back. Suddenly, the ground shook, catching everyone off guard. Images of the land and hills began to appear. In an instant, the devastated battlefield was completely restored to its natural beauty, with purple flowers, butterflies, and clear rivers. The earth has recovered. Could it be that Chen Zhuan really defeated the dark energy? The green dragon, astonished, asked, could that bird be? The little bird flew to Chen Zhuan's hand, chirping happily. Seeing it, he quickly smiled and said, you guessed it right. I just used the life force of something to revive the 100-spirit bird. The green dragon stared wide-eyed at Chen Zhuan, who was panicking and shouting, what the heck? Down below, everyone was left speechless, exclaiming in shock, they really killed it. A little girl, her eyes still hazy, woke up to the sound of someone calling out Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing sat up, rubbing her eyes to wake up, also wondering who had called her. In front of her stood the towering Ancestor, who leaned down and offered her a bright blue bird, saying, the power of the dragon vein is gone now, you don't have to fight anymore. As the rose bush beside them toppled over, the Ancestor finished with, you are free now. Yuan Qing gently picked up the little bird, bringing it close to her, and sweetly said, little Qing, you're back. The bird seemed to understand her words and chirped twice. The girl was overjoyed, nuzzling the bird and happily saying, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ancestor. Oh man, is that a dark thought? Chen Daonian and Zhu Wuyang exclaimed in unison, could it be that the Ancestor turned the dragon vein into a personal guardian pet for our junior sister? With this pet, she'll be unbeatable. The Ancestor seriously pointed at the four of them, saying, I have eliminated the leader of these forces, now listen up, Qing Peng. First, Daonian smiled confidently at the Ancestor, declaring, from now on, I am the king of the eastern region. Next, Wuyang clenched his fist to his chest, determined to do a great job. As the Ancestor said, Wuyang, you will be the king of the western region. The beautiful Qingcheng confidently took charge, stating, I will be the queen of the southern region. Finally, Qing Peng, with his sharp features and stylish hair, firmly awaited his turn, ready to be the king of the northern region. The Ancestor instructed them seriously, you must take good care of your territories and prevent any wars that could lead to dark thoughts resurfacing. Wu Yang, carrying a hoe on his shoulder, stood next to Qing Peng, Qing Cheng, and Daonian, all agreeing to follow the Ancestor's orders. The Ancestor's system announced, congratulations, host, for completing the 6th trial. You and your companions have earned the right to enter the next continent. Do you wish to proceed? Chen Zhuan thought to himself, is it finally time to move on to the next continent? At that moment, he gently stepped onto the lush green grass. As they walked together on the green grass, it was time to head out for a stroll, with the Ancestor and his 4 disciples, along with little Yuan Qing, all heading toward the new continent. The planet Chen Zhuan is massive, with tons of continents spaced pretty far apart. The next continent is the Beast Continent, located light years away, and Chen Zhuan is zooming over the ocean faster than a bird, heading towards the new territory. In no time, Chen Zhuan arrives at the new territory, the Beast Territory. This is the outer ring of the Beast Continent, a dazzling and grand city built by humans. Known as the upper city of Qian Shui. Chen Zhuan grins with satisfaction as he gazes at the new territory, thinking, so this is where my descendants are. Not bad, at least it's not some backwater place. Just as he finishes speaking, the system chimes in, revealing that after the glamour fades, this area is actually quite poor. His earlier satisfaction quickly turns into a resigned frown. In the Shire city slums, some folks are busy trading while others are hauling heavy sacks. Suddenly, a hen perches on Chen Zhuan's head, and he looks utterly defeated. He watches it flap its wings above him, wondering why his descendants always end up in such situations. Up ahead, a lively crowd is buzzing, and someone mentions a beautiful girl looking for a husband. Chen Zhuan, clueless, decides to check it out. A bunch of people are gathered outside a fancy restaurant, chatting excitedly. Chen Zhuan scratches his chin in confusion, asking if his descendant is in this restaurant. The system quickly confirms, yep, that's right. Suddenly, something catches his attention, and he looks up in surprise. A stunning woman in a beautiful red dress sits confidently on a chair, announcing that everyone is welcome. She says, today, no bride price is needed, just be willing to marry into the Gong Sun family. The girl introduces herself as Gong Sun Ziyang, the eldest daughter of the Gong Sun family, promising to repay anyone who agrees to marry her. Her words send a wave of excitement through the crowd of not-so-handsome men below, who are now scrambling to get her attention, shouting, "Let me have this chance. Marrying this beauty would be a dream come true." Chen Zhuan watches the scene unfold, feeling disappointed. Is this really my descendant? They are not picky at all. Suddenly, a chubby guy with hairy legs and a big build steps forward. The chubby guy just called the girl little lady, and everyone turns to look at him in surprise. Turns out, he's Yu Jian, the heir of the Yu family, boasting a second-tier Qi realm. He struts down the street, trying to act all high and mighty, saying, with the wisdom of the Yu family behind me, I'm here to marry you. Yu Jian has now arrived at the entrance, and among the crowd, someone shouted loudly, Yu Jian. The person continued to ask in a slightly panicked voice, is that the young master of the Yu family? Yu Jian, who has come? As Yu Jian approached, a young lady stepped out from the hall, none other than Gong Sun Ziyang. She addressed the crowd, saying, I apologize, everyone, but today Yu Jian wants to forcefully marry my daughter, and since the Gong Sun family has no male heirs. She added, once the Yu family marries me, the restaurant will belong to them, so my daughter wants to choose a husband first to keep the restaurant. Hearing this, the men outside looked stunned. Then, as if they understood something, they started to flee, shouting, get lost. The Yu family is a big clan, not some common folk. Others in the crowd chimed in. Are we really going to risk our lives over a restaurant, just because of the Yu family? Are we crazy? When they saw that none of the men were willing to marry their daughter just because the Yu family was too powerful, Ziyang's parents came out to comfort her. The two of them, one on each side, spoke up. Her father, Gong Sun Ta, said first, the Ziyang family has waited for 100,000 years, and I still haven't shown up. Her mother, Liu Nyang, added, as long as you marry into the Yu family, we can end this meaningless restaurant business. Both of them wanted her to marry that lecherous Yu Jian. Chen Zhuan, who was nearby, overheard the entire conversation. After hearing them, he suddenly remembered someone. Oh, the Gong Sun family. Looks like they are the descendants of little Gong Sun. Back then, little Gong Sun knew I was scared and went to another continent to set up a safe base for me. As he thought about this, he realized this was the filial property of his descendants. With that thought, he channeled a stream of green spiritual energy that enveloped his hand. Once the spiritual energy was activated, he quietly approached Yu Jian from behind, thinking to himself, old ancestor, help me deal with this trouble. But things didn't go as he planned. The system popped up a notification, saying, no, you cannot directly intervene to help your descendants. The new continent must align with the new role. Hearing the term new role left him feeling confused. Seeing his confusion, the system explained, to prevent the host from casually intervening to help their descendants, the host's actions in this continent must align with the new role. This time, the system has assigned a new role. Before the system could finish, it teleported him away, leaving him unable to react. Yu Jian, seeing that no one could stop him, treated this as a free-for-all. As he walked toward Ziyang, he said, come on, my bride. With me here, no one dares to marry you. His lustful gaze fixed on her, he reached out and shouted to everyone present, today, we are going to have a baby together. Seeing that chubby guy's arm getting closer, she helplessly shouted, you. Not letting that Eugene guy get his way, someone yelled loudly, "Get lost." Before he could even process what was happening, a surge of energy hit him square in the face, distorting his features. Then, he quickly moved in front of Eugene. The speed was so intense that the wind whipped around him as he shouted, "I want her." He unleashed a powerful strike right at Eugene, who was caught off guard and sent flying several meters, only able to gasp, "Or." The onlookers outside were wide-eyed and slack-jawed, utterly shocked by the overwhelming power displayed before them. They gasped in disbelief, "What?" After he dealt with Eugene, the system notification popped up, indicating that it had altered the memories of the locals and assigned roles in the Beast continent to the host. He casually flicked his fan. The system continued to announce that, under the premise of fitting the character role, the host could freely assist the younger generation. However, if he acted out of character, the mission would fail. The girl anxiously watched his back. The system went on, this time assigning the host the role of a money-hungry, cold-hearted, sharp-tongued character at the first level of chi. The system concluded with a single line about this character, the vile and wicked Zhuan Cheng. When the crowd saw his appearance in this new character form, it was like a bolt from the blue. One person in the crowd screamed, "Why is that trash Zhuan Cheng here?" Another man worriedly asked, "Could it be that he wants to marry in?" Her father, hearing their questions, whispered to her, "Zhuan Cheng would do anything for money. Instead of marrying in, why not just marry into the Yu family?" She remained silent, not saying a word. Before she could grasp what was happening, he approached her with a mocking tone, "So, little bride, you don't like me?" She just stared at him without responding. The system then displayed a new mission notification, "Marry into the Gong Sun family." The reward for completion was a basic item card, and completing missions could accumulate mission points, which could be exchanged for a champion planet card, allowing the host to wield overwhelming power without destroying the planet. Seeing the mission, he chuckled, thinking it meant that the more missions he completed, the more he could use his overwhelming power later. How interesting. While he was lost in thought, she looked up at him and said, "Zhuan Cheng, for the sake of the restaurant, I can accept you, but you better not fear the Yu family's revenge." Zi Yang's parents were furious upon hearing this. Her mother, clearly upset, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind, Zi Yang?" Her father chimed in, equally angry, saying, "If you marry into this trash family, not only will the Yu family seek revenge on us, but how will our neighbors look at us?" Zi Yang just shut her eyes and stayed silent. With a dark expression, her parents continued, "We must protect our restaurant until the elder arrives. He is the ancestor of the Gong Sun family, and I will do whatever it takes to safeguard it." He saw her reaction and cheerfully said, "Revenge? I'm not afraid. If you agree, then I'm your husband." The system chimed in, announcing that the mission to marry into the Gong Sun family was complete, earning him 1 mission point. A new mission appeared, protect the prestigious restaurant. Yu Jian, with the help of 2 servants, slowly got up, his nose bleeding badly. The spot where he fell was a complete wreck, and he groaned, "It hurts so much." Wiping his nose, Yu Jian stammered, "Zhuan Cheng, you dare hit me." Thanks to Chen Zhuan controlling his cultivation at the Qi level, Yu Jian wasn't killed. Once he wiped his nose and stood up completely, he shouted loudly to the crowd behind him, "Get him for me." He wasn't scared at all and laughed joyfully at him. Yu Jian pointed directly at him, commanding the others, "I want him. Look at me and Zi Yang having kids." The 2 behind him, excited by the order, replied, "Got it. The Qi-level assassin from the Yu family is coming." The guy next to him sneered, "Zhuan Cheng is just a first-tier Qi level. This trash is finally going to die." Seeing Yu Jian about to make a move on him, she stepped forward to shield him and shouted at the guy, "Zhuan Cheng, I just need your status as a husband. If you stay here, the Yu family will kill you. Get out of here." He chuckled softly, reassuring her, "You don't need to be scared, while his arm had somehow wrapped around her waist, making her blush. He leaned in close, resting his face on her shoulder, whispering in her ear, "I'm marrying into the Gong-sun family, and this restaurant will be my territory." Hearing his words, she was filled with questions. He pointed at the crowd, saying, "From now on, anyone who dares to cause trouble on my turf." He interrupted himself, continuing, "I'll take them down." With that, he swung his arm, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that sent the crowd flying into the air. Yu Jian, who had just been beaten, was hit again, spitting blood and with a swollen face, his eyes wide and bloodshot, barely managing to let out a groan. Then he launched another attack, a massive rock crashing down where those people had just landed. The sheer force of the rock's energy was so intense that they barely had time to settle before being sent flying again. After dealing with those folks, he whispered to her, "All good now." She stood in his embrace, staring at the scene in front of her, wide-eyed and covering her mouth in shock. Her parents nearby gasped in disbelief, shouting in unison, "Zhuan Cheng killed Yu Jian." Her father stepped forward and said to him, "This is." After a brief pause, he continued softly, "The power of Zhuan Cheng." They looked at the chaotic scene, bodies piled up, and everyone stood frozen in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Amidst the dust, the fat guy lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. He turned to her parents and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep the restaurant safe and protect you both." The couple cried out, not in joy, pointing angrily at him. Her mother yelled the loudest, "You bastard! You dared to kill someone from the Yu family. We are as good as dead now. Do you understand?" Her father chimed in, "If you can protect us, we'll bow to you." Both he and she fell silent at that. After their outburst, the couple helped each other to their feet. He said, "Bo. If that's what you want, then I'm excited." From a distance, a loud voice shouted, "Who killed my son?" Hearing that, the couple exchanged terrified glances. A huge man, filled with rage, charged at him, shouting, "The Yu family is known for protecting our own. How dare you kill my son?" He was fuming, yelling, "The Yu family swears we won't let this go." This guy is the father of Yu Jian, a third-tier qi condensation expert. The couple, overwhelmed by the father's fury, dropped to their knees, crying, "Shao. He's a third-tier qi condensation powerhouse, we are all dead." Zhu Shang charged forward, "Zhuan Cheng, it was you, wasn't it? I want you dead." The clash of their immense energies sent shivers down the spines of the three behind them. Contrary to the fear of the three, he calmly replied, "Get lost," and with a swift motion, unleashed a powerful wave of energy that sent Zhu Shang flying, screaming in shock. Zhu Shang crashed to the ground, dazed and mumbling, "Am I dead?" The onlookers stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. The old couple was even more terrified. "Huh?" They screamed loudly once again. Zhu Shang was killed with a slap. Then another person came in, stomping so hard that the ground cracked, making everyone else super scared. This was none other than Yu Jian Ngu Dao's grandfather, who was at the 5th level of qi cultivation. He unleashed a massive amount of spiritual energy and shouted, "Who dares to kill my descendants? I will tear him apart." This time, all three of them screamed in fear as another guy showed up. A powerful wave of spiritual energy ripped through the air. At that moment, a flash of light zipped by. Another person fell down, repeating the same old line, "I'm dead too," as his soul left his body, and the crowd continued to panic, all exclaiming in unison. The three of them found this scene all too familiar. Here we go again, another kill. Next, the third elder of the Yu family, at the 7th level of qi cultivation, stormed in, furious, shouting at him, "Who dares to mess with the Yu family? We will wipe out your entire clan." Then the scene repeated itself, and all three souls shouted together, "Oh no, we are dead too." The crowd gathered around, growing larger, all shocked, exclaiming in unison. Everyone shouted together, "God kills gods, Buddha kills Buddhas." Someone questioned loudly, "When did Zhuan Cheng at the 1st level of qi become this strong?" Then another person stepped up and shouted, Who killed my descendants from 3 generations? One person, hearing this, was no longer surprised. An elderly man slowly approached and declared loudly, "Unless the entire Yu family is wiped out, we will never stop seeking revenge." The crowd was terrified. The person arriving now was Zhu Wuming, the ancestor of the Yu family, at the 9th level of qi cultivation. The old couple was now extremely frightened, their eyes wide, unable to stand, shouting to everyone, "It's the ancestor of the Yu family, Zhu Wuming. It's said he has reached the Ding Feng level of qi cultivation." Others chimed in, saying Zhuan Cheng at the 1st level of qi definitely can't handle this. A system notification appeared, stating, "Host, if a 1st level qi cultivator fights against Ding Feng, it would be too out of character, and the mission will fail." Zhuan Cheng raised an eyebrow at the notification and casually replied, "Oh." Zhuan Cheng quickly shifted his expression to one of excitement and a desire to provoke. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he thought, "So I have to fit the character. Huh? All right." The system noticed Zhuan Cheng's behavior was too different and preemptively warned, "What do you want to do?" Before anyone could stop him, Ding Feng launched himself into the air from the crowd, gathering momentum and throwing a punch down at Zhuan Cheng. As he jumped, everyone around felt the ground shake and the wind whip up, his clothes fluttering wildly. Flames swirled around Ding Feng, and his eyes blazed like fire. He reached out, intending to grab Zhuan Cheng's head, declaring, "Zhuan Cheng, I want your life." Zhuan Cheng, caught off guard, could only stand there, wide-eyed, as Ding Feng prepared to crash down on him. But with just a casual raise of his hand, Zhuan Cheng confidently blocked Ding Feng's attack. "Hold on," he said calmly. Ding Feng was abruptly halted, his body freezing in mid-air due to Zhuan Cheng's unexpected move. Sweat dripped down Ding Feng's face as he looked up at Zhuan Cheng, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Zhuan Cheng frowned, creating 2 deep lines on his forehead, and confidently told Ding Feng, "If you want to kill me, you need to explain why first." Ding Feng, still airborne with his fist clenched, looked dumbfounded, staring at Zhuan Cheng as he processed the question. In that moment, his mind short-circuited, and he hesitated, mumbling, well." The crowd watching was left agape, eagerly awaiting Ding Feng's response. After a moment of clarity, Ding Feng landed heavily on the ground, bending slightly to maintain his balance, one foot planted firmly to keep from flying away. He shouted, "Because you killed my family." Zhuan Cheng, standing right in front of him, smirked at Ding Feng's answer. Ding Feng looked up, his expression fierce and menacing, his dark eyes glaring. Wrinkles formed on his weathered skin, as he shouted at Zhuan Cheng, "So I want to kill you." Out of nowhere, Zhuan Cheng pulled out a pair of rimless glasses and put them on, lifting his chin and starting to speak in a very intellectual manner. "No, the person you want to kill is Cheng Zhuan. It's just a name, you and anyone else could be called Cheng Zhuan. Are you sure you still want to kill me?" His sharp gaze pierced through to Ding Feng. Ding Feng, confused, raised an eyebrow, his teeth grinding together, creating a creaking sound. Meanwhile, onlookers chimed in, "What's going on?" The crowd around them grew larger, and everyone wore a bewildered expression at Zhuan Cheng's puzzling words. Zhuan Cheng stepped up to Ding Feng, gently helping him up and gesturing towards a wooden chair for him to sit down. "Look, you might not know this, so let me explain. Please have a seat." Ding Feng didn't ask any questions and just agreed, saying, "All right." The crowd was totally taken aback by how quickly Ding Feng flipped his stance. Ding Feng sat down, leaning back in the chair with an air of arrogance, while Zhuan Cheng confidently took a seat across from him, sitting up straight and staring directly at Ding Feng. "So, let's get started," he said. The onlookers were buzzing with curiosity, all thinking, "What's Zhuan Cheng up to?" Zhuan Cheng smirked, resting his chin on his hand, tilting his head, and giving Ding Feng a sharp look as he began his tale. "Do you know about the universe's origins? Life evolved from the same essence, which means we are all fundamentally one. As he spoke, Zhuan used body language to make his story more engaging, emphasizing, "I am you, got it?" Suddenly, Zhuan body transformed into a translucent blue, growing larger, like a deity teaching the masses. He raised his chin and said to Dingfeng, "So, wanting to kill me is like wanting to kill yourself, right?" Dingfeng was left confused, his mind spinning, trying to grasp what Zhuan was saying. He scratched his head and muttered, "That kinda makes sense," completely led by Zhuan. Zhuan expression turned serious, his brows furrowing as he looked at Dingfeng with unwavering determination, ready to explain. "Your Yu family has spent a lifetime seeking wisdom. But when the world can't tell you apart from me, doesn't that mean your family has already found it?" Images of scientific and mathematical knowledge swirled through the galaxy among the twinkling stars, showcasing sine, cosine, tangent, mathematical graphs, geometry, angles, and more. In the center of this cosmic display was a figure resembling a human, but without a face, with a brain represented by glowing blue and white lines at the top. Below this figure were swirling colors of purple, pink, yellow, orange, and blue, all converging at a single point. Dingfeng's mind was flooded with a barrage of mathematical knowledge and formulas, his face reflecting a moment of realization and enlightenment. He turned to Zhuan to confirm. "Right, that's how it is, isn't it?" Dingfeng suddenly went crazy, clutching his head with both hands and shouting loudly, "AAA, no. My head hurts so much. My instincts are telling me I still have to kill you." His eyes widened in fear at this horrifying truth, as electric shocks raced through his mind, making it impossible for him to control his emotions. Zhuan, riding the wave of Dingfeng's headache, decided to fan the flames. He slammed his hand on the side of the chair and exclaimed, "Stupid. A headache is a sign of having a brain. It's proof that the Yu family has found wisdom." He gestured dramatically, making the onlookers believe every word he said. Zhuan and Dingfeng entered a world of mystical colors, surrounded by endless blue galaxies. Zhuan let himself drift in that hazy space, arms outstretched, head tilted back as he preached. "Now that you've found wisdom, why not use it to think about who you should kill?" Dingfeng was taken aback by Zhuan question. Both of them floated in the galaxy, enveloped by a dim blue light. Dingfeng felt like his eyes had been opened. He reached out with both hands, staring blankly, eyes wide, mouth agape. He vaguely grasped Zhuan words. Thinking, "If I am me, should I really kill me?" Zhuan smiled with delight, pushing up his glasses and said, "Correct. Now go ahead." A burst of white light erupted from behind him, tearing through the cosmic darkness and invading the territory of the night. Just as foretold, Dingfeng was led like a lamb to the slaughter. When Zhuan struck him hard on the head, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and the speed and force of the blow were so unpredictable that Dingfeng had no choice but to take it straight to the face. The crowd outside, munching on snacks, watched in wide-eyed amazement. Some were so shocked they nearly popped their eyes out, their mouths agape as they fixated on the unfolding drama. Despite the hit, Dingfeng, now brainwashed, leaned back with a satisfied expression, eyes closed, smiling serenely. He said with gratitude, "Thank you, Zhuan, for helping me realize that the Yu family had already found wisdom." Dingfeng took a tumble and landed on the ground with a joyful thud, smoke rising from the fall. It seemed like Dingfeng's fall was staged because right next to him were thousands of identical corpses, all lined up perfectly. Dingfeng winced as his old back hit the ground hard, letting out a groan. "Oh, Yu family, here we go again." Dingfeng's soul detached from his physical body, floating away, while his eyes remained dark, shrouded in the waiting shadows. His spirit bowed gently in apology. "The Yu family won't pursue you anymore." The onlookers were left in shock, their mouths working overtime today. Zhuan words were powerful, leaving everyone wondering what kind of enemy slaying technique this was. Gongsun Ziyang was utterly astonished by Zhuan Cheng's physical prowess and cunning. He was so taken aback that his eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to say something but swallowed the words instead. Gongsun Ziyang thought, can Zhuan Cheng really manipulate people like this? A system interface popped up in front of Zhuan Cheng, updating his mission status. He had completed the task of protecting the Dang Huin restaurant and received a 1.3-meter item card, which could be used for items obtained by Chen Zhuan, but space was limited. Zhuan Cheng was thrilled with the recent spectacle. He elegantly removed his glasses and bragged about his achievement to the system, laughing, "Good thing I watched a classic film. I used my silver tongue to pull off this reverse kill. This doesn't count as breaking character, right?" The system could only mumble a few words before shutting down. But that was fine. After wrapping up the Ding Feng situation, Zhuan Cheng turned to call out to Gong Sun Ta and Liu Nyang, who were sneaking away from the scene. "In-laws, when are you going to fulfill that promise from earlier?" Both froze in their tracks, sweating nervously as they glanced at Zhuan Cheng. Instead of thanking Zhuan Cheng, those two were making a scene, trying to alert the whole village. Gong Sun Ta didn't hold back, pointing aggressively and accusing. "How dare you act so tough, just because you moved in as a son-in-law?" Liu Nyang chimed in from behind, adding fuel to the fire of this ridiculous story. "Family matters shouldn't be aired out like this. We are here to teach you a lesson." The neighbors behind them were buzzing with gossip, judging this ungrateful couple, shocked at how bold Gong Sun and his wife were. The trio of Liu Nyang, Gong Sun Ta, and Zhuan Cheng stepped through the door of the Dang Huin restaurant to discuss matters. The door slammed shut, the sound echoing painfully, as if to remind the nosy onlookers to mind their own business. Inside the restaurant, Liu Nyang and Gong Sun Ta sat across from Zhuan Cheng to discuss serious matters. The place had a pretty simple setup, nothing too fancy, just a few wooden tables for customers, a cash register, and a staircase leading up to the couple's living quarters. Zhuan Cheng calmly asked them, "So, how do you two plan to deal with me?" His tone showed he wasn't scared of them at all. In fact, they might be the ones feeling a bit intimidated. Gong Sun Ta and Liu Nyang knelt down on the ground, both shouting in unison, "Big brother, there were too many people outside just now." They kept bowing as if they were begging for forgiveness from the person in front of them, going on and on, with the in-laws bowing to him. After a moment, Liu Nyang looked up with a gentle smile and said, "From now on, we'll call each other whatever we want." Gong Sun Ta pointed up and suggested, "You call me father-in-law. And I'll call you brother." Zhuan Cheng stood there with a smug look, pointing at them and saying, "Ha ha, as long as the in-laws listen, that's all that matters." Gong Sun Ta, still kneeling, was sweating bullets, not daring to meet his gaze, mumbling, "Sure, brother." After hearing that, Zhuan Cheng turned sharply and headed up the stairs, while Gong Sun Ta and Liu Nyang behind him exchanged glances filled with resentment, whispering to each other about how hard it was to finally get into the Yu family, blaming each other. The woman added that Zhuan Cheng is just too intimidating. Scene change, a door slowly creaks open. Inside the door, a couple is seen, with Gong Sun Ziyang shyly sitting on the bed, while Zhuan Cheng stands at a distance, watching her. She raised her hand to her mouth, feeling bashful, and stammered, "Zhuan Cheng, if you want to do something with me, then go ahead. After all, I only hired you as my husband to keep the restaurant running." Upon hearing this, Zhuan Cheng's expression and gaze darkened. He thought to himself, "These younger ones always think I see some beauty in them, but what I really see is just this." He let out a long sigh, and images of small children filled his mind, one crying loudly, "I want milk," and another on the other side, wetting his diaper and wailing, "Grandpa, my bottom is cold." Zhuan Cheng didn't dwell on it any longer. He moved closer to her, looking at her with a cold stare, and said, "I have no interest in you." I just need money. If you want to repay me, why not let the restaurant earn more? Gongsun Ziyang's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide at his sudden change in demeanor. She couldn't help but think, Zhuan Cheng, are you really that indifferent to me? Seems like what everyone says is true, you only love money. Life went on like this, and night eventually fell. Hu Intrin was casually strolling into a rest stop, lost in thought. He had just learned that the little Gongsun, from 100,000 years ago, came to Qian Shui City to establish a trading empire. All just to wait for him. He then approached the altar, where Gongsun's tablet was placed. He looked a bit regretful and thought, after the little Gongsun passed away, the empire went through 100,000 years of ups and downs. And now it was just a simple eatery. He got closer to the tablet, placing his hand on it, sighing heavily. Little Gongsun, your ancestor won't let your efforts go to waste. I will definitely restore the glory of your Gongsun family. That train of thought wrapped up his night, and the scene shifted to the next morning. The sky was clear, the streets were bustling, and voices filled the air as the food festival kicked off. Gongsun family, get ready to close up. Inside, Zhuan Cheng, looking relaxed, boldly stepped out and shouted, who's yelling at us to close up this early? Gongsun Ziyang, standing next to him, replied, it's the former chef from our restaurant. Not long ago, he was working at the Dang Zhuan eatery. She continued, we treated him well, but now he's become our competitor. Zhuan Cheng stood there, puzzled. While their restaurant faced criticism, the opposite eatery was packed with customers. The chef from that place was grinning ear to ear, shouting joyfully, my restaurant is as busy as a festival. I've stolen all your customers, just wait and see. Zhuan Cheng and Gongsun Ziyang watched in dismay. He asked her, so our chef has gone off to start his own thing? She replied, yeah, he controls the supply of ingredients, making it impossible for us to get what we need. The boastful chef kept bragging, and since today was the food festival, every guest had a monthly pass to recommend, which they all handed to him. This was why Zhuan Cheng and Gongsun Ziyang were feeling down. They both silently thought that without those monthly passes, their restaurant would lose its supply and reputation, and if Dang Zhuan didn't get those passes, they'd be facing closure. His system pinged with a new mission: help Dang Zhuan survive the food festival. The reward: 3 character makeover sticks. He thought to himself, so this ungrateful chef is trying to push us out. Huh? Zhuan Cheng didn't wait or think twice. He rushed straight to the restaurant and firmly declared that since it wasn't closed, our shop had to open today. Gongsun Ziyang hurriedly followed behind, saying we only have rice. He turned back to look at her, confirming it was fine, just cook the rice and leave it to me, then whispered to the system, I want to use the item card. In the distance, Qian Shui City had a top-notch eatery. The old man with a toothpick in hand took slow steps toward the restaurant named Dang Huin. He looked up at the sign, and upon reading that Dang Huin only sold plain rice, he spat out a mouthful of saliva, puzzled, saying, what kind of restaurant only sells plain rice? At that moment, anger surged within him. He kicked over tables and chairs, shouting at everyone inside, how dare you open a restaurant with just plain rice? You're humiliating the culinary arts. Gongsun Ta and Liu Nyang, standing nearby, were startled and exclaimed, oh no, it's a culinary expert. Both of them thought about the old man's power. He had a very high reputation among diners, and if he looked down on them, their shop wouldn't be able to open today. Just as he was fuming, a bowl of rice was placed in front of him, and a pleading voice rang out, please don't be angry, just try a bite first. The old man laughed loudly, asserting, who hasn't eaten rice before? I'd rather die here than take a bite. Ignoring the old man's words, Zhuan Cheng shoved the bowl of rice into his mouth, shouting, no, you have to eat. The chubby guy had his mouth full of rice, his eyes wide open as he sputtered, oh you. Meanwhile, Gongsun Ta and Liu Nyang had their faces pale, mouths agape. eyes wide as they stared at the guy, exclaiming, "Huh?" The two of them looked even more worried and scared, as if they had just lost 20 bags of rice. Both raised their hands to cover their faces, trembling as they said in unison, "Are you crazy? How dare you disrespect a culinary expert? If he looks down on us, we are done for." Gong Sun Ziyang looked at Zhuan Cheng in shock, shouting, "Zhuan Cheng." The chubby guy was still chewing, sounding angry, as he said loudly, "How dare you put this bland rice into my esteemed throat?" Thinking that his rage would lead to criticism, they were surprised when the chubby guy raised his hand in a thumbs-up gesture, his face showing satisfaction as he said, "It's delicious," leaving everyone inside in shock and amazement. His face was all smiles and excitement as he said, "I've never had a bowl of rice this good before, and besides..." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly exploded with energy, radiating bright sparks around him and shouted, "I just broke through." This left Gong Sun Ta and Liu Nyang staring at him in shock, saying, "Huh?" After his breakthrough, the chubby guy lifted his bowl of rice and exclaimed, "This ordinary bowl of rice actually helped me break through. What a mind-blowing dish." At that moment, Zhuan Cheng, holding his bowl of rice, had a smug look on his face and thought, I just used a special item and added a drop of divine essence into the rice." Because the food was so amazing, the chubby guy happily handed a recommendation ticket to Gong Sun Ziyang, saying, "This perfect bowl of white rice deserves my monthly recommendation." Surprised by such an endorsement from a food expert, she gratefully replied, "Thank you, esteemed culinary expert." As he stepped out of the restaurant, the chubby guy cheerfully announced, "You all can break through by eating at the Dang Huin restaurant. I guarantee it with my honor." Those dining at the nearby restaurant were taken aback by the food expert's confident claim, saying, "What? Eating can lead to a breakthrough? And he's putting his honor on the line." Hearing such an enticing piece of info, the crowd surged like a wave, knocking over tables and chairs as they rushed toward the Dang Huin restaurant, excitedly saying, "I'm going to try it out. Hey, I'm going too." Meanwhile, the restaurant owner was left bewildered, shouting, "Hey, customers, don't go." The Dang Huin restaurant was now busier than ever, with people flooding in and out, eating like there was no tomorrow. Before long, some diners had experienced their breakthroughs, exclaiming, "So delicious. I just broke through too." These scenes made the remaining diners even more excited, devouring their food at lightning speed. After their breakthroughs, the crowd rushed to hand their recommendation tickets to the two owners, Sun Ta and Liu Nyang, saying, "Thank you, thank you." There were so many tickets that the two had to use both hands to hold them all. At that moment, Gong Sun Ziyang approached Zhuan Cheng with a stack of tickets and asked, "Zhuan Cheng, did you tamper with this rice, didn't you?" Hearing her question, Zhuan Cheng quickly defended himself, saying, "What? No way. Just count the money for me." But inside, he thought, still not enough tickets for the month. Outside the entrance, guests were bustling in and out in droves. Zhuan Cheng stepped out slowly and confidently announced, "Dear esteemed guests, we currently have a shortage of rice. Anyone who wants to eat must exchange a monthly ticket to get a meal." Hearing this rule, the guests' faces fell, showing disappointment and sadness as they said, "No way, we already gave our monthly tickets to the Dong Fu Inn. What are we supposed to do now?" Upon hearing this, Zhuan Cheng's face lit up with a mysterious, smug expression as he replied, "If you don't mind the hassle, you can go and withdraw your tickets." The guests seemed to catch on to what Zhuan Cheng was implying, casting sly, cunning glances toward the Dong Fu Inn while smirking. The owner of the Dong Fu Inn, clutching the monthly tickets tightly, looked panicked and exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" Before he could finish his sentence, the crowd surged forward, clamoring and grabbing the monthly tickets from his hands. The crowd dispersed, leaving the owner sitting on the ground in disarray, pleading, "Please don't take all the tickets. I'll have to close the shop." Just like that, the Dang Huin restaurant dealt with its competition and became the most popular eatery at the street food festival. Those with monthly tickets lined up waving their tickets and shouting, "We've got tickets for you." At that moment, a new notification popped up on the system, announcing the completion of the mission, ensuring the Dang Huin restaurant's survival at the food festival. The current task accumulation points stood at 3. Zhuan Cheng, arms crossed and smiling, casually remarked, "Done." Just as he was pondering this, a loud voice from behind caught Zhuan Cheng's attention, making him turn around. "Wait, something's definitely been added to the rice." A chubby guy, a second-tier food critic, was eating and his face was ablaze with anger. He glared at his bowl of rice and shouted, "Adding something else has ruined the pure flavor of the rice. This is a disrespect to culinary art." His words sent chills down the spines of Sun Ta and Liu Nyang, their faces turning pale as they stammered, "Him. He's a second-tier food critic from the wealthy district." Gong Sun Ziyang looked worriedly at the food critic, thinking, "Oh no, the higher the tier of the food critic, the greater their influence." Just one word from a second-tier critic could spell life or death for a small restaurant. The second-rate culinary expert was fuming, sitting on his high chair like a big shot, while Sun Ta and Liu Nyang were kneeling below, trembling in fear. The expert shouted, "Get down on your knees and apologize to me." Sun Ta and Liu Nyang, shaking, managed to stutter, "Yes, yes, Lord Shikun, we can't mess with someone so important. We can only kneel." Zhuan Cheng slowly waved his fan, stepping between Sun Ta and Liu Nyang, and boldly said, "Wait a minute, it's my turn to talk about the food I cooked." The culinary expert, taken aback by Zhuan Cheng's words, looked at him in confusion and said, "Who the heck are you?" Without wasting any more words, Zhuan Cheng swung his fan and slapped the culinary expert right in the face, saying, "Get lost." The impact left Sun Ta, Liu Nyang, and Ziyang wide-eyed. The guy was hit so hard that his face twisted, and he spat out a tooth while letting out a scream, "AAA." The blow sent him crashing into the table, splitting the wooden surface of the restaurant in half. He coughed up blood and groaned loudly. The girl's mother was so shocked by the scene that she nearly fainted, while her father was wide-eyed in disbelief, shouting, "Zhuan Cheng." The girl, standing in front, was equally stunned, exclaiming, "You hit the second-rate culinary expert." The guy, trembling, clutched the broken table, trying to get back on his feet. He was completely furious, his face darkened as he shouted, "You scoundrel! How dare you hit me?" Sitting on the ground, holding his cheek, he pointed at Zhuan Cheng and yelled, "And you, a violent brute, think you can judge my culinary skills? Do you know more about food than a culinary expert?" Zhuan Cheng just stood there, arms crossed, watching the guy rant. After a moment, the culinary expert managed to stand up and asked loudly, "Do you dare to compete in a cooking challenge with me?" He then laid down the terms. "If you can't cook better than me, I want your restaurant to close today." As he finished speaking, the system chimed in with a notification, launching a new mission: save the restaurant, get a good rating, and crush the morale of culinary expert Shikun. The reward for completing it: a tool to fix the character's image. Hearing about the sweet reward, Zhuan Cheng smirked and replied to Shikun, "All right." His words were light as a feather, but they sent his parents into a panic. His father said, "Zhuan Cheng, even if you can cook something delicious, so what?" His mother chimed in, "The culinary expert can just claim it's inedible, and our restaurant is done for." The girl, worried, softly called out to him, "Zhuan Cheng. But the die is cast, and there's no backing out now." After an hour, the two of them had laid out their dishes. That guy Shikun shouted, "Is it done yet?" He just replied softly, "Of course." His dish was a stew with shiitake mushrooms, meat, shrimp, and eggs. He introduced it as Buddha jumps over the wall. The moment he lifted the lid, a mouth-watering aroma wafted out, making everyone behind him drool. He proudly talked about his dish, and everyone said it looked delicious, almost like they could see divine beings. Seeing that dish being served, he pulled out his own creation and introduced it, saying, this is 9 turns great long. He added, now, let's see you taste it. Everyone around him looked at his dish and started gagging. The horrendous smell made Shikun cover his nose and exclaim, oh my god, that stinks. Did you even clean the intestines? Just smelling it makes me feel queasy. He remained calm and said, oh, great culinary master, stinky tofu may smell bad, but it tastes amazing. You can't judge just by the smell. Everyone around him was pinching their noses, and Shikun cautiously picked up a piece with his chopsticks, saying, well, I guess I should give it a try. He slowly brought it to his mouth and took a bite. After chewing, he widened his eyes and shouted, this great long. The people around him saw his expression and exclaimed, wow, the look of shock from the culinary master. Did he just hit the jackpot with a rare delicacy? Shikun looked distressed, leaning on the table as he said to him, Zhuan Cheng, this great long. Then he stammered out, you really cleaned it, right? He was so angry he was shaking. He calmly replied, because you once said you liked the original flavor of the ingredients, I intentionally didn't wash it at all to keep it pure. Hearing this, everyone was completely shocked and yelled, what? You didn't wash it? So, Zhuan Cheng just made the culinary master Shikun eat poop in front of everyone. She was also surprised and spoke loudly, Zhuan Cheng, you did this on purpose. The culinary master is definitely going to give a low rating. Meanwhile, she kept her cool while talking to him. But her parents had already thrown up on the ground. Her mother said, if the intestines weren't cleaned, who would dare to eat at a high-end restaurant again? Shikun was now extremely excited, saying, no way, Trunhain is just joking. The intestines were actually cleaned very well. Shikun was sweating, stuttering, and repeating himself. Then he exclaimed, this is really delicious. I have to eat it all by myself. As he spoke, he kept shoveling food into his mouth, chewing noisily. Everyone was horrified, and one person said, oh, so it's actually really clean, and the next person chimed in, it's so good that the food critic wants to keep it all to himself. While another added, looks like the skills of this restaurant are top-notch. He watched the guy eat like that, feeling satisfied and thinking to himself, he's still clever, not letting on that he's eating crap, finishing off all the evidence by himself. If not, I'd let the rest of the crowd taste it, and he'd just end up with a bad reputation for eating crap, making him a laughingstock, but the mission is perfectly accomplished. He smiled, arms crossed, looking at the system notification, feeling a bit down, but also receiving a good rating. The mission was perfectly completed, earning him a mission point and 3 character. Image modification sticks. The system added, the character image modification stick can change others' memories when your image is suspected by those around you. Then a small purple stick appeared in his hand. And he thought to himself, wow, memory modification. Meanwhile, after finishing the crap, Shikun was furious, pointing at him and saying, Zhuan Cheng, even though you did well, I still hate your attitude towards food. That guy was just looking for an excuse to take him down, pretending to compliment him while secretly cursing him, thinking, damn it, I need to find a reason to get back at him. That guy told him, you have to face punishment, and then 4 armed guys charged towards him. Ziyang saw this and shouted, Shao, it's the assassin diners. The couple stood there, speechless. That guy shouted, the fighting power of Shikung's restaurant is strong, but they will train assassin diners to be professional fighters. These diners are always fiercely loyal and won't back down. Saying that, Shikun raised his hand, commanding the assassin diners, go chop Zhuan Cheng up for me. The 4 of them charged forward, full of murderous intent. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his wrist from nowhere. It was none other than his little wife, Gongsun Ziyang, who hurriedly pulled Zhuan Cheng away, saying, Zhuan Cheng, you might be able to handle the opponent at the chi level. But these assassins are at the spirit gathering level. You need to run. Zhuan Cheng's long fingers gently supported her slim waist. He pulled her into an embrace, catching Gongsun Ziyang off guard and making her blush with embarrassment. Zhuan Cheng whispered, yeah, it's not easy to deal with just the strength of the chi level. The cherry blossoms were gently falling in the breeze. He held her hand, lifting it high, leaving her puzzled, thinking, why not be a little reckless? With his hand raised to the clear blue sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered from nowhere, clustering right under Gong Sun Ziyang's hand. Then, out of nowhere, a series of thunderous booms erupted as two massive hands, shimmering with 7 colors of the rainbow, appeared in the capital's sky and came crashing down with force. The nearby warriors were left in shock, screaming in terror, wondering what on earth that was up in the sky. The hand moved gently, but even that slight motion created a powerful gust of wind that seemed to blow everything away, leaving the warriors stunned. Was this the power of heaven and earth? Could there really be a powerful expert at the Tao Emperor level here? At that moment, Gong Sun Ziyang, terrified, clutched Xuancheng tightly, but still managed to say boldly, "Let me give you a taste of the northwest wind." The group was swept away by the wind Gong Sun Ziyang conjured, flying in all directions as they screamed, "Ah! The wind is too strong." Meanwhile, at the inn, the chef, carrying a large bag, sighed at the chaos around him, thinking, sigh, no more monthly tickets, I guess I'll have to sell the inn. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling quite pleased. As long as the inn could still make money, he could start over. Xuancheng, just you wait. Little did he know. A massive gust was sweeping the warriors right toward him. In an instant, the storm-like wind blew through the inn, leaving him no time to figure out what was happening before everything around him was in ruins, and the screams of the people echoed around him. Ah! Furious, he shouted, "What the heck is going on? Where did my inn go?" The boss, feeling like he had found a lifeline, clung tightly to the chef, exclaiming, "Ah! This wind is making me dizzy." After witnessing this power, Gong Sun Ziyang was also taken aback, exclaiming, "Xuancheng, is this your strength?" At the same time, the system displayed a warning that the host's image was damaged and the mission was about to fail. Xuancheng, however, remained unfazed, replying confidently, "No worries, isn't there a stick to fix the image and change the atmosphere?" With that, he pulled out a small pink stick. Xuancheng raised the stick high, and it began to emit brilliant golden rays that illuminated everyone around, making them forget everything they had just witnessed. He smugly commanded, "Remember, this is all because of my cooking that even the heavens adore," while Shikun's greed for eating alone brought down divine punishment. Instantly, the staff unleashed its power, and everyone suddenly woke up, confused about what just happened. The crowd, buzzing with curiosity, started questioning life itself. What the heck was that? Earlier, the food stall got hit by divine punishment, and Xuancheng created dishes that even the heavens envied. I definitely need to check out his place later. Xuancheng happily waved his fan and said to Gong Sun Ziyang, "Your reputation as the lady of the restaurant just skyrocketed." But she could still sense something was off. Why do I feel like something's not right? The next morning at Xuancheng's restaurant, a strange, ear-piercing sound erupted. Ah! It accidentally jolted Xuancheng out of his sweet dreams. Still half asleep, he rubbed his eyes and complained, "What's with all this noise so early in the morning?" He tidied himself up and stepped outside, spotting a familiar figure. Xuancheng curiously asked, "Hey, why aren't you collecting payments here?" Just then, he saw Gong Sun Ziyang gracefully sitting by the garden, playing the zither. She replied, "Recently, the Hu family, the biggest clan in Xia City, is gathering music for the Hu elders' birthday. I'm trying to compose something." Gong Sun Ziyang blushed a bit as she continued, "If any family's music gets picked by the Hu family, it'll be a huge deal. But everyone in town is competing, and I can only do my best to compose something." As soon as she finished, she started humming her tune again, "Ah." But the sounds were so jarring that Xuancheng couldn't help but think, "I can't take this anymore. The music in this world is just unbearable." Suddenly, he rushed over, snatched the zither from Gong Sun Ziyang's hands, and said seriously, "Hey, composing a piece could help us make some money, right? Let me write something for you. Gong Sun Ziyang felt a mix of excitement and skepticism as she replied, "Stop messing around, Zhuan Cheng. The birthday celebration is coming up soon, and I don't have time for you to just play around." In response, all Zhuan Cheng could do was cough, ahem. Zhuan Cheng quickly showcased his talent, starting to strum the zither and sing. "I once struggled to escape this vast world," and with that one line, everything around him became beautifully enchanting. Gong Sun Ziyang was taken aback, her eyes wide open as if she had just witnessed something extraordinary. "Wow, this is amazing." He continued to sing passionately, even fearing the dreams within it. Gong Sun Ziyang couldn't help but admire her husband, thinking, Zhuan Cheng's singing is not only melodious, but the lyrics and imagery are just beautiful. Luo Qingcheng shyly told Zhuan Cheng, "This is such a beautiful piece of music that I've never heard before. I had no idea you were such a talented artist." Unexpectedly, Luo Qingcheng fell into deep thought, wondering if this tune from Zhuan Cheng was meant for her. As Zhuan Cheng coldly turned his back, she continued to ponder her dream of wanting to explore this vast world and meet the elder. With a sad expression, she thought further, but she wasn't sure if the elder still existed, perhaps meeting him was just a distant dream. At that moment, Zhuan Cheng was playing an instrument and singing a piece of music. After finishing, he sighed and thought, singing a modern song shouldn't be too much for the ancients to handle, right? Then he asked Luo Qingcheng, "So, how was it?" "My dear, this tune of mine is pretty good, right?" After hearing Zhuan Cheng's music, everyone was in awe of him, and Luo Qingcheng said, "It's not just good, everyone is praising how handsome you are. We are all so moved." Hearing everyone and Luo Qingcheng say that, Zhuan Cheng was left speechless, not quite understanding. After enjoying Zhuan Cheng's music, Luo Qingcheng suggested, "Can I take this tune to the Hu family's deity?" She continued, "This piece has a good chance of winning first place." Upon hearing her, Zhuan Cheng coldly replied, "Of course, as long as it benefits the establishment." After he agreed, Luo Qingcheng started to think better of Zhuan Cheng, realizing he might have some talent. It seemed his nature wasn't bad. Voices echoed from the affluent area of Xia City, and Zhuan Cheng asked, "What's next, my dear?" She replied, "Let's buy some training beasts." As they walked alongside the training beasts, she explained, "Besides music, the Hu elder organizes training beast competitions, so we need some." He responded as if choosing music. Once they entered, Luo Qingcheng mentioned the competition, saying, "Whichever family can gain a good reputation in the training beast competition will bring great fame and benefits to their clan." Inside, standing in front of the shop owner, Luo Qingcheng expressed her interest in seeing some training beasts, asking, "Could you show us some affordable ones?" The shop owner, a strange-looking guy with messy blonde hair, lounged in a chair with a fierce-looking dog in his lap. He shouted, "Get lost, you lowly people from Xia City. You'll dirty my shop." Despite being looked down upon, Luo Qingcheng remained calm, slowly saying, "We want to buy, and I'll speak gently to this annoying shop owner. Just so you know, I may be from the poor alley, but we are not short on cash." The more gentle Luo Qingcheng was, the more arrogant and annoying the boss was. He was furious, pointing at them and shouting, "You lowlifes, get out. If you don't leave, I'll set my dog on you." At that moment, his fierce dog barked loudly, sounding really menacing. Luo Qingcheng just smiled and calmly said to the boss, "We genuinely want to buy, sir." Meanwhile, he was continuously fanning himself with a hand fan. At that point, Zhuan Cheng couldn't take it anymore and swung his fan. He sent the annoying boss and his arrogant dog flying, and they both crashed straight into the wall. After that, he stared at them and asked, "What's your problem? Didn't your parents teach you how to treat guests?" Seeing this, Luo Qingcheng was shocked and exclaimed, "Zhuan Cheng, it's normal for us poor folks to be looked down upon. We can't provoke them." The annoying boss, after getting hit, clutched his face in pain and suddenly asked, "Why you dare hit me? He threatened Juan Cheng in his arrogant tone, saying, "Just wait until my dad gets here, you're dead." When the father heard that his precious son was being bullied, he brought his gang and shouted loudly, "Who dares to lay a hand on my son?" As for the arrogant boss, when he saw his dad arrive, he started crying and complaining, demanding his dad make Juan Cheng kneel and apologize. "Dad, it's this jerk. Make him kneel." Upon seeing his dad, Juan Cheng casually greeted him, "Yo, Shikun, long time no see." The father and everyone else were shocked to learn that his son had offended Juan Cheng, and they stuttered in fear, Hein Juan Cheng. The arrogant boss still didn't realize who he had messed with and shouted, "HMPH. My dad brought his bodyguards, you're dead. Kneel down for me." Seeing his son being so clueless and arrogant, the father decided to teach him a lesson. He gave his son and his beloved dog a painful smack and said, "You little brat. How dare you talk to Juan Cheng like that?" The boss was still in shock, unable to believe that his loving father would hit him. With tears streaming down his face, he stammered, "Dad, why did you hit me? You must have hit the wrong person, right?" Right after that, he was lifted off the ground, trembling all over with tears flowing. His dad kept shouting, "You still dare to act arrogant in front of Lord Juan Cheng." Ching Cheng was fuming, cursing non-stop, saying he not only wanted to beat his son up. Right after that, Ching Cheng quickly shoved his son's head down, continuing to curse, saying he also wanted him to apologize to the other person. At that moment, the arrogant shopkeeper was crying his eyes out, thinking to himself, "How could I kneel before someone so beneath me?" Meanwhile, Ching Cheng's face was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, "Last time I got beaten, it wasn't just luck. I suspect this guy has some serious backing. How could I provoke him?" Then he quickly bowed his head and butted up, saying, "That Hu in Trin, you can choose whatever you want from me." Hearing this, the guy shot him a glance and quickly replied, "Looks like you know how to play nice." Juan Cheng and Ziyang were strolling around the zoo, and he pointed at one of the animals, saying, "Honey, what do you think of this one?" Ziyang looked at it and broke out in a sweat. Refusing, "No way, this one isn't for me." Shikun stood behind, watching the couple and sweating bullets. His face was all scrunched up, thinking, "Juan Cheng, I'll let you be cocky for a bit longer, but when the great beast taming competition starts, I'll make sure your whole family loses face." On the day of the great beast taming competition, the audience packed the stands, and someone shouted, "Welcome, my dear folks, to my birthday feast." An old man sat there with an air of authority, stroking his beard and said, "Before we kick off the feast, we have the great beast taming competition. The rules are the same as every year. The beast tamer, who stands last in the chaos, is the winner, and that's the old man from the Hu family." The audience erupted in cheers, the atmosphere was electric, and someone else shouted, "Go Beast King, reclaim the championship." The contestants gathered at the starting line, everyone picked big, fierce animals for the competition. Only Ziyang chose a small, sleek ostrich with shiny golden feathers. The audience laughed at her, saying, "Who is this? Is the Gong Sun family still around? Can your family even compete alone?" Another guy chimed in, "Everyone else is in groups." Ziyang, riding her ostrich, wasn't shy about firing back, "Of course, I've been doing this solo every year." Ziyang proudly looked at the animal she had chosen, smiled, picked up the reins, and continued, "The Gong Sun family used to be a big clan. I'm not here for rankings. I just want to prove that the Gong Sun family is still around." Shikun, standing next to her, smirked and thought to himself, "Still around, huh? Don't worry, today will be the last time the Gong Sun family shows up." The referee shouted loudly, "The competition has begun." Everyone eagerly rushed in for the top spot. One guy chasing the leader boasted, "Dream on, watch me take you down." Ziyang silently thought, "My skills are weaker than those of the other clans." Her face was serious as she skillfully maneuvered, needing to avoid the chaotic brawl that was dragging on. Suddenly, a pair of sharp claws like daggers darted out from somewhere. The wicked Shikun targeted her, surrounding her with a pack of wolves to trap her, laughing maliciously. "Zhuancheng's lady, where do you think you're going?" She turned to glare at him, furious, especially since he had come specifically to seek revenge for Zhuancheng. At that moment, she expertly controlled the ostrich, skillfully dodging, thankful that this particular bird was great for making a quick escape, while the ostrich squawked loudly. Shikun chased behind, his face darkening, a creepy grin on his face, holding a flute and taunting, he, think you can run?" He began to raise the flute to his lips and played a long, continuous note. The wild white bird's eyes widened upon hearing the sound of the flute. The ostrich, as if hypnotized, immediately collapsed, and Ziyang panicked, asking. The bird stopped. Seeing this, Shikun laughed triumphantly, pointing at her and shouting, "You can't run anymore." Then he called his minions to take her down. With a sinister look, he thought to himself, "The bird I sold her was specially trained, today I will take back the humiliation that Cheng Huin gave me." Shikun yelled, "Strip everything off her." And his gang quickly charged at her. At that moment, Ziyang stood frozen, watching the wolf's claws about to scratch her face. Suddenly, a flash of green light appeared, blocking the wolf's attack on her. Right after that, Zhuancheng appeared, standing protectively in front of her. His sharp gaze fixed on Shikun as he said, "Shikun, you really have some guts." He then waved his hand, sending several wolves that were creeping closer flying away, growling, "Get lost," making them yelp in response. Shikun stared in shock as his minions were sent flying and shouted his name, "Huin, Zhuancheng, how did you get on stage?" The thud of his minions hitting the ground created a huge explosion, and Zhuancheng stood tall, glaring at them. At that moment, everyone in the stands gasped and shouted, "What's going on? How did Zhuancheng, the son-in-law of the Gongsun family, get on stage?" Zhuancheng walked over to the fallen flute, picking it up. The info board popped up, a new mission, winning first place in the Great Beast Training Contest, and it was all so impressive that everyone was left in awe. Holding the flute, he looked up and said, "Who elder, Shikun used to bone flute to cheat and control the beasts. Can I take my wife to the stage?" The old man's face turned red with anger, but he held it back and said, "Fine, Shikun dares to cheat at my banquet, drag him down for me." Zhuancheng turned to support Ziyang, speaking softly, "You should go rest, my dear." She replied, "But what about you? The opponents and beasts on the stage are way stronger than you." Hearing that, Zhuancheng confidently said, "Don't worry, I'll make the Gongsun family shine once again." Suddenly, a pair of hairy hands slammed down on the ground, causing a slight tremor. A big guy and his gang of monkeys blocked Zhuancheng's path, leaning on his hands and saying, "Zhuancheng, before, our clan didn't let us touch you, but on the racing field, it's fair game." The top dog is the ancestor of the Yu family, Ding Feng from the Hanqi realm, and he's blowing smoke at you. Shikun, who was scared earlier, flipped his attitude 360 degrees, and his two henchmen behind him squeezed his shoulders, whispering, "HMPH, Zhuancheng, you thought being sent off the field meant you were off the hook." Nearby, one guy next to Ziyang laughed loudly and shouted, "The backup bird hasn't even woken up yet. This time Zhuancheng is definitely a goner." She watched with a worried face, silently calling out his name, "Zhuancheng." 3 gorillas charged in, saying, "You've beaten so many from the Yu family, but when facing strong enemies, we from the Yu family will never back down." The audience gasped in shock, the ancestors of the Yu family were stepping up, and Ziyang panicked, shouting, "Zhuancheng." A gigantic hand came crashing down, sending dust flying and shattering the ground, leaving a massive handprint deeply embedded in the earth. He coldly stared and said, "Ready to give up now?" At that moment, they all took the full brunt of Zhuancheng's heavy attack and fainted, HMPH, giving up. "If we die, we die." In the stands, Shikun and his crew were wide-eyed, thinking, what? Without beasts, how could Zhuancheng win? He raised his hand and turned to Shikun, saying, "Fight them, do we need beasts?" Then he looked over at the guys brawling over there and said, "Hey, this is so boring, I'm in a hurry, you all should join in too." Hearing that, The crowd immediately stopped, thinking, who's this cocky? Does he want to die? Then the whole gang charged at Zhuancheng like a pack of wolves, thinking that just because he took out a small Yu family, they could take him on. They were like, let's get him. Meanwhile, he just stood there, totally unfazed. Outside, Shikun was grinning, saying, ha ha, this many can definitely be called a beast tide. Zhuancheng, go for it. With a cold expression, he watched them rush in and said, TCH, do you really think having numbers means anything? A snap of his fingers echoed, signaling that something dangerous was about to go down. Suddenly, a massive foot from some creature stomped down, sending dust flying everywhere and breaking the ground apart. Three-horned, demon-faced guys grinned wickedly at the chaos, looking like they were starving for a fight. Standing in front of his three minions, he shouted, Black Thunder Nyo Man Squad. At that moment, Shikun and his crew in the stands were scared out of their wits for the second time. What the heck? Why is a legendary beast suddenly showing up? Isn't that the Black Thunder Nyo Man Squad from the legends? One of the demon-faced guys bowed down and asked, Ancestor, what's up with Xiaohei? Zhuancheng replied, I'm just bored. With a serious face, he continued, I want to unleash a ground-shaking move. The three minions' eyes lit up like lightning when they heard their ancestor say that. They pointed at the fearless crowd and said, Black Thunder Nyo Man Clan. Our chance to make a name for ourselves is right here. The leader shouted loudly, lifting his filthy foot, crush them. The crowd below started to panic. A painful stomp sent them scattering, help. In the stands, one guy next to Ziyang exclaimed, am I dreaming? How is a beast like this even here? Ziyang, equally shocked, replied, Zhuancheng, this Black Thunder Nyo Man of yours is. At that moment, a notification popped up, telling him, host summons a legendary beast, revealing identity, image collapsing, mission about to fail. Zhuancheng turned away and said, got it, Xiaohei, you guys go back. I still need to fix my image. He pulled out his image-fixing stick, and a golden light burst forth. The golden light radiated everywhere as Zhuancheng shouted, forget about the Black Thunder Nyo Man for me. Remember Zhuancheng, the tongue of the battle squad. Cursing those mindless beasts until they turn on each other and self-destruct. Everyone in the stands was left dumbfounded. One guy, furious, shouted, wow, Zhuancheng's mouth is brutal. He can even curse them into suicide. The info panel popped up again, and Zhuancheng was pretty pleased. He gave an OK sign with his hand and said, all right, this fits my badass image perfectly. Suddenly, a massive creature appeared in front of him, snorting and saying, a lowly person can only rely on their trash talk to get second place. Having you here is a disgrace to the Grand Beast training competition. A guy stood atop a giant monster, declaring, my great Nam Beast has no hearing, so it can't hear your nonsense. Now, do you want to surrender, or let the great Nam Beast devour you? It's a level 5 spirit beast. The crowd in the stands erupted in cheers, with Shikun shouting, even if the great Kam Beast faces off against a horde of beasts, it remains undefeated. The champion Beast King has finally appeared. Zhuancheng, prepare to meet your end. Zhuancheng, unfazed, rested his chin on his hand and said, I choose to be eaten. Hearing this, Ziyang shouted in panic, Zhuancheng, give up the competition. Family rankings don't matter, your life is what's important. The guy controlling the great Nam Beast scoffed, HMPH, you chose to be eaten, so I won't let you escape. The beast opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow Zhuancheng whole. Zhuancheng stood there, ready to make his move, saying, HMPH, worm, what are you thinking? I chose to be eaten. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he shouted, this is for you. He then yelled, evolve, my bird. The bird erupted in a brilliant light, awakening instantly. Everyone around shielded their eyes from the blinding light, wondering, what is this? The bird's sharp claws scraped against the tiled ground, sparking flames. The now evolved bird was twice the size of the monster, letting out a powerful screech that made the beast tremble in fear. The giant bird then leaned down, looking at the tiny worm with confusion. The crowd in the stands started to panic, with Shikun shouting in disbelief, "Is that the legendary beast, the Xiu-Ming-Q?" The bird screeched, causing the controller to flee, abandoning his monster. Before he could escape, the bird snatched him up, lifting both him and the worm into the air. The bird then opened its mouth, waiting for its prey to fall, amidst the sounds of terrified screams. After swallowing its prey, the bird spread its wings proudly, roaring in front of everyone. The crowd was left in shock, with Shikun sweating profusely, muttering, "The Beast King just got devoured in one bite." Xuancheng quickly told the bird, "All right, little buddy, transform back," and the bird gradually shrank down, glowing a soft pink light. Right now, it was like an ant standing under the gigantic foot of its own self, making a tiny squeak. Ziyang stood in the audience, her face filled with helplessness as she thought, so the little bird can evolve into a dark phoenix. Could it be that we actually bought a top-tier bird? Shikun pointed down at the arena, where the bird's footprints were still visible, and shouted, "Xuancheng, give me back that bird. You bought a treasure from my shop." Feeling like he had the upper hand, he smirked and thought, "HMPH, what a fool. You got a treasure and are showing off. Can't blame me for taking it back." Xuancheng respectfully said, "Hu elder, today is your birthday, and our Gongsun family didn't prepare a gift, so I present you this little bird." Upon hearing this, Shikun frowned. Xuancheng smiled and continued, "Consider it a birthday gift for you." Shikun was so furious he almost spat blood. Has Xuancheng lost his mind? A bird like that as a gift? The elder sitting above smiled broadly and said, "Good, good. The Gongsun family has a kind heart. From now on, the Gongsun family will be our best friends." Everyone in the audience was moved to tears, saying, "So admirable. The Gongsun family becoming best friends with the Hu family is like hitting the jackpot." Shikun was so mad he could only hold back his anger with tears, thinking, "Damn it, if Xuancheng can't have it, then why should Hu family get it?" Xuancheng confidently stepped up the stage, and everyone around cheered for him, "Xuancheng! Xuancheng! Xuancheng!" He smiled smugly and thought, "Ha ha, there's no evolution happening. I just took advantage of the distraction and swapped the bird with that kid." Getting the love of the Hu family is a huge boost for the Gongsun family, and even if they find out the bird has issues, they'll just go after the original owner, Shikun. Approaching the Hu family, he said, "Hu elder, so our Gongsun family has secured first place in the training competition, right? The Hu family welcomes us." "Exactly. The competition was thrilling for your Gongsun family, and the bird in the cage is a gift for the Hu family." Then the Hu family shouted loudly, "We are officially first place. Xuancheng, Beast King." The entire audience echoed, "Xuancheng, Beast King. Xuancheng, Beast King." He walked over to Ziyang and smiled, saying, "My dear, our Gongsun family has shone once again." Ziyang, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears and said, "Thank you." At the same time, Xuancheng's status board lit up with a notification that made the Gongsun family members' eyes widen again, rewarding him with 5 mission points and upgrading his image. The sensitivity of his image decreased, meaning as long as he didn't pull any flashy stunts, he wouldn't raise any suspicions. Now, Xuancheng's image was updated to a powerhouse of Xia City, a first-class mirror image. He started to smirk, already plotting in his mind. Oh, the cultivation has been adjusted. And the sensitivity around him has dropped, so it looks like he can act freely from now on. Outside the hall, Elder Hu was announcing to everyone that the grand competition had ended, and now it was time for the moment everyone had been waiting for, the performance showcase. But the performer chosen this time was a bit of a surprise, and everyone present was buzzing with excitement over the announcement. The previous competition's champion, with a proud look on his face, was next to a guy who looked dangerous, sneering as he said, "For this music performance, I've made a high offer to invite the champion. This time, I'm definitely getting picked. Fireworks started going off amidst the cheers of everyone present, so let's welcome the chosen musical genius. A voice rang out, and the champion, along with the guy next to him, strutted up, chatting and laughing with a smug expression. Everyone, step aside, I'm going up to accept my award now. The composer said calmly, getting picked again is just too boring. But halfway there, Elder Who suddenly spoke up, that's right, it's Xuancheng from the Gongsun family, who has won the champion title for the performance. Let's congratulate him on securing the second place at the banquet. Xuancheng stepped forward, clasped his hands, and smiled brightly at everyone, saying, "You're too kind." This announcement shocked everyone present, especially the champion and the guy next to him, like a bolt of lightning striking them all. The champion fainted upon hearing the news, collapsing to the ground, unable to accept it. Meanwhile, the guy next to him was pointing angrily, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, "Elder Hu, Xuancheng is just a bully. How could he possibly know how to compose? You're covering for him because of his status." Immediately, the crowd below erupted in anger, shouting, "Yeah, it doesn't need to be this obvious. The guy who's supposed to protect the city is now pulling this stunt. They might as well have just given it to Xuancheng from the start." The crowd was still furious, feeling completely cheated. "I've been composing for nights on end, and I even invited big-name composers. Is this how you treat us? There are definitely hidden rules at play here." Everyone totally agreed with this opinion and believed that Elder Who was covering for Xuancheng. Following that, there were protests and a wave of anger against this outcome, leading everyone to throw trash up and shout loudly, breaking the unspoken rules. Elder Who stood there, listening to the furious words of everyone, his face filled with anger mixed with a bit of confusion as he said, this was already decided long ago. He had invited Xuancheng to perform for everyone to enjoy, and Xuancheng calmly replied, yes. However, the crowd continued to curse at Xuancheng, shouting for him to get off the stage, calling him a disgusting briber, saying they would never visit the Gongsun family store again. The guy next to the champion looked at Xuancheng with a smug expression, as if he had achieved his goal, and said, HMPH, Xuancheng is currying favor with the Hu family in front of everyone. But he's offended the whole city. Now that he has no customers, he's really digging his own grave. At that moment, his fingers gently touched the strings of the instrument. Suddenly, a melody began to play, soft and relaxed. This made everyone present gasp in disbelief, their faces showing shock. The song moved everyone so deeply that they were left speechless. The guy next to the champion couldn't believe what he had just heard. He understood why this sounded so different from anything he had heard before. Though he didn't want to admit it, he had to accept that this was a song that filled the listener's heart with endless hope and regret. He clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, "Yeah, it's really good, and completely different from the songs I've heard before." He relaxed, closed his eyes, and continued to think. This song gave a sense of grandeur while still holding on to hope. Right now, he was so ecstatic that he felt like dancing with joy, flowing along with the melody and continuously praising it, expressing an endless sense of regret. It was undeniable that this was a great piece of music. Suddenly, he stopped playing. Indeed, the song had ended. Xuancheng turned and boldly asked the elders, "How do you feel?" At that moment, everyone could only remain silent, no one said a word. Only Gongsun spoke up, "Why is no one talking? Does that mean no one liked it?" Suddenly, someone from the back spoke up, "Is the music over?" When she turned to look, she saw tears streaming down that person's face. He sadly said, "After hearing it all, it feels like I've missed out on a beautiful love story for 1,000 years. And now I can't even regret it." Suddenly, someone next to me chimed in, and what I heard in the music was the regret of dreams yet to be fulfilled. When she saw that person's face, she was utterly shocked. Tears streamed down their cheeks as they shouted, "How can someone from such humble beginnings not want to become a great composer?" The entire audience seemed to be vibrating with praise, This song is so beautiful, and in this moment, we felt like we were about to explode with excitement. It's just so amazing. Zhuan Cheng, holding his guitar with a dignified air, said, "Thank you for celebrating with me. If you all enjoy it, I'll perform at the Dang Huin restaurant for everyone in the future." The people in the restaurant were so moved they felt like crying, cheering with joy. "Wow, we can hear him at Dang Huin. Let's form a food group and go eat there every day." Gong Sun Ziyang sighed in relief, equally thrilled as the others, thinking, "Great. It seems everyone really loves it." Suddenly, a big, chubby guy stomped over, making a scene with a very arrogant attitude. He pointed a finger at Huintran and accused, "Zhuan Cheng, I can't deny your song is good, but there's no way you composed this one." He spoke as if he had created it himself. That ugly little man turned around to snitch to Lord Hu with absolute confidence, "Lord Hu, I suspect this song was stolen by Zhuan Cheng. You once said that anyone who takes someone else's work should be expelled from Qian Shui." Everyone gasped in shock. This news was too crazy. What? Could it be that Zhuan Cheng plagiarized? Gong Sun Ziyang was also extremely worried, thinking, "Is Zhuan Cheng going to be expelled from the city?" Seeing the chaos below, Elder Hu spoke up, "Zhuan Cheng, the rules are clear. If this song isn't yours, now's the time to clarify. I can explain to everyone that this is a misunderstanding." Zhuan Cheng stood tall and calm, ready to use his talent to squash the false rumors. "It's fine, my lord. If you doubt my work, I'll just create another piece right now." The chubby little man was just waiting for this moment. He laughed triumphantly, "If you can't reach the level of the last song, then you're a fraud. Starting today, you need to get out of Qian Shui City." Zhuan Cheng, standing by his guitar, replied calmly, "All right, I'll create a new piece, dedicated to my beloved." His long fingers danced over the strings, producing a clear, enchanting sound that resonated deeply in the hearts of the listeners. And started singing, his voice soaring and flowing with the music, stirring emotions deep within, as the blue sky awaited the clouds and wind. Each lyric and note that rose was like sweet nectar pouring into the ears of everyone present, lifting their spirits, as if they had wandered into a fairyland. Zhuan Cheng sat there, playing with each note, the scene resembling a flawless painting displayed in a museum, beautiful beyond compare, as I searched for her from sunrise to sunset. Music connects people, and no matter how much that despicable villain resented him, even he was moved by this melody. Despite my disdain for Zhuan Cheng, this song was just too beautiful. He felt as if he were drifting along with the music, sitting in a small bamboo boat, gazing up at the beauty across the bridge, seemingly following the notes. Witnessing a love that waited for 1,000 years, the maiden with flushed cheeks turned and glanced, a casual meeting that painted a tale of 100 years. He stood by the side of the boat, admiring her silhouette, causing his heart, once locked away, to spark with hope for love again. A single glance could lead to a lifetime of intoxication. The maiden leaped into her love's embrace, and he reached out to catch the tiny light of hope in his heart, suddenly bursting forth with the music. A boat can't hold 3 people. As the maiden landed perfectly in his strong arms, the boatman was flung away, letting out a loud, piercing cry, but no one cared anymore. Just him, her, and the lingering song. Tears welled up in his eyes. It wasn't just his ears that were satisfied, but every sense in his body felt alive again. He was truly amazed. Could Zhuan Cheng really create such a beautiful song? This was talent. He rushed to hug Zhuan Cheng's legs, tears and snot all over, begging for forgiveness. "Zhuan Cheng, I was wrong. I truly admire you now. I am completely convinced." Zhuan Cheng dodged his embrace, firmly saying, "Get lost." Gong Sun Ziyang, after enjoying the performance, was also deeply moved. "Zhuan Cheng, I will never forget this song in this lifetime." The Hu family couldn't help but applaud. "Zhuan Cheng, who knew you were so talented in both literature and martial arts?" Moreover, he granted a rare privilege. 3 days later, "I will attend the WAN family banquet. May I invite you to perform a piece?" He respectfully accepted. "Of course, I would be honored." This privilege for Zhuancheng is just too much. Everyone there was left speechless and gossiping, like, what? The position of the city lord is a noble area, and the noble area is all about the elite. Is the Gongsun family about to level up? So impressive. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, because the perfect host freed the Hu elder's pure essence, the Gongsun family's reputation skyrocketed, earning 5 mission points. Plus, when the host uses non-spiritual items, there's no limit on the quantity. Zhuancheng thought, so I can just use non-spiritual items freely. Even so, he didn't really care about all this, but non-spiritual items seemed kinda useless. The system cheekily replied, I don't care, heh, as long as it's non-spiritual, it's all good. Qianshui City is divided into 3 areas, upper, middle, and lower. Zhuancheng was in the poorest lower area, and the higher you go, the more prosperous it gets. In the central area of the city lord's residence, Wan family, the mansion was huge, with lights shining bright like daytime, so extravagant it was overwhelming. Zhuancheng and Gongsun Ziyang stopped at the entrance, and she hesitantly called out, Zhuancheng. She shyly spoke up, it's my first time attending a big gathering in the high-class area. Suddenly blushing, she asked, am I pretty? Zhuancheng chuckled softly and replied, very beautiful. The manager of the Wan family showed up with a bunch of people to block the door, like, who dares to come to the Wan residence? He openly looked down on the 2 of them, the stench of poverty on them, where did you come from? Gongsun Ziyang followed the etiquette and respectfully replied, we are from the Gongsun family in Xie City, invited by the Hu elder. This manager had a sly face, sharp like a rat, and his heart was just as filthy as his ugly appearance. He mocked, Xie City, you think you belong here? Are you here to wash dishes or something? Ziyang was so insulted that she was momentarily speechless. The manager got even more outrageous, splashing a bucket of dirty water in front of the 2 with a cocky attitude, making the water splash everywhere. He pointed at the stinky bucket and said, but if you eat from this bucket of dishwater, I'll definitely let you in. Saying that, he and his lackeys burst into laughter. Xie City must really love eating this stuff, ha 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 ha. Feeling unwelcome, Ziyang was too shy to confront the nobles there, so she grabbed Zhuancheng's hand and whispered, Zhuancheng, it seems they don't welcome us, let's go back. But little did she know, just a second later, Zhuancheng lunged forward and grabbed the manager's neck, making him freeze up, not daring to say a word. His face darkened, furious as he said, you dog servant. The steward was sweating profusely, trembling in fear. He pressed the guy's face down into the dishwater and lectured him, don't bring your dog-like tendencies here. He placed it on us, and after finishing his sentence, he shoved the guy's head straight into that stinky water, making him writhe in pain like a fish out of water, gasping and choking. The henchmen were terrified, but they still shouted defiantly, how dare you, people from Xie City, lay a hand on us? You must want to die. The commotion outside caught the attention of the Hu family, and the elder stepped out, his face full of anger, what's going on? Like finding a lifeline, the steward popped his head out of the filthy water and complained, cough, Hu elder, there are 2 people from Xie City causing trouble here. Don't let these lowly Xie City folks offend you. Expecting praise, he instead received a stinging slap from the Hu family, shut your dog mouth. The slap knocked him back to reality, leaving him completely stunned. A steward who was once trusted by the Hu family was now humiliated in front of so many people. It was the biggest shock of his life. The Hu family was furious, you lowly Xie City people, am I not also from Xie City? Are you insulting me? Get out of the way. With that, he turned to Zhuancheng and Ziyang, welcoming them warmly, ha ha, Zhuancheng, my young friend, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. The steward, holding his face, was filled with doubt about life, what's going on? Why is the Hu elder protecting a commoner? He watched the 2 of them getting cozy and felt jealous, damn it, Zhuancheng, this commoner must have seduced the Hu family. Just wait for me. Meanwhile, the Hu family was being hospitable. inviting them in, and Zhuan Cheng had also retracted his earlier hostility, returning to a polite demeanor, "Thank you, Hu Elder." The party was lively and bustling, with applause echoing like thunder. The luxurious atmosphere rivaled that of the royal palace. In the center, a dashing young master spoke up, making the atmosphere even more vibrant. "Esteemed guests, I shall sing a tune. Please don't hold back your critiques." The guests below were thrilled. "Sure, Wan Gongzi's skills are amazing. That song was fantastic, truly a great talent." Wan Shi, the second son of the Wan family, confidently proposed a challenge, "Too kind. I heard that today, the Hu Elder has brought a master of music. Can anyone match my skills?" The Hu family was super excited to accept this proposal. "Sure, if young Master Wan requests it, Zhuan Cheng, my friend, go ahead and show off, but try not to steal the spotlight from him." "Okay." Zhuan Cheng didn't hesitate and agreed right away, giving a quick nod. At this moment, she still had no clue he had messed with the wrong person. He chuckled to himself, thinking it was ridiculous. Looking at this guy from Shia City. How could someone so lowly possibly steal my fame? Zhuan Cheng sat down next to the Guqin, under the eager gazes of everyone around. Some were genuinely admiring, while others just wanted to see him fail, but he didn't care. He focused solely on playing. As he touched the strings, the first notes rang out like a magical force, each movement of his hands producing clear, enchanting sounds that captivated everyone. Zhuan Cheng played, his music soaring like a celestial being, filling the night sky with a shimmering brilliance. Everyone, including Wan Shi, was left stunned by the beautiful melody. What was this piece? The song was nearly perfect, reaching a level of beauty that made it impossible to listen just once. It stirred deep emotions, and in terms of skill, Zhuan Cheng was not just better than Wan Shi. He was leagues ahead of anyone else. People around started whispering, saying it was way better than what young Master Wan could do. She realized he was only worthy of being a footnote in Zhuan Cheng's story, and he felt utterly humiliated. Damn it, everyone thought this guy played better than me. Embarrassed and furious, She clenched his fists, seething with anger. How dare this Shia City punk be so audacious, stealing my thunder in front of everyone. The steward of the Wan family stepped forward, calling out, "Young master." Shi, still fuming, snapped back, "What is it?" The steward reeked of something awful, and he clutched his master's arm, whining, "Young master, that guy from Shia City bullied me while playing." She didn't even catch the full story, before the horrible smell from the steward hit him like a brick wall. He covered his nose and recoiled, "Wait, why do you smell so bad?" But the steward went full drama queen, turning himself into the victim and twisting the narrative. "Young master, that Zhuan Cheng guy doesn't respect you at all." With their previous grudge and this new fuel to the fire, Shi's anger only intensified. "What? Not only did he steal my spotlight, but he also laid hands on my people." He stormed over to where Zhuan Cheng was playing, interrupting the beautiful music mid-note. She paced around him, speaking in cryptic tones. Zhuan Cheng really did have some impressive skills. He wondered if he could invite him for a private jam session. He calmly replied with grace, saying he couldn't dare to ask for guidance, but chatting was totally fine. Just waiting for that cue, She quickly ordered the steward, "All right, lead young Master Zhuan Cheng to the music room. I'll finish up with my guests." The steward eagerly nodded. After getting schooled by him earlier, this guy still didn't back down. He was even more thrilled to see his prey walking right into the trap. "Young master who invites you this way." He was curious to see what tricks they had up their sleeves, so he agreed to follow without hesitation. In the private area of the estate, it was so quiet that only Zhuan Cheng and the steward were walking through the courtyard, with absolutely no one else around, not even a servant. They stopped in front of a large room, and the steward respectfully invited him inside to wait. Zhuan, feeling a bit on edge, peered into the room, trying to figure out what could possibly be so important that they went through all this trouble to lure him here. The entire room was bathed in a bizarre red hue, filled with torture chains and skulls scattered everywhere. It looked like a hellish nightmare, sending chills down his spine. Zhuan remained unfazed and asked, "This is the music room. Where's the instrument?" Before he could finish his sentence, the door behind him slammed shut, accompanied by the wicked laughter of the steward. "Ha ha ha, Zhuan, you dared to provoke me, just wait for your doom." From the pile of corpses, a bizarre creature emerged, neither fully human nor fully beast. Upon seeing him, it licked its lips. "Oh, a first-grade spirit refinement expert, huh?" It stuck out its 2-meter-long tongue, revealing sharp fangs. "A pathetic first-grade spirit refinement expert dares to mess with my beloved Wan she." Zhuan eyes widened in shock, clueless about who this freak was, and even more baffled as to why a prestigious family like the Wan family would keep such a creature in their estate. He asked, "Who are you?" "I'm a sculptor, 3rd grade spirit refinement," it confidently introduced itself. "I enjoy turning people into art on my walls, and now, I'm going to make you my finest collection." Looking at Zhuan handsome face and strong physique made the creature's excitement surge. It thought to itself that today it would definitely have its way with this guy. He, after all, I'm way stronger than you." After lighting a stick of incense, she stood outside, unable to hide the triumphant look on his face. He thought to himself, "After Zhuan goes into my master's room, he's probably done for, huh? Zhuan is just at the 1st level of concentration, while my master is at the 3rd level." Just thinking about it got him super excited, and he couldn't help but peek through the door with eager anticipation. "Master, how did Zhuan end up? I want to personally embed him into the wall." But what he saw next truly terrified him. Inside was his master, stuck to the wall, unconscious and out cold, along with several other bodies. Seeing this horrifying scene, she rushed in, worried. "Master, what happened to you?" He got smacked hard by his master, leaving one side of his face sore, and yelled, "You fool." He was completely stunned, not understanding what was going on. Why was his master hitting him? The sculptor's face was twisted in rage as he shouted, "You have no idea what kind of trouble you've stirred up. If you don't get his forgiveness, you won't be my disciple anymore." Zhuan safely left that dark place and approached Ziyang, saying, "Ziyang, I'm back." She still looked blissfully unaware, asking if the two had finished their musical exchange. Not wanting to make a big deal out of it, he casually replied, "Where's the Hu family?" Ziyang cheerfully responded, "The Hu elder went to a meeting," but before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly fell silent, staring wide-eyed into the distance. It was Wan, storming towards them with a fierce attitude, and a crowd gathered to see the commotion. The guests were worried about Zhuan fate, suddenly leading a bunch of fighters like this. "What's going on?" Young Master Wan is quite petty. It seems he's out for revenge after Zhuan stole his spotlight. Hearing the chatter, Ziyang couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhuan, but he remained calm, reassuring her, "It's fine." The manager, seeing the crowd gathering, couldn't help but chuckle, "Hehehe, knowing young master's temperament, Zhuan is definitely in for it. I need to get a closer look." Just as he was sneaking closer to enjoy the show, a hand suddenly lunged at him. A man knocked him to the ground with such force that he couldn't even lift his head to see what was happening, left frozen in shock, mouth agape, completely confused. At the same time, she stood there, stunned, clasping his hands in apology. "I'm sorry, young Master Zhuan, we were wrong." Immediately after, he dropped to his knees. Because of what happened next, all his subordinates knelt down, begging for forgiveness. They all said in unison, "Please, great sir, have mercy and forgive us. We are here to apologize to you." Gongsun Ziyang was quite surprised and asked, "What is this?" Everyone present was in shock and confusion, not understanding what was going on. Why was the young master Wanz apologizing to someone from Shia City? What was happening? The manager of the Wan family, lying on the ground with tears streaming down his face, was filled with disbelief. Why was she kneeling before so many noble families? Begging a person from Shia City. Suddenly, Zhuan spoke up, "You have to give face to your friend, so I'll let you off this time." She looked up and thanked Zhuan repeatedly, thank you, Zhuan, my lord." Gong Sun Ziyang was about to turn and ask Zhuan, but he said, "It's nothing, your friend is just being polite." At that moment, she was inviting him to the inner courtyard for a meeting. Zhuan turned to her and said, "All right, my lady, I'll be back shortly." She agreed and advised Zhuan not to cause any trouble. Inside the inner courtyard, there was a discussion going on between Wan Lao Jia, Wan Xiang, and those present about weapons to deal with the beast tied outside the city. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed. "Sigh, the beast tied at the west gate is really hard to handle. The purpose of this banquet is to invite everyone to think of ways to help me deal with the beast tied outside the city." Just then, someone from below asked, "Wan Lao Jia, are the weapons we provided not enough?" Hearing this, he quickly replied, "No, even though you all provided excellent equipment, it still lacks the damage needed against the beast tide." At that moment, someone suddenly walked in. It turned out to be Zhuan. He entered and said, "Wan Lao Jia, if you need weapons, the Gong Sun family can manufacture them. We can definitely help you deal with the beast tide." At that moment, a representative from the largest weapon manufacturing company in the central region stood up and shouted at Zhuan, not believing that the Gong Sun family could produce weapons. "HMPH, where did this kid come from? We've never heard of the Gong Sun family making weapons." Zhuan calmly replied, "We actually don't have any, because the Gong Sun family hasn't even opened a manufacturing workshop yet." After hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, mocking his words. "Ha ha ha, are you kidding us? You should know this place is filled with wealthy merchants. You don't even have bones to stand on and dare to come here and embarrass yourself." Then who elder spoke up, "Zhuan, I brought you here to get acquainted with the nobles. Don't talk nonsense." Zhuan replied calmly, "It's all right, who elder. I do have weapons with me." With a calm demeanor, he thought to himself, "So before, the props I had didn't have any spiritual energy that I could use freely, right?" Right after that, the system quickly answered his question, confirming that without spiritual energy, he couldn't cause any trouble. Hearing this, he replied, "Got it." Then Zhuan pulled out a gun, which was the spiritual weapon the system warned not to draw casually, and pointed it at everyone, saying, "Gentlemen, this is my weapon. Please take a look." Everyone was clueless about what it was, their faces looking as confused as a dog in a thunderstorm. They laughed mockingly, thinking it was just a piece of metal, not a weapon at all. "Ha ha ha, what is this? A tool to crack walnuts. This thing would struggle to swat a fly, what a joke." Meanwhile, Elder who could only blush in embarrassment over Zhuan weapon. "Zhuan, my friend, I told you not to be so confident." At that moment, he confidently raised the gun and said, "If you don't believe me, how about we take out our weapons and compare whose is more powerful?" Just then, someone from the weapon manufacturing company spoke up, "All right, you dare to steal my business right after entering society. I'll let you taste the harshness of the martial world." Outside, on the stage, with everyone watching, Zhuan faced off against a bald guy. The bald guy was wielding a sword radiating a purple aura, standing behind an older man from the weapon company, saying, "Zhuan, we have the weapon I'm most proud of. The poisonous storm blade." The weapon maker excitedly continued, "This sword has been coated with a deadly poison. Even someone at the spirit gathering level would die if they touched it. The bald guy, grinning, approached Juan Cheng, warning him not to blame him if he ended up dead. In contrast, Juan Cheng confidently held the gun, now loaded, and said, "No need to take responsibility for life and death, right?" "I like that." Everyone present, including Gongsun Ziyang and Elder Hu, was worried about Juan Cheng. Why is he competing with someone else again? "Sigh, I can't stop him. The poisonous storm blade is the strongest weapon. Juan Cheng, my friend, you might be in big trouble." Meanwhile, the bald guy was chuckling, shouting, "Juan Cheng, even though we are both at the first level of spirit gathering, I've been using this sword for 10 years. I advise you to write your will for your wife now." He unleashed a flurry of slashes at lightning speed. Thousands of blades aimed to tear Juan Cheng apart, all while boasting, "If I unleash my ultimate sword technique." The thunderstorm supremacy, combined with the poisonous storm blade, I'll be the unrivaled champion. The crowd was super hyped up, shouting for Juan Cheng to go down, but she was feeling really anxious. Suddenly, his face went blank, eyes wide open in anger. Out of nowhere, a gunshot rang out, hitting the other side and causing him to fall. Down in the stands, everyone was cheering loudly, but then they suddenly went pale, mouths agape in shock. The sword clattered to the ground. At the same time, that guy fell too, his body stiffening, dead as a doornail. Juan Cheng, holding a gun, had a calm expression as he said, "HMPH, you fool, times have changed." Old Man Tan looked like he was about to pop his eyes out. Both Old Man Wan and Ziyang were equally shocked, exclaiming, "What?" Everyone around was wide-eyed, some even gasping in disbelief. Saying the legendary sword had been defeated. Old Man Wan rushed forward, his face serious as he said, Juan Cheng, tell me, what kind of weapon is this?" Juan Cheng stepped closer, one hand behind his back, the other holding out the gun as he replied, "Sir Wan, this is called a gun, a powerful ranged weapon that even ordinary people can use." He was taken aback and asked, "Oh, so even regular folks can defend themselves?" Juan Cheng confirmed, "Exactly." Old Man Wan's face lit up with excitement as he held the gun in awe, then ordered, "Quick, someone, terminate the contract with the Tan family, and sign a 3-year arms deal with the Gongsun family." A servant quickly acknowledged, "Yes, sir." Old Man Tan, looking panicked, exclaimed, "Wait, doesn't that mean I'm going bankrupt?" Old Man Tan forced a smile, raising his hand to say, "Don't, Wan brother, my blades can be discounted by 50%. He turned to refuse, no need, take your blades back." He wanted to add, but Juan Cheng turned to his wife with a smile, saying, "Actually, I know how to make some weapons. Now we can expand our weapon-making business, we could set up a workshop." She looked confused and asked, "Why the sudden change?" Ziyang looked at him with a hint of admiration, thinking, Juan Cheng not only knows music, but can also create things. He's so impressive. A notification popped up, reminding that the system had lowered the sensitivity of those around, so it wasn't a big deal, and wouldn't raise any suspicions. A few days later, the Gongsun family hired a ton of workers, and the weapon workshop was successfully built, filled with all sorts of equipment. Ziyang and Juan Cheng stood in front, directing the new recruits, saying, "A little to the left." After Juan Cheng directed the workers to make weapons, the workshop was buzzing with activity, everyone was rushing in and out. One person mentioned that the Gongsun family's wages were way too high. And another replied, "Yeah, finally, we can let our families live a good life now." A month later, Chen Zhuan jumped down from above and said, "I'm going to check on Yuan Qing for a bit. The weapon factory is doing pretty well now." He turned to look, his eyes widened in surprise. His face darkened as he exclaimed, "What happened to the weapon factory?" In front of him, the weapon factory was now a complete wreck, and he shouted, "What on earth happened?" Ziyang was injured all over and lay unconscious on the bed. His face filled with anger, he replied, "You guys said that while I was out, the Wan family led people to smash the weapon factory, and even hurt Zi Yang. Everyone around, who was also injured, chimed in. Yeah, they claimed our weapon quality was an issue, but it really wasn't, another added. Then they forced their way in. And Miss Zi Yang got seriously hurt while protecting us. Zhuan Cheng's expression darkened as he walked past, realizing it was the WAN family's betrayal. I am going to pay the WAN family a visit. The purple-haired guy turned back and asked, Zhuan Cheng, what do you want to do? He didn't turn around, just replied, I need to find out what really happened. His face was completely furious, his eyes filled with killing intent as he declared, let those guilty pay. A brown-haired guy spoke up, young Master Zhuan Cheng, are you really going to take action against the WAN family? The purple-haired guy panicked and turned back. No way, the WAN family is the biggest clan in the city, our small clan can't stand up to them. Gongsun Lao Jia also spoke up, all right, stop talking. Let Zhuan Cheng go. The purple-haired guy turned back, Lao Jia. He gritted his teeth and said, my daughter has been bullied like this, and as a father, I feel powerless. He turned back, his face filled with despair, and cried, Zhuan Cheng, kill them for me. He stepped out of the mansion, responding directly, of course. The rain poured down heavily as he held a yellow umbrella. Zhuan Cheng stood in front of the WAN mansion, with thunder rumbling in the sky. A servant peeked out and pointed, Zhuan Cheng, you scum from Xie City, what are you doing here? Don't you know the consequences for your wife? His face darkened, and Zhuan Cheng used one hand to shove him aside. With one powerful move, the guy was sent flying back, screaming, ow. He was knocked back and fell, taken down in one move. The body of the doorman still hasn't come to, blood continuously oozing from his mouth. His battered face made me feel the immense power from Zhuan Cheng with just one strike. He slowly stepped inside. The gatekeeper was still out cold, not even stirring. Zhuan Cheng strode over and declared with authority, whoever caused trouble at my weapon shop, step forward. His brows furrowed tightly, clearly showing his anger. In the distance, the heir of the WAN family, WAN Lang, was standing on the steps with his buddies, shouting loudly, clearly mocking and taunting, Yo, Zhuan Cheng. I just took down your girl. You want to step up and take a hit too? Of course, Zhuan Cheng remained unfazed, just standing there with a steady gaze, not showing any sign of being rattled. WAN Lang was rocking a jacket, with a left shoulder made of grey wolf fur. His messy silver hair framed a smug face as he grinned and said, Zhuan Cheng, did you know that Tan San Elder is my adoptive father? He stood there with his arms crossed, still chuckling, you dare to snatch a business deal from my adoptive dad? I could easily throw out some baseless accusations and take down your whole operation. His bold words echoed with a heavy dose of disdain. WAN Lang pointed at him, a smirk on his face, clearly enjoying the struggle of his opponent. So you want to take a beating? Fine by me. Hand over thin Zhuan Cheng. And let's see you turn into the kind of guy his wife looks down on. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit with a powerful punch from Zhuan Cheng. The punch landed squarely on his face, directly causing a large dent in his cheek. The forceful hit immediately knocked out one of his teeth, and he could only utter a sound, His consciousness seemed to vanish in an instant. Zhuan Cheng's gaze, which was calm and observant just moments ago, now radiated pure hostility. It seemed that the mere mention of Zi Yang would trigger his anger if anyone dared to insult her. In an instant, his eyes sharpened, pupils dilating as he furiously exclaimed, so it was you, the real villain. Blood splattered from his clenched fist, and time itself felt like it slowed down. But in the distance, Zhuan Cheng looked pristine, confidently holding his umbrella, completely still, though his face was filled with rage. WAN Lang was thrown far away, barely conscious, with blood spurting from his nose and scattering everywhere. His mouth could only stammer, AAA. WAN Lang's bay hit the ground, creating friction that sparked a fire, followed by a loud boom in the distance that left his fellow disciples stunned. Young master. Their eyes bulged, mouths agape in shock. On Wan Lang's side, he crashed into a pile of wood, his face battered all over, angrily glaring at Xuan Cheng, who was also furious. Cough cough. Xuan Cheng. How insolent. Blood was continuously flowing from his mouth and nose. The air around him dispersed, revealing a struggling Wan Lang. He quickly sat up, one hand touching his face while the other pointed furiously at Xuan Cheng. Shouting, "This is a third-grade spirit refinement master raised by my Wan family." At that moment, an angry guy yelled loudly, "You're dead for sure." The rain poured down relentlessly, lightning streaking across the sky. Xuan Cheng stood surrounded by more than a dozen disciples of the Wan family, all armed and glaring at him menacingly. Xuan Cheng remained calm, holding an umbrella in one hand while the other was tucked behind his back, looking eerily composed. At the same time, a pair of delicate feet in simple purple shoes appeared, splashing through the rain as Ziyang ran, despite the worried shouts behind her. "Ziyang, stop." Ziyang, dressed in a purple outfit, was covered in various wounds, running frantically while trying to shield her arms. Her parents were right behind her, worried sick. Her father, ignoring the rain, chased after her, saying, "Ziyang, you just woke up, take care of your health." Her mother followed closely, holding an umbrella. Equally anxious. Ziyang, having just regained consciousness, was determined to find Xuan Cheng. Cough cough. "No. I have to go get Xuan Cheng back." Ziyang's expression hardened, her brows furrowing as the rain continued to pour down on her face and her barely healed wounds. "Xuan Cheng came to the Wan family for me. But you have to know that the main guardian of the Wan family is already a spirit refinement master." She was worried about him, a reckless individual. When she reached the gate, she exclaimed, "Even if Xuan Cheng can handle the Yu family, facing the Wan family is like throwing eggs against rocks. Encountering a master from the Wan family is a whole different level." Despite her parents chasing after her, she still hoped that Xuan Cheng would be okay. As soon as the door opened, Ziyang rushed in, her face filled with worry. Despite her numerous injuries and looking battered, her concern for Xuan Cheng overshadowed everything, making her fear for him. Xuan Cheng. She widened her eyes at the sight before her. Her brows furrowed as if she had seen something shocking, leaving her utterly stunned. In front of her was the courtyard of the Wan family, littered with the bodies of Wan family disciples. They were all knocked out, unable to get up, sprawled at Xuan Cheng's feet, who still held the umbrella, seemingly untouched by the rain. It was truly alarming. When Xuan Cheng noticed Ziyang standing at the door, calling his name with worry, he turned around, still gripping Wan Lang's hair, who was in pain, his face bruised and unrecognizable, dragged along like a dog. Xuan Cheng didn't care and turned to Ziyang. "Ziyang, you're awake." It seems like Ziyang and her mom were totally taken aback, standing in a yard filled with the bodies of Wan family masters scattered everywhere. Her mom looked the most shocked. "What the Wan family's spirit-condensing troops." Gong Sun Ta was overjoyed to see they were all defeated. "Xuan Cheng, you took them all down." Without rushing, Ziyang dashed over to him, grabbing his wrist that was holding the umbrella. Ziyang held onto his wrist, pulling Xuan Cheng back, her face growing angrier as she saw he had taken down the people there. Her parents quickly followed, worried. And as they ran, she hurriedly said, "Xuan Cheng, you made a huge mistake. We need to go now." While running, Ziyang explained to him, "I got beaten up, but right now you killed Van Lang. The Wan family is going to be furious." As she spoke, she couldn't help but worry about his life being in danger when facing the Wan family. It wouldn't just be the Gong Sun family at risk. Even the workers at the factory could get dragged into this. Behind them, her dad was worried too, realizing the situation had gone too far, and there was no way to save it now. I was wrong. I let Xuancheng go out, but I didn't expect him to act so ruthlessly. Xuancheng, standing beside them, couldn't hold back as the three of them were so concerned for him, saying, "No, it's my fault." His words seemed to brush off their worries. As if he wasn't worried at all. Ziyang, drenched and turning back, said, "It's too late for you to realize your mistake now. But we need to get everyone out of here, there might still be a chance." Xuancheng stood there, feeling incredibly uneasy. Then Xuancheng dropped a bombshell that shocked her and her parents. "No, my mistake was not directly eliminating the entire WAN family earlier." As soon as he said that, his face darkened. Everyone was stunned by his words, especially her mom, who was the most shocked. "Xuancheng, you really have no regrets at all. Hearing you say you'd eliminate the WAN family is just unbelievable." Suddenly, a system panel appeared next to him, saying that taking on the WAN family alone was too exaggerated, and even if he toned it down, it would ruin his character's image. He frowned as he read it. He stroked his chin, and after reading, realized he didn't have to destroy his image alone, so, I can't just act by myself. At this point, there's no turning back. We can only do it this way now. He moved ahead, telling her, "Ziyang, let's head home first. I have a plan to deal with the WAN family." Ziyang couldn't help but ask, "Home? What do you want to do?" Xuancheng explained that if both we and the factory workers had no way out, then he could declare war on the WAN family. He said this while raising his hand, signaling he was ready for a direct confrontation. But on the other hand, her parents were totally taken aback by that statement, directly shocked and denying, "There's no way we can defeat the WAN family." They added, "Besides, the factory workers have no cultivation, which is like throwing eggs against a rock." Xuancheng quickly rebutted, trying to calm things down, "Trust me. One hand holding an umbrella to shield from the rain will stop." At Ziyang's parents' factory, the wooden sign hanging outside was rotting, missing a piece, and cracked all over, looking dark and filthy. Everywhere were people in old, faded clothes, entering the factory, all struggling and enduring hardships, the workers of the factory. As soon as they entered the hall, the workers were anxious, covered in signs of injury, worriedly saying, "Highs, the WAN family has ordered us to be killed." As soon as the words were out, everyone around nodded in agreement. "Why call us here when we are about to die?" In front of the chattering, worried workers discussing their impending doom, Xuancheng and Ziyang stood above, sensing the anxiety from everyone. Xuancheng, "The workers have always done their duty, I feel they won't fight." Hearing this, he immediately rejected, "It's going to be fine." Xuancheng shouted from above, "Everyone, I know facing a powerful family like the WAN family will make you lose confidence." One worker below chimed in, "That's right. We can't possibly win." Their faces grew even more worried. Meanwhile, Xuancheng raised his voice, filled with anger, shouting, "But a bunch of beasts who don't see us as human, who treat us like animals to slaughter at their whim. Should we really be afraid of them?" He stood tall, saying words that surprised the workers below, who never expected to hear their own feelings voiced. Xuancheng continued from above, "We are human. Just like everyone else. When they leave us with no space to survive, why not strike back at them once before we go?" He said this with a stern face, filled with rage, not forgetting to use their critical weakness as a rallying point for them to move forward. "I, Xuancheng, guarantee with my life that you all can go fight." This immediately shocked those below. "Under my protection, you will not die." Xuancheng's words ignited a fiery spirit in those below, and he hoped everyone here would remember, noble lords think they are above us, but we are not their slaves. The workers below began to buzz with excitement, repeating Xuancheng's words, understanding the message. That's right. How are we any different from those high and mighty? Let's overthrow them. The factory workers nodded in agreement with this idea. Instantly, the workers, filled with fierce determination, shouted loudly, as if their spirits were ablaze, "Noble lords and generals! We have a cause." They raised their hands to the sky, their resolve burning bright. After witnessing their courage being ignited, Zhuan turned to his in-laws and said to grab the weapons for them. Ziyang's parents quickly pulled out some iron battle boxes and pushed them toward the workers. They quickly opened the iron cases. Inside were brand new 6-barreled guns along with pristine ammunition, all fully equipped. There was also a box containing headphones, armor, and pants, seemingly crafted with great precision, as if they were ready for battle. The workers stood before these heavy weapons, surprised, as if it was their first time using them, mouths agape. "What is this?" Sun Ta stood to the side, arms crossed, grinning as he said cheerfully, "These are the weapons we've just developed, and there's even something more powerful." His teasing words piqued everyone's curiosity. Meanwhile, at the highest platform in the arena, Wan Lang's father was angrily berating Zhuan, continuously insulting him. "Damn it, Zhuan from Xia City. You're just being falsely accused by my son. You're nothing but a lowly Xia City scum. What if my son is wronged?" His words clearly belittled Zhuan, portraying him as a senseless villain bullying his son, Wan Lang. With a purple patterned sword at his side and clad in armor, Wan Lang's father shouted down, "You lowly scum from Xia City dare to lay a hand on my son. Now the entire Wan family will mobilize." He commanded fiercely, aiming to wipe out the entire weapons factory and Zhuan. As soon as he spoke, the knights below, swords in hand, shouted loudly, "Kill!" Everyone was ready to reclaim honor for Wan Lang. Meanwhile, from a distance, a man in green rushed over, panic-stricken. "This is bad, this is bad." He immediately caught the attention of Wan Lang's father. "What's going on?" At that moment, he felt a twinge of unease at his subordinate's report. The man in green ran up, pointing behind him, his face pale as he spoke, his finger incessantly gesturing back. Wan Lang's father followed his finger and was taken aback. "Zhuan and his people." The man continued to shout loudly, rushing forward. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as the stone wall exploded, debris flying everywhere, creating a terrifying tremor. As the smoke began to clear behind the wall, the workers from the weapons factory charged in, fully armed with modern weaponry. In the distance, Zhuan stood calmly, watching each person enter with a relaxed smile. Zhuan gave the command, laying out the plan, the tactical squads. He flashed a smile, pointing to each designated spot as he stood. The troops, equipped with guns, immediately opened fire, the guns spewing out clouds of dust, swiftly breaking through the obstacles. Meanwhile, the rear lines provided support. Without waiting, they threw grenades ahead, sweeping through everything. "Kill them all for me, kill." The soldiers, sword in hand, seemed to stand frozen, unable to fight back, powerless against the unseen destructive force of Zhuan. Wan Lang stood behind the door, totally freaked out, as he watched the soldiers fall before Zhuan devastating weapon. The wooden structure was in ruins. Smoke everywhere. "What the heck? It's that powerful. Where's the weapon we bought from Zhuan?" He panicked and immediately asked his lackey about the weapons they had previously purchased from Zhuan. But over there, the guy in the blue shirt was shaking like a leaf, saying that Wan Lang had ditched all the weapons his adoptive dad had given him. Instantly, his dad freaked out, going pale as a ghost. "Are you kidding me?" On the other side, someone in the back immediately echoed what Zhuan taught, "Fire in the hole." As they got ready to throw the grenade, a grenade came flying straight at the two of them, and for the first time, they encountered a blue egg. They just stared blankly and pointed, saying, "This blue-shelled egg is..." Boom! The explosion echoed like thunder, sending both of them flying, debris flying everywhere, smoke filling the air, and Wan Lang's dad couldn't help but shout in pain from the intense blast. Ouch! This egg bites back. Redhead was totally wrecked, sprawled on the ground, grinding his teeth and shouting, "Damn it. Even if Wan Lang set me up, so what? You guys from Sheer City are just gonna have to take it. And you dare to fight back." Right after that, he angrily commanded his troops, "Defend. Shield bearers, charge forward." Blocking the attack for us, he stood behind 3 shield-wielding soldiers and called the shots. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers with shields rushed out to block his path. Like a fish biting the bait, the red-haired guy, who was just in a miserable state, is now laughing as if he hit the jackpot. Ha ha. Useless trash, aren't you? It's time for us to counterattack. Kill. Zhuan Cheng smirked with a hint of mystery. "Oh, you think this is all the firepower we've got?" He pointed a finger up at the sky and shouted, "Fire the heavy artillery." Instantly, a barrage of arrows rained down, so many that you couldn't even count them. Aimed right at the armored soldiers. They barely had time to react, shouting in shock, "Whoa! What about our shields?" And just like that, they turned tail and ran for their lives. Everyone was scared. It's broken, we can't hold on anymore. Run fast. The red-haired man could only stand there, wide-eyed. Oh my. My shield isn't working either. Suddenly, a massive cannon appeared, ready to fire, accompanied by Liu Nyang's disdainful voice, "HMPF. I don't care what kind of shield you have." She excitedly shouted, "My thunder chicken is here. Today, I'm blowing all of you up." Her eyes were blazing with fierce determination as she yelled at the soldiers, "This is the consequence of bullying my daughter." Truly, a weak supporting character becomes a strong mother. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy, seeing his troops falter, quickly ducked behind a stone wall to avoid the bullets, panicking, "Shao, we can't hold on anymore." But at this point, there's nothing else to do. In a desperate situation, he shouted to someone, "Hurry, go invite our ancestor from the Wan family." As soon as he finished speaking, something strange flew down from the sky, and it was clear it was a muscular man, leaving everyone on the ground dumbfounded. However, they quickly regained their composure, and after receiving the attack order, they immediately aimed their guns at the man and started firing continuously. But they might have underestimated this guy. As soon as he landed, he unleashed an incredibly powerful force that sent everyone around him flying. He flexed his muscles to withstand the bullets. Then he shouted, "HMPF, I am a bone devourer expert." This muscular man was none other than the ancestor of the Wan family. How a top-tier bone devourer. In front of their guns, he showed no signs of being harmed. The title of Bone Devourer made Liu Nyang and the others panic. What? A bone devourer expert? Not afraid of bullets. How lifted a massive rock with his 2 hands and his gigantic body, saying, "Take this. You people from Sheer City dare to mess with the Wan family." He then threw the rock towards Liu Nyang, who was standing there. Luckily, she dodged just in time, otherwise, she'd be pushing up daisies before her hair even turned grey. She yelled, "Oh. Here's my gun." How moved over to where the red-haired guy was crouched, arms crossed, saying, "HMPF. You only have this bunch of enemies, and you think you can invite me out? Little Wan, you've really disappointed me." Meanwhile, the red-haired guy could only flatter Wan. How, ha ha ha, still the coolest ancestor. Just when he thought victory was in the bag, he said, "Grandpa has someone on our side, looks like we can turn this defeat around." But before he could finish his sentence, out of nowhere, a massive bullet came flying towards them. Right in front of the red-haired guy, it hit How square in the stomach, making him let out a painful gasp, while the red-haired dude just stood there, shocked. The force of the bullet sent him flying back several meters. Along with that, there was a huge explosion, and before the red-haired guy could process what was happening, he wondered, what the heck is going on? Why is Grandpa flying? From the rubble caused by the blast, someone managed to crawl out, crying out in despair, "Report to the old man, Grandpa has been blown to bits." This made the red-haired guy collapse to the ground, wailing, "Ah! You ungrateful child." Behind him, a shiny gun barrel gleamed. "HMPH, you hurt my daughter, and scared my wife. You think I don't care about the funeral of the Sheer City?" This is Tang Sun Ta, driving a super cool yellow tank, rolling in. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, shouting, "Curse your ancestors for 18 generations. This is the essence of a man." This left the red-haired guy in a state of shock, asking, "What the heck is that? What is this iron monster?" Zhuan Cheng, meanwhile, had no time for him, standing on the rubble and commanding his troops, "Listen up, the enemy is in disarray, it's time for a full-on assault." The soldiers rallied together, shouting loudly in agreement. Then they charged into battle, hunting down the remaining WAN family members, yelling, "No mercy. Wipe them out." The red-haired guy, sitting on the ground, looked at the disastrous scene before him and said, "Unforgivable. The despicable Sheer City has pushed me to the brink of death, so don't blame me." Then his eyes went wild. "Quick, unleash the beasts we've kept locked up for years. Let them all out." Immediately, the gates that had been holding the wild beasts swung open, revealing many bloodthirsty eyes glowing in the darkness, and the red-haired guy, losing his humanity, shouted, "No one is leaving here alive today." Monsters began to emerge, their feet stomping as they grunted. Among these beasts were all sorts of creatures, from birds to dragons to tigers, all roaring and indiscriminately attacking, causing the WAN family soldiers to scream in despair. "Ah! We're still here. Why did the old man unleash the beasts? We're gonna get eaten." Even the soldiers on Zhuan Cheng's side were quick to realize the situation, saying, "Chow, there are too many beasts. Relying on bullets won't cut it, let's pull back for now." But things didn't look too good for Gong Sun Ta, as two massive beasts had locked onto the tank, roaring loudly with arrogance. Gong Sun Ta was slowly falling into a state of paralysis, panicking, "No, these beasts are too close, the tank can't shoot. At this rate, the tank will get crushed." Seeing everyone in distress, the red-haired guy couldn't help but feel smug, laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha. You all pushed me to this point, if we are going down, we are going down together." Even though he was in a tight spot, facing off against a fierce beast right in front of him. Suddenly, a hand shot up, gathering a strange golden energy. The hand then unleashed that power, striking the beasts near the tank and causing serious damage. This move left the red-haired guy stunned, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh. What is this?" In contrast, Gong Sun Ta, having just been saved, burst into laughter, looking at the one who made the move, "Ha ha. That's the armored female hero created by Zhuan Cheng." Gong Sun Ta continued, "You guessed it right, that's Gong Sun Ziyang, the armored heroine," smiling brightly as she called out, "Mom and Dad. Everyone, I'm here to help." This left the red-haired guy wide-eyed in shock, even though he was in the jaws of a beast, thinking, "Oh no, I was about to be eaten. What is this?" Zhuan Cheng looked pretty pleased to see her arrive, saying, "Ziyang, activate absolute kill mode." Ziyang nodded obediently and pulled down her iron mask. She then launched a relentless attack on the beasts, which could only roar before meeting their end. Soon, a pair of feet slowly approached the flattened red-haired guy. Zhuan Cheng looked down at him with a haughty gaze, saying, "Old WAN, you've lost." The red-haired guy could only bitterly accept defeat, managing to utter just one word, "You." But no one expected him to suddenly kneel before Zhuan Cheng, earnestly pleading, "Zhuan Cheng, I'll give you the position of City Lord, please spare me." With Zhuan Cheng's agreement, the red-haired guy was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he kept bowing, looking utterly pathetic, "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for your great kindness, young Master Zhuan Cheng." However, Zhuan Cheng wasn't the type to easily forgive and forget. He smiled and said, and took a breath and coldly looked at the red-haired guy, continuing to pass on his position as the city's envoy to the Gongsun family in front of everyone. This way, we can officially lend a hand. These words sounded nice, but to the red-haired guy, it felt like a slow choke, making him stammer, what? After a while, suddenly one day, everyone was bustling around, chatting excitedly, hurry up and check it out. Something big is happening, someone asked back, what's going on? I heard the city envoy wants to apologize to a family in Shire City. Another person didn't believe it, really. Is that true? Right in front of the locals was the red-haired guy kneeling on a high platform, surrounded by whispers and murmurs. At that moment, the red-haired guy, tears streaming down his face, forced himself to say, everyone, today I, the envoy, declare, I apologize to the Gongsun family and the people of Shire City. I'm sorry to them. Looking at the people in front of him, the red-haired guy pointed and continued, starting today, I officially hand over the position of city envoy to the Gongsun family. In front of the entire Gongsun family, the red-haired guy also announced to the world that now Zhuan Cheng is the new city envoy. However, this unexpected event made the people around them murmur to each other, what? Handing over the city envoy and giving it to the Shire City folks, are you kidding? Zhuan Cheng didn't care about what they said, addressing everyone, from now on, the city gates will be guarded by the Gongsun family, and if anyone disagrees. After finishing his sentence, he paused for a moment before continuing, they can give it a try, but looking at the row of soldiers behind him, who would dare to disagree? Still, deep down, the locals felt a bit resentful, this seems really strong. Those damn Shire City folks dare to riot on our heads. Little did anyone know, a system had appeared behind Zhuan Cheng, granting the host a task reward of 5 points for helping the Gongsun family. The progress for the planetary championship ticket had now reached 75%. Next, the host just needed to expand the business for the Gongsun family to earn more task points. After hearing this, Zhuan Cheng stroked his chin and smiled knowingly, so expanding the business earns task points, huh? But what can I expand next? After thinking it over, Zhuan Cheng ordered the soldiers, all right. Let's head home, and the soldiers all responded in unison, yes. The restaurant was packed today, buzzing with noise and excitement, and Zhuan Cheng was sitting at the counter watching over the place. One hand was tapping on the abacus, while the other rested on his chin, deep in thought. The system mentioned that if he just expanded the Gongsun family's business, he could earn a reward. But what else could he do to make money? Suddenly, a child's voice cut through his thoughts, Mom. Dad. I'm back. Zhuan Cheng looked up towards the source of the sound. The second daughter of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Da, was standing at the door, hands on her hips, grinning confidently. Ha ha ha, failed again this time. Give me some more money, and I swear I'll pass the martial arts certification next time. Gongsun Ta and Gongsun Ziyang happily approached to greet Gongsun Da. Gongsun Ta chuckled and asked, oh, Da's back, huh? Da replied and pointed inside the counter, asking, who's that guy in there? Ziyang ruffled Da's hair and said, he's your brother-in-law. As soon as Da heard this, she rushed over to the counter, stroked her chin, and asked, brother-in-law. In an instant, Da's expression changed, and she shouted, so it's him, the freeloader, who moved in without my permission. After saying this, she jumped onto the counter, facing Zhuan Cheng. She boldly challenged Zhuan Cheng, who was twice her size, hey. I despise freeloaders the most. Do you dare to fight me? Zhuan Cheng remained silent. He frowned and asked, who is this brainless girl? Hearing this, Da exploded in anger, hey. Who are you calling brainless? Gongsun Ziyang quickly stepped in, picking Da up from the counter, and explained to Zhuan Cheng, this is my little sister Da. She got bitten by a dog when she was young. So she's super feisty. Dada loves martial arts and has been trying to get her certification, but keeps failing. Xuancheng, can you teach her a few moves? Dada was squirming and shouting. Meow, let me go. Don't I have any dignity? Xuancheng turned away, uninterested, and flatly refused Ziyang's request. No, I can't stand kids. Dada, hearing herself called a kid, flailed her arms in protest. Huh? Who are you calling a kid? Xuancheng ignored her, and was about to walk away when Gong Sun Ta sighed from behind and slowly said, even though Dada's a bit clueless about wanting to be a martial artist. If we could really open a martial arts school. He concluded with a line that hit Xuancheng right in the feels, making money is way better than running a restaurant. Hearing that there was money to be made, Xuancheng immediately stopped. He spun around 360 degrees and walked up to Gong Sun Dada, saying, all right, I'll teach you. Dada was taken aback by his sudden change of heart. But Dada quickly regained her usual pride, pointing aggressively at Xuancheng and saying, HMPH, what can a freeloader like you teach me? I've been out in the world since I was 8. Do you believe me? She hadn't even finished her sentence when she froze. Xuancheng's hand was right in front of Dada's face, moving so fast it left her stunned. While Dada was still in shock, Xuancheng unleashed a burst of blue energy towards her. Even though he used just a light force, it was clear Dada couldn't react in time, and got knocked back. Not just Dada, but everyone nearby was also pushed out of the restaurant by this wave of power, creating a whirlwind that lifted people into the air. They were all panicking and shouting. What the heck is happening? Dada managed to steady herself, but the folks in the restaurant without any martial arts skills ended up in a heap at the entrance, groaning in pain. Dada silently watched them. At that moment, Xuancheng bent down, reached out to Dada with a friendly smile, but said each word with a firm tone, now, do I have the right to teach you? Dada was so scared she was shaking, but she still reached out, trying to act calm, maybe, sort of. But her stuttering gave her away. After they came to an agreement, Xuancheng and Gong Sun Dada were ready to start the lesson. A bit later, Xuancheng crossed his arms and asked Dada to become a martial artist. You need a certain level of skill. The technique you're learning is the Royal Level Beast Mastery technique, right? Gong Sun Dada sat cross-legged and nodded. That's right. Xuancheng thought for a moment and said to Dada, this technique requires you to personally encounter the beasts to level up. But right now, going to see a fierce beast is like asking for death. Dada felt annoyed upon hearing this, turned her face away in indifference, then shot a sarcastic remark at Xuancheng, yeah, that's how my technique works. You say you want to teach me. But you have no way to do it. You're not that great either. Before she could finish her sentence, Xuancheng pulled out a small TV from who knows where and slammed it down on the table. The noise made Gong Sun Dada jump. Dada stared at the strange object sitting in front of her, completely clueless about what it was, so she asked Xuancheng, what is this? Xuancheng fiddled with the knobs on the TV for a bit to find the right channel, and after he was done, he turned back to Dada and said, found it. You just need to watch. Dada was confused and wanted an explanation, but couldn't find the words. Gong Sun Dada, curious as ever, leaned closer to the small TV, squatted down, and stared intently at the screen, saying, you mean to tell me this little box can let you feel the essence of animals? Dude, I think you got bitten by a dog or something. Before she could finish her sentence, the small TV displayed an image of a massive lion roaring, its eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. Dada was so scared that she fell back, scrambling away while exclaiming, whoa. She watched the small TV, which was playing a wildlife channel, continuously showing images of various beasts, feeling utterly bewildered. Dada thought to herself. What the heck? Eagles, tigers, even legendary insects. Da hesitantly continued, in this little box, it really can let you feel the essence of all creatures. This is too real, and the number of them. Oh no, I can't handle this anymore, At this point, she kept backing away, tears streaming down her face as she screamed in fear. Just moments after the TV show ended, the atmosphere around Da seemed to shift, and she felt a surge of energy, even her hair standing on end. Da was so happy she was on the verge of tears, stammering reverently to Xuancheng, bro. I think I just broke through from the chi gathering stage to the spirit solidification stage. Xuancheng smiled with satisfaction and replied, awesome. You broke through after just one episode. If you watch a few more, I'll take you to get your martial artist certification. At the Martial Arts Certification Center. So boring, no one's come to test lately, sighed the staff at the martial arts hall. Suddenly, a pair of footsteps entered the hall, catching the staff off guard as the person said, hey, get up. At that moment, Da confidently walked in and announced loudly, ha ha ha, Da is back. This time, I'm definitely getting my martial artist certification. Oh yeah, the fun is back. He, take it easy, big guy, chuckled the bald man with a bright smile. He crossed his arms, grinning mischievously, you're not letting her out of the match that easily, huh? How about I give you 3 free hits? I'm just a first-tier spirit solidification stage staff member. The 2 guys behind him crossed their arms, snickering, what do you mean by 3 free hits? You'll still need to take 10 hits, ha ha. You scared that this dumb lady might actually hurt you? The man laughed heartily, that's a good point. All right, I'll give you 30 free hits since you're basically a nobody, he said, raising his hand in agreement. Hearing this, Da quickly replied, deal. But to everyone's surprise, she took him down with just one punch. The pressure from the girl was quite strong, leaving his buddies in shock as they shouted, big bro. The big guy was freaking out, coughing, like, what the heck is going on here? The girl in front of him was spinning around, grinning ear to ear, saying, he, you still owe me 29 rounds from earlier. He stepped back in fear, saying, wait. I was just joking about that move, don't take it seriously. She gasped in surprise, oh. The guys were whispering to each other, what's up with this girl? She seems super strong. Maybe we should all team up and take her down. All right, the competition officially starts now. If you can knock down all 3 of us, you pass. The 3 staff members taunted. The man thought to himself, HMPH, 3 of us against 1. That's just bullying, but if you dare hurt me. Little that dashed in and landed a punch right on his face, and the others were taken down in a flash too. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with a blue light, and her body crackled with electricity. That power sent the 3 of them flying, followed by their screams, no way. We just got taken out by that weakling in one move. They shouted. Once they were all down, the girl cheered, raising her hands in joy, yeah. I passed the low-level martial arts test. I gotta tell my sister. But suddenly, a hand grabbed Da, saying loudly, hold on. Is just getting a low-level certificate enough? Our Xiao needs a master-level certificate, Xuancheng called out from behind. Da looked stunned and replied, huh? Then he turned to the 3 guys lying on the ground, get your boss out here. We want to challenge him. Da gasped, oh no. Suddenly, a man stepped out from inside, snorting, you've got some big talk. He kept walking, stepping on one of the fit staff members, and continued, you think just beating my low-level martial artist is enough to challenge a master? That guy was Dao Hei, a 4th grade master. He stood on the fallen staff member and said, you want to challenge me? Just know, this isn't a friendly match, can you handle it? Seeing him, Da trembled, quickly grabbing onto Xuancheng's arm, saying, brother-in-law, he looks really strong. I'm just a low-level fighter, is that enough? Xuancheng, seeing this, calmly pushed her back a bit, telling her not to be scared and that she could still tease him while he taught her. Surprised by his action, she let out a little yelp. He kicked one of his lackeys into the air and quickly spoke with disdain, saying the kid didn't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. Then Dao Hei kicked his lackey towards Xiao that and scoffed, saying that in the next life, he should just be a good person. Finally, Dao Hei teleported onto his lackey to attack her. Seeing this, the girl panicked and shook her head frantically as he charged straight at her. Da, in a fluster, thought to herself, Xiao, I'm about to die. I can only try the defense move my brother-in-law taught me. At the same time, Dao Hei raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself how ridiculous this panicked counterattack was. He didn't even bother to dodge such an extravagant attack. Suddenly, as he was charging in, a hand gently touched his cheek, leaving him confused and thinking, huh? Then that hand seemed to slap him in the face, making him grimace in shock and think, huh? Because he underestimated her, he took a full hit while Da accidentally cried out, don't kill me. Just as Zhuan Qian the emperor's slap landed, he crashed down to the ground, exhaling in relief, thinking, how could this little girl possibly hit me with such force? Everyone around was in a state of shock and disbelief, thinking, what? The master has been defeated. That's a grandmaster. Meanwhile, Da looked a bit surprised at the crumbling wall and said, huh? I blocked a grandmaster. Why is he lying against the wall? Then she turned to Zhuan Cheng, her excitement bubbling over, saying, but brother-in-law, you won. I'm a grandmaster now. Can I go home? He replied with a reluctant, yeah. Da was overjoyed, laughing, yay. I have to tell everyone about this. On his side, he clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. He didn't care and charged into attack from behind again, shouting, you can't leave. Where will my face go if you leave? Go die. Dao Hei yelled angrily. Then he charged straight at Da, using his technique, one finger to the sky. At that moment, a golden light surrounded Dao Hei's body, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Da, seeing this, felt a wave of fear and thought, Xiao, it's a sneak attack. I can't defend in time. Even so, Zhuan couldn't just stand by and let him go after Da. The main character calmly approached and swiped his hand, delivering a blow that left him completely defeated and spitting blood. He said, if you came from somewhere, then go back there. With a shocked expression, Da exclaimed, huh? The streams of blue energy from that slap sent him crashing straight into the wall. As soon as he hit the wall, it quickly cracked and shattered. Dao Hei screamed in pain, ooh, a. Right after that, two disciples rushed over to check the situation, unable to believe they had lost without putting up a fight. The owner had turned into a shooting star and vanished. Meanwhile, Da, drenched in sweat, slowly looked up at Zhuan Cheng and thought, wow, big brother-in-law is so scary. At that moment, Zhuan Cheng crossed his arms and declared loudly, the owner has been defeated, and now Da is the true master. Bring the master certificate here. Hearing this, the staff, drenched in sweat, obediently shouted, yes, yes. Soon after, a piece of paper was presented with the following content. This is Da's master certificate, proving her outstanding martial skills and unparalleled strength demonstrated in the martial arts competition. Da, through hard work and rigorous training, has overcome all difficulties to become an outstanding figure in the field. She held the certificate in her hands, jumping for joy and saying, I got it, I got it. Da has the master certificate now. Suddenly, one of the disciples hesitantly stepped forward and asked, Sir, do you want to open a martial arts school? Upon hearing this question, Zhuan Cheng coldly replied, why? The disciple responded, Sir, someone like you can't open a martial arts school. The rules state you need at least 6 martial artists, and you only have 1. Then another disciple stepped up, hesitantly adding, and you also need a good track record from the owner to open a school. Zhuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. Is that so? There are rules for opening a martial arts school. Suddenly, Da shouted loudly, ah. Does that mean Da has lost so many times that my record is too bad to open one? A few moments later, a man eating a bowl of rice was interviewed. He said, "You want me to gather people to be martial artists? This old skeleton of mine can't do that. Forget it, I'm just managing my restaurant." Gong Sun Ziyang sighed, "Zhuan, you don't have time for the weapon factory and the city guard. There's still a mountain of work to handle." Meanwhile, on TV, Da angrily shouted, oh no, oh no. She held her head and screamed, "No one wants to be a martial artist. Da can't open a martial arts school now." Next to her, Zhuan showed no signs of worry. He held the microphone, contemplating, "We need people and a good track record." It was like he suddenly had a light bulb moment, his eyes widening in surprise. Then he turned to Da and said, "Hey, Da, your brother-in-law knows how to open a martial arts school now." Hearing that, the girl was so surprised she jumped off the table and exclaimed, "Wow." But one night, Chen Zhuan came up with a plan for the martial arts arena in Xia City, Qianshui City, and suddenly, in the heat of the moment, a loud shout rang out, "Stop fighting. I give up." A mysterious group showed up in the arena to challenge everyone, and a lot of folks ended up getting knocked out. This mysterious group rolls into Xia City, and suddenly, no martial arts dojo can stand tall. Everyone's just sighing, defeated once again, totally wiped out. At the same time, this mysterious organization also declared that as long as no one can defeat them in the future. Later on, the folks in Xia City realized that all their martial artists were total pushovers, feeling the sting of humiliation as they got stomped on. Seriously? Is there really no one tough in Xia City? But luckily, at that moment, a legendary master stepped in, and suddenly someone shouted loudly, "There's still a martial artist in Xia City. Da is pointing right at me, no doubt about it, that's me, the Grand Master Da." Everyone fell into deep thought, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Then everyone started buzzing, saying, "Isn't that the silly girl? Every year, the martial artist is just as hungry as ever. Why is Xia City left with only this type? It feels like revenge is out of the question now." Da, furious, shouted, "Hey, don't walk away. You're totally disrespecting me. Everyone doubts me, but I can totally take on the challenge." Da, looking frustrated, turned to Zhuan and said, "Don't worry. Dad was scared, but I wasn't gonna get killed, right?" But then he just smiled, waved, and said, "Don't worry. Don't worry, Da will definitely pull this off. After this battle, Da will conquer the heavenly water city." Zhuan smiled, boosting Da's spirits. Hearing this, the girl hesitated and asked, "Are you serious, brother-in-law? It really feels like you're just messing with me." Suddenly, someone stepped in. A figure in a black cloak approached her and asked, "Are you the legendary martial artist of Xia City?" Da replied calmly, "Yes, that's right." He dramatically threw off his cloak and let out a hilarious shout. "The girl still smells like milk and is rushing to find her own way out. I can see she's eager to reincarnate," he said with a smirk. This is Zhuan clearing his throat. He pointed straight at Da in the martial arts arena. The master casually warned her not to think that just because she was a woman, he would go easy on her. She thought to herself, "Wow, this guy looks really strong. Can I take him on?" So he charged in like a total boss to launch an attack. Xiao is shaking, and things are moving too fast. Da is about to get wrecked. Just when he was on the brink of failure, he didn't know why he suddenly spat blood, and was flung away by such a strong force. He pointed at her in fear and took a step back, not expecting this little girl to have such a powerful counterattack. I've lost. I'm off to meet my maker." He lay there motionless, and Da was in a panic, surprised. Everyone was stunned. What? This guy won. His opponent was a master with an undefeated record, it couldn't be. Da was a bit confused. Clearly, I didn't counterattack him, so how did he lose? She looked over at the guy lying there. Host, Chen Daonian has arrived. Plus, his acting skills are top-notch. Zhuan Cheng coughed, he must have come for a vacation, right? HMPH, don't get too cocky too soon. You just defeated the weakest among us. A guy in a black cloak spoke up. That's right, he's Wu Yang. Now it's my turn to take you down. Everyone gasped. Huh? This guy has golden energy. I heard he defeated 10 masters with a single strike last night. This little girl is about to be in big trouble. She trembled, taking a step back. Xiao, is this guy really that strong? How am I supposed to deal with this? The sword in Zhu Wu Yang's hand suddenly shook uncontrollably. This is all part of Zhuan Ji's plan. The killing intent is too strong. Damn it. Just looking at her made my insides feel like they were being crushed. He collapsed, vomiting uncontrollably. After saying that, he fell on top of the guy who was just lying there. I've lost. Hey, does this jerk know how heavy he is? Once again, Da was clueless about what was happening. I clearly haven't even made a move, so how did I win? Hey, you're overacting a bit, and you dare call me the weakest. You're disrespecting my senior brother. My acting skills are unmatched, you're just overdoing it. The two of them competed to see who could act better. With that, the two charged at each other. Did you miss a hit? Da pointed her fingers together, thinking that everything was just an accident. Next, there should be a normal opponent. AAA. You defeated my junior brother. A huge man charged in. He clenched his fists in anger, his rage palpable. Da trembled, thinking, strong, the aura is too strong. This guy is like a mountain of meat, able to withstand attacks from 100 masters without a scratch. Even if he let her hit him all day, it wouldn't matter, the crowd buzzed. He charged forward, and Da thought to herself, is this guy really that strong? If so, I definitely have to take this seriously this time. But the outcome didn't change at all. It was like stepping right onto a banana peel. He rolled around like a ball kicked to the side of Da. Who would have thought that even with my precautions, I'd still fall for the trap she set? He charged toward the spot where the two had just been lying. The two were crushed, lying motionless, feeling like they were about to spit blood. Da was in a panic. This was a total shock. Oh my gosh, what's going on? What's my brain doing? I'm not some mastermind, who am I? Where am I? Clearly, he just slipped on the banana peel I tossed. Da was in a frenzy. The crowd below the stage was buzzing with excitement, talking animatedly. They won again. Could it be, this girl really has some skills? Suddenly, footsteps echoed, followed by a woman's voice. HMPH, skills. What can a little girl possibly do? A woman with fiery eyes and palms ablaze appeared, arrogantly declaring that no matter how many tricks you have, in front of the Flame Queen, they are all just illusions. Gongsun Da was stunned, turning to look, feeling a bit uneasy. This person was playing with fire. The Flame Queen, Luo Qingcheng, struck a fighting pose, surrounded by flames that roared as if they wanted to engulf her. She set up a circular formation in front of her, adorned with sun patterns, and boldly challenged Gongsun Da, saying, as a woman, I won't hold back. Let's have a fair fight. The crowd below was in an uproar, with someone pointing at Luo Qingcheng, exclaiming, oh no. It's the Flame Queen. They say she controls fire like a god. Just a casual move from her can make people beg for mercy. After declaring war on Da, Luo Qingcheng didn't hesitate and charged forward, enveloped in flames, speeding toward Da to launch an attack. She threw a punch and smugly said, "Prepare to die." Gongsun Da was drenched in sweat, thinking, "Oh no, I'm terrified of fire. Should I just surrender?" With that thought, she raised her hands in a surrender pose. Stammering to Luo Qingcheng, I. For some reason, Luo Qingcheng suddenly pulled back her attack and quickly retreated, kneeling on the ground, clutching her stomach in fear, and loudly begging for mercy. "What? Are you saying kill? The killing intent is too strong. Please don't kill me." Gongsun Da was completely dumbfounded, her hands still frozen in that pose, looking at Luo Qingcheng in utter confusion. What did she even do? Yet here was Luo Qingcheng, bleeding from her mouth, trembling all over, as she knelt before Da and said, "No, I can't believe you just said one word kill. And it made me lose my ability to fight back. I surrender." The crowd around them was stunned, witnessing the scene of the fiery queen bowing her head in submission to a little girl. They were buzzing with disbelief. What? The fiery queen surrendered? Is this little girl that strong? Luo Qingcheng didn't even bother to get up. She just curled up and rolled over to the area of defeat, where a pile of defeated people was already stacked on top of each other. After a moment of shock, Da finally snapped back to reality, joyfully exclaiming, "I was going to surrender, but she surrendered to me first. Besides, I said what? I didn't say kill." Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng nearly fainted. The audience erupted in cheers for Gongsun Da. Now she only had one final opponent left. "Go for it, the honor of Xia City rests on you. Da is our goddess." Suddenly, a voice rang out, outrageous. "I can't believe someone in the group dared to surrender in front of everyone. What a disgrace to the title of the super handsome assassin." Da turned around, stunned, and stammered, "Is the final opponent really a person?" Gongsun Da looked at the person in front of her, terrified to the point that tears she didn't even realize were there started streaming down her face. The old man exuded an overwhelming aura, his piercing eyes nearly overpowering Da, who trembled, feeling lost. This pressure. It's too strong. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Is the final enemy really coming? The legendary unmoving king of the great demon. Everyone was evaluating the terrifying expression and incredible aura of the old man before them, hearing that last night the unmoving king of the great demon didn't even move. Just a single shout made hundreds of masters faint. His strategy was completely unpredictable. Da, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes welling up as she stammered, "The strongest opponent." Looking at his furious expression, "It seems I can't fight him, or even escape." Thinking this, Da gathered her courage and struck a fighting pose, energy radiating around her, as she shouted at the old man, "Come on. Unmoving king of the great demon. Just let me die already." In her heart, Da was trying to comfort herself, "I'm going for it. Dying early means escaping early." The old man's expression changed, narrowing his eyes at Da, pointing at himself and asking, "What did you just say to me? You think you can fight me?" Da, stunned, shot back, "Then what else?" The old man looked down beside him and introduced himself, saying he was just a caretaker, and the unmovable king of the great demon that she mentioned is him. At this moment, everyone finally noticed he was holding the hand of a crying child, who had a little bird perched on her shoulder. The girl sniffled and said, Hoo, senior sister, you all surrendered, so Yuan Qing surrendered too, please don't leave Yuan Qing behind." The unmovable king of the great demon, Yuan Qing, hurried over to the defeat zone, crying and worrying about Luo Qingcheng. Hoo, senior sister, don't die." Luo Qingcheng blinked and gestured for silence, whispering to Yuan Qing, "Shh. Yuan Qing, this is just a trick from the old master, don't take it seriously." Da looked at the green-haired girl crying in front of her, her expression full of confusion, and asked, "Is this really the unmovable king of the great demon?" The crowd below was ecstatic to see the legendary unmovable king of the great demon surrender, cheering, "Yo yo yo, the last one finally gave in, DA has won. So strong. DA has protected the honor of our sheer city. DA is amazing. DA is our goddess." DA was stunned, pointing at herself in disbelief. I just won like this." The people around her kept cheering, "Goddess of martial arts DA. Goddess of martial arts DA. Goddess of martial arts DA. Instead of being happy, DA ran off crying, lamenting loudly, "Hoo, what's so exciting about this competition? I didn't do anything, can't I? This victory is so humiliating. I don't want to practice martial arts anymore." The audience watching was wide-eyed in shock at DA's not-so-happy reaction, filled with question marks. In the defeat zone, people were whispering among themselves. Luo Qingcheng turned to the pile of people and said, "Why does it feel like DA isn't very happy about winning?" The men each had their own opinions. "Is it because we didn't perform well?" "You didn't perform well, but I performed perfectly. I was the one who performed flawlessly." At this moment, Zhuan Cheng suddenly approached the group pretending to be defeated and asked, "Now that your leader has surrendered, what's your next move?" The group was momentarily stunned. The three men bowed and happily said, "Your DA is so strong, today we all decide to admire her." Yuan Qing joyfully ran towards Zhuan Cheng, sweetly saying, "Old Master Tilda, hug me." Zhuan Cheng extended his hand to the group, saying, "All right, now I'll take over as the master of the DA dojo, accepting your pledge as our martial arts instructors." Now our Huin dojo has 6 martial arts instructors. Zhuan Cheng turned around and shouted to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Dang Huin Martial Arts School is officially open. Welcome to sign up." The crowd erupted in excitement, each person chiming in, "Wow. This martial arts school is amazing. Me? I definitely want to learn the killer gaze from the master. She's the strongest martial arts goddess in my heart." The system in Zhuan Cheng's mind displayed that the Dang Huin Martial Arts School had successfully opened. The Gongsun commercial empire was booming, rewarding the host with 10 mission points. And a chance to reveal their true self. Zhuan Cheng thought back to the system, "So I can show my original appearance now. Great, I really want to see how Ziyang will react to me." Half a month later, the Dang Huin Martial Arts School had become the most popular martial arts school in Xie City, packed with people like ants drawn to candy. Martial arts masters from all over were gathering at the entrance. It was like a bustling market. After DA's incredibly moving and convincing victory, renowned figures from everywhere came to seek apprenticeship, all shouting in unison, "We all want to be taught by Master DA. Right then, in the main hall, all the brothers shouted together, "Master, please guide us." But it seemed like the master wasn't keen on teaching. Sunflower seeds were flying all over the table. However, Master DA didn't seem interested in teaching at the moment and said, "Go away, all of you, it's all fake. What can I teach you?" Over here, Xiao Li was sprawled out on the couch. Her face puffed up like a water-soaked rice cracker. She complained in frustration, "I can't take it anymore, my dreams are shattered. I hate practicing martial arts. I want to be a refined lady." Observing the eager students practicing hard, Chen Zhuan walked while deep in thought, realizing he had nearly expanded the martial arts market to its limits. He pondered what the next step would be to help the Gong Sun family rise again. Breaking his train of thought, he turned around to see old Dang struggling to carry some items. Chen Zhuan casually asked, "Father-in-law, what do you think the people of Qian Shui City like?" Old Dang, panting from the effort, stammered, You're asking about this?" After putting down the items, he seriously thought about it, saying, "The biggest problem people have now is boredom. If you can solve their boredom, they'll be willing to spend big bucks. With that, old Dang began to raise his hand, pondering the extravagant and overwhelming taverns, saying, for example, wealthy people often like to go to the Hong family street. Even if they have money, they want to try something different, but Qian Shui City only has the Hong family for fun. Hearing these wise words, Chen Zhuan quickly made a decision. He raised his smug face and mumbled, I get it, it's boring to solve problems, right? Well, I have a game of Shao to play. Old Dang was already familiar with this carefree name, and seeing Chen Zhuan like this made him curious. Oh, what do you have to play with? Hearing that question from old Dang Shi, Chen Zhuan replied, I want to open a tea house. With that, he pulled out a bizarre, eye-popping yellow box. Seeing this bright yellow color, it was none other than mahjong tiles. Old Dang's eyes bulged as if they might pop out. He was stunned by the young master, who came up with a new game every day. He shouted, what is this? And where did you dig this up from? Chen Zhuan leisurely sipped his tea, watching old Dang's expression, as if he had just thawed out, and said with a smile, this is a game from my hometown. I'll teach you how to play it in a bit. 3 short days passed, and Chen Zhuan stood outside the tea house, deep in thought. He whispered, the tea house has been open for 3 days now. I let them experience it. But I wonder how they are doing with the game. Curiously, he pushed the door open, wondering if people from ancient times could handle this modern mahjong game. He thought to himself, surely, ancient folks can accept this, right? Just as he was about to push the door open, a loud noise caught Chen Zhuan's attention. Bang! Old Dang, usually so careful, spilled his cup of tea and roared like a beast. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, a pair of champions. He slammed the wooden board down. On the other side, our big boss Da was no slouch either, yelling in anger, wishing he could throw a few mahjong tiles at old Dang's face. I've been waiting for this moment for ages. The tables have turned. Old Dang was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow a few flies and a dozen mosquitoes. I won. Da raised his hand, laughing triumphantly, I won. Across from him, the elders looked like they had been sealed in place. The tables around were just as competitive, with shouts of joy and despair echoing everywhere. Even Chen Zhuan got caught up in the mahjong frenzy. Hoo, it's been 3 days. And I still can't beat Zi Yang. A chubby old man behind him grumbled, damn it, you guys are really embarrassing our school. Let me handle this. Chen Zhuan walked through the crowded tables, hearing nothing but joyful screams. It seemed the situation was better than he had imagined. One more round, and I'm definitely going to win this time. Chen Zhuan crossed his arms and smirked, not even realizing how addictive this game had become. He thought to himself, wow, these ancient folks have such strong acceptance skills. They are really getting into it. And looked at his crew spiraling down and felt disheartened. Da was making a ruckus among the guests, with everyone mingling chaotically. He helplessly called out, Da, is this really how we are having fun? Suddenly, a teacup flew up in the air. And now, the very people who once doubted him about this were shouting in protest. Da pointed like he was about to head into battle, rambling on about how a fun activity for the gods and mortals couldn't just be a simple pairing. Da didn't hold back, and even old Dang joined in, calling it finding order in chaos. You get that, right? Keep it going. Everyone else chimed in, creating a warm atmosphere like a cozy heater. Chen Zhuan watched their antics and couldn't help but smile awkwardly, feeling a mix of helplessness. It seemed his plan had worked, and they were on a roll. But it was clear the tea shop was a hit. He quickly left, thinking like a boss. If they were welcomed like this, the next step was the official grand opening of the tea shop. On a day with blue skies and golden sunshine, the Dangzhuan Tea Shop and Martial Arts School officially opened. Cheers echoed inside and out. Yeah, Today our Dang Zhuan tea shop is officially open. The Chen Zhuan crew was ready to welcome guests. Based on their checks from the previous days, they were sure many people would show up, and it would be packed. Da was all in on it. But after waiting all day, the place was as empty as a ghost town, with cobwebs forming in the martial arts school. The crew started to worry. Old Dang was grinding his teeth in frustration. How can it be that not a single person showed up today? Chen Zhuan was puzzled too. No way, the tea shop was buzzing with excitement. This is bad. A panicked shout from one of the staff startled everyone. An older woman rushed in, breathless, to deliver the news. It turned out there was another tea shop outside that was packed, and they were giving away free drinks. Everyone gasped in unison. What? They were shocked to the core. Outside, the sounds of cheers filled the air, as people flocked to the Hong family tea shop, praising it for being so lively and offering free games. This is amazing. At the Hong family shop, everyone was enchanted by the beautiful, gentle girls inviting them in, their voices sweet as honey. Why not come in for some tea? It's delicious. Turns out there's both drinks and lovely company. Amidst the balloons and firecrackers, the Chen Zhuan crew felt both dazzled and annoyed. They realized they had been outsmarted. They couldn't help but wonder. How come the Hong family has a tea shop too, right after hours opened? Even mahjong is involved. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out in the bustling market, HMPH, Gong Sun family, you guys are hogging the weapons, food, and the defense trade, and now you want to take over my entertainment business. 2. A girl with long, flowing hair appeared, strutting her stuff as she said, your tea shop. I had someone copy it. The Hong family has a huge empire, let's see if I can't crush you. That girl was none other than the Hong San Nyang. Old Dang lately seems to be under some kind of spell, getting more and more ridiculous. He was all smiles when he saw the beauty who stole his shop's idea. Wow. This is the stunning Hong owner from the number 1 street of the Hong family, truly wow. I still can't figure out what his wow is all about, but just looking at the guy next to him. His jaw dropped, clutching old Dang's sleeve. Old man, how do you know her? Zhuan Cheng stepped closer, his face clearly showing annoyance, his large frame overshadowing the Hong family beauty, blocking out the bright sunlight behind him. He asked, are you trying to steal our business? Hong San Yang not only didn't deny it, but shamelessly admitted it, swaying her body closer to Zhuan Cheng, her eyes filled with hostility. She coldly laughed. That's right, a tea shop is something anyone can do. What can you do to me? But Zhuan Cheng was the stingy boss type, legendary for not tolerating such theft. He replied coldly, what's it to you? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuan Cheng swung his hand towards the Hong family head. A massive hand struck hard right across the Hong family head's face. A huge hand came crashing down, hitting the Hong family head right across the face. But a strong person knows where to hit. Zhuan Cheng's blow didn't hurt her, but it sent shockwaves through the Hong family behind her. It seemed like the legendary move of killing a chicken to scare the monkey. Boom! A tremendous force shattered the stones around San Yang, sending everyone nearby flying without mercy. They were all left dumbfounded, asking, wow, what just happened? Am I flying? The Hong San Yang turned pale, despite her heavy makeup, cold sweat streaming down her face from the power of someone who looked quite scholarly like Zhuan Cheng. He wasn't done after that blow, he calmly said, just so you know, we have the power to wipe you out with force. From above, Zhuan Cheng's gaze became increasingly menacing. He spoke softly, but it was loud enough for both of them to hear. If you want to play games with me, we'll go all the way. Looks like this isn't just empty talk. After a moment of shock, Hong San Yang started to regain her composure. It was unclear what kind of power she had that allowed her to laugh so arrogantly. She boldly challenged them, saying, come at me. As long as you don't resort to violence, if you can beat Hong San Yang, I'll disappear from Qianshui City. She was completely confident. Zhuan Cheng didn't say much. He just directed his gaze at Hong San Yang and replied, "Fine, let's make a bet. I'll make sure you leave Qianshui City." Just when it was most needed, the system popped up with a mission. Since Hong San Yang was being such a pain, it was time to help the Gong Sun clan defeat her. The reward for completing the mission would be mission points for the host, and the host could also receive a power suppression reward. Zhuan Cheng frowned, pondering and speculating. Suppress? Does that mean if I suppress it low enough, I can conveniently use my invincible power without destroying the earth? The system quickly confirmed, that's right. As long as the host keeps completing missions, you'll be able to use your invincible power freely without worrying about accidentally destroying the earth. This was exactly what Zhuan Cheng wanted to hear. He smiled, feeling like he had struck gold. Oh, I can use it freely. Awesome. With that thought, Zhuan Cheng quickly set off. Not revealing what he was planning. Gong Sun Enyu had also heard about the bet, and couldn't help but express her concern to Zhuan Cheng. Zhuan Cheng, the Hong family's business in Qianshui City has hundreds of foundations. I'm afraid I can't compete with her. Zhuan Cheng didn't seem worried at all, he just smiled mysteriously. Don't be scared. If Hong San Yang wants to steal customers like that, then we'll help her attract customers. Isn't that basically helping her? His empty words left everyone in shock. But who was Zhuan Cheng? He always had his own plans. He muttered something cryptic, "It's fine. I want to help Hong San Yang attract customers, but I won't say what kind of customers." At that moment, at the entrance of the upper city in Qianshui City, the wide bronze gate had swung open, as if welcoming Zhuan Cheng into a trap. Everyone was still in the upper city, not understanding what Zhuan Cheng was up to. Miss Gong Sun asked, "Zhuan Cheng, why are we going to the upper city?" Meanwhile, Da was looking around, loudly questioning, "Brother-in-law, why are we going to the upper city?" Zhuan Cheng reassured them, "It's all good." Taking a deep breath, the strong aroma of tea wafted everywhere. Above them stood a skinny, frail man, dressed in bright red, with a shrill voice. He stopped and said, "I am the steward of the upper city." "Who are you?" He was decked out in a bright red outfit, voice sharp as a tack, standing there like he owned the place, saying, "I'm the butler of upper city. Who are you?" Zhuan Cheng felt like there was nothing to hide, so he casually replied, "Hey there, we are just some folks from Shire City checking out upper city." Sure enough, this arrogant guy sneered at the mention of Shire City. He mocked, "You think you can strut into upper city? Do you even know your place? The doghouse behind me is where you really belong." Zhuan Cheng didn't back down, even with both hands being held back. He said, "We are all just people here, right? We are not breaking any laws on this trip. Gong Sun sisters are pushing us. Come on Zhuan Cheng, let's go." The crazy butler burst out laughing, his face twisted in disdain as he shouted, "I'm just like you guys. I used to be from Shire City, but I had to crawl through thousands of dog holes to get to where I am today." He's like a wooden-headed fool, proudly bragging that he's now part of the elite upper city. Today, if you guys from Shire City want to come in, go ahead. What's the point of my life these past few years? With that, this guy, Yang Ling Ding Feng, decides to unleash his power and take them on. "Today, you all have to crawl for me." With that, he charged at Zhuan Cheng like a blazing fire, while Zhuan Cheng calmly stood his ground, waving his hand. A big hand is gripping someone's neck. In an instant, the noble from upper city was lifted up by Zhuan Cheng like a dog, almost spinning around. Everyone around couldn't help but be amazed by Zhuan Cheng's incredible strength. Zhuan Cheng's face darkened, and those nasty words from Ding Feng earlier were coming back to bite him. "Looks like you've been hiding in your little doghouse for way too long." He shouted loudly, "You've really turned into a dog, haven't you?" Then he launched that guy like he was tossing a cricket. The force was so strong that rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Ding Feng was left scrambling, barely able to lift his head. This guy really had a strong lower body, but after taking a hit from Zhuan Cheng, he screamed in agony, lost a few teeth, and his face swelled up in dozens of places. He's done for. After dealing with the pesky dog, Zhuan Cheng switched back to his usual laid-back self and said, "All right, it's quiet now, let's head in." The Gongsun sisters were always a study in contrasts. While Da was having a blast roasting that butler, stuck in the doghouse, and looking ridiculous, Gongsun was all worried about Zhuan Cheng getting into trouble. Qianshui Square is always buzzing like a festival, with crowds gathering from all over, bustling with trade and commerce. Everywhere you turn, you hear the lively calls inviting people to check it out. There's something fun happening here. In the distance appeared a group of people carrying a palanquin, on top of which sat a man and a woman. The man, sitting in the front of the palanquin, wore a displeased expression. Looking frustrated as he said, "What is this? Is it fun? If not, I'll kill someone."